Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for joining us now for the last match ahead of us to open up day number 1 of the Asian qualifiers, the road to the WEC for IESF. Again, I am Naisu, joined here with Mirko, and we have seen 2 matches so far today to kick off MLBB Women's, and we are going to round it out with, once again, a matchup between the MLBB Women's, and that is going to be against the team of Brunei versus Indonesia, a team that, Mirko, you probably know pretty well and a lot of information about. So how are we feeling about this matchup? What do you think? No bias. Okay. All right. Yeah.
What I'm expecting now is for Brunei, actually. But okay, back to my point. I'm very, very sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Indonesia,
now we hear
they are the favorites. Nice to heard me. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Indonesia have been the favorites when in women's MLBB for the longest time. Back when they were Bigatron era, now they're Vitality, and now they're actually, going to be representing Indonesia again for IESF 2024. And I'm really excited for them. I think what to expect from Indonesia is they're definitely going to be the favorites. A lot of teams will be looking to them as the best team in the women's scene, and same goes for Brunei. So Brunei have got a very, very tough matchup up against them. But again, Brunei will be able to take this to learn from them and to come out on top maybe in the next time. Maybe.
Okay. I got plenty of that, so hopefully the viewers did as well, of course. But, you have high hopes for this Indonesian team from the MLBB Women's. And, of course, let's take a look at the lineup here for Brunei. We're going to start it off with Shah. And, I'm just going to say this is CT. And then we have Bella, we have Naz, Superstar, and then we have Cha. So, this is a lineup, once again, like I'm saying, when a lot of people that are not so familiar with certain teams, you're kind of just wondering exactly what their play style is up, how will they play, especially against a team like Mirko mentioned, a team with a lot of experience and probably is one of the teams of tournament favorites to win it all, possibly, or to of course, to qualify for WEC, and then who knows what's going to happen out there. But this is a tough team to go up against. And Mirko, I'm going to let you do the honors. Go ahead and take us through the roster from Indonesia.
All right, here it is. It's Cindy Siswanto. We got Vivian Indrawati, Michelle Chel Siswanto, Veni Fumieko Lim, and Viorel Vival Chen. This is the lineup that we've been talking about, man. They're on a 30-something win streak. I lost count.
What?
Yeah, they've won. They haven't lost a single tournament since 2021.
Jeez, I'm just wondering. I see the trend for all their names and IGNs, but then we just have Vinny Fumieko. Like, that doesn't sound like first name. So she's like the odd one out there of the names, of course. But yeah, I think that's insane. And we're jumping right into the draft here for game number 1. But wow, a 30 win streak. Is that just like internationally? Is that like
internationally plus domestically?
Locally?
It's all the tournaments that they participated in. So yeah, they haven't lost a single tournament since 2021, I believe. I think it might be even like before 2021. I think 2020 maybe, in the middle of 2020 when they actually reformed their roster. But hey, I like that you caught that, right? Because Fumieko, technically, she is the odd one out in this roster because she wasn't a part of this roster up until I think a year and a half ago. So she's still technically a new member compared to the other 4. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see. With a win streak like that, I don't think there's, much else you can say. But this team is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I can personally think of a team that would be good competition for them, which is also in the same group, which is obviously the Philippines, right? Who is also a very well-known team, Omega Empress, and we'll see how they all compete against each other. Again, if you guys have been watching also the previous 2 matches, they were best of 5s because they were the only 2 teams in their kind of like region battling out for their part of Asia. This is a best of 3, right? Because we have multiple teams that are in this, part of the Southeast Asia group that'll be facing off. So this is the first of that, which is going to be, of course, Brunei versus Indonesia. And we're getting to the bans, of course, already. First phase nearly done. Matilda, Roger taken out, and then you have the Harith and the Chip. So I'm wondering what, because of Indonesia and their power level here, if you will, them being a pretty strong team, I'm wondering what their answer is going to be based off that first pick blue side, because of the fact that there's just, this is the time where really when you're, I would say even when we opened the matches today, it was already a good glimpse. Like there's already a different kind of step or flavor going from Africa to, Asia, the flavor of play that I'm talking about, and like the meta. That's interesting. Hayabusa is going to be banned out here, but I'm wondering exactly what the play style is going to be from Brunei. Because Indonesia, I can already make a guess, So let's see how they want to start this off with their first pick. The Angela was the last ban for the first phase. I like that the Hayabusa was banned because this is mostly what I've seen is so much Hayabusa and actually Ling popping up and utilizing the SPA that we talked about earlier, that Sky Piercer. And this time around, since that Hayabusa is taken out, I'm wondering if we will see from Indonesia an assassin jungler pop up. And that's why, they could play around the fact that a lot is open on the table. I'm wondering if this is Luo Yi priority still, even for Brunei. I just wondering if we're shifting gears in terms of the priority for Luo Yi, because even the last series, man, we saw Minotaur like first picked up a couple times and then building the lineup through that. So Fredrin, it's been a minute, since we've seen the Fredrin first pick on the blue side.
Yeah, but it hasn't been a minute since we've seen the Terizla first pick, and I was about to say, right as you were mentioning the Ling, in Indonesia, especially in the ranked games, Ling has been first pick prio, like even without the Angela. Usually you would go for the Ling if you have an Angela, right? Especially on the red side, Ling Angela, Angeling. We all know how good that combination is, but Vival, I think this has got to be why they went for the ban onto Hayabusa, right? Vival is a really good assassin player. She's really good on the utility too, but her main was the assassins before, the whole utility meta came in. So the fact that the Ling is up for grabs, yeah, they'll for sure go for it first pick. And there you go. Now with the Ling, now they have to play for Brunei at least. They have to play in, I think, front to back kind of manner with the Fredrin they've already gone for, right? I think it'll be kind of tough if they actually go for more dive. So that's what they have. They have two very good peel/cover heroes that they have up against the Ling. But again, this Ling, first item Sky Piercer could be an option to go for. And I don't know about this Chang'e pick. Do they want to utilize this as flex pick? We've seen it go in the gold lane. We've talked about the marksman possibility of using the Chang'e, but I am not sure. Maybe Chang'e has really risen up because of the items too, huh? Wishing Lancer? No, they're just gonna hover over and pick up the Luo Yi. So even for Indonesia, the Luo Yi is still prio despite the nerfs.
Okay. I think we still see that eventually, maybe, because that's, again, we only get a glimpse of how it would work currently in the match that that was our first match of the day, right? Where we missed the Chang'e, and unfortunately we'll see if Kazakhstan used Uzbekistan. So this time around though, like I would not, like, before the patch, the Fredrin versus Ling matchup, I would automatically be like, all right, if the Ling wants to be successful here, you have to be able to secure the buffs, number one, like especially the purple buff, which is normal for assassins, and then like the rotations have to be on point and dealing with the Fredrin, because Fredrin was so, I mean, the guy was like on a 99% contention rate, for the longest time. Like he was first pick for the longest time. I'm talking about like a year plus almost. And this time around, I'm not so sure about the Fredrin because of some of the changes that have gone here. Where I'm saying like the matchup between the Fredrin and the Ling, I think the Ling here, especially in the hands of Indonesia, will actually be able to perform pretty well. I think too, having a Luo Yi helps with that problem, like being able to set things up, being able to help reset, if you will, or even kind of use the diversion. Now, we've talked about this extensively just today, the diversion being a little bit longer on the cooldown makes it a little bit more crucial in how you want to approach some of the fights or utilize that ultimate. But with this, it's already very impactful having a Ling being able to move around the map just alone, and then you have a diversion possibility there too, and a Terizla who has been just a monster so far since we opened up today. And we'll see exactly what the XP lane option for Brunei is going to be, because we saw so much Yuzhong going against the Terizla, and there's still a couple of options too open, which is the Xborg. I'm not sure if they want to play the Xborg into the XP lane. Brunei, again, there's still a lot here left to kind of question and kind of formulate on how they want to play this, but I will say that their first 3 picks are pretty solid. They have good, solid, kind of rounded first phase draft already, and gold lane I think is going to be where a lot of this focus is. I think too, if they somehow can get, let's say they get the Brody, because there's already a lot of gold laners banned out. You know, I'm wondering if they want to lock it in, because this is now the Claude right away locked in for Indonesia.
All right, so already a completely different prio level that we're seeing from Indonesia compared to the other teams, right? We were talking about how earlier, at least, we were talking about the Clint, we saw the Harith a couple times, but we've never seen a Claude, at least not today, not yet. So this is the first time that we're actually seeing a Claude and a Ling. We got the hover over the Ling, but now the Ling and the Claude makes an appearance, and now I guess this should be the real gauge as to like what the meta is going to be, right? Because Indonesia, they're definitely the favorites here, and Brunei, they're definitely also a team that understands the meta. So I want to see what they go for now, and like how they react to these picks coming in from Indonesia with the Ling, with the Loyi, and the Claude. What's their option? What's their choice to go for here? Are they going to go for the Brody or the carry? All right, so seems like they're going to lock in the carry. It's also a very, very good pick up against a Ling. You have a lot of mobility, that instant sidestep with your second skill, and the Yuzhong. So still, the matchup up against the Terizla, it does seem like for the most part, people enjoy the Yuzhong versus Terizla matchup. But this is another hero that we're not used to seeing, not today at least. That's the Grok for Vivian in Rome.
Okay. And I feel like this is very like their identity for a lot of the picks that Indonesia probably rolls with. Like this is very probably what helped them get to that 30-win streak, you know, I mean, in terms of how they execute this. So I think a big part of this, again, is really just kind of dissecting what Brunei has and how they're able to utilize their picks against this lineup, specifically even controlling the Ling. And based off those picks that they have, I think they have the tools, Mirko. Like, I think the big part for Brunei is, like, they have the tools to be able to pull it off. It's just really, I need to see how their rotation is in comparison to a team like Indonesia. And I think that's what a lot of people want to look out for and see how it rolls. Oh, interesting, too. That's carry with the war cry emblem. And also with Ling. Ling has a war cry for Indonesia.
Interesting. So yeah. They want to go for long team fights? Is that what it is? With the war cry?
I guess so, you know, because this is, at least for us here in IESF, this is going to be the first, like, I think it is the first time that we see Warcry. We saw Temporal Rain pop up a couple times. So, you know, we were wondering how good would Warcry be, because we know that, like, it works off basic attacks, right? So all the damage dealt, it's basically increased by a certain percentage. If I remember, it's like 6 to 8%. I think it's 8% for 6 seconds. So this is interesting because this, I feel like that paired up with, let's say, for the Ling, for Vivio, like if she gets the Sky Piercer, like that already helps you in this. So, hey, we'll find out and see exactly how it ends up working out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1 here. Again, the last match of the day for the MLBB Women's. It is the IESF Road to the WEC. As again, these are all these women, all these men that will be playing throughout the next few days are fighting for the slots to WEC in Riyadh. They're going directly there. And this is the match of Brunei versus Indonesia. And now we'll take a look here at things falling into place. Of course, like I said, I'm going to be very interested to see how the Warcry emblems work. Now that this is the first time we're seeing them in IESF anyway. I'm sure you guys have probably seen them in your own games or, you know, online in different tournaments. But the fact that this is going to be on a carry and a Ling, and what kind of impact that'll have throughout the game, is what we want to pay attention to specifically too. And for Brunei, like I said, their lineup is quite solid. They have a lot of good front to back positioning they can use. And look at that. I mean, even the poke potential is already pretty good. So this is a big thing for Indonesia kind of to deal with. And it looks like at the same time, it depends on Vivian's rotations on this Grok. This is a typical hero we see lined up in the roam. And some of the best roamers out there will play this Grok to a T and make huge plays just with the wild charge alone, whether or not you have a flicker. So same thing can be said for the Minotaur. Oh, Bella actually takes a lot of damage just from Sydney, the mid lane all by herself. So so far, nothing, no one going down just yet. Everybody getting those level 4s online. I think this is where we see if Brunei can go toe-to-toe with the first objective take eventually once it does spawn up.
Gold buff, though. It does seem like it's going to be contested there. I don't know who actually takes it, but yeah, so far so good for both of these teams, right? They're just playing around these skirmishes, but whoa, that's a lot of turret shielding taken away already in the mid lane. I think it was all Cine? Was it really all Cine that took all that, you know, all that gold from the turret? That's actually quite a crazy amount for, you know, the first 2 minutes of the game, and it's an instant rotation to the bottom lane as they now start the turtle. It's actually Vival who is the assassin on the turtle first. Very uncharacteristic, you know, on assassin, but it's going to be the diversion as well. Into the back, bringing Fumi Echo over penalty zone, going to be able to lock the Fredrin down with the Vivian as well. All the damage coming down with the dispersion to claim first blood for Indonesia as Vival claims that turtle. A good wild charge to knock him up straight into the Finch Poise, and now with one more Defiant Blade, has the Tempest of Blades as well, and Bella will be forced to flicker out. Now Cha looking for a trade, going out to Vivian right now, but it's going to be a flicker out still. The passive taking down to take Vivian out, and it will just be a trade. 2 for 1, make it 3 with a turtle.
Okay, Brunei able to get at least 1 kill in the whole exchange. I'm glad at least they were able to make that play from Cha. So, you know, keeping it from being a total disaster now early on, because the reason why I'm saying that is early on before that fight even happened, like Miracle mentioned with the gold and everything else, the farming, Indonesia found themselves nearly 1,000 ahead just from macro decisions. So with that team fight as well, they get that little bit further, and you're going to see this is where that compounding effect from teams with this kind of experience really builds up. Sometimes alone, they don't even have to fight. Even with a lineup like this, you think Ling is going to be there, you know, Vival's going to want to fight, but looks as, oh, Cha could get focused down here once again.
Just with the dispersion and the rotation, good setup on that penalty zone, and they're on the board once again. 1 more kill up top. There's a bit of a skirmish, but a battle mirror image will get Chell out, denying a trade from Brunei, but they are still staying up top. 3 members. In the mid lane, what happened to Bella? Gets taken down by the assassin. Now Chell going to be targeted, taunted up, and knocked up as well. Has a battle mirror image, but will be locked down as a Purify, and also a Minions Fury with the Appraiser's Wrath. But Chell's able to escape, and in the mid lane, it does seem like it's going to be a mid lane tier 1 taken down instantly by Indonesia as they look to collapse now onto the Fredrin, who's going to be very, very low. Vivo with 1 more dash and the barrier gets him down with the Finch Poise down into the back line. Has the Tempest of Blades, but will use it in the end. 1 more Defiant Blade to get in, and picks up all the blades and gets out with the Finch Poise, while Cine picks up the last bit of basic attack to take her down and goes for the diversion back towards her own jungle. Chell given all the space to go and munch on this turret shield.
Oh my goodness. What an exchange. And just for Indonesia not to really give anything up in that entire interaction, basically. It looks like Fumi should be able to get the kill, as she does. So again, we've seen this. We've seen this Terizla just time and time again tonight alone, really dominating. But you know, you can really see here, Miracle, and I'm sure you're seeing it in the team fights too, the power of the Warcry emblem. I mean, especially for Vival early on, it's really easy to get those 3. What is it? I think it's 3 attacks to trigger it off. And bottom lane.
Wild charge right into the dispersion. Eternal Guard does catch Vivian, but she's able to flicker out of the Cursed Blast. And again, it's Cine and Chell who are munching on that turret shield as the purple will be stolen away. Fredrin not given the space now. Onto the back, that's a Petrify used up, but it's not going to be able to really lock anyone down. Vival picks up a killing spree in the 5th minute of the game, and that's another turret taken by Indonesia.
Oh, as I was saying, Vival just picks up the Berserker's Fury. So, this is what I was saying, man. Like, the damage from a Warcry is very apparent. 8% is quite massive, especially this early on. They might still just force Brunei out of this turtle. There's really nothing they can do here, of course. Wild charge, not gonna be, there it is.
Yeah, with the penalty zone as well, as that's a good Terrify, but there's no connection on that Minion's Fury as that's the dispersion almost catching them. Eternal Guard to cover again. Bottom lane as a blazing duet shell looking for a soul kill. Oh my god, Dexter with the last few hits to take shot down in the bottom lane. Now Vival again with the Tempest of Blaze, able to use it now. Goes for the Defiant Blades, but will not go all the way, will not commit under that turret.
Oh. I just, at this point, when you're looking at this, I'm really just trying to think of what can Brunei do here with this kind of snowball in effect. If there's any team that we talked about, like, throughout the just IESF in general, look at bottom, hold on. I think they're going to force it.
Two-man penalty zone right as Vivian waits for the wild charge and now connects it onto 2 as well. Right into the hammer, swinging down from Fumi Echo as the Black Dragon will be forced to run all the way. Flicker City goes into the bush, takes him down with the dispersion. 3 for 0 again.
Cindy knew, you know, she wanted to make the athletic play. She made it, but this is what I was saying. You know, if you're Brunei or any team that's going to go against a team like Indonesia, and you're in this position, it can get demoralizing. I mean, we're talking about 10,000 gold difference at 7 minutes, Mirko. Like, this is the biggest so far lead that we've seen, and it might look like Brunei wants to fight.
Can't even use the Minus Fury in time. The Eternal Guard doesn't connect onto anyone, and Indonesia now continue Defiant Blades. Again, that's going to be Bella taken down without a problem. Will charge onto the Fredrin, as that's going to be the tank. Soaking in a lot of the damage. Tempest of Blades once again assassinating the Fredrin inside of the base turret right as they juggle the turret aggro. Naisu, absolute dominance.
Dominance. And it looks like, once again, Indonesia, even 7.5 minutes into the game, they still got a third turtle to get. And they'll go ahead and take that and they'll start it up. But once again, you can see this. And it made me question, like, Fredrin being picked up against a Ling. This is not typical back before, right? Back before in the current meta, or the old meta, I should say. It would be a different ball game. But again, this could also just be between the two teams. We'll have to see more Fredrin in the future. But right now, it's Indonesia just not letting up at all as they further gold lead. They get the shields down even before they have this Lord. So that means that that first Lord that eventually they secure. Hold on, conceal.
To zone them away, man, and now it's gonna be Chell right now. Oh, the damage coming in, penalty zone flicker from Fumi Echo as the Tempest of Blades gets used up again onto the back. Vival trying to go for the blades, but gets cancelled out and finally gets shut down. But take a look at the base. 2 base turrets already taken down as a Black Dragon for only used up, but she will be gunned down from the skies. Chell and Cine takes her out of the skies, and now the base is wide open. The Fredrin wants to go for the cancel right now as they go all the way to the back. Chell with the blazing duet wipes them out completely. Everyone falling. Only Bella, who's respawned, gets the Eternal Guard, knocks Fumi Echo up, who's still able to sustain back up onto the mini waves, and Chell again goes back towards this base. They want to end the game before minute number 10, and it seems like they will be able to do so even before the 9th minute.
My goodness. Before the 9th minute, no Lord needed for Team Indonesia.
What?
And a great showing for the first time that we get to see the War Cry emblem as well locked in for this Ling. And it just, you could see it, right? Vival, the way she played around this and easily bursted just multiple members down. I mean, there was no opportunity for us to see Shah utilize the War Cry emblem, unfortunately, because the gold gap, I mean, even mid-game was just too much to handle here. You can see it across the board, everything just coming together for Indonesia. And, you know, like I said, this is a draft that you kind of expect, aside from maybe the Ling. The Ling was probably the biggest surprise for me just to pop out, not in the sense that first game is brought out right away, but also into a Fredrin first pick. Like, that was the thing, and you could just see the confidence. But, you know, Mirko, I'm sure you're not as surprised, but for Brunei, I mean, they knew obviously what was ahead of them and what they kind of had to deal with it with Indonesia. And, you know, shortly when they get prepped and ready for game 2, I feel like Brunei has to do, I don't know, a lot of adjustments maybe, like when you think about it, because really part of that was just, remember when I mentioned before the first turtle even broke out, the lead was about 1,000 gold for Indonesia just based off the macro stuff, like the macro plays, the macro decisions. They weren't even forcing fights. They were actually just taking as much gold as possible. Sometimes that was even just in the jungle and stealing camps or stealing crabs or whatever it was, whatever it happened to be. You know, and that played a part, giving them that bit of an advantage when by the time they reached the turtle, that they, you know, collapsed down and then it started from there, you know? So for Brunei, when I'm thinking about the answers of what they can do for game 2, I feel like a big part of it is, if not the Fredrin, and you just think, okay, it's probably, let's just say Indonesia picks up an assassin again, then maybe just try to do it. Assassin versus assassin, you know? But we're going to take a look at the highlights here for game 1, and this is going to be a very, dominant highlight reel for Indonesia because Brunei was not able to really kind of keep up with the pace that was set here from them. So let's see. Again, it started here early on. You can see even with the gold difference, like it quickly goes to nearly 2,000 gold just after this exchange because they had 1,000 gold ahead already. And at 2.5 minutes in, when you have this kind of collapse down and that kind of lead, it really gets tough to deal with. And I talked about this in the draft too. The way that Cine would utilize this Luo Yi pick, diversions, it was, and we said we have to be a little more calculated on using this Luo Yi diversion. And Cine did it really well. A lot of the times it was really just good placement to sometimes rotate around the map to get out. You see this again, Fumi Echo just holding down on the Trizla and really just allowing the lineup to shine for Indonesia because just I think across the roles there was honestly from Brunei, I feel like the times that they were trying to set up fights and rely on Naz Superstar, like she couldn't really get the Minoan Fury setups like I don't even know, I wouldn't even call it correctly. It's just she never really got the chance to set them up, and even if she did, didn't have the firepower to deal with the snowball. Like this is 6.5 minutes in, we're talking about a 7,000 gold lead here. So even if you get a great setup, there's not much that you can do in that exchange. And this is a lineup from Indonesia that if you try to defend in your base, you'll get pushed in anyway, because that's what Lings do. And not only that, but a Grok. Like if you have any Grok on any lineup that knows how to utilize that hero, they'll force you to fight. They'll throw a Guardian's Barrier behind you and flicker in and wild charge, and you'll fight. Look, just like this unfolded. It was a forced fight. Vivol goes down, but still, it looks like, they just wanted to end the game, so they're taking some of this risk, forcing it basically into the base of, Brunei, and then you don't have any choice. And this was still good. Like, this was a good attempt to defend. And clearly they had some damage there, but by that point, again, you're talking about 13,000 gold difference. You just don't have the itemization to deal with this juggle around. And you see it, like, even with Chell. Chell was just fine. She's farming up. She's doing her thing. This Claude is untouchable, nearly, and I think that's why a lot of teams still like the Claude pick in the gold lane, because of the fact that you can actually just leave a Claude alone in the gold lane, and even if you send 3 members up to a Claude, they rely on BMI. Like, BMI is good enough to keep them safe enough in comparison to some of the other gold lane options. So this was a really good executed lineup that just ends up making them work out well.
Probably the best weak side gold laner of all time, right? The Claude has always been a reliable pick in the gold lane. If you need someone to play solo, to just play, if you want to focus more on that trio mid, on the XP side of things, on the turtle neutral objectives, and yeah, the Claude. We haven't really seen the Claude at all. I think even in the African qualifiers, I don't remember seeing the Claude, right? So
I don't think so, man. Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen the Claude in the IESF qualifiers, at least, and it's still very, very impressive. And yeah, I really like the Claude. I think it's because, for the Claude especially, it takes a certain level of mechanical level, right, to pull off the Claude. Because even though, yeah, you're the best weak side, but you need to understand how to utilize this Claude. If you don't, it's going to be really tough. You can actually end up, inting some of the times. It's a very difficult hero, a very high skill floor, I would say, and also very high skill ceiling. And that's what we got to see. The calculations on the dive as well, right, Naisu? Use the dice in the Blazing Duet, and then running out with a battle mirror image, but having Dexter there to deal the last few hits necessary. It was just crisp clean from Indonesia. And maybe in game number 2, we'll see them do the same thing again, just on different picks, because I don't think that the link will be left open after that. I don't think they'll let that go. But even if they do, technically I understand. They have to ban the Hayabusa as well. They have to ban the heroes that they did ban in game 1 already. Mathilda was banned out as well, if I'm not mistaken, right? So I understand. I understand some of these bans that just need to be taken out. Mathilda, Roger as well. Roger, super snowball. Imagine Indonesia were able to snowball on the Claude, on the Link. These 2 picks that kind of need, a little bit of that mid game, a little bit of that, at least one item to get going. Imagine Roger on their hands, maybe even in the jungle, to snowball even harder with a Windtalker, War Axe, and a Sky Piercer. That seems like a disgusting build to have early on the Roger.
I'm almost wondering if, like, this is just a thing where we see Warcry more for, like, the assassin junglers. Like, I'm not sure how many of them it would work well with, but just out of the case, like, even Roger, like, I could see the Roger jungle actually utilizing it really well. Because think about it. I mean, I was actually just thinking about this too. Like, what if you had the Warkai emblem on an assassin jungler, and then you have a focusing mark with your marksman? Let's say it's an Angela, and then that's 8 plus 6% extra damage, because the Warcry gives you 8 and focusing mark gives you 6. So like there's some devastating combinations that can actually happen eventually when we get more experimentation with the Warcry emblem. But that's the thing. I almost wanted that game to get a little bit longer too, just so we could see it finally in a gold laner's hands, you know, with the carry. But unfortunately, that Indonesia just didn't give Brunei a chance to get to that point. So, you know, that's what I'm thinking. And I don't even know if you would want to actually like ban out too many assassin jungles. You possibly could. Like I said, we saw the Hayabusa. Maybe this is the thing too. Like, yeah, I think maybe Hayabusa, Ling. What else would you ban out? You know what I mean? Like at this point, it's the assassin. There's so many assassins that now I feel like could be a threat once again in the jungle. And you know, whether that's Ling, Hayabusa, Hanzo, we have Karina, we have even the Harley jungle, dude. Like with the Sky Piercer, you know, Harley jungle could actually work. So I don't know. I'm actually liking the way that we're going with the current meta. I know there's still plenty of time for them to shift things, but this is exciting because of, and I'm not going to say this because, you know, I think Fredrins, Barretts, Marches, they all have a place. They still have a place, even with some of the changes that are happening, even with this Warcry emblem thing, Sky Piercer thing. I think utility junglers are not gone. I know some people have been debating online, like, is this the end of tanks or tanky utility junglers? And I think that's still up for debate. I don't think it is the end, though. I don't know. What do you think, Mira? Do you think this is the end of tanky junglers?
I don't think it's the end, but it is the beginning of the end, right? I mean, if they continue to update the game in this fashion, if they continue to add these busted items for damage, I think it is the beginning of the end. Maybe we'll see marksmen come back in the jungle. Maybe we'll see assassins just dominate again, just like we did in M3, right? That would be pretty cool as well, to get a glimpse or to get back at that meta would be pretty cool. Just a bit of a throwback. But I think where we are at right now is already pretty healthy. There's a good mix of like assassins. You can still make the assassins work, but you can still make the utility jungle work. You can still make the tank jungle work. You can even make the fighter jungle work, right? So it's a very, very healthy meta, I would say. Maybe healthy isn't the right way to put it if we're talking about the Sky Piercer, but everything else in terms of like the different picks you can go for,
it's refreshing.
The Sky Piercer is definitely not healthy. It's a disease right now, and
it's a little toxic.
Hopefully it does get changed in the future, or just very, very soon. I hope
don't get rid of it, but just like change it, you know?
Change it in a way. Make it more expensive. Make it maybe do less damage. The unique passive is already a good selling point. You know what I mean? Like the adaptive attack is just the cherry on top that makes it super, super crazy. You either nerf the passive or you nerf at least the adaptive attack. Maybe even, you know, give it a little bit of inflation. Just make it a little bit more expensive. That will work too.
Inflate the price.
There's a few things that you could do with Sky Piercer, but I think right now, in terms of like meta, in terms of picks, we're at a point where it's pretty healthy. Every pick could technically still be viable, except maybe pure tanks. Like the Akai, it might already fall off completely in the jungle, but I can still see certain situations that you can make it work, you know?
I think the way that I would look at it, especially right now, is, it's a refreshing change of pace, you know, and it leaves a lot of room for creativity and surprises and stuff like this once again, where, you know, I think even the best teams in the world are going to be pushing the limit of this new patch. I think some people don't realize like how much this can actually change for the esport as a whole, right? Because obviously people in like their regular ranked games, they're going to do whatever they want. They're try things out the way they want. But I think on a competitive level, this is a really refreshing thing, especially if it does change the course of those longer, you know, lord dances and stuff like that. Like I also enjoy those, but I think it's a nice change of pace to have an option of a lineup that isn't that and can be competitive, because we were in a place for a while, Mirko, that if you weren't set up to go toe-to-toe in these lord dances, you had a lesser chance of winning. I feel like, you know, you almost had to have like in a series, you almost had to have one of those lined up, and that was usually the Fredrin that was picked 90% of the time, or the Barretts, or Martiz, or whoever, Akai was the go-to. So now that you have this opportunity where you can pick up some of these picks like the Assassins and bring them to the jungle, and still play around with the fact that you have flexibility when it comes to like roles and lanes, this is interesting, because I feel like even as we go through the Asian qualifiers here for WEC, things will obviously change by the time we get to the WEC, and I think they'll take a lot of what's happening in other tournaments, global tournaments going on for MLBB, and by the time we get to the WEC, the stuff we're seeing here will highly change. It'll definitely change for us. So and whether that's like, to be fair, I will say this is probably one of the first times that I've seen the Indonesian women's team play. Now, I've seen glimpses of them, but like this is the first like full game that I've really watched, and just watching them, like the way that they move, the way that they even pick the lineup. Dude, they like these women mean business, man, and I can see exactly why they're on a win streak. And it's just again, as a whole, MLBB women's is a growing thing across the world. I know Philippines, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and everything else has had these leagues for a while and whatnot, but I like that the competition is rising, and through the interviews that we've had so far through IESF, we know that there's a lot of inspired women out there to compete and play MLBB, so that's awesome, and we do jump into the game number 2 draft here. Indonesia is going to be on the blue side, so I want to see what they take first pick, and this is Brunei's opportunity, to go ahead and take something here to hopefully give them the upper hand in this next game.
It's a very interesting start to the banning phase, right? It's an Arlet and an Xborg. We didn't get to see the Arlet or the Xborg banned down in the previous game, actually, not at all. But it was a different side completely. It was blue side, right? It was blue side for Team Brunei. So last game, they actually banned out the Chip, the Harith, and the Angela. And I think this is technically what you have to do on the blue side, right? Usually, even in MPLPH in your region, it's probably the same, right? The blue side is used to dictate the matchup. So you kind of want to ban as many respect heroes as you can on the blue side, so that you can force out a lot of the prio picks, like the Chip, the Harith, the Angela, the Roger. So many different picks, and they decided to go for the Ling. And we didn't anticipate this. We were talking about how the Ling should be banned out after game number 1, but then it leaves a lot of other heroes open. That's another respect ban going through from Indonesia towards Brunei, and that means there are 3 prio picks that are up for grabs. Again, Arlet, Xborg, and Vixana, they're prio, but they're not prio. They're not first phase ban prio. And now they leave all the heroes that we've been seeing in the bans open. Now it puts Brunei in a very tough spot. Do they want to ban the Chip but let go of the Angela? Do they want to ban the Angela but let go of the Harith and the Chip? There's so many different picks to go for here for Indonesia. And my biggest concern now is Brunei going to be comfortable on these picks? Because technically, they could decide to not ban any of those picks that I said earlier and maybe trade 1 prio hero for 2. But they have to be comfortable on it, right? It doesn't matter if it's prio. If they can't really utilize it completely, then it's still going to be very, very tough. And they decide to go for the Hayabusa. So leaving the Chip, Harith, Angela, and the Roger, and technically the Mathilda open. A lot of big picks here, Naisu.
A ton. And I was wondering if they would do this. So okay, Indonesia grabs the Angela. That's a smart, safe option, I would say. But I was wondering if Brunei would do that, and they do exactly that. They take out the Ling and the Hayabusa, but this also still leaves open quite a bit of options, obviously, in the jungle. But at this point, you just kind of have to take what you get, and get what you take, basically, from both of these lineups here. So with the Angela being across from Brunei, I'm wondering what they're thinking. Like, how do they want to deal with this, with the fact that we could possibly see the combination I was talking about? I'm not sure if we will, but the focusing mark with the Warcry would be very interesting combination of emblems to see utilized in a lineup. And for Brunei, it's like, how do we deal with some of the shields, some of the sustainability, and that healing coming through? Wondering if, okay, wow, this is not what I was thinking. I was like, one of the last heroes in my mind was a Joy. I know it's been a minute and a half since we've seen a Joy pop up, but the Lilia's obviously going to be locked in, secured here. And on the flip side, this is what I was wondering if they would park in the jungle, was the Roger. So what if, this is that Warcry Roger I was trying to theorize in my head. So this is locked in. And then the CC obviously still a solid XP lane. It's funny how little we saw CC pop up in our, so far in our journey throughout IESF and the different regions even. It's really just been Terizla and Yuzhong, which are still open, by the way.
Both are still up for grabs, technically, but on the Joy, do you really... Technically, yeah, you know what? I could see the Terizla, but even then, the Terizla definitely does struggle a bit against the CC in lane, especially in all-ins, right? That's what we kind of saw as well. Even in the previous match, the CC almost took the Terizla down until she got penalty zone inside of the turret.
In the turret.
It's going to be the Claude, it seems. That is going to be picked up, and technically for the Roger and the CC, what's great about these two picks is that it's flex. For the CC, even though we don't really see it a lot in the gold, it can still be used in gold, especially if you have a marksman in the jungle. And again, for the Roger, same thing here. You can actually flex it into the jungle, you can flex it into the gold lane. Both of them work, and especially against the Claude, it works even better. Now they have so many more flex picks to utilize. But oh my god, no. The Angela is also flex. They have 3 picks in the first phase that they can flex. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Brunei, they got 3 picks that can only go to one lane, right? One role. We know that the Lilia is going to go to mid, we know that the Joy is going to go to the jungle, and we know that the Claude is going to go to the gold lane. So this will definitely confuse them in the draft, and you can already see it. They're taking their time with their bans. They don't know what to get rid of, right? If they ban the Faramis, then maybe the Angela gets used as mid, and then they could go for Grok or even Edith later on, and there's going to be a chip ban there from Indonesia. Very interesting. We didn't get to see the chip at all. It's completely ignored. It's been completely ignored the entire day.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, it has been ignored, and I'm surprised. It still is banned, of course, but I feel like since the patch, I don't know if teams are just struggling to play around the chip, or if it's just one of those heroes that it's very niche still. I do feel like that probably fits that category. Like, chip is still niche. You gotta have the right composition, you gotta have the right execution for it, and so instead they just go ahead and ban it out. The Lui, the chip is those that I think about. Funny that Indonesia actually bans out the Grok here too. They don't want the possibility of dealing with that Grok and the Claude combination that they used in the previous game. So this time around, that's taken out. They also just don't want to get basically as much as the CC that you get from Grok, for example, or the Vexana. That's why that was also banned out, because there's the knock-up that comes from the Eternal Guard and everything. As much as possible, you want to allow the Roger to just be able to move in and out the best way possible through the jungle, not get knocked up or CC'd or dealt with any of that. This is crazy. Is this actually going to be locked in? I was not... Like, there's so many picks here so far that I wasn't thinking about, okay, it's the Terizla. They're just kind of teasing us for a little bit. But Terizla's going to be locked in. You were mentioning, too, I agree with you. The Terizla versus the CC matchup is a little bit hard to pull off. But there's always room for outplay and, of course, utilizing the penalty zone regardless of where you stand in the 1v1, right? So this time, man, I'm wondering, too, where the heck is Paquito, like, lately? Like, I'm as a fan of Paquito, and just XP lane in general, he hasn't popped up like at all. But wow, Lunox locked in here. Is this going to be a Ruby? Lunox, another hero, by the way, that I think would work out really well with the whole Sky Piercer thing. Just the way that she bursts down so hard. But then you have Ruby now locked in. This lineup is great from Indonesia. Obviously, you can see a lot of plus sides here, but Brunei, I really want to focus on them and how they can possibly get to a Game 3 against this lineup from Indonesia, especially with what happened in Game 1. To round this up, they need a solid... What do they need? They need a roam here, a good, solid roam choice. Tankiness would be great. Not sure if they want to battle sustainability with sustainability. Raphael is still open. They actually took out the Faramis. I feel like it's, if they had that available, they could have locked that in. But what are we thinking here for this last pick for Brunei?
It has to be, I don't know, for Rome. I think Minotaur would be a safe option, right? Something that just gets some CC down. But the Mathilda, it has been, I think for the entire day, that's been the most prio hero. That's been always in the banning phase. So the fact that it was left open in the banning phase, I completely forgot about it. Yeah, it's up for grabs. You can get a lot of disengage on it, and technically it does fit into this criteria. They need a little bit of utility to play with. They already have an initiator on the Terizla. But my question now is, okay, Angela's gonna go to Rome, so it's Roger jungle, and it's Lunox gold lane.
Interesting.
It's easy going to the XP, and it's Ruby mid for Cine.
This is, well, I would say this is refreshing. This is a refreshing meta, Miracle. And it is the war cry, by the way. Oh, it is the combination that I was talking about. Oh, Fury crafting confirmed. War cry, focusing mark. That's 8 plus 6%. That's a 14% increase.
That's a lot of increase, bro. Especially now.
Well,
I mean, for the Angela, especially, you're gonna be on the Roger.
Yeah, you are. That's what I'm saying. That's the perfect one to pair it up with. So let's see, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what happens in this next game. It's a best of 3 between Indonesia and Brunei. This MLBB women's matchup. Again, all leading to the WEC 2024 in Riyadh later this year. That's where these teams will be headed. And again, a very strong showing, game number 1 from Indonesia. And now we have game number 2. We're going to find out exactly how those emblems, wow, they're feeling pretty confident here, Mirko. Cine, especially on this mid-Ruby, by the way.
Yeah, and it's up against a Lilia. It's up against what Eternal believes to be the best mid laner to control the mid lane. And Bella is getting out-traded by a Ruby and the Angela. And it's a Mathilda Lilia. You get a lot of sustain, you get a lot of base damage early on, and in the gold lane even. Chell's actually winning out that gold lane up against the Claude, right? So far, they've actually kind of drafted for 3 winning lanes.
Yeah, it's a good test, too, for Brunei to be able to play into this, I would suppose, but... You know, for this, I don't think, like, with Cine just charging up here, just really trying to cut this, cut the XP off, too. Child's actually going to go ahead and rotate up. Interesting rotations here from Brunei. Vivial?
Yeah, she's walking up now. Donor and Wolfgang going to be used up. Cine able to flicker out. Electrifying Beast dealing a lot of damage, but now it's going to be Vivian is getting caught very, very low. It's a pullback, and it should be first blood over to Brunei very early on, as that's the Angela punished in the mid lane.
I don't know. Was that a little overconfidence? I mean, to be there, and then Cha comes up, and he gets that revenge. I think it was a revenge strike that got the kill. Oh, Chell.
Oh, might see another. Chell very, very overextended. Should be taken down as well. 2 early kills to Brunei in game number 2. But a turtle spawns in the bottom lane, and it seems for Indonesia, the rest of the team are ready. Roger, Vival, straight onto the turtle she goes, and it should be a free one. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, Cha with a lot of damage, has the penalty zone, doesn't decide to go for it just yet as Cine picks up level 4. And it seems like it's going to be a trade for the purple buff here, as Vival should be able to finish this off without the retribution, and the purple buff will be stolen away by the Joy.
Okay, they steal it, but do they want to fight this?
Curtain call over to Bella, now with the I'm Offended. No, doesn't even use the I'm Offended, just goes for the donor on Wolfgang, and Vivian picks up the kill. That's Indonesia on the board in the 2nd minute of the game, and somehow they're actually still ahead in gold.
Yeah, which is crazy because Brunei was doing a good job, especially finding their own picks around the map and working with that. So, interestingly, again, this is showing how the Indonesians really find gold around the map, even if it's not in terms of these kills. And now this is, again, a lot of extra gold going in their pockets they'll be able to work on here. And now Superstar doesn't have the level 4 just yet, waiting for that to come online. And even, look at this Sky Piercer rush from Vivil. First item.
Yeah, that's the SPA, man. She's a Sky Piercer abuser here, and I think it's confirmed there as she picks it up as first item. But the Joy is very, very good so far. She's actually 1 level ahead of Roger, of Vival, and she's doing a very good job at pathing and invading as much as she can. Umi Echo clearing out in the bottom lane, and Cha will be able to clear this wave together. Curtain Call gets placed down there, but the Joy is able to use the rhythm to escape, and that's actually going to be still the XP wave proxy. Meanwhile, up top, Sha gets a whole lot of damage and is forced to use the flicker even. Wishing Lantern for the Lunox. All right, that's the technology.
That's the tech tree that they're going for. So very interesting lineups here, but we also know that Lantern, it's quite deadly. Hold on, Chell. Okay, they're going to back off. But that's the thing. The Lantern, some of these newer items that we have to take a look at, and you can see the damage, actually from the damage department here, where things are kind of falling in place here. I think that is a good point, though, for Brunei. You have this Joy. She's doing a pretty good job at keeping farmed up. She actually has that, very minor lead that she had earlier. It might be getting away from her, but at this point, You know, you want to be able to fight or at least get these kills. If you're going to trade the objectives here, like they're going to give up this turtle, then you want to get this kill. And that looks like they want to do that for Chell. But it's so hard. This is such a hard target to go for.
And it seems up top, there's still going to be some backup from Cine. Vival straight into the enemy jungle, straight into the enemy purple buff. Will be able to take this away even without the help of any of her teammates. And it seems for the Joy as well, she just did the same thing over to Indonesia's purple buff. And both of them are just straight across the map up top. Circling Eagle gonna be used up, but look at the chaos damage from Chell. Flicker as well, right into the Brilliance. That's a Ruby DD combo. City goes in for the Donor Wolf King, able to stop a little bit of that damage from coming through from Chell. And now she has no mana. She's forced back. But what a combo from Indonesia.
Yeah, great combination. Utilizing, you know, everything that they could do, even under the turret, is just showing quite a bit of confidence once again from this lineup from Indonesia and working around it. So now, you know, Brunei is going to find themselves that they have to be kind of decisive, because if they continue to let Indonesia just make plays around the map, then they're going to find themselves in a similar situation where it just kind of snowballs out of control. So at this point, we got to have Brunei making the plays, and that's got to be up to maybe Cha even, in a sense, to kind of rotate here. And it looks like putting pressure on Fumi Echo. They might make this is they're going.
A three-man gang, and she pops in the Vengeance now with the Rhythm placed down as well. Fumi Echo still able to escape, as that's the Rhythm's not ready for an electrifying Beats move, and Fumi Echo have just outplayed a 1v3 in the bottom lane just with the Vengeance. Unable to get the kill. Meanwhile up top, look at the tick damage going, just barely taking him down. Able to use the regen and the Guiding Wind to escape from that lethal ignition. But take a look at Vival, was rotated up top as well. Battle Mirror Image already going to be used up as Vival goes in for the invade first, and will just use this position to zone Sha away from that lane, getting Chell a free turret up top, and that's a tier 1 now. Straight after the Sky Piercer, Vival has decided to go for the Windtalker, and now it should be a free invade for Indonesia. That's a Retribution, and Vival collects it, but look at the timer. Turtle spawning up in 3 seconds.
Oh, this is crazy. So at this point, like I said, you know, they're going to continue to snowball, scale up really well, and this is, look at the setup here. Are they going to force a fight?
Damage with the curtain call, but it's just the curtain call and a few of those yo-yo strings bouncing back and forth for damage. Not enough to take anyone down. I think they just really wanted to bait out some of the resources. But even then, Brunei, they decide not to go for this turtle. It's going to be free for Vival despite her not having the Retribution. What happened up top? Superstar, Superstar just got taken out 1v1 by the CC, and now Cha's getting kited as well, losing half of her HP, and that's going to be Chell who rotates down below. Now a Guiding Wind taken by Bella, as that's the Joy running away like a bounce under the back. Bella going to be very, very low, slain under the turret, and that's going to be the tier 2. A full dive under the tier 2 with the tier 1 still up, still intact. They dive and they don't care. They get a tier 1 down below as well. Full control for Indonesia.
Oh man, we didn't get to see it, but I think that was the Sky Piercer making it to work with that double kill in the mid lane. And, you know, it continues on here. That's going to be another kill as Cha falls right under the turret. And it looks like Indonesia has decided to go ahead and flip the switch and keep the gas going now as they continue on. They're still going to get this tier 2 turret down. They're still a minute away from this next objective, the Lord coming up. But you can see Brunei really struggling to be able to fight and withstand some of this. City confident the entire game will sit in the base, it looks like. And are they going to fight it out?
Yeah, Sha just disappeared. Now it's a tick and the flicker forward with the chaos. The last bit of damage to take her down. A double kill picked up for Chell. And in the bottom lane, Cha still dealing some damage there, trying to defend. Cine goes in for the Donor Wolf King onto the Joy. And it's going to be Fumi Echo with the curtain call, locking them down with the yo-yos as well. Slowly but surely depleting them of their HP bar. But Indonesia stays disciplined, stays now composed, goes into the mid lane to pick up the tier 2. 8 minutes in, no Lord, but they got the tier 2. Mid and bot.
Okay, they get that. Now we're 15 seconds away from the Lord spawning up. Indonesia, they've done this before. They get themselves a nice big lead, 10,000 ahead. They can work around this too. You can already see things kind of falling into place once again in the item department, and look at the gap between this, of course, especially jungle wise. There's a couple items, Starlium Scythe there and the concentrated energy, but it's really not enough to fight some of these team fights. And it looks like Brunei is just going to have to give this one up and get ready for the defense. And the problem with that there's a Ruby across from you. You don't have the flicker just yet on Cine, but that's a forced fight, especially with a Heart Guard, and then you have a lot of tools to actually just force a fight into the base, regardless of if they try to turtle up around these turrets and everything else. So for Indonesia, they just have to wait a little bit longer for that Lord to make its way up and spawn in. And with the lead that they have for themselves, again, this is a very difficult defense to pull off for Brunei. We'll see if they can hold it together at 10 minutes into the game. Even with that, though, they're not really, like, even Shaw's not where she needs to be in terms of the damage department on those items for this Claude. And Bella really can only just do so much to clear these waves out. But here comes the Lord. Indonesia gonna march it in.
And it's only just the first Lord, but they've dealt already with a turret splash damage. And now it's gonna be a free turret in mid lane. Nothing traded back just yet. Cine losing a lot of HP. That's going to be the I'm Offended into the Flicker combo. Right into Fumi Echo, does some damage now. And that's going to be the electrifying beats as well. But look at the Lycan Pounds from Vival. And that's the Sky Piercing doing work into the back. A double kill. A full dive now into the fountain. Another Sky Piercer, maybe proc. But no, he's unable to find the final proc. But they will be able to find the game in 10 minutes and 31 seconds. Indonesia with a clean sweep against Brunei.
Oh, man. From game 1 to game 2, very decisive games, of course, from Indonesia. But I think a lot of people, again, as a tournament favorite, they expected this very strong showing from Indonesia in this lineup here. And again, it was a very tough task ahead of for Brunei to deal with. And we could see that time and time again. You can see, really, Shaw was not in capacity to farm up at all for her. I mean, even in game 1, she kind of struggled here, but this is just what happens, especially when, teams like Indonesia, they get this kind of chokehold on some of these teams, and it sometimes, like I said, it doesn't even happen in terms of kills. Like, it happens on a macro style, and, regions that really have mastered the macro to these games. Sometimes it's not even about the kills, and if they can start the kills, they start it a little bit later or towards that first turtle, or sometimes they're just farming. But the timings and everything else are really on point from teams like this from Indonesia. And interesting too, because I don't think we got the closest look to it because we missed a couple of those, but the interaction once again between the war cry and the focusing mark, I think, was very apparent for some of those kills. And now I know, it's a little bit hard to guess as much because once things snowball, it gets kind of out of hand. But I think too, like, if you run that combination, the snowball gets even more dangerous because of the fact of, like, think about it, like an extra 14% damage on maybe one of the hits, as we take a look at the highlights here. And not only that, but you pointed it out earlier too, the lantern that was picked up early on for Chell. Like, I think that's a 10%. If I remember right, that's once you do like a certain amount of damage, like 800 damage, which is easy to do with a Lunox, especially with the Chaos Bolts. It does like 10% of the current HP. Like, there's so many percentages now that come into play, especially with some of these emblems, and I think they're quite devastating, especially in certain games like this. So for Indonesia, they really kind of scaled up. They made a couple little overzealous mistakes in the beginning, little confident mistakes, but look at this. Like, you're seeing the burst damage come through here, especially with having the Angela first pick. This is that double kill. Boom. Right? And here's the next one. Boom. Yeah. There's the Star Piercer, right? The Star Piercer. The Sky Piercer comes out. And this is the thing, man. So I think there's obviously at some point going to be some changes here, of course, for the SBA people out there. But this is, again, just a very strong showing from Indonesia. And again, a tournament favorite. So we'll see exactly where they kind of end up throughout this whole series on their journey to the WEC.
I don't know, man. Looking at this final skirmish, they just played it so well. I can't believe Cine survived that, right? Because she went in. She was supposed to be the sacrificial lamb, the main initiator. Went in for the I'm Offended flicker, gets caught in the penalty zone, gets caught in the blazing duet, gets caught in every single bit of damage that Brunei have to offer, and she still survives. They wiped them out almost, right? There was one member left standing in the base. And they don't lose a single member. Not even the one who initiated so far out. The one who soaked in all the damage. And they made a Ruby mid work, bro. It's a Ruby mid with an Angela roam. Remember, it's not a Ruby roam and an Angela mid. and it was a Lunox Gold.
It was a Lunox Gold. So it's like, I'm not gonna say gone are the days of only gold Harif, but like, Lunox Gold was a thing back in the day, like back in the day, like, patches ago or whatever. But now, like, this is actually pretty devastating. And I feel like this is once again what I was saying, where, you have a lot of room once again for some experimentation. And by experimentation, like, this is it, like changing some of these heroes that are known for going in certain lanes and then flexing them into others. I don't know how many teams would pull that off, the Ruby in the mid lane, but that's mostly also because you have an Angela locked in there. And you can actually swap those around too. Angela could be roamer mid. Ruby could now be roamer mid. That could work. And the Lunox ends up going in the gold lane, and it was not a good time to deal with, because I think the first item was the Wishing Lantern, wasn't it? It was locked in right away. So, and like I said, with Lunox, it's easy to trigger that 10% damage with the current health, the way that passive works. So again, congratulations to Team Indonesia here. Very decisive win so far against Brunei, and that's game one was under 10 minutes and the second one was about 10-ish minutes. So wondering exactly what team is going to be able to step up against Indonesia, because with this is a very it's a very big statement, I feel like, from Indonesia, and we'll see. We'll see exactly what happens here, moving on, and some of the other teams, if they can be competitive with them.
We'll see, man. I think based on it was the last SEA Games, I believe, the grand finals were Indonesia and the Philippines. So maybe the Philippines might be able to go up against Indonesia, but we'll see later on if that continues to be the case, right? Because this is, I think, the first time ever that we are having an MLBB women's division for IESF. So it's already very interesting to see all these new teams come in, all these new nations, and I really hope that somewhere out there, right, outside of Indonesia, outside of the Philippines, outside of Southeast Asia, hopefully there's going to be a team out there who can actually suddenly rise to the top and at least give them a run for their money, if not win it all anyways, right? It'll be really cool. It's such a cool story to have, and it also will bring a lot of attention, a lot of new eyes to that new region, and it'll just show that the development of MLBB is all around the world, right? It's not just in Southeast Asia, not just in Asia, but even in the West. Maybe we might see the North American women's women's team later on. Very, very excited.
Hey, you know what I'm excited about is the fact that even throughout here for ISF, like, we have new teams, new people competing as well. I think I'm not sure exactly. I think maybe this is tomorrow when we get to the men's or the mixed. I think there's even like Oceania now, and this is going back to the new league that was basically open, which was, I believe it's the OCC Australia League or something like that, if I recall correctly, which, there's new leagues and new countries joining in on a lot of these tournaments and joining in. And I think that's the thing, is like, obviously you're going to have these regions like Indonesia, for example, here for the women's, that is very dominant, just based out of the amount of experience that they've had, as number one, the amount of time that they've had into the esport and practice, and the amount of support that they have. And if you are in certain parts of the world, then I feel like you get to completely focus on MLBB. It's a luxury that some of the other people, like we heard through the interviews, that they don't exactly get to dedicate 4 to 6 to 8 hours, sometimes 12 hours a day, that some of these players do to MLBB. But it nonetheless, the progress is there from the other regions, and that's like what we've seen so far, like throughout IESF. And actually, I think even if you go back to your time first, I think the first time you were casting IESF was 2022. Like, I'm sure the same thing. Like, you got to see a lot of first time competitors, or even regions that maybe you didn't even know had an MLBB scene in it. And you're like, whoa, what's going on here? And then you actually see that they actually surprise you in some aspect or another. I mean, I feel like you and I shared that sentiment just watching this year's African Online qualifiers, like the way that some of those players and teams played, and then hearing exactly how they prepare for that. So, overall, just very great to kind of see here. And now that we've opened up the Asian Online segment of ISF, it's great to see. But I think we are ready for an interview. And it looks like we're going to be interviewing Vivel here. So how do you say her? Virel. Virel. Let's see. Hello, Virel. Can you hear us? Wait,
Hello.
I gotta unmute. I always forget to do this, man.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, we can hear you all good.
Awesome. Congratulations, first off. Very strong game 1 and game 2. I think under 10 minutes and then a 10 minute and a half game for game 2. I have to ask, I'm going to ask this first question here right off the bat. Interesting composition for game 2. Great to see this kind of mix-up where we have Lunox in the gold lane and now we have Ruby paired up with Angela in the mid lane. Is this just something new that you guys are trying out, or is it something that you guys have practiced a lot? Because it's an interesting lineup.
Our lineup just now for both games, we have been practicing it for a very long time. So yeah, we used it in our games today.
Awesome. Yeah, it was you guys executed very well, obviously. Mirko, go ahead.
Yeah, I think my question is like a little bit more personal to the team, right? I mean, you guys got a new analyst in the team. I know your coach is Susugaja, but you guys got a new analyst. You know, you got Dewa. How good of an analyst is he? You know, just yeah.
We got our new analyst from a lot of recommendations. So I know it's not he's been here for a while now, not for a long time. So he is also still adjusting with us. And now I think, yeah, we have bonded. He has bonded with us pretty deeply, and yeah, he's a great analyst.
Okay, I'll add one more question on top of that, right? Because right now it does seem like, again, Indonesia are the favorites coming into IESF 2024 for MLBB Women's. Which country, which nation are you most excited to go up against later on?
We are of course very excited to face every region in IESF, since before we have not faced a lot of regions. This is the first time we have faced Brunei, so it will be very exciting to face every region.
Oh, might have lost her for a second there. We'll see if she gets back to us. But I think she was saying, yeah, they were pretty much excited to go against all the regions. You know, it's the first time that they get to go against Brunei, and there's a lot of, like I was saying this earlier, man. Like there's a lot of new countries and everything, representations joining the IESF, and I think that's the exciting thing. It's good too that. I don't know if she was leading into it, but she was going to say like they're excited to face off against the Philippines, you know, eventually. But I think either way you look at it, like it's just, I think everyone shares that idea of it's nice to see these new competitors come into the scene and compete. You know, I think that's the beauty of it.
For sure. I think the fact that, you know, IESF has given a platform to everyone, has given a platform to so many different countries that are even like very, very new to the game. The fact that we have that is already really, really cool. And it might look like, you know, maybe they're kind of like, oh, not on the same level as the other teams, but yeah. The fact that they get a platform to perform, the fact that they now have like something to work for, right? That makes it so that that region will be able to develop later in the future. They get some more friends going on, and then they'll become a whole community like in the African region. Because again, in IESF 2022, it was very, very new in Africa. Namibia was we had Namibia as the representative of Africa, and they weren't able to perform at all in the main stage. But what has that created? We take a look 2 years later, and now the African region. We just casted for the African regional qualifier, and everyone seems to have stepped up. Like they have all stepped up, not just a notch. They've stepped up a whole different level. We saw a Yin Rome and a Helker mid. Yes, I'm always gonna bring that up. I will never stop bringing that up. All right, every single time, I'll always bring that up, bro.
That's never dying down.
Never. And then we had so many interesting facts. Kilowane with his Hanzo. Obviously, yeah. And Egypt getting through it with Tunisia. Both those teams looking super, super strong. They don't just look like, they don't look like an average team. They look strong. They have very, very good macro and micro. I'm very excited to see them on the world stage, man.
You know, I'm wondering too, like the way that the current patch has like set in, I feel like this benefits a lot of the growing and newer regions, like more than anything. Because I feel like this is naturally just like the teams that first pick up MLBB for the first time, I feel like this is more their play style is like they just want a team fight. They want to clash it out. They want to pick, they want to go in with these heroes that just essentially like lets them play some of their favorite heroes and not have to conform so much to this certain typical, like this very set play style, which is what the utility jungler type playstyle was for the longest time, and it still works. I would say it still is a viable option, but I think now once again you have this option where you can opt for stuff like this, like we just saw from Indonesia. Very interesting lineup to bring to the table, and you heard it from Vival herself. Like they tested this out multiple times, and they brought it out today. So just awesome lineup to see, and I'm 100% we're going to see more, especially with, of course, tomorrow. But today was as we look at today, and everything that we experienced today to open up the Asian qualifiers to WEC here for IESF. Once again, we started it up. Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, and that was a best of 5. Again, those first 2 matches we had, if you guys missed them, we had first 2 matches were best of 5s because they're the only 2 teams in their kind of subcategory region. So the first team from that to win it would automatically qualify for the WEC. So if you guys are curious, by the way, and you want to follow along, you can actually go to iesf.gg. I believe Nightbot on the stream for YouTube is constantly putting that out there, so you guys can check out the bracket there. And you can also check it out on Liquipedia as well. You can check out either of those. But isf.gg is the main website, and definitely check it out. It's updated the fastest. So with that, again, Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan, again, it was a great series. Finally, we had one where so far we have, like us personally casting, we haven't had a
sweep,
game
right?
go past the sweep. Yeah, so that one was the first one that we finally got to a game for, and unfortunately, they had some issues with it, so they ended up remaking it and doing it offline. Same result though. Kazakhstan ended up winning. Second match, we had Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia, of course. Mongolia came out swinging. It was almost kind of what we expected from Mongolia as a region. Their women's team does it just as good, and they came out with a 3-0. And then, of course, here, I guess the same can be said about Indonesians, Mirko. The Indonesian team, very strong, tournament favorite. They go against Brunei. It was great to see them, of course, play it out in this best of 3. But for Indonesia, they did have a very dominant game 1 and game 2. And, so that's what we had to start us off here for day 1. Mirko, any final thoughts about day number 1 here as we opened up?
I mean, my thoughts on day number 1 is so far it's been surprising, but it's been, I think, the same level of, like, we've been surprised, but we've also been expecting some of these games, so yeah, it's a good mix of surprising and also expected matches. But for tomorrow, I think we're gonna have a whole load of different matches, a whole different kind of matches as well. There's gonna be a lot of matches that we don't really expect to go to a sweep, but will go to a sweep. A lot of matches that we expect to be a sweep and will hopefully give us a full series. We still haven't seen a full series. Not here, not yet. But tomorrow I have hope. I've said this every day, but tomorrow I really have hope.
Tomorrow you have hope for a full series?
At least one of those games, right? We got 5 matches tomorrow. If none of them go full, it's so sad.
Yeah, I was going to say, tomorrow we have 5 matches. We start a little bit earlier tomorrow, too. So you guys that are watching on the stream, tune in a little bit earlier. We actually start tomorrow also with the MLBB men's. We will also have one MLBB women's match, I believe, at the end. I think it is, but I know we open up the day with MLBB men's, and I think we start off, Cambodia versus Myanmar is actually going to be the first match. So we have, again, if you guys are watching and you're wondering why some are best of 5s, some are best of 3s, they're basically depending on how many regions or sub-regions are in that category. So again, I highly suggest you guys check out iesf.gg to better understand it. But tomorrow we have a mix, actually. Most of them are best of 3s because it covers the round robin area for especially Southeast Asia. And then we have a best of 5. We have one best of 5 tomorrow. That is the new region that I was talking about for men's, especially because I'm not sure if you've tuned in to OCC Australia, but that's where New Zealand came through. So we have Guam and New Zealand. Like, this is like a new region for a lot of people that will see this for the first time. And then, of course, we have we end it tomorrow with, it looks like the Indonesians playing again for MLBB Women's, versus Laos. So 5 matches tomorrow, and I'm not sure if we're going to be joined by another caster Mirko tomorrow, but if not, we'll find out. So if we do all 5 games, hey, we're ready. Hey, maybe they're all going all the distance. Maybe you just cursed us, by the way.
I really hope I did, because I've been trying to curse these games to go all the way, right? It hasn't worked out. So maybe it's been a bless, technically, right?
Mere bless.
Mere bless.
Mere bless. Mere curse. We'll find out. But that's going to wrap it up for us, guys, here tonight. Thank you for all joining us on day 1 of the Asian qualifiers here, the road to WEC. We have more action for you guys tomorrow. Of course, like I said, it starts earlier tomorrow, so keep an eye out for the schedule on the socials. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you guys back here tomorrow for day number 2. Until then, get some rest. Bye-bye.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of IESF Asian Regional Qualifiers. This time, still for IESF 2024 WEC in Riyadh. For you guys watching right now, man, still, I think, a round robin for them. So, what are you doing? How you doing? Nice.
I'm doing good, man. So far we had a great opening, I would say, for yesterday, but it was all women's games, and we saw amazing things, especially from teams like, I would say Kazakhstan was really surprising for me yesterday. And then Mongolia, we got to see that sweep. And then in Indonesia, of course, but now today we get a mix. Actually, it's a mix of both men's and women's later on. I think we only have one women's match at the end of the day.
Yep.
But kicking it off here for Cambodia and Myanmar, I think is going to be a very interesting start to the day, for the most part, because I think it starts out at a high level already. Like, if you talk about these two teams themselves and like their play style and everything else, they're going to come out swinging, man. And we have spent so much time talking about this patch, the new items, the changes, and it's safe to say, Mirko, that, I can't even say that we're set in a meta right now, because we've seen so many different things pop up, so many unique heroes already utilized. And, these new items also coming into play, of course. And that's been a topic of discussion all around online everywhere. So we'll see. We'll see how even now some of these teams from the men's teams will be kind of setting the pace with whatever lineups and combinations of items they want to play for this first matchup.
And for everybody watching right now, you guys can go ahead and check out www.isf.gg to take a look at the groups and all of the results, because there are a few matches that will be going off stream right now, because some of the matches will be streamed, some of them will be played off stream. And right now, if you guys want to know, for the group stages at least, we have 2 groups for Southeast Asia. We got Group A with Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, and Timor-Leste, and Group B with Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, and Vietnam. But this is today's schedule here. As you can see, a stacked day with a total of 6 matches, I believe, but some of these will be off stream. 5 of these matches, however, will be live here on stream. It starts with Cambodia versus Myanmar, and then in our second match, it's another big matchup. Indonesia takes on Malaysia as we continue on later in the day with a lot of crazy matches here, back and forth action for sure. And then we will be ending things off with MLBB Women. So I believe right here, what you're seeing is kind of a mix, right, of MLBB men's and women's, because Indonesia versus Laos will be an MLBB women's match.
Yeah, it's a whole day packed of games, but that's a good thing to point out, because some people do get confused. Like, they're like, where are these games? Because I even saw this yesterday with the Philippines female team. It wasn't streamed, so some people were messaging me and asking me like, hey, I see, where's the games? They're not streamed. Yes, some of the games, this is a normal thing actually for IESF through, and also just for online events that have all these countries or all these teams participating. Unfortunately, you cannot stream all of them at once. So this time around, once again, as a reminder to everybody, some of the games will be happening offline, off stream. And if you guys want to check them out. Again, Mirko already mentioned this. Go to the website, check out IESF.gg, and you guys can stay up to date that way. But for us today, we have 5 matches, I believe it is, that will be live streaming and casting for you guys. We'll be joined with another caster as well later on. But that's the thing, man. It's so far, I would say, just what we've seen from Asian qualifiers for day one, the Asian Championship going to WEC. That's another thing we kind of have to remind everybody that this is actually for MLBB. These teams are competing for that slot already for the WEC. They're going straight there. And so these best of threes that really do kind of start things off, it's important because you don't have, that many games. It is a best of 3, but you really have to be on point. And I feel like that's even a challenge in a way, if you will, like Mirko, because
for sure,
with the changes and with some of the new stuff popping up, itemization and everything, you hope that they have enough practice. But I will say, like, right now is a really good time to be an MLBB fan or an MLBB player, man, because there's so many competitions and tournaments going on. Like, some of these players just go from tournament to tournament to tournament. So I'm sure that they have had plenty of time to test things out or, try even new things. But really, when you're talking about a best of 3, if you're going to try something, let that first game be that experiment and then go from there. But I am happy that we did finally get our first non-sweep yesterday. So far, if you're going from
technically,
qualifiers to here, it wasn't a sweep. But hopefully today we get some, I would love some 3-game series going the distance here, Mirko.
I think match number 1 is very, very promising. If you want to talk about the match going all the way to full 3 games, I think match number 2 has a lot of potential there as well, right? But we'll stick to Cambodia versus Myanmar first here before we move on later on to Indonesia versus Malaysia. But I'd love to see the team lineups. And honestly, for the team lineups, I think you guys watching should already know. For Cambodia, it's a see you soon lineup, but obviously without MP the King. They've swapped out a few of these members, but I do want to talk a little bit about the slots first, right? Because for IESF 2024 WEC 24 in Riyadh, for at least Southeast Asia, there will be 2 slots, right? And then later on, there's going to be 1 slot for South Asia, 1 slot for East Asia that is already taken by Mongolia, by Team Mongolia. We got 1 slot for West Asia, 1 slot for Central Asia. And again, Kazakhstan, by beating Uzbekistan 3-1 yesterday in the non-sweep, that was Kazakhstan qualifying straight into Central Asia as the team. And also, we got the Oceanic qualifiers later on. We'll have a playoff match for Guam versus New Zealand. Very, very interesting matchup. But now let's talk a little bit back about the lineups for both these teams, right? Because for Cambodia, it's Lucas in for MP the King from the See You Soon lineup for Cambodia, but it's still going to be the same group of people that we are used to seeing on the international stage for Cambodia. It's Felix, Ra, Run, and Boxy. And for Myanmar, it's basically just full Mythic Seal, right? Ruby DD, Ken, Justin, Juno, Zide. I'm a big fan of both these teams, honestly, but maybe I'm a bigger fan of Justin, perhaps because of what he was able to show back then in MSC 2022, the crazy Johnson plays and how aggressive he is as a mid laner. It's just a very different angle, a very different perspective as a mid laner that he brings to the scene, I love the creativity coming in from Myanmar all these past years as well, but for Cambodia, it's the sheer amount of just raw mechanics that they have. I think Boxy is very, very impressive for me personally. Like, after seeing See You Soon a lot of the times in international tournaments, Boxy is one of those roamers, especially on flashy picks like the Kufra, the Chos, these initiators, who is able to just steal the show sometimes up against, even the Filipinos, Indonesians, some of the powerhouses. He's able to perform so well on these picks, and it really just comes down to how he's feeling, because it seems from some of these tournaments, if Boxy doesn't get that momentum going from the start of the game, if he doesn't get his flashy picks, Cambodia do lose a bit of that power early on to dictate the matchup, to go for these crazy skirmishes, and to force the team fights that they're kind of known for here. Technically, for both these teams, they're known for team fighting. Both of them love skirmishing. Both of them love playing around these neutral objectives and then battling it out. And here it is, the lineup again, as you guys probably want to see for Cambodia. It seems there's going to be actually a bit of a swap. I'm not sure, but it's going to be Moshi, Tegami, Nabi, Ue, or V, sorry, and Yui Fendi, it seems. So it's actually not going to be the lineup we were talking about.
Okay, well, interesting, because I was following what's on, we saw here earlier, but if this is the case, if it is just going to be let's say a completely different team Could be even the case for Myanmar, but we'll have to see once we get the look at the lineups. But I guess what we could say is that, speaking of what we've seen from Cambodia before, by the roster that we were used to seeing from See You Soon, that could actually play a part where it's like the play style, I should say, the play style for them is definitely a part of their identity, if you will. And I feel like Cambodia is always one of those regions that, I don't want to say they're complete dark horse territory, like from internationals that we usually see them compete in, but they are a team that typically, you're right, like if one of the players for some reason just doesn't have like a good game or a good day, their series as a whole kind of struggles. And they have a lot of playmakers, I feel like, and something that Cambodia kind of struggled with was fitting into that. It's not completely an old meta, but the utility dancing off meta, with the lords and everything else. They were a region that really just liked to fight. And I feel like where we are going with the meta right now favors these regions. Like, it favors these regions that love to be a little scrappy, a little, start off on a really strong foot, get the momentum going. And, some games just so far, like, we haven't seen games go super long just yet. I feel like the longest we've seen is maybe the 23-minute mark, I think, is our longest game. I know our fastest is 6.5 minutes. Like that's quite the disparity between 6.5 minutes to 23 minutes. And we're yet to get to the point where are we seeing some of these longer games go 30 minutes? Because with teams like this, especially when we're in this part of the world for IESF, teams are most likely going to end quicker than, take longer to win games. We see them end a lot earlier. So, part of this, again, okay, we are going to take a look at Cambodia's roster. Here we go.
There you go. Yeah, all right.
It is. I didn't know if we were getting thrown a curveball.
Yeah.
Or, but it is going to be Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run for the lineup from Cambodia. So now that we have that cleared out, thank you so much. And now we can, again, we have a lot of information on these guys, Mirko. So, everything that we kind of built up, I think the region still plays very similar to what we see from them, and that's why there's such a dominant, strong, lineup here from Cambodia.
Very, very aggressive lineup for every single one of these members, right? But especially Ra and Boxy. And I think, like you mentioned, in this new meta, especially, this has already been like the case for the longest time, but the trio mid is just so important, right? So if Ra and Boxy can get things going all the way from the start, can get a winning matchup in the mid lane, or just comfort picks so that they can actually pop off in these team fights, it'll do Cambodia a whole lot here in these skirmishes. And also for Felix, mainly, it does seem like he is more of a playmaking XP. He loves getting his hands on the Terizlas, getting his hands on the CC heroes that can really dive into the back and actually provide some sort of utility, whether it be CC or sometimes a little bit of damage mixed in with that CC, right? Maybe a CC pick, curtain call with some poke there with the yo-yo. Really cool stuff from Cambodia. And I'm glad, I had a second guess myself earlier because of the rosters, right? But now, all right, I was like, all right, I don't know why they would swap, but okay, this is the correct one. And I don't know. Sometimes, especially with these players already playing with an import in their MPL, some of the concerns that are raised during national or like when they represent Cambodia is the fact that how are they going to perform without some of these imports, right? They have an import in the gold lane, and also they have an import in the jungle. So with these two players not being able to play for Cambodia, obviously, now with two players stepping in, I really wonder how they've actually adapted. How has Lucas and Run adapted to the rest of the See You Soon lineup, right? Because technically, they have been playing together for a long time as well, but this is where full lineups like Myanmar have an advantage, have a bit of an edge here. And we can see here for Ken, Justin, Ruby Didi, Juno, and Zide, they've been playing as a team for such a long time. This is Mythic Seal. If you guys follow the Myanmar scene, the Myanmar qualifiers, they're always able to make it to at least top 2. It's very unfortunate that the last 2 times they were only able to get top 2. They were not able to get that final win in the grand finals to qualify to some of the other events, but I'm glad to see them here representing Myanmar, right? Because even though they're not going to be in the Esports World Cup, they'll be in the World Esports Championships, maybe to the main stage. I really hope so too, because this is a team that a lot of people, even to this day, even after their solid performances back to back, people still doubt them. People still think that they are like shaky, and I get that. I definitely understand that, because it does look like Myanmar are kind of shaky compared to, other teams, but that's just their playstyle. They love going for the 50-50 gambles. They love taking risks, and it's all about the calculation that they make in the game to make those risks happen, or to take those risks and make it good for them, make it work for them. I'm very interested in how this will work out, because technically what I mentioned for Myanmar kind of applies to Cambodia as well. They're also risk takers. Is that it's going to be a bombastic game for sure.
I 100% agree, man, because when you just look at this lineup from Myanmar, just watching them over the course of like the past tournaments or even the internationals they've competed in, they're always a team to keep your eye on. They always are able to sometimes pull something out of the hat in situations where you're like, man, how do they do that? And it's usually just because, again, their players individually are so gifted, and as a team they've been playing together for quite some time now, that they have this synergistic thing with that bombastic play style, if you will, that chaotic play style. I'm gonna have my eyes especially on Justin, man. I always enjoy watching Justin play, and with the way that the mid lane has kind of shifted a little bit, I know we still see a lot of Louis Yi, but even if he picks up the Louis Yi, I'm okay with that. I want to see how Justin is playing with that, fitting into some of the changes that have happened here. And I think even for, the case of like Ken in the jungle, like what type of jungle picks will Myanmar pick up? Because so far when we look at, junglers, yes, you mentioned Lucas being on this lineup now for Cambodia, a little bit of a change, but I would still almost just kind of assume that both these regions, if they really wanted to pull out the assassin picks for the jungle, this could start off a very flashy showing for our first best of 3, with those two junglers going head to head here. And I think that's also where you have to point out the fact, like you mentioned with Boxy, man, like Boxy's got to have this good, like he's got to have a good start, a good game. Roamers, I feel like, are in a weird position right now. I even looking online, I feel like I've seen a lot of like Roams players, like tanky players, our mains, kind of complain a little bit about the Sky Piercer, and dealing with that. I don't know, like I've heard two sides of the story, and maybe you guys listening and watching the stream can also share your thoughts, because I feel like there's two camps for the Sky Piercer. Like some people are like, man, it needs to be changed, something has to happen about it. And then there's the other camp that's like, it's not that bad, like the defensive items are actually decent, like to deal with it, and it's actually kind of hard to get that trigger, the passive off, and the stats on it, the base stats aren't that good, so like there's two camps of like debate for this item alone. Like, can you imagine one item causing so much online debating going between the both categories here? So I want to see exactly what these two teams want to do about it, and how that's going to affect some of the roaming options. Because even yesterday with the women's, Mirko, we saw some great things just with like a Minotaur alone. Remember the combination? I feel like this is the most memorable for me yesterday, was that Minotaur Iksha combination. I mean, they had a Terizla too paired in with that, and that was like the you're just hoping for the holy moly setup wombo combo of lifetime. We didn't get it at the end, but you still saw how strong the Minotaur still is in the roam, and some of that setup potential when you pair it up with an XP laner like a Terizla, who is arguably probably one of the most picked heroes aside from Yuzhong in the XP lane, that is definitely going to be highly contended, I think. So we'll have to see how this XP lane adjusts also from that. But so far, we have seen Yuzhong fall down a little bit in terms of that 100% win rate. He was holding on for the longest time. But, I can't wait to finally see this start, because it's always exciting when you're watching, especially you get to the point where it's also MLBB Open or men's, and you see what they've been cooking, for a while, because I think that's what a lot of people would say, like, let them cook. Let's see exactly what these guys have cooked for the lineups and for the major tournaments.
We were talking just yesterday about how this meta is going to be shaping up the whole, like, every single lane, right? How it's going to be playing out, etc. But I do really want to talk about the XP lane, because we were talking about, especially last patch, before this patch dropped, that the XP lane is so diverse. We get to see the Benedetto, we get to see a whole lot of Paquitos, and there's a lot of just different picks you can actually make work in the XP lane. Same goes for the mid lane, the roam, especially, and the gold lane, right? But the jungle was very, very static. It was very one-dimensional pre-patch. Now after the patch, we were seeing so much more diversity, which is amazing in the jungle, but we're kind of the hero pool is kind of dying in the XP lane, though, right? I mean, so far, based on the first day of the Asian region qualifiers, because it was literally just what? Terizla, Yuzong, and then we get CC from time to time. Those are the 3 picks that we've been seeing the whole day yesterday. It was just a swap every single time with these 3 picks going back and forth. And maybe it's because of the War Axe, you know, getting a little bit of a buff technically. It's kind of a merger with the Bloodlust Axe. We got that Sky Piercer as well, but this War Axe is just really, really good, especially for these heroes like the Terizla, like the Yuzong, and the CC. These 3 picks that we've been seeing from day number 1, all of them can actually abuse that additional sustain, plus the prolonged team fight effect also from that composition. But hold up, we're going to get straight into the draft, it seems, and we got a new draft, asset right here. Shout out to production, but Myanmar is going to be on the blue side, Cambodia is going to be on the red side. We got the Chip, the Harith banned out straight out of the bat, and whoa, Ling and Luo Yi. So super respect, I would say, given over already. Oh, by the way, I think it might be swap because some of the player names are kind of like, you know, Ken Ruby Didi is Myanmar. So yeah, we'll see later on which one is actually on like red or blue.
Yeah, right now we'll just go with the fact that these bans are for sure, right? So we'll at least that and see if the players end up swapping here, because it is pretty important when you're thinking of who is blue, who is going to be red, and how do they draft according to that. Matilda's going to be banned out here for this last phase. I'm still assuming this is Myanmar banning these out. Interesting too that the Ling was taken out, because we saw this yesterday. It was from Indonesia, right? That played the Ling for the first time, and it was quite devastating to say the least. So last ban's going to be the Angela taken out. We saw that priority picked up quite a bit of times so far throughout this. So first pick here with a lot left open, and this is where typically you see the Fredrin still open, you're going to be like, man, Fredrin locked in right now. But that's not the case anymore, guys. It's changed, right? This utility dominance is changing to a certain extent. Roger picked up first here.
Great flex pick, right? It's really, really good. I was just expecting, you know, hopefully maybe we get that Fredrin pick, right? As you say, you know, it's not going to be the Fredrin first pick. That will be a classic Caster Curse moment. But yeah, the Roger is just really, really good right now. We got so much flex potential on this Roger to go for the jungle or the gold lane. But hey, Myanmar seems to be, you know, still loving that Fredrin. It's going to be the Fredrin and the Arlet locked in. Arlet also kind of a flex right now. They can use it in roam. They can also use it in XP. It's going to be very, very good to utilize in towards a later phase. But all right, we are going to go back here straight into the draft. So we're not going to be using that asset, not just yet. There has been a Minotaur and a Vixana pick since we last saw in the drafts, and so far it does seem like it's kind of a mix, right? They want to go for no, it's actually just a full team fighting composition so far for Cambodia. And for Mythic Seal, they're also leaning towards that. Maybe they want to double down here with the last pick in the first phase, but I wonder what they're going to go for, right? Like this early in the first phase, are they going to go for a mage, perhaps go for the Valentina, able to steal away the Eternal Guard and also Minion's Fury? Or maybe do they want to pick up a marksman and have that edge later on in the second phase so that they can actually go and start banning out Cambodia? But it's neither. It's not a Valentina, not a marksman. It's a Farsa pick for Justin. As expected from the man in the mid lane. Justin loves playing these, you know, explosive heroes. Last time, I mean, his most iconic pick has still got to be the Johnson, but the Farce is good too for Justin.
Interesting. I was just laughing a little bit too. Raw, your big daddy. So, or big, yeah, your big daddy. So I'm not used to seeing Raw's name like that, but so they have this. The lineup that they have in the first phase already here, I feel like is pretty solid for both sides. Something that we haven't seen pop up often is the Arlot. I feel like it's been slept on a little bit by a lot of the teams competing, because Arlot's still definitely a great pick, and the final slash, you can use it in so many different ways to initiate, to peel, to kind of, and at the same time, I feel like he still is flexible. We don't actually know if he is 100% going to go into the XP lane just yet. There could be some swaps, or if he is going to be going roam. So with that, both sides already having really solid choices. Now, second phase of the bans, you can see the Yuzhong was actually taken out, and I'm wondering if this means that we might see a Terizla pop up here to round out this lineup, of course, from Cambodia. But with that, there's one ban left. Edith 2, by the way, We saw how devastating it can be yesterday with that lane paired up from Indonesia in the women's matches. And okay, there it is. So they take out those options from the XP lane. No Yuzhong, no Trizla. What does this leave open for Cambodia here to pick up in the XP lane once they get through that next ban? XP lane, like you said, has kind of been really just zoned into maybe a few picks, so far from what we've seen. And I even miss the Paquito, man. One of my favorite heroes to watch, to just kind of play into the hands of any team.
So both of the picks that we were talking about, the Yuzhong and the Trizla, that have basically been buffed, not directly, but with the changes in the items, right? It's been buffed, has been taken away straight off the bat, like Yuzhong and the Trizla. So they're really focusing down on the XP. It does definitely mean that maybe Ruby DD will be on this Arlet in the XP lane, and that's going to be a very good Kaja ban as well, respecting the pick-off potential that Mythic Seal for Myanmar here can actually utilize. And for the pick, let's see now, with the Edith and the Kaja ban, two technically roam bans towards Myanmar. They want to go for the gold lane here, a safe gold laner. What would it be? Probably a Claude, right? If you want to really get out of the minion's fury, get out of the range of maybe the Terrifier or the Eternal Guard. It's just going to be very, very tough, though, if you go for the Claude, because technically then you'll have a little bit of scaling in the mid lane and also in the gold lane. Before the Farsa, at least, she can technically play both. She can play both in the early game and the late game. She finds the power spike in both of those points, right? In the early game, you're really, really good for wave clear, especially once you get that level 4. It does seem like they will be going for the Natan, but now the big concern is maybe the physical damage aspect. They already have an Arlet. Maybe the Arlet will be able to just pop in the War Axe as usual. That's kind of the norm right now for the XP laners. You get the War Axe, and then you go for full tank, because it already gives you a lot of sustain, plus, the added bonus of just the stacks here as you continue to go for a prolonged team fight. And maybe that might not be a concern at all. If the Fredrin also goes for a little bit of physical damage, at this point, maybe he won't. Maybe he doesn't even need to. Maybe if he goes for the Thunderbelt early, he can actually just utilize that, and it's going to be a Thamus that's going to be hovered over. That'll definitely put Felix in a winning lane up against Ruby DD. The Thamus versus Arlet matchup definitely will force Arlet to be a bit more passive, and they lock it in with also a Nolan. So they got two real good picks in the later portions of their drafting phase to counter the first phase picks of Myanmar. Fredrin and Arlet. Fredrin going to be completely outfarmed by the Nolan, and that's why they're hovering over the the Hilda. They want to go and maybe just invade all the way from the start. And now the Ruby, that's another good choice. I think both of these choices that they are, already looking towards is very, very good up against that Nolan. You can cancel out a whole lot of those engages, those assassination attempts with the Ruby, but you can be very, very aggressive early on with the mid control that you technically already have with the Farsa too, if you go for the Hilda.
Okay, I'd like to see the Hilda. I feel like this is be good, just good time in the jungle, really kind of slowing down the Nolan pick, but it's going to be the Ruby. So Ruby gets locked in. Interesting lineup. I would say both are very strong in their own sense. There's different timings for both of them. Whenever you have that Natan picked up, you got to wait a little bit longer, I feel like, for most of the lineups to let that shine and come through. But even so, you already mentioned this a little bit about the Fredrin, Mirko. I want to see how this is built out, because we've only seen one Fredrin since the patch, at least on the live streams. And, it didn't work out too well just yet. And I think part of that, too, is seeing how it deals against the Skypiercer that we'll most likely even see here with Roger. By the way, running the war cry emblem that we started to see pop up yesterday.
Okay. But there's no focusing mark, right? We'd love to see that stack up, the 8% plus the 6%, but this time around, there's not going to be any focusing mark from the side of Cambodia. It's actually going to be the Impure Rage for even the Nolan and the Fredrin. A whole lot of Impure Rages here as we get into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, throw your predictions in the comment section in the live chat right now for Cambodia versus Myanmar. Which draft do you guys like more? And man, let's get back into that Impure Rage topic, because for both these teams, there's going to be 3 Impure Rages for each. Cambodia, it's on Lucas, Felix, and also Ra. For Myanmar, it's on Ken, Ruby DD, and Juno. It's a very, very interesting start, man, to the emblems as well. A lot of sustain and prolonged team fights definitely in mind with these Impure Rages. Maybe actually they want to stay in these lanes a bit longer, right? And run the King. I love the flex in the end. They already picked up the Roger, I believe, as a jungle early on, but then swapped it into the gold right after they see the Natan to give him more pressure to play with to try to bully Juno in lane.
You know, I'm wondering if we'll see this still, where some of the gold lanes still prioritize the Sky Piercer, like even first item. I still want to know if that's actually the best case scenario for some of these matches, especially as they get, you know, a little more competitive in terms of these compositions, like this kind of composition. All right, we're going to take a little breather here, but this kind of composition for both teams is very well-rounded, because on one side for, of course, you know, Lucas, he has this Nolan pick. You can burst people down quite early, and whereas on the other side, your gold laner, and that's to be paired up with Roger. Roger actually scales up pretty well too, quickly. Whereas again, on the other side, Nathan specifically has to take some time, but you pair it up with a Farsa, who's good early game damage. So I feel like they cover their bases from early to late game, and this might be one of the series where we see one of the games get past that 20-minute mark. I'm hoping we do, because then we really get to see things kind of fall into place, especially the factor of having the Sky Piercer on some of these members, some of the new defensive items, and we'll see how exactly, even for, you know, Myanmar, how they want to deal with that.
For Myanmar, it's definitely going to be a mid to late game that they're looking for, right? With their composition with the Farsa and the Natan already, very early.
Oh. This could be a first blood already. Vengeance going to be used by Sarium Felix, but he's going to be just fine. And now the response back to it. Ruby DD could be in trouble. This might be the first blood flicker on the defensive. Ooh. Now gets knocked back up. They re-engage. Ruby DD still going to be alive. Appraiser's Wrath comes dropping down, and now Justin, what a flicker forward to come in and get the kill. Ruby DD ends up going down in the exchange, and they're still on the hunt. Not sure if Boxing is actually going to be able to chase them down there, but that's fine. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Wow, and now the turtle's up.
That was so good for Myanmar, right? I mean, the fact that they fought that 2v3, and then later on, you know, with some of those reinforcements, it technically became a 2v4, but they were able to survive, and now Felix on it.
They're going to go for it. Ken able to get the turtle. Feathered Airstrike comes down. They get the kill on Lucas, too. Sorry, I'm Felix to drop as well. Myanmar comes out swinging for the first objective.
Well played again. They were able to get a solid win in the bottom lane because they technically won with a man disadvantage, utilizing that to then clear out in the bottom lane. And now another skirmish.
Final Slash already going to be used, all fighting for this orange buff, still duking it out. Look at the damage. Oh, we're going to miss some of the action in the bottom. It looks like Boxing is still going to be alive. And we missed it, but Ruby DD went down, and we're looking at the top lane while that all happened. But it looks like Ruby DD ended up falling in the exchange.
Again, for Myanmar, I guess there's a little bit of give and take here and there, right? For them, another fight?
Oh, another fight in the mid lane? All right, they get raw, so Myanmar, they're not stopping. You know, they might have lost a couple here, but they keep finding these little moments of winning for across the map. So with that, let's take a quick look. Items falling into place here. Nothing first item locked in just yet.
Yeah, this is quite concerning though, at least for the Nolan, right? For Lucas. The fact that he is on the same level as the Fredgen early on is not really a good look, because on the Nolan, you want to utilize that faster clear speed to try to bully the Fredgen in terms of at least XP. And even though, you know, they were able to get somewhat of some of these kills in the bottom lane, they weren't able to fully capitalize on it and punish Myanmar in that turtle take. They rushed it, they went for it, but it was stolen away eventually by Myanmar. And now Boxy.
Oh. Boxing jumps in. Not sure if he can get the setup. He does get them no inferior. He's still up for a little bit longer. They're going to fight it out. Justin, though, won't be able to escape or run. And now the Appraiser's Wrath drops down, fighting under. They're quite low, but Lucas here to help them fight and disengage. I'm surprised Cambodia, no one drops from that. I don't even know how Boxing was actually able to survive that. Manoian Fury plus the motivational roar, I guess, was enough. And now Ken could focus on Lucas. This could be another pickup they're looking for. Gets dragged back in as Lucas will now fall as the turtle spawns.
That was already so good for Cambodia, the fact that they were able to get that dub, outplaying Myanmar. But in the end, Lucas staying in that bush, opening it up a bit too early, and now Ken has a massive advantage. It should be a free turtle in Myanmar, and he should be able to just retry this, and that's what he does. Ken going up again, a little bit of that skirmish happening, but I don't think they're going to really come in. Bottom lane, though.
Oh. Run, gonna be a trouble. Yeah, that's the burst damage we were talking about. Justin now, like we were mentioning, a key player here for this lineup from Myanmar. And right now he's doing really good at just scaling up on this far side.
The scaling is going to be very, very good for them. Again, for Myanmar, everything's going to plan, because technically for them, it's all about just playing around this early to mid just by trading. As long as they stay even across the board against Cambodia, their composition will actually outscale. The fact that they're winning makes it even better for this Natan, for this Farsa. The Farsa early on already very, very good, especially right after level 4, but now it's going to be in that limbo state. If she can get a few more kills, actually, you know what? Justin's already on 3 kills, so this is already a snowballing Farsa. So coming into the 7th, 8 minute later, when the third turtle spawns, Myanmar will have such a crazy amount of damage to play with, crazy amount of burst. And at this point, Juno might actually also participate in these skirmishes, because usually on the Natan, at least before the Holy Crystal, you really don't want the Natan to participate in the fights. But for Myanmar, I think most of their members are actually quite ahead, so they might actually be able to utilize this fully to go for these skirmishes, to force Juno to snowball even faster, because he's already on the way to the Starlium Scythe. Right after he gets a Starlium Scythe, it should still be okay. The best way would still be for him to go for, you know, the Holy Crystal before the fight. That would be the best power spike to play with. But hey, if your team's already winning this hard, going and finishing up that Starlium Scythe straight into... Oh my god, that damage straight into the Holy Crystal would be great. But yeah, the Thunderbelt, we were talking about that maybe built up by the Fredrin, but it's Ruby Didi who builds it up first right into the Fury Hammer, so no War Axe, at least not now. And Ruby's going to be doing so much damage with that true damage on the Thunderbelt. Lucas, the fact that he's in the same level as Ken, again, is going to be concerning, because when it comes to the Retri battles, Ken has the last hit advantage, right? With that first skill straight into the Retri, you're very, very good on that combo. You should be able to utilize it to get it. And now turtle number 3 spawns in the game.
Turtle 3, they're going to dance it off once again. I'm offended to find the pole. Now can they get the connection? The Turtle Guard going to be dropped as well on top of them all. It's going to be the first one to fall as boxing goes down, and now they have to win the fight. A flicker from Justin, though, keeps them at bay. It's only a 1 down for Cambodia. Myanmar can just go ahead and get reset and healed up here. They're going to go ahead and probably start the turtle, but it looks like they call it off for now. Still have to be careful of some of the damage outload from Cambodia, but it looks like as they get in position, they'll check things out. And that's going to be, I mean, RERUN was able to really push down this turret. Not sure if he's able to get it just yet, but now they find themselves once again at this turtle to fight it out for. Zidez does not have the I'm offended combination, can't force the fight. And Boxy, he has that Minoan Fury, so they go ahead and try to feel this area out. Rudy DD waiting for this flicker final slash combination, gonna go in already. Flickers out himself on the defensive. So this is one time again for the turtle. Feathered airstrike drops down, and it's gonna go for the reset. They want Ken down. They jump in. Rudy DD goes in with a vengeance. Final slash to help him out. It's gonna be Boxy that falls. Eternal Guard gets dropped down. Ooh. And now still finding out he's still gonna be alive. He's on the run. Ken will go ahead and start up the turtle. It's just a disengage. Meanwhile, Juno pushing in. Zidez will finally fall, but I think Myanmar is happy with that. They get the objective, they get some kills, and everybody tries to make it back in time, but it looks like he stops them out. Zariam Felix gets the kill before eventually going down himself. What a fight for that last turtle.
XP for XP, Roamer for Roamer, so technically it's a fair trade, but look at Myanmar, they were able to get the turtle, and again for Juno, that's a big kill now in his pockets, getting him to snowball even faster in the early game to get to that mid stage, to get to that Holy Crystal. It's going to be big for Myanmar. Cambodia, they get a trade off the board, finally at least getting a structure here, because for Myanmar, they were also able to get a mid lane turret, by the way, in that skirmish. So now the fact that Myanmar has a 3,000 gold lead with a composition that technically still scales mid to late is going to be very, very scary for Cambodia. I thought for sure around that turtle, you know, for Cambodia, they needed that win desperately, because their composition is still very, very reliant on a snowball in the early to mid game. And you can see it here from the Nolan already, a little bit of a change to that build path. From the Heptases, you usually see a little bit more damage, maybe with the Hunter Strike, but now he's kind of forced to go for the Melphic Roar. There's so many tanky members on Myanmar that can soak in that damage, and so he'll have to go for that penetration first, and maybe now he goes for a little bit more of just that base damage. Maybe a BOD even, if he feels confident, but it does seem like Boxy.
Oh, whoa, Boxy gets caught out a little bit, tries to use that Minoan Fury, but will eventually get taken down. And like you were mentioning, especially some of these itemizations, there's Juno. There's the Holy Crystal before that 11-minute mark that we talk about with this Nathan locked in. Sky Piercer also being picked up by Run the King. And with that, this could be a very crucial power spike for both of them. Look at Ken taking a ton of damage. Now Sorry Felix is going to jump in with the countering Inferno. They're forced back a little bit further. Vengeance already popped as well. So both these teams, I mean, given this whole situation, even with that 3,000 goal lead that Myanmar has, they still have to respect what Cambodia has with this lineup and the possibility of losing a key team fight before this Lord comes up.
And now for Myanmar, they can actually start to dictate the pace. City!
Yep, City gonna go in. Lucas could be in trouble. Feathered Airstrike won't get the kill. Again, Boxy gonna jump in with a Annoying Fury. Tries to knock them up a little bit further. Eternal Guard gets dropped down too. Now Run the King goes in. Can he proc the Sky Piercer? He cannot just yet. And now 2 fall for Cambodia. Myanmar might want more, but they know they have the numbers advantage and they'll go for the Lord.
No Minotaur, no Vixana. Ra and Boxy have been taken down in that skirmish earlier. It was a very good re-engage for Boxy. I could definitely see what they were going for there, but the fact that Juno was just able to blink out with that entropy, really crisp, clean positioning from Juno to get himself out of that sticky spot and to outplay that situation. And you can definitely see from that skirmish alone, the burst damage that the Natan has. Yes, I said that right. Burst damage. When you get the Holy Crystal, that skill 1 will basically be burst, especially if you land both of it, with the entropy and the one that's coming out yourself, right? So Myanmar, overwhelming advantage now as we enter the 12th minute of the game, because they've already technically gotten to their mid stage at the 10th minute. That Holy Crystal that should be, you know, that should be actually acquired by the Natan around this minute, around the 12th minute, has been acquired at the 10th minute, so they were able to just dictate the pace, and now they can continuously siege down on Cambodia. And if they get all tier 2s, this is incredible value again. Conceal by Side, and it's only used to just zone them away. The turret splash should get rid of this Lord, and it does, but the fact that Myanmar have taken 2 tier 2s with the first Lord is already very valuable. Now, in the bottom lane, it does seem like Nolan, it seems like Lucas is going to be completely zoned away from their own jungle, and whoa, Felix.
Oh, gonna be in trouble. Flicker is out. Eternal Guard gonna be dropped. Vengeance already popped, but it's not enough. As Sarion Felix gonna fall. Minoan Fury gets the knock up they're looking for, but they finally find Zidiz. But look at Ruby DD in the back. They'll punish Lucas as well as 3 fall for Cambodia, and Myanmar looking up for the 4th. Run the King can't run far enough. He gets stuck in between. Even with the pounce, will finally fall. It's only Ra left to his own devices. And Myanmar has a wave pushing up top and bottom. They're going to go ahead and knock on the base of Cambodia. We'll see if they possibly end the game here or if they have enough time to stall it out. First base turret will go down, though. And it looks like that's all Myanmar can get for now.
And that's another Holy Crystal. The fact that Myanmar have been only relying on that one Holy Crystal. Oh, the minion waves as well. Cambodia tunnel visioning on that bottom lane, trying to defend in the bottom lane and completely forgetting that the wave was also crashing up top. So those are 2 of the side lanes, and man, at least for Myanmar, that's even more value, right? For Cambodia, that's even more catastrophic. The fact that they only lost the bottom lane turret and they could have actually defended the top base turret would have been great for them, because again, the far lane will be that top lane. But again, the minion waves in the end was able to take that base turret down, so Myanmar will have that far lane control. And it does seem like even in the enemy jungle, they're just claiming territory here. Myanmar slowly but surely entering the jungle, trying to take everything away from Cambodia, suffocating them inside their own base and taking all of their gold, all their resources. Let's see if they go for the fight.
Oh, they're just gonna take that. I mean, using all that for the purple buff, they don't want to give it over at all, you know, to Lucas, and they're gonna make him work for it. So this is very crucial for them, as this Lord does come up in about 10 seconds from now. Cambodia still looks like they want to fight it out, even with this the way that things have been going, but actually they're going to force the fight. Ruby DD goes in with the final slash. There's the knockup from Boxy. They get multiple flickers out, knocked up into the air multiple times. It's Myanmar running for the hills. It's a double for Run, and they wants more. Goes under the turret, has to flicker out to avoid the feathered airstrike. Meanwhile, the waves are still pushing in on the top and the bottom as the base turrets are down, so they can't do the Lord just yet. But with 2 members down, Myanmar sets up around the Lord.
Oh, that was a very unnecessary fight from Myanmar, man. The fact that they actually went in to go for the fight was interesting, right? Because again, they have the far lane, they have 2 side lanes pushing in towards Cambodia. They could have played that Lord dance way easier to actually go for the Lord, but they decided to go for the fight, and that's what we were talking about before the drafts. Now Feather Airstrike.
Oh, Feather Dare Strike going to be dropped, and now once again, run on the hunt for Justin. We'll be able to find him just now. Juno, though, stalling, and now Ken. It's going to be a reset on the Lord. They have to back off, but there's the Sky Piercer. The big numbers come out as it assassinates Ken, and now Cambodia has flipped it around. They'll get this Lord. Ruby DD trying to keep them at bay, trying to stall it out the best he can. Final slash on Felix, and now Juno's there to join the fight. Vengeance won't be enough, and they get the kill, but Cambodia gets the objective.
Cambodia get the enhanced Lord, and this should buy them a little bit more time to play with, especially now that the Lord is going to be crashing down towards Myanmar's tier 2. But if we take a look at the items, Juno actually already has a Divine Glaive and the Blood Wings too, so with the Farsa, with the Natan, this should still be a very easy defense to pull off from Myanmar unless they go for a fight again. That's quite a bit unnecessary, right? As long as they play with their tier 2s, it should still be a very easy clear. And so far, as you can see from the mid lane, those enhanced minions stand no chance up against the clearing force of a Natan plus a Farsa. Now rotating down below, maybe even going to deny the Lord to charge in, but that's something that they were unable to do, and the Lord will still be able to charge in, maybe even getting this turret with one last hit. No. Okay, they barely saved that turret in the bottom lane, and now they're just going to be cycling back and forth to mid and to bottom to clear out these other waves. That actually ends up still with Myanmar getting a bit more value with that Lord advantage. Still though, for Myanmar, they had the two side lanes. There was no real reason for them to take the fight, but it is that Myanmar style that we were talking about before the drafts, right? They are risk takers. They want to get the game as fast as possible, even with a composition like this. So I definitely I can understand why they went for that skirmish, even though it was unnecessary. It could have maybe ended with an earlier game with their composition already snowballing, but Ruby DD's got to respect this.
Oh, Ruby DD does have the immortality, so it's going to... Oh, Zides goes in with the flicker. Couldn't find the unoffended that he was looking for, and now they're going to have to back off from that big ultimate's already expended. Juno also using the entropy, so they're just going to have to reset. Cambodia knows it. They have everything pretty much online at this point that they need to force a fight. Zides, though, half health now, has to run the king on the chase. Now they respond under the tier 2 turret. Eternal Guard drop there. Appraiser's Wrath will not be enough to get Boxy. Rudy DD once again has the immortality. It's going to go ahead and pop and reset. He flickers out defensively. Back and forth between the two teams, really just kind of getting these ultimates out. But the one advantage for Myanmar right now is the base turrets in the base. 2 of them are down for Cambodia.
Athena Shield picked up by Ruby DD. Would love to see the items, by the way, right now in the 18th minute of the game, because it's coming up into a big Lord fight now, and I would love to see if, Cambodia actually have those item power spikes to play around. With the Roger, he's actually doing so much damage in the later stage of the game. We were actually expecting the early game to go way better from Cambodia and then the late game to go for Myanmar, but at this point, it's kind of the opposite, right? Like for Myanmar, they're actually kind of struggling here as we enter the late stage of the game because Cambodia's team fighting prowess has been very, very impressive. And I think for Run the King, he might have a bit of that attack speed going for himself with the Sky Piercer, right? I don't know why he's able to actually shred through some of these tanks. Side.
Oh, Side. Again, Conceal going to be used, and now Entropy already committed. Fighting once again, the knockups from the Minoan Fury, and now the battle in the mid. Immortality from Felix is going to be popped. Rudy DD doesn't have his. He's going to go down by Lucas. That's exactly what Cambodia wanted. They get the numbers advantage now, and they could possibly take this Lord. But Ken might have a different plan in mind as he wants to get in the zone here. This is the closest we've seen from especially these Lord dances later on, almost the 20-minute mark. They're going to go in. They're quite low. Feathered Airstrike to drop down. Lord isn't going to reset just yet, and remember, it does hurt. You can see the damage from Lucas. Now Zedez once again jumps in, goes in with I'm Offended. They pop the immortality. Run goes on the hunt again. Zedez gets the immortality popped, and now Felix looking for the kill, but Ken gets the Lord in the exchange. His immortality is going to be popped as he gets assassinated from Run the King, but it looks like Myanmar on the hunt. Justin on the chase with the Wings by Wings, goes on with a Feathered Airstrike, will be able to pop the immortality, but can't get Lucas, and now forced to the base. They only left with a third of the health on the base left, but Myanmar will go ahead and reset with the Lord.
What a crazy skirmish to end things here in that Lord fight, man. Oh my god, for Cambodia, it looked so good for them. Able to get one member right before the Lord even spawned, and Ruby DD was taken out, and they were able to isolate Ruby DD so well, using the cycle of cooldowns from the side of Myanmar to punish them instead, right? When Justin and Juno used the entropy and the feather airstrike, that's the window of opportunity for Cambodia. And unfortunately for Cambodia though, even with that man advantage, even with the team fighting advantage, Ken is just him. He walks in, gets the red tree, and now they have an evolved Lord to play with.
Evolve Lord to push in. The whole team from Cambodia has to deal with it. It looks like they're going to make quick work of it. Xenis goes in with the I'm offended. Boxy's still going to be alive, actually utilizing the Minoan Fury, so somehow, some way, Cambodia still defending even against that Lord push. But this will be that last turret in the base going down, and now Myanmar looks to possibly cap out the game here. Half health on the base, so it's up to Cambodia to play the defense. Juno going to jump in with Entropy, run, trying to keep them at bay as well. Doesn't want to commit the Lycan Pounce just yet, but to clear the minions, and it looks like, so far, Cambodia holds on defensively.
Oh, Cambodia still with a great defense. They were able to just cycle through those waves back and forth again, staggering those waves. But unfortunately, they will have to, give away at least one turret there. There's no way that base turret would actually survive in that crazy siege that Myanmar was planning up. And now we get to see the items, by the way, for the anti-cuirass and the blade armor. It's already built up by Ken, so at least now we understand why he's so tanky. But looking back at the Roger, looking back at Run, it's actually just a normal build, right? He's utilizing the Windtalker with the Endless Battle right into that Sky Piercer, so utilizing a whole lot of penetration, base damage, and utility. Technically in this kit, yeah, it's still with that movement speed with the Windtalker and the additional true damage you deal on that Endless Battle to shred through some of these tanks. And already Myanmar are looking to go for perhaps an ambush here all around. But for... Oh, Ra actually also picks up a Holy Crystal. Those Eternal Guards that have been very big for Cambodia, they could actually now start bursting people down from Myanmar with that Holy Crystal. Myanmar is going to be very careful as to how that Eternal Guard gets used up and to Ra's positioning. Because so far, Ra has been actually playing these team fights so well. Never really being fully targeted or taken down or even low in these skirmishes up until, when Myanmar makes it messy. But it's kind of weird because for Myanmar at least, they want to play it front to back. They want to play it as clean as they can in these team fights. And it's Cambodia who actually want to look for messy team fights. If Lucas, Felix, and Run could actually flank to the back, or if they could find a massive re-engage, that would be great. I'm offended.
Yeah, I'm offended already going to be expended. So once again, Myanmar, how do they play this out? Knowing that a base is fully exposed from Cambodia, they could take advantage of that if they want to. And that's part of this process for the Lord Dance. And now Sarmian Felix going to try to keep that front line. It's really up to Boxy here to find his own setup. He does have the flicker available. Have to keep an eye on that. Has immortality, so can extend some of his health a little bit longer. Does jump in. There's the Minoan Fury. Not going to be able to find the they're looking for. It's only Zinez. He goes in defensively, but look at Juno's damage. Has to pop the Wind of Nature. Ken could be in trouble now, and on the backside, they're going to force them back even further. Myanmar left to run for the base to heal up, but it looks like Ruby DD will be able to keep them from committing to the Lord just now.
We've gone to a point where this is the longest game of the Asian regional qualifiers. Technically, even if we combine the African regional qualifiers, we haven't seen a 23-minute game just yet. So that already breaks the records here just for our game one. And it seems Ruby DD wants to go in.
Oh, huge final slash with a flicker combination, and they'll take out Ra. He's been doing such a good job on positioning, and now gets taken out, and now it's Sarmian Felix. He's trying to extend, but he will go down and run. Left in it all, and another member falls as Myanmar now dismantles Cambodia, and that's going to be enough for them to possibly just end this game. They don't need the Lord. They'll just go ahead and take down the base further. Minions going to be pushing in. Lucas trying to buy as much time as possible, but Feathered Airstrike is too much, and Boxy as well. The minion waves are already pushed into the mid lane. They'll clean up the kill just for the finesse, and they'll take game number one.
Well played to Myanmar. And man, of course it's gotta be Myanmar to do the things that they did in this game, right? It's gotta be Myanmar to get a massive goal lead, to start with a late game composition, to actually throw that lead later on right as the Lord, the enhanced one, spawns in, and to win it when the gold is all but even. Wow. Well played to Myanmar. GG to Cambodia. We'll still have another game, and perhaps for Cambodia, they can actually force out game number 3 here, considering how well they played it towards the later stage of the game, which is the big, should be the big weakness coming in from Cambodia, which is that late game coming in from their composition. They were able to make things work really, really well, with Run the King being definitely the highlight together with Ra. Those two, as long as they were able to actually, combo in together some of the burst plus that execution damage from the Sky Piercer, they've been actually able to even go through some of these frontliners from Myanmar. But in the end, the consistent damage coming in from Juno and Justin, the two J's from Myanmar that have crazy burst damage, crazy consistent damage as well in towards the later stage, was just too much for Cambodia to handle. And unfortunately for Cambodia, they're going to have to take a loss here in game number 1. But I think the adjustments that they need to make are quite simple, right? They already saw what Myanmar have to offer. They saw that Myanmar are very, very big risk takers, so maybe Cambodia can actually punish that later on. The fact that they were almost able to pull off a comeback was already impressive, because remember, those are 2 side lanes, bro. 2 side lane basers were already taken down before that Enhanced Lord, and the fact that they were just able to team fight, win over and over without having those 2 side lanes, it's super unfortunate for them, because Ken was able to steal that Evolved Lord. I think if that didn't happen, if Cambodia were actually able to utilize that man advantage to get and secure that Evolved Lord, things would have turned out very, very different. I think that's the kind of the pattern though, all from this game, right? Ken was definitely outclassing Lucas in the jungle for the most part, even in the early game, enabling the rest of the team to go for these kills and stealing all the way from the start. It was Ken who stole the first turtle, as well as that Evolved Lord, and then the combo together with Zide, Mythic Seal, Myanmar here, they kind of have that synergy that we were talking about, Naisu. The fact for, at least for Cambodia, right, some of their members, they're used to playing with some of these imports. Maybe the synergy is just not fully there just yet here, and they need some more games to get going for that synergy to finally click. But still, you do see, at least for the 3 members, Boxy, Ra, and also for Felix, that they were able to bait out some of these skirmishes. Boxy completely outplaying Myanmar here in this particular skirmish in the mid lane, and they were able also to create some space for Run to escape. But Lucas on the Nolan, a lot of times, way too over aggressive, way too overextended, getting punished down, and this is just unfortunate for Run. This should be a winning lane for him up against an Natan, but the fact that Myanmar always sent members down below, always put in the resources to get Juno ahead, was just so tough for Cambodia. But still, they were able to put up an amazing team fight every single time. It was just that Myanmar was able to prolong these team fights to a point where their composition would actually get the dub. And this is another instance of that same thing happening. Indian Zide does fall. Technically the team fight goes to Cambodia, but Myanmar have depleted all the resources coming in from Cambodia to a point where they can get a turtle for free, they can go for a turret, and the macro on top of the crazy team fights from Myanmar is really what makes them special here. Compared to Cambodia, where they were kind of reacting to the plays, Myanmar were dictating the pace. They were the ones staying proactive. They were the ones forcing these plays to happen. And even here, when Run the King gets eventually chased down by Justin under this turret with Ruby DD2, it was very, very little that they could do in these kind of skirmishes when it's still all clean. The turning point will be this moment right here. Technically, the moment before the moment you see on screen. When Ruby DD and Zide were picked off, when they actually went for a fight with having 2 side lanes, that was a big mistake from Myanmar. And here it was very, very scrappy. Ken trying to go for that steal, but it was actually resetted, so it was really tough for him to get that retreat down. He couldn't get it done, and this was the turning point. This is the classic Mythic Seal or Myanmar kind of play where they take risks. They can actually go, if they want to fight before this Lord, they can actually go for an earlier end, or it'll prolong the game to a point where it actually literally becomes 50-50. And that's what we got to see. Boxy, every single time right after that turn, was able to go for these crazy engages. And look at the isolation here from Cambodia. They were able to completely isolate Ruby DD, noticing the mistake that he overextended, and instantly just focused him down. But still, in these team fights, what looked to be a crazy Cambodia win ended up with such an early retreat from Lucas, man. That was so early. Now that I'm looking at it to the highlights, he panicked. He just panicked. He tapped into that retreat even before, the indicator showed that it was low. Maybe it was him trying to combine that retreat damage with someone else, maybe with some burst from the Curse Blast, but that's a mistake that eventually became very, very fatal to Cambodia, and Myanmar were able to take the control of the game because of that retreat. Oh, that was so unfortunate after looking at the highlights. I thought it was just like, 50-50 retreat, but it turns out he panicked. It wasn't even 50-50. He gave it away.
Yeah. It was way too early. So I guess if you really look at it and you break it down there, like Lucas has to step up in a way from that, but it was just overall like the team fighting as a whole from Cambodia was pretty good. They stuck into the game for a long time. They even had a potential comeback even. They shifted the momentum at least throughout that game. But unfortunately, when it came down to, this later portion, we talked about this before going into the game, Mirko, where we mentioned when you get to those third, fourth lords and they get, they start to hurt, number one, a lot more because of the changes even with the lord. So I feel like that was one difficult thing. It's already hard to do that as a Nolan or any assassin jungler pick, but then you really have to, like, if you just sit there too long, you're going to take too much damage. So maybe that was part of the reason why, it was way too early on the retribution. But overall, I just think that Cambodia actually had good team fighting potential. We saw a lot of that, in terms of the sets from Boxy, the Eternal Guard usage, like we mentioned from Raw. The positioning, for the most part, was good, but eventually it gets so chaotic and you're dealing with multiple entry points. I mean, trying to decide how do we avoid Zide's I'm offended combinations with the flicker? How do we not get final slash from Ruby DD? Like, there's so many things that they had to keep an eye on. I feel like at some point it got just a little bit too chaotic, and this time Myanmar has been doing this for so long that they just, even amidst the chaos, like somehow, some way, Myanmar just makes it look like so calculated. You know what I mean? Calculated chaos. And this time around, even I will say that I noticed with the Fredrin, though, it's not as easy to just sit there and tank things up, though. Like, there is a definite change where you got to be a little more finesse with it. You got to be a little more technical with the way that you're using the Fredrin, instead of just planting yourself and tanking everything and regenning everything back up, and so with that, I think part of this is just a way for Cambodia, the way they can adjust, because it is a best of 3, right? It is match point, of course, going into the next game, but Cambodia showed a lot of good things here for this matchup. I'm just wondering if this is maybe it's a better time for Lucas, depending on what he picks up, if he still wants to go with an assassin, because honestly, I could see Ken just doing this again. Like, if they want to pick the Fredrin, go for it. Like, they didn't, that was not a problem at all dealing with this. And so I think one of the things, though, too, is get Lucas what he needs to. Run did a good job with the Roger, but I feel like you didn't solve the Nathan problem, especially late game. Like, the scaling and the amount of damage and just potential that Juno had, there was not really something that solved that issue for them, because there was just overloaded with damage at the 20+ minute mark. Like, we already talked about the power spikes for a Natan in general, especially when the Holy Crystal gets locked in. Then you had the Divine Glaive even. By that time, you get shredded so quickly, and that was kind of a problem, because then the way that the Roger works is you need to be able to maneuver yourself back in and back out, and sometimes you're just sitting there looking and waiting for the Lycan pounds, but you can't use it because of all the CC even potential or just getting bursted down. So one thing is, Roger's still a great pick for the gold lane, but I think if this was a different marksman in that case, then maybe they were able to provide a little more covering fire too. And even so, with Lucas, that was a big problem with game 1, man. It was just I don't want to say it was all that, it didn't all come down to that, but it was also a big component of them either turning that game in their favor or not towards the end.
It has to be the game plan, I think, for Cambodia, right? Because I can definitely see the Roger work out. If they wanted to go for that kind of style, I agree. They might have to just swap the Roger for something completely different. Maybe something like a carry if you want to go for these prolonged team fights, or maybe even a Claude, right? Just deal some DPS instead of the burst damage that you have on the Roger. But the fact that they picked up the Nolan means that they technically wanted to utilize the early game snowball, but they just rotated to the wrong side of the map. And I think that's what caught Myanmar off guard as well, because early on we saw from Myanmar, at least, they were rotating straight to the XP lane. They were so aggressive. It was Ken and Ruby DD against the world, and they were kind of shocked because of how many members that showed up from Cambodia in that XP lane that should have been the weak side of the map by all means, because Cambodia have a Roger against a Natan. I was also already praising that pick, right? I love the fact that the Roger was flexed in the last minute to go into the gold lane instead of the jungle, because they already see a Natan in the enemy team. So that can actually give you a lot of opportunities to actually, take down the Natan in the early game, shut the Natan down all the way from the start. But then when they started putting resources down into XP instead of the gold lane, I knew at least there that, you know, okay, they're not really going to be able to fully utilize the Roger in the early game. They're going to utilize him more in the team fights, which did happen. And yeah, if that's the case, maybe something different could be great. If they wanted to just put the Roger or whoever's on run as a weak side, Carry would have been solid. Claude would have been solid. It's actually match in the mid to late game stage in terms of dealing damage would be great, because in the end, that was ultimately their downfall. DPS kept on coming through towards them, kept on shredding them down. It was really, really tough in towards the later stage, and somehow they were able to still make it work. So still very, very impressive showing up from Cambodia despite the loss, because that composition should not be able to almost win against a full late game Natan, right? That Natan should be able to shred through everyone. I think we got to give props to Felix though, because of his usage of the Vengeance every single time as well. When he decides to pop it, it was always perfect. It always punished Juno. Juno was caught off guard so many times when he went for the entropy and, you know, the full attacks.
Yeah, it's good to see Thamus like come out too, just because again we've been only really seeing very certain picks, like very few picks that would be the Yuzhong, the Trizla, kind of pop up in the XP lane, and you know, this time around we got to see something different for the next game though. I don't know, like, when you break it down, I think it's really gold lane and jungle even as we jump into the draft actually with that. So we'll see exactly what the changes here are going to be, especially with the swapping of sides. You know, we are going to have this swap in for Cambodia, because they get the 2 picks off this flip of the first pick blue side priority. They can already round that out the best way they can, getting 2 priority picks that are valuable enough for their whatever lineup they have planned. Because like you said, even with a lineup that isn't supposed to necessarily go up against the late game Natan, like, they did a pretty good job. The execution was there. It's just, it fell apart. It wasn't as solid as a whole. And I think you talked about this specifically about, you know, Cambodia even going into the draft, was sometimes if there's a little bit of a lack on one of the roles, whatever it may be, then the struggle will eventually show. And Myanmar is a team that statistically is usually on point from each role. And I feel like if you just look at game 1, you know, there were some minor mistakes here and there, but overall Myanmar knew exactly what they wanted to do in that game and how they approached it.
Already a big change though in the drafts now that we're looking at it, right? In game number 1, it was, well, the big change number 1 is definitely gonna be the sides for both these teams. For Myanmar, they were on red side, and they were actually the ones to ban out the chip, the Harith and the Angela. And I think for now at least, they're actually trying to force Cambodia to decide if they want to go for the Lo Yi ban, the chip ban, or to leave everything up for grabs and to technically leave it over to Myanmar to take. It's going to be really, really scary though if Myanmar actually decide to go for that chip. They're very, very good in the early game. So using the Fairness, the Fredrin bans now, full respect, it'll create space for some of these other heroes that were banned out in game number 1 to be left open. Because I think for Myanmar especially, we saw Ken on the utility. He's great on the utility, but he's even better on the assassins. This guy is a monster on the carry picks, right? Even the Granger, I think it was M4, he was able to utilize that Granger with the Harith in the gold lane and make it work. So I think that's the plan for them. They were really hoping that the Ling was going to be left open, but now something that has changed is the Angela and the Mathilda has been left open compared to game number 1, and maybe it should be a prioritization for Myanmar, and it does become prio. That Angela first pick for Myanmar, leaving the Mathilda open, and I think for Cambodia at least, they're actually going to take their time with this one. I don't know if they want to take the Mathilda. It's a safe choice. It'll be very, very good for the composition, especially if they want to go for those prolonged team fights. But they might just want to go for some other picks here at the start. Maybe going for the Terizla early would be good too, right? Something that can actually, you know, nail some of these members from Myanmar down, so that combo, if they actually still want to rely on that kind of combo with the Roger, could still be good. Roger Terizla could be the first choice to go for here, or maybe they might go for an early Valentina just to try to take some of those ults that, you know, Myanmar like to play with, especially now that they already have an Angela. But they will just pick up the Roger first. That's a very good flex pick again. Super prio now, and actually, they won't utilize that flex pick if this is the pick that they decide to go for. It's a Baxia. So straight out the bat, they're revealing that the Roger will be going to the gold lane, and they'll be taking the Baxia away from Ken. It could be very good with Angela. Unless the Baxia goes, what, Roam? The Fanny gets hovered over. This is another Ken pick
Yeah.
that I know personally. He's very good on these assassin picks, so it wouldn't be strange for him to go for a Fanny, actually, especially now that he already has an Angela to help him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, especially with the Angela. So
that's
Terizla's locked in for now. I guess they're just showing that there's some possible threat that could be played out. If the Claude, I would actually like if this Claude is locked in, that's fine too. It rounds out this first phase for Myanmar, and it is going to be the Claude. So once again, this is going to be. I still feel like a little bit. It could be a problem, just like in Game 1 for Cambodia, to somehow, some way get a hold of Juno. They didn't solve it in Game 1, and if that Natan performance is how he's going to play the Claude, then I feel like that's concerning if you're for Cambodia. So this is going to probably be a typical matchup that we've seen throughout ISF and even in other tournaments. It is going to be the Yuzhong versus the Terizla and the XP lane. And, with that, part of this too is solving the Angela problem. And I don't know if there's the room for this anymore, because typically when you have Angela or high shielding heroes, you're thinking also Esmeralda, which Esmeralda has done pretty good, I feel like, since some of the changes. It's just some teams still don't pick her up. Now with that, there's plenty of items now that work and deal with the healing or sustainability now, with the changes even to the glowing wand. So depending on what they pick up for even the mid lane, that could play a part in Cambodia's game plan. But as we get to the second phase of bans, they could really focus down on the jungle, because you already mentioned, we already saw the Fanny show. It is going to be the Julian that gets taken out. I'm wondering if they still want to use one ban towards the jungle to narrow down some of what Ken can do. But even so, whether it's assassins or not, I would just assume like you kind of want to go that way. Well, do you actually want to play an assassin into a Baksha? Or I guess if you have an Angela, it works. But I could see Ken still doing either way, like utility or assassin for this lineup.
Oh, so Franco band there. So okay, so maybe setting up still for a Fanny pick, right? With that Franco band, something very, very mobile in the jungle. We have seen Ken also play the Lancelot. This guy is the man who actually popularized the the Lancelot tank, if you remember, back in MSC 2022. So it wouldn't be strange if he actually does go for the Lancelot, the Fanny as well. He just really loves the assassins. He even tried to force the assassins in a meta where, assassins don't really do too well. So it wouldn't be strange now, especially with the Sky Piercer be a very, very good item to go for. It's a Julian and an Alice ban. I really like that respect to the Alice, man. The Alice in the jungle certainly could work. It is something that I have seen many times before as well in Indonesia. Ken, maybe just like the Ken in Indonesia, could utilize that with the Angela to go through and even beat the Baksha. It's very weird, right, that the Baksha is scared of the Alice, but still, if the Alice does scale and does get a very good early game, it is very, very scary to go up against, even when you already have that anti-regen. So completely understandable here, and it seems like they're just trying to take as much AoE, as much shred damage as possible. And I would actually say that with the tanky lineup that they have, maybe going for the Exborg ban would have been better than the Julian. Because at this point, I think the Exborg can still be used in the jungle. We have seen that before. They can't really go for the deny pick on the Exborg anyways now, because they really picked the Yuzhong and the Baksha, right? So now they go for the Valentina that I expected in the first phase. No, they're hovering over the Valir. I don't know about this one. It does make sense, though, with some of these divers trying to go in. You can just throw them back with your flames. That could be a solid game plan. But Valentina has got to be the safer choice. You can take a big ult. You can choose between the penalty zone or the hard guard, or maybe the two other picks that have yet to show itself now. And for Justin, what would be a mid laner to go for here? Lilia?
Lilia, maybe. I would be crazy to say Gord even. This is something that we did see pick up against a Valentina, or sometimes vice versa. But because of so far, maybe like there's too much. I feel like at this point, mid lane can go either way. You have Valentina that was already locked in. Farsa is still available. I'm not sure if Justin wants to play that again, and because you'd most likely give, like, whatever you pick in the goal in the mid lane, you're just going to give up. You're going to give up to the Valentina at some point as well. This could be what you were mentioning. Looks like the Lancelot might be locked in.
There you go.
So this is a mid lane. Yeah, is this a Rome? Yeah, Rome, Edith, and then mid lane Angela? Is that what we're looking at?
That should be the case, unless it's an Edith mid and a Rome Angela, right? Something that's kind of different, but maybe can work too. I mean, they're overloading the Valentina with a lot of big ults right now, dude. There's a lot of big ults that the Valentina can actually take. That's a Primal Wrath, a Penalty Zone, and also a Hard Card. I think the Primal Wrath, though, should be the most valuable ult to take for the Valentina, and it seems like for Felix, they really like this performance in the Thames. I have to agree that Thames' performance was really, really good, but they already have a Yuzong. So, where's that going to go? Are they going to go for something crazy here? It should just be, all right, yeah, it should just be a solid roamer here. I was about to say, right, if they pull off something crazy while being one game down, it would be pretty, you know, Cambodian. Cambodia loves to go for those crazy picks, and I love it. Love Cambodia for it, but it'll be a solid pick for Boxy. Kind of risky though up against the Claude. You know, there's a built-in Purify, and against the Lancelot as well. Maybe a bit tough to pull off, but it's Boxy. We were talking about their mechanical prowess all the way before game number 1, and I love that we get to see full mechanics here for Cambodia in game number 2. Valentina Cho and the Yuzong.
Okay, interesting too. And I will say real quick, I'm happy with Lucas. At least he's going to have the Baksha. This is going to allow him to be a little more, you know, upfront and not have to worry so much about getting bursted down, you know, on this jungle pick. So they got that. Still Run the King running with that Warcry. We are going to see Warcry also utilized here from Ken. I was almost hoping to see the combination once again of Focusing Mark and Warcry, but not going to happen here.
All right, no Warcry at least for Felix, but we will see 2 Warcries for Ken and also for Run the King. Very interesting stuff here. Ken on the Warcry. This guy's a pioneer of the, you know, that tank Lancelot. I would love to see how he utilizes this Lancelot now with the Warcry. So he's expecting to go for longer team fights instead of burst. I love that. No lethal ignition, no burst. He wants to utilize the consistent damage. And by the way, for you guys watching as well, this is already going to be a change for the Cho. You can see that passive stack now on the mana bar, and for the Jikundo range, it's also been increased. So for you guys, welcome to game number 2. Will Cambodia be able to force a game 3, or will Myanmar just clean sweep Cambodia here with this more of a AoE composition that they have?
Okay, I'm glad you pointed that out, because I want to see how this works out for the Cho pick. At the same time, it's very a mechanical game for boxing to kind of deal with, getting the right setups here. This is always something that you kind of have to witness whenever you see a Cho pickup. It's got to be surgical, you know. That's really what it comes down to, and being able to target or lock down the right targets, more so than, for example, the fact that you have an Edith on the play for Rome here from Myanmar. And, you know, part of that is the setup potential with an Edith is great with the Onward and Earth Shadow combinations, or however you want to use it, but then you have quite a bit of damage too. So Justin actually gonna flicker on out of there. So I mean, even the same, okay, hold on, I actually just got mixed up here. It is going to be the Ruby DD is in the XP lane, and they planted the Terizla in the mid. Yeah. I just got thrown off by that for a second, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work out. I guess it's just to deal with Yu Zhang.
Yeah, at least for Indonesia, we've actually been seeing a whole lot of Terizla mid from one particular blue team, and now it does seem like Lucas wants to go in, but Justin's already rotating down below as well. A fight for level 4 here. If Justin gets level 4, that's a big power spike. Oh, Felix, no Petrify committed. They're just going to go for level 4 here as they set up for the turtle, and it seems like Boxy will be first onto it, but look at the aggro taken away by Zide on that Angela, who also has hit level 4. So for everyone except for Boxy, they're actually all in their power spikes.
Yeah, this is a big moment. Dragon form, are we going to be used to zone them out a little bit further? First turtle for the fight. Justin looking for his own entry point with penalty zone. It'll be Ken, though, gets the turtle. Can they win the fight? Justin the first one to fall, and now they're going to force them back even further, but they jump back in. It's Ken that falls next, and Cambodia winning the fight all throughout as 3 bodies fall for Myanmar. Not sure if it's going to be another, but sorry on Felix. Will get stunned, but he's going to be just fine. So Cambodia comes out big with the kills, while Myanmar got the turtle.
It started off so good with that steal, right? The puncture straight into the Thorn Rose, comboed in with the Retribution, but then Cambodia, the prolonged team fight of their composition definitely is better, at least at the start, because the Valentina can also steal the Primal Wrath, and that was the big concern when we saw the Edith pick, right? I mean, the Valentina have so many ults to choose, and in this skirmish, Ruby DD wasn't really able to shred like Ra, your big daddy, can, right? I mean, still very, very funny on that name, man. Shout out to Ra for that name. But we're going back live again. 3-0 start now for Cambodia. It should be really, really good for them, especially for Ra and Felix. They should be able to really force and go for these proactive maneuvers, which they do find comfort in. For Cambodia, at least, they do really well when they do get, you know, a way to dictate the matchup. So this time it's already looking really good for them, and Myanmar will have to go back to farming up until maybe Ken finds another power spike to go for. But now Boxy, ooh, interesting start there, but for Ken, I really wonder what the item power spike is for the Lancelot, right?
Yeah.
Is it the War Axe? Is it still going to be waiting for the BOD later on in the Melfic Roar? I am kind of curious about the build path as well, technically, for Ken. Is he even going to go for full tank, or is he going to go for a mix? Maybe a semi-tank build like he's kind of known for?
I think for this, with this lineup, you could probably maybe even do somewhat of a hybrid, you know, pick up one or two of those more offensive items and then go towards the defensive, because later on it is going to be just him trying to get into the objective dances and try to steal it. Now, he did it earlier, but unfortunately after he did it, you know, they fell apart from that. Blazing Duet gonna force a run back, nothing to get the kill there, but meanwhile for the Turtle, once again under the turret, had the Heart Guard, and now Sario and Felix under the fight will be able to get possibly some more sustain out, does get the kill on Justin, and now they're gonna battle out further. Boxing trying to run, has to flicker out. Ken could not get the kill to follow on through, but now Juno part of the fight, forcing them back further. One hit away from the Love Waves, and Zidez does get it before he has to flicker out. 1-for-1 trade across the map. No one to take this turtle just yet. Ken quite low himself in the exchange.
Mid lane for jungle. That's actually kind of worth Ken. Oh,
Ken?
Still able to escape that last bit of damage.
Oh, I thought it was gonna get him for a second, man.
Same. Oh, it looked so scary for Ken, but he's still able to survive there. And for Cambodia, they should be able to utilize now the space, this new information that Ken is very low, to secure the turtle, the second one, for free. And this will only just put them in a better spot. Their snowballing comp is already very scary to begin with. Now the fact that the box shell will be ahead of the Lancelot in XP and in gold, or actually not maybe in gold. Gold maybe still is held by Ken because he was able to steal away that first turtle, but now Lucas in the enemy jungle, Ruby DD.
Ruby DD, use that Primal Wrath, gonna get stunned a little bit longer. Earth Shatter now can't get away still, just gets trapped in there, trying to walk out of the jungle. Cambodia definitely just punishing where they can and playing around this lead that they have, and that's something too. You can see IESF on the top lane. Looks like they're gonna set their eyes up there towards Run the King, but Boxing is there to help them out. So Sario and Felix is just gonna go ahead and take this turret. First one of the game, gets the first objective for Cambodia. And the way that they've been playing this early game, going into the mid game eventually here, sets themselves up really well to hopefully get them to game 3. But right now for Myanmar, they want to still kind of whittle this away, but it looks like a lot of attention here. Also, big item pickup for Zidis, does get that Flask of the Waste. It's going to help with some of the shielding, of course. Juno, just look at the shots on run, but will not be able to commit to that turret just yet.
Yeah, I'd love to see the items here, honestly, right? Because it seems for Juno, he has already taken the Golden Staff. Oh, wait, the Dragon.
Oh, Way the Dragon going to be used, and also the Blazing Duet already utilized. Heart Guard, though, on Juno, and now they still might want to find it out. They're just waiting for some of these ultimates to come down. Lots and lots of ultimates used for that fight with no one to fall. 30 seconds away from this turtle, though. Last one of the game, and Myanmar will just kind of, I guess, play around the fact that they're at a deficit. They don't want to fully commit to a team fight, because if they get taken down, whether it's 1 or 2 members, it does further that snowball for Cambodia. And so far, they've been playing really around it. But the mid lane, once again, Boxy goes in with a Way of the Dragon, finds the right target as Zidez will go down in the exchange. And now Justin could be next. With the body of Smith, it's not going to be enough, as it's a double for Run the King. And now Cambodia will get themselves another objective, a turtle here. There's not much Ruby DD can do with this, as Lucas secures the turtle.
The boxy mechanics, man, shining in game number 2. When they get to a position when they actually can go for these proactive maneuvers, Boxy is just so much scarier compared to last game when he's put on a, you know, kind of reactive roamer. Oh, Ken
could be in trouble, gets retribution, gets slowed down, and now Lucas sits right on top of him with Run the King getting the kill. Boxy could be on the hunt once again for Juno. Blazing Duet, there's the penalty zone. Boxy's gonna be the one to fall, and now Justin trying to battle it out. They get the heart guard on top of Juno, and Lucas could be whittled down and in trouble, but there's the response from Run the King once again with the Sky Piercer being picked up in the fight. So Myanmar has to back out. It looks like, once again, Cambodia will not let go of this lead.
No trades have gone in favor of Myanmar so far in this game. It's all been Cambodia, and it just goes to show you how powerful they are when they are on these kind of picks, when they are able to dictate the, you know, pace of the game, when they can stay proactive. And again, they're staying proactive up top. Run the King looking for a gank, but Ruby DD will be able to back away, getting that onward back again. And so far, oh, Ruby wants to go for fight, huh?
Whoo! Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I feel like he's feeling the slowness of this Edith, not even using that flicker available. So with this, Myanmar is going to find themselves really on the back foot, dealing with this just this power play from Cambodia right now.
And slowly but surely, Cambodia will just utilize this build-up, right? They're really happy if Myanmar actually want to go and face them head-on in a team fight, and that's technically what Ruby DD did. I don't know what the plan was. Maybe he was expecting some of the members from some of the other members to rotate up top together so that he can get an onward and maybe look to re-engage the Primal Wrath, but Ken's been busy in the bottom lane. He's actually constantly been split pushing, and he's keeping his level even with Lucas, despite, you know, Lucas getting the first 2 turtles, despite him getting so much farm as well in the early game. Ken's still able to at least withstand that. And another way to Dragon.
Again with the way of the Dragon, gonna wait for that Primal Wrath. It does get popped, but he can't escape from Run the King, and now Juno on the run. Has the Heart Guard, goes in with Blazing Duet to force Sarium Felix back. Justin also in trouble. Run the King won't use the pounce, but they'll find the next kill as Ken drops the 2-for-1 trade. Cambodia once again will get the advantage for this next objective, the Lord take.
Now it's dominant for Cambodia. Now they should be able to just completely steamroll through. They get the first Lord for free. There's no way that Myanmar can actually go for the contest right now. And for Ken as well, the fact that he was able to get that even lead, but not able to really enter any of these skirmishes, it's just going to be tough for Myanmar. Cambodia will take control fully of this game now, and this is where you want to see the Roger. In game number 1, we were talking about how the Roger, we didn't really get to see all those resources placed onto him. We didn't really get to see that snowballing from Run the King. It's completely different here in game number 2 with him on the snowball, him getting that Sky Piercer. It'll be very, very scary. A great Dragon Spear too. In the 10th minute of the game, we have 4 items for Run the King, and I think that name fits into his playstyle, into his standing now in game number 2 perfectly. He definitely is the king. He can call the shots and he can go in whenever he wants.
Looks like they might want to go in here again, forcing the fight. They're going to clear the waves though just fine. They still have to deal with this Lord pushing on top side for Cambodia. Myanmar holds on the best they can, and no flicker available for Justin just yet, or Ruby DD. So this is a little bit difficult for them to kind of force a fight, or at least be on the defensive with their initiations. And right now, there's the Lord making its way. Tier 2s are all down except for the bottom lane, and now the shields pop. Dragon Form going to be used as well. Boxy gets forced out of the base here, but Ruby DD jumps in with a Primal Wrath, holding on to the turret the best they can. They got to get rid of the Lord. They are going to hold on 1 HP to the top base turret. No one falls in the exchange on either team, so Myanmar, despite being down 8,000 gold, will hold on at least for that first Lord play from Cambodia.
It's still devastating though for Myanmar, because for Cambodia, the fact that they were almost able to take a base turret, and that being also the far lane base turret, means that it's such a crazy advantage that they have to play with. At this point, I think for, you know, for the Roger at least, if they can find somehow an angle for him to go for just one more basic attack, they should be able to take that base turret down. Heck, I think even Boxy, if he actually rotates up top, you know, uses the Shenpu into the turret and basic attacks it with the passive, he might get it. Boxy? Oh, just opening up the map a little bit. Not gonna go for the full skirmish just yet, controlling the enemy jungle, just like Myanmar did to them in game number 1, but it definitely seems a bit more disciplined. You're Boxy! Oh!
Still not gonna be able to get the follow-up he was looking for with that Way of the Dragon, but they will pop the Black Dragon too. So still, Cambodia, a lot of ultimates down for that exchange. It might look like Myanmar wants to possibly punish this Hard guard being hovered over. Ken too. They want to force the fight in the mid lane. Goes in with a Thorn Rose. Looking forward to the Phantom Execution setup. He's already used it. Trying to get away though. Can't escape Ra. And now Sarion Felix will get locked down. Has the immortality. Switches that in. Zidez goes down in the exchange. 2 down for Myanmar. And Run making Myanmar run for the hills. But it's just too much. Justin will get taken down as well. It's a triple for Run the King. Absolutely massive on the Roger at 9-0-2. And now Cambodia sets their eyes on the mid lane. They might not even the Lord here to finish the game. Jumps in, trying to buy some more time, but it's Ruby DD. Immortality going to be popped, and now the turret goes down. Run the King gets another kill, and that'll be Cambodia taking it to a game number 3.
A dominant performance from Cambodia to turn the tides around to secure the equalizer, and now it's 1-1. We're finally seeing the full best of 3, the full series we've been waiting for, all the way from the African qualifiers still to the Asian qualifiers. We've yet to get a full series. And I'm glad to see it, man. I'm glad to see that Myanmar and Cambodia are the ones to push us to that full game, 3-game series. Because, man, we had a back and forth game in game number 1. We got a dominant showing from Cambodia in game number 2. What does game number 3 hold in store for us, right? I'm very, very interested to see what drafts they would go for as well. Because technically for both the compositions, for both teams, the teams who actually went for the Assassins, they ended up not really doing too well, right? It was Nolan for Lucas in game number 1, and game number 2 it was Ken with the Lancelot that really did not play. He actually played quite well, but unfortunately, maybe because with the Terizla and the Edith flex that they were looking for, they weren't able to fully utilize that to the way that they expected. And now we're going to be taking a look at the highlights for game number 2 to see and to take you through exactly what happened in that game. All the way from the start towards the later stage, I think it all starts here where Ken was able to go for that turtle steal, but unfortunately, they gave so many. It's not really about giving the ultimates, but it's more about that calculation not being perfect for Myanmar, right? You were actually, Naisu, giving a lot of praise to Myanmar in game number 1 as to how they were able to calculate with a lot of these crazy team fights. They were able to win just with like a 1 HP, very low HP bars. But I think for Ken, there was a lot of misplays as well. A lot of times he used the puncture and wasn't able to get the reset on it because it was Cambodia who was able to dodge away from it. And that's why the Valentina is just so good. With the technically everyone in their composition is great against the assassin, right? Even the Cho, not in a way that you can actually burst the assassin. In the later stage, especially when you're snowballing, that definitely is the case. But in the early game, the fact that you can actually dash, get yourself displaced so that the Lancelot will find it hard to even land a puncture makes it so easy for the rest of the team to follow up and punish the Lancelot with no puncture. And Run the King, completely different to game number 1. We were criticizing that at least for Cambodia, the game plan was there, but they didn't follow through it in game number 1. But in game number 2, it was completely different. They were able to get Run the King ahead so early on by placing him into the high action lane in the bottom lane. So very early swap for Run the King, and that played in so well. And this, in the 8th minute, is where you get to see why giving the Valentina so many ults to choose is a bad time. Bad time for at least a team that doesn't have the Valentina, right? Because the Valentina in this game, Heart Guard, Penalty Zone, Primal Wrath, all being big ultimates that could give them so much value. But for the most part, it definitely has to be the Primal Wrath. That's the best ultimate to take, and that's the ultimate that we do see the most out of Ra in this game. He's kept on stealing the Primal Wrath in these skirmishes, and he was able to just play as a secondary marksman to the team. It was Run the King in the front, actually, so Run the King isn't even a marksman in this game. He's more of the assassin. It was Ra as the marksman. As you can see, Ra, look, he's always in the back line, just dealing damage and then flickering forward when he can, eventually, to go and get the kill on Ken. But at this point of the game, the 13th minute, it was a 7,000 gold lead already for Cambodia. There was not much that Myanmar could do with their composition because they were kind of also leaning towards a snowball. They needed a snowball. It was a change of pace for Myanmar that didn't work out, and it was just great for Cambodia because if they want to go fight from the start of the game, that's Cambodia's specialty, especially with Boxy on a pick like this. How many times did he get away the dragon? We were already concerned. You know, it's an Edith, it's a Terizla, it's a Lancelot, it's also a Claude with a Purify. These heroes, not really that easy to catch, and even if you do catch them, they have ways to re-engage, they have ways to punish you for catching them. Nope, not a problem for Boxy. Boxy on the Cho is just different, bro.
hits diff, and
Kicks
I
diff.
think like a part of it too. You look at the line, you look at the highlights there, and it was what we said kind of needed to change from game one, and that was a big part of that was let Lucas have a little bit of a better time on the jungle, and maybe that was simply just letting him have that Baksha pick and being able to be a little more tanky, and that's why I said too, even the yesterday and the days before, I was like, this new patch and everything doesn't mean that the tank meta is dead or anything like that. I think there's just an adjustment period that is going to happen here because like you said, man, there's 2 assassin picks now that really haven't worked out on the losing team, and it's just part of this lineup that we saw here was really a combination of just Cambodia really making use of, Boxy, the fact that he was able to find so many setups with the Way of the Dragon. And sometimes it wasn't even that. Like, he wasn't even committing the Way of the Dragon. Like, sometimes it was just him kind of baiting things out with the Shinpo, like setting things up that way and getting the minor knockups there and letting that roll there. And then it was a very similar thing. Run the King finally got to have that game on this Roger after the game 1 where he was just shining, especially that Warcry emblem, guys, like that's 8% extra damage after you use the 3 abilities or auto attacks, I believe it is. I think it's even basic attacks. It procs that 8% damage, and you're seeing that really come to place. And now we've seen a couple different things too, where either that Sky Piercer is picked up early on, which this time Run the King didn't do that. He picked it up later. I think it was like his 3rd or 4th item. And so he was already snowballing pretty heavily based on that early game that he had. And then he became a huge threat. And this time around, with the lineup that they were playing against up, Run the King had a better time being able to initiate or use the Lycan Pounce into a fight because of the fact that what they had with the Yu Zhang even. I mean, Yu Zhang from Sariam Felix, this was a solid choice, classic matchup that we constantly see, the Terizla and Yu Zhang. And I just feel like there was way more impact this game from the Yu Zhang in comparison to the Terizla. Like, we didn't see too many, crazy penalty zones from Justin. And maybe this is partly because what they drafted and where they went with the roles. Again, we didn't think 100% it would be Justin playing the Terizla in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That's probably part of this whole thing. I was actually, you and I both were expecting it's probably going to be the Edith in the mid, or maybe the Angela in the mid lane. Like, we've seen that in Edith Rome. But this time around, I think the changes here that we saw from Myanmar, like some of the swapping that happened and whatnot, where we're not used to seeing certain things like that, maybe that played a part to it because, I didn't really get to see the impact of Ken on this Lancelot pick, which we know is a favorite hero of his. Like, he's played it time and time again and in different metas, but it was just a kind of lackluster here. Like, we didn't get to see much in game 2 happen, and I think all the answers this time around were from Cambodia and the way that they drafted, and they had a very clear game plan in their mind, and they fixed one of the major issues from the previous game, and they ended up taking us to our first game 3, for IESF so far.
They did in a very, very dominant way as well in game number 2, right? Because we were expecting maybe the momentum, especially with that early game composition, to be held by Myanmar. And maybe that's what they were looking for with the Terizla mid. Because, we were expecting maybe the Edith to go mid, maybe the Angela to go mid, but it was definitely the swap between the 2, right? It was Edith Rome or Edith mid, and Angela Rome or Edith or Angela mid. But it turned out to be the Terizla mid. And with the Terizla mid, it could still work. Again, we see that a lot in Indonesia. Not a lot, but just from that particular blue team from Rebellion, we do see that a lot. But the way that they use it is very, they're very, very reliant on the early game. They need the early game to go well, and it's all about setting up for the first hurdle, which they did really well. They were able to get the CC down, the penalty zone, and the Primal Wrath as well, but they weren't able to out-damage the they had a lot of damage too to play with, and they were all beefy boys, right?
Beefy
Even
boys.
the Valentina. You deal so much damage to the Valentina, but the fact that Ra, your big daddy, right?
Your
beefy
big daddy.
boy, was able to steal the Primal Wrath and be the beefy boy, because Valentina is actually squishy. I think Ken would have been able to deal with the Valentina, at least in that turtle fight, if there was no Primal Wrath to be stolen. The fact that the Primal Wrath is always there to be stolen, especially in the early fights, that's a big ultimate that you cannot give Valentina unless you have a way to CC the Valentina, lock her down. But in that game, definitely was not there, right? The penalty zone was used just to initiate, and that's it. That's technically what you get in the early game. You get like some base damage, I guess, from the swings of the
like
hammer.
the impact.
Yeah, the impact was definitely not like as big because
in comparison
if they
to
really
Farsight.
wanted the Terizla mid, they could have gone for. I'm thinking about the other choices they could have gone for. I think the Lilia would have been an okay choice actually to go for, right? You don't give a big ultimate over towards the Valentina, and you put the Lilia in the mid lane. Kind of the same scenario where you will get mid control and then you will rotate a bit faster. So there are ways other than the Terizla mid to actually snowball, and I think they tunnel vision for the mid lane, getting the Terizla at the end of that draft. That's why they picked up the Edith, kind of like panicking. What's Ruby Didi gonna play, man? You know, and they ultimately kind of like the draft definitely fell flat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder. I wish we could like hear what the comms were like in going through that draft, because that was very different than what we're used to seeing. So, you know, as we wait for Game 3 draft to happen, I'm wondering if they go back to, you know, just like normal setting, like their roles and the picks that we see here, because I think the same thing. There was a lot of things that could have worked differently instead of the Terizla mid, and I think that's why you and I both were just kind of naturally thinking, all right, maybe this is just an Angela mid, and Angela mid works. We've seen, I would say that naturally people would rather see Angela as a roam, not a mid, traditionally, but either way it works, and it was a curveball maybe that they were trying to play around with, you know, having that flexibility and being like, yep, here's a Terizla, he's going mid lane. But you're right, once that penalty zone was used, then like, you know, it falls off a lot, because then your magic damage, really, all you have for magic damage, if you think about it, aside from, you know, Angela, and I don't really want to count that, is like Primal Wrath. Like once you use the Primal Wrath, like there's your magic damage, and you know, then it kind of, again, because of this lineup, the way that they utilized it, it wasn't enough to go toe to toe. And we're talking about Valentina. Valentina is one of those heroes in the mid lane that is typically at the top of the damage meter throughout the games because of the way that she works. And then, like you said, she gets that, you know, if she takes the Primal Wrath, then she does even more damage. So I think we're almost ready, for the draft. I know we still saw some graphics here. Big shout out to the production. They're still trying to, you know, get that situated. That would be our first time actually seeing the pick and ban, the graphics. But hopefully we'll see how these kind of fall into place, like lineup wise, for both the teams, because now that we've had a good sample from Game 1 and Game 2, and we are rather familiar with these players and these teams, just, you know, from different tournaments, there's a lot that it can happen as it comes down to this best one. And I know some people in the chat were asking, is this like an elimination match? It's not an elimination match. It's a best of 3. You know, there's for this portion of Asia, there's a whole like a round robin, I believe, and Mirko mentioned that there is going to be teams qualifying later on. There's matches also happening simultaneously offline, guys. So this is just actually our first match for this sub-region of Asia. So it is a best of 3 that'll be played out here.
I think for you guys, if you guys really want to just check what the results are, you guys can go and check out the website that, you know, Nightbot's been always saying in the comments, www.iesf.gg, and there you can actually pick the region as well if you want to check out, you know, what's happened in the last few matches maybe that have been played as well, because currently there are, I think, a few matches that are being played simultaneously, but I'm not too sure as well. You can also see the updated standings right after every single game that will be instantly updated on the website too. So really, really cool stuff. Yeah, there are actually matches going on right now. So go ahead and check it out. I'm just checking it out myself as well on the other screen here. And it's great. You know, it's very easy to navigate around. You guys should go and check it out, especially if you want to know exactly who will be able to qualify, because we'll have the playoff matches, I believe, in day number 4. So tomorrow we'll have another round of, you know, the continued fights to get that top 2 slot, but then we'll see the official playoff matches on day number 4, and that'll be a best of 5, I believe. So some big matches coming your way, and we also have the next match later on that we'll talk about later, because we'll focus now on Cambodia versus Myanmar, right? What do Myanmar have to do to get back at Cambodia, and what do Cambodia need to do to hold their ground now that they have actually equalized? For me, Myanmar, I think, go back to game number 1. They do really well on Assassins, cool. They're really good at team fights, yes. But I think game number 1, when they actually can focus around these neutral objectives instead of pure fights, they have something to fight for. You know what I mean? Like, in the fights of game number 2, yes, they were fighting for the neutral objective, but when they were falling behind, it almost looked like they were fighting just to fight. They were fighting because they just like to fight. They just enjoy the thrill of dying or winning in that skirmish. And really, it's very unfortunate. It's very fun. It's very entertaining, especially, but it's not really the best way to go at it, especially when you're behind, right? So maybe go with a draft that can actually wait for the late game. If you actually lose in the early game, maybe something that can ensure you for the later stage, like the Natan pick, maybe even a Claude pick that you want to play with, though. Don't force the Claude to fight early on when the rest of the team loses. I think the adjustment definitely needs to be made. It's a very simple adjustment though for Myanmar, and for Cambodia, do what you're already doing. Go for the early game compositions again, and make sure you win out in the first few neutral objective battles, because it seems when you do win out against Myanmar in the first neutral objective battles, again, the tendency of Myanmar to just go for the skirmishes is a bit too easy to predict for Cambodia, and I think they can continuously just ride that wave. Surf's up, man.
Surf's up. Going on that point, I think I really want to see what they want to do for the draft in terms of just jungle picks alone, because now that we've seen essentially 2 games where it's like 1 assassin versus 1 utility, I'm wondering if both of them just throw it all out the window and they go both assassin. Because so far we've seen so many assassins banned out. And I'm wondering if that actually is going to change here, banning phase-wise in this first phase. It is still going to be the Ling. The Faramis is also banned out here. We'll probably still see some of the other assassins even taken out, but also with a focus on, these gold laners, their options. Roger has popped up multiple times now, and I feel like has had basically a 50-50 opportunity to shine or not. And so I think if you're really for Myanmar, it's kind of playing around that. Even so, where if they just decide to lock in what they did in game 1 and take the Fredrin for Ken, if they do that and they end up going against Lucas, I think that's the thing. I don't know if actually Lucas would do that, like pick an assassin into Fredrin again. But it's looking like we could see that those things fall into place as the Harith now and the Chip are banned out. Louis still going to be open for now, as long as it's not banned out here. And I would love to see, like I said earlier, Justin on, one of those more traditional mid lane picks and not the Trizla for this game 3.
Yeah, I would love to see also just the Fredrin be left open for blue side at least, right? But that's something that they're definitely going to have to play with now at this point, because even for Cambodia, they're really just trying to read out what, Myanmar want to ban out first, right? So if Myanmar actually let go of the Fredrin, they might not ban the Luoyi. They might actually go for a swap. So if you get the Fredrin, we get the Luoyi, we trade that, we get the creativity that we can utilize to even further our early game lead. And that's what we're seeing here, the Angela ban. So not the Fredrin, not the Luoyi. Now pressure is on Cambodia. I think the best way would just to be trade those heroes, right? If there's going to be an OP hero open, you kind of trade it together. But I don't know too. If they leave the Luoyi, is the Luoyi more prio than the Fredrin? Yeah, that was what I was thinking about, right? If they leave the Luoyi, maybe the Luoyi would be first pick, and maybe for Cambodia, that might just not be worth it for them because they don't want to play the Fredrin, maybe. But because the Luoyi will be banned out, I was expecting a Fredrin, but they actually go and steal away the Roger. Again, really good flex, really good deny pick away from Cambodia now. And now for Myanmar, they can utilize this into the second phase even to flex it out in gold or jungle.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I knew the Roger would probably be up for contention because we've seen it throughout the series now, game 1 and game 2. But it looks like, Myanmar wants to grab that. And that's the thing, we actually don't know if it is going to go in the gold lane or if it's, the choice for Ken to play with, because it could be flexed there as well and saved as a later choice. How we saw them change things in the previous game. So that with that information, Cambodia, they can kind of build around this. It looks like they're going to be the ones to lock in the Fredrin and the Yuzhong pick. Both obviously solid choices. This allows Lucas to do what he did in game 2 and just kind of focus on some of these objective taking and provide goods, CC with the taunts and everything else. Appraiser's Wrath is great. And then you have, once again, a really good, what I would say, performance from Saryam Felix on the Yuzhong. And so we're going back to this matchup, man. I think we're just going to constantly see this. When the Yuzhong is picked up and Terizla's open, they're going to go for it. Now, this time around, it could possibly just Yes. Hopefully, I'm saying hopefully it goes in the XP lane and not in the mid. We'll see exactly where they want to fall into place with that. But I think still, this is the decision for them, is like, for Myanmar, do they want to put this Roger possibly in the jungle against a Fredrin? And it looks like the Minotaur is hovered over. This is great combination of ultimates. You have the penalty zone, you have Minoan Fury, you have some sustainability with the motivation of Roar as well. And so there it is. That's locked in for the first phase from Myanmar. Solid choices, and still a lot left on the table for the last two. And I think that's where they have to decide, what are they going to put in the mid lane? They need a good source of magic damage, especially some of that burst. But it looks like for Cambodia, they might be looking to lock in their mid lane, so it's not so banned out that they have to deal with. There's a lot being shown here, and I don't know, man. We saw the Lunox in the gold lane yesterday, was it? Yeah, yesterday. And we saw that burst potential. It's almost on par even with what you usually see when Harith is put in the gold lane. So if this Lunox is locked in, we'll talk more about that, but this could also be a good choice. We know how strong Novaria is. There it is, locked in. And this just pairs really well. Anytime I see this combination with Novaria and Yu Zhang, she's like a spotter for the Yu Zhang for a lot of times. So like Yu Zhang, typically he's going in with the dragon form to either zone or at least scout. But this time around, if you have a Novaria, like, you don't actually have to waste it for that. You can actually utilize it in a different way because you have the Astral Echoes to drop down. And this is the other thing, the new items, man. The new items for the Novaria going to be a little scary. Yeah, the lantern, working around this, easy to proc that 800 damage and get that 10% current HP.
Yeah, that would be great, right? The fact that you can actually scout, but I'm also thinking about the possibilities that the Yu Zhang can utilize the enhanced hitbox to get the Petrify down onto more people, right? The fact that you can actually zone is already great. You can open up the map with the Novaria, very, very good. But that additional hitbox enhancement just gives so much value to everyone else on the team. Even the Fredrin, now you can actually get the knock-up and the taunt maybe to members more reliably, right? And the Yu Zhang, like I said, the Petrify Furious Dive combo, it's already so annoying to deal with. Imagine when you can't really even calculate the range of that now, that you already get hit by the Astral Echo and your hitbox has been enlarged, right? So very annoying stuff, definitely. That's what Cambodia are playing with now. And it looks like the Edith's going to be taken away. They have had their fair share of, Edith games. Technically only one, but they got 2 Ediths in that game, with the Valentina constantly stealing the Primal Wrath away. But also some respect given over to Justin with that Farsa ban. At this point, they might actually also just take the... I'm thinking about some different heroes, but do they want to take the Valentina away? Technically, no crazy like Minotaur or penalty zone ultimates, but still, I guess the Astral Echo, if Myanmar have a way to match that Astral Echo, it would just be really, really scary. So they do decide to go for the Valentina ban in the end. And now for the final ban coming in from Myanmar, it's got to be the respect towards Boxy, the guy who plays so well. His name is Boxing, but Cho doesn't really box, does he, right? It's more of a kicker.
Maybe he shadow boxes.
Maybe he does. But for Boxy, I really hope he gets a flashy hero. I really hope, all right. So they go for the carry pick first, and then they try to set up for Boxy. I think this is a good idea. Knowing how good Boxy is in game number 2 on the flashy pick, and how different it was for him in game number 1 on a reactive pick, you definitely don't want to see this guy on a reactive pick. Take him off the Minotaurs, take him off these boring roamers, put him on a flashy one, because that's where he really is able to force and dictate the matchup. But it seems for Justin, he wants to do that as well. But for the mid lane, Kagura being hovered over, not too sure if they actually want to go for this. And with the Nolan, that's technically what we were talking about before the draft even started, right? From Myanmar, get a little bit more of that late game insurance to play with later, and it should be, perhaps a Kadita that they're going for. If they do, this is good, but it's also risky, right? They do lock it in. So in the first few fights, it's going to be good. But later on, if Cambodia are able to bait out some of these resources, the cooldown cycle, the cooldown on these resources, it's going to be massive. Once they use the initial burst, Cambodia can actually take them on in a full team fight, in a long team fight. They got the tools to do it. They got a Yu Zhang and a carry, a Fredrin as well, and a Novaria. So much consistent damage coming in. So, all right, Myanmar want to take that gamble of going in for the burst and hoping to win it in the first initiation. Let's see if it works out now as Boxy gets his pick. What roamer?
Oh, man. Given the fact that, the Edith and the Cho are taken out, we'll see exactly what the game plan here too. Real quick, there's a lot of magic damage from Myanmar, and I think that is the gamble in a way. Is this gonna? Oh, it is gonna be locked in. So Grok, the last pick here for Cambodia. Lineup wise, interesting from both sides. I think they cover their bases though. Overall, it's just I feel like when I look at Myanmar's lineup, you're really going for those one-shot potentials. Like anytime the Kadita is there locked in, that's the plan. That's the game plan. We've seen Justin play this before, this hero before, obviously, and kill. Eventually it does fall off to an extent, but it's really threatening to Cambodia early on and then even in the mid game. So we'll see exactly what that ends up looking like, because even so, Ken is going to be playing that Roger in the jungle, and playing around this instead of seeing it in the gold lane is going to be a little bit different, especially now that it is going against Lucas this time around with the Fredrin here.
All right, let's get into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Will Cambodia utilize the momentum of that equalizer in game number 2, or will Myanmar pull off another comeback, this time in game number 3? Who will take this full 3-game series over? Will it be Myanmar or Cambodia? It's your time to spam the live chat with your predictions. Will it be Myanmar? Will it be Cambodia? As we get to see both Lucas and Ken in the jungle, and Boxy already very early on trying to force out that retry, and he should be able to do so, because you can see from Ken at least, no retribution available, but he's already very low. Whoa!
Oh, well, that's a great start for Ken. Gets the first blood already. I'm not sure, it's boxing probably didn't have to commit that much to it, but he ends up dying in anyway. So, this is the difficult situation to be in. If the Roger gets a momentum in either, whether that's the jungle, whether that's in the gold lane Roger, it is kind of tough to deal with. So right now it looks like boxing's just going to go ahead, and at least to get vision over here, make it still hard for Ken to deal with. He's going to take that front side. Lucas also walks up in there. Now Justin gets the front of the damage. It looks like who did get the purple? Lucas is going to be the one to fall. Ken got the purple buff, and now boxing in trouble once again. Has to flicker out. Should be fine unless he gets chased down. But this is going to allow Ken to go ahead and continue to get resources on the map. And with that, now Myanmar finds themselves 2 kills up.
Oh man, Cambodia with a very early invade, right? And both the invades really failed for Cambodia. They gotta respect the Roger is actually a really good jungler, man. Even with the Impure Rage, right? You get so much more sustain in that jungle, and they're actually gonna go for another engage. And it does seem like, I don't know if Ken actually picked that up, but if he did, then yeah, Lucas will not be level 4. And this is a big problem coming into the first turtle, where Ruby, DD, and Justin are already very close to that level 4. They're gonna have a massive power spike. And even Zide in the mid lane, he should be able to clear up the whole wave and get level 4. So Lucas struggling here. If he doesn't get this goal XP crab, okay, he does.
Yeah. Oh, Ken also taking a lot of damage himself. Oh, Lucas just swoops on in, gets the turtle, and now Ken's gonna be in trouble. Sorry, Felix will pick up the kill. Zidez in trouble, trying to get to the mid lane. Will flicker out, gets a shot though. Oh, boxing. Is boxing gonna go for it? Throws up the Guardian's Berry, stall out the recall a little bit longer, but Cambodia finally fighting back in the exchange, and well, that whole thing will actually give them this at least equal now in the gold and a little bit of a lead to work around with.
Yeah, that was really good. Cambodia desperately needed that win, and I think for Lucas, right, we were talking about in game number 1 and game number 2 how he was just missing out on these retries. The fact that he got 2 victories there, taking the XP crab away and then straight out into a steal in the jungle, in the turtle, is great for him. Definitely some confidence boost as well, man, because he definitely needs that now coming into game number 3. It's a leather jerkin start for him, so I think he should be going for a Dreadnought armor first. Yeah, and he does go and complete that Dreadnought armor with the tough boots. So he already has tenacity, now added physical defense up against these beefy members that can deal damage with their abilities. But for Ken, it should still be that Windtalker rush in towards maybe a Sky Piercer second item, but maybe even goes for War Axe. I have a quick question to you, Naisu. What do you like better? Do you like the Roger in the jungle or Roger Gold?
Oof. I would probably say Roger in the jungle. I'm not sure if I like him in the gold lane that much. I just feel like there's better choices for gold laners rather than Roger. I think he does fit in the jungle though better, especially now.
I gotta agree. That's my answer as well. I love the jungle Roger more than the gold lane. I love it more than the gold lane, and it's because firstly, you have a safe way to go and clear, right? But more importantly, you're actually very active in the start of the game, and that's really the important part for the Roger. How you get the snowball early on. Meanwhile, in the gold lane, we're seeing a lot more of these, you know, kind of weak side picks. Just scale up later on, maybe even the Claw, the carries, and then the Tons that we're seeing now. And there's another fight up top, it seems.
RubyDD already defensively used that flicker, so a lot committed once again at the top side. Justin gonna jump in, won't be able to find the knockup he's looking for, and now Sarium Felix wants to fight back, and this could be the moment they turn around. Minoan Fury under the turret, they pick up Sarium Felix, but they're fighting under the turret as Zidez will fall while charge gonna be used. RubyDD does have that body of Smith, keeps him quite defensive on this Terizla, so, and he dodges the shot too, so they keep it together. Turtle's up here though, but Ken gonna work on his buff as well for Lucas on the orange. So both teams will go ahead and get a reset before they commit to the objective, but man, it's very close between the two teams right now.
Playing it very, very slow, because for Myanmar, technically the way that they want to win in these team fights, I mean, the way that they want to tackle these neutral objectives is through winning the team fights. They want to go for the members first. They don't really want to go for the neutral objective first. That's what Cambodia want to do, with a wild charge and obviously with a Fredrin there to go for the last hit. That's what they want to expect. That's what they expect to go for in these neutral objective battles. So for Myanmar, the person who actually needs to tank up the turtle, the person who needs to take the aggro, shouldn't be Ken. Ken should be coming in at the very last second with the Lycan form. He can go for the gun form, just, you know, deal some damage, poke him down, and that's what they're doing now for the second turtle.
Yeah, they're going to jump in. Once again, Lucas trying to contest this turtle. Shots coming down. He gets thrown into the air as he falls. Ken will get the turtle. Now Sarium Felix keeping the front line under control, but also in the gold lane. Two fights happening at once. Juno will win the 1v1 versus run, but now Ken can't pick up the kill on boxing just yet. RubyDD will wait there patiently. He's 10 seconds away from the flicker. I think he's going to stall out as much as he can boxing. And it looks like he's going to do just that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they continue down at the tier 1 turret. They finally get it. But once again, RubyDD, flicker nearly available. Boxing still there, left to the limbs. And they'll go ahead and stall him out as long as they can. They won't be able to get the turret just yet, though, as Sarium Felix is back to the lane.
Yeah, Boxy, he has to stay up top there. He definitely needs to just, you know, try to deny that turret take, because it would be so bad for them if they lost 2 turrets off of that play. But definitely, I want to give a massive shout out to Myanmar as to how they tackled that fight and how they adjusted right after turtle number 1, right? Because in turtle number 1, they were actually utilizing Ken as the guy to go for the turtle first. He was starting things up. He was the one dealing damage to the turtle, and he was taking aggro. And that put him in a position that was just so vulnerable. Way too vulnerable as the main carry of the team in the early game, right? So the fact that they actually played around it, the Minotaur was the one that took the turret aggro, or sorry, the turtle aggro, and it was Ken who just stayed in the back with the gun form dealing damage to it. It kind of forced Cambodia to go in, because either way, if they go in just for the steal, that's kind of not possible, knowing that Zide will use the Minion's Fury and will knock up Lucas, and they just basically, for Cambodia, they just definitely needed to look for a force into that turtle pit, and that's what they did. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, because then Lucas was just so open to all the damage coming in, not just from Ken, but also from Justin, who bursted him down quick, even before the turtle got into the, you know, the retribution indicator sweet spot. So for Myanmar, a good win there puts them in a very good spot now to look for the snowball. Up for turtle number 3, and even in the bottom lane, Juno somehow was able to get a 1v1. Run the King, way too overextended. It was so far inside of the enemy jungle, to a point where I think he was like almost below the tier 1, right? So definitely not a good spot for Run the King on this carry. You definitely want to try to go back and forth up against the Natan. You want to try to, you know, bait out the entropy and then fight when the entropy's not there. But it seems for both these teams, they actually don't want to go for the third turtle, which is great for both these teams technically, because they want to actually wait up. For Cambodia, they want to wait up. They want to go for some of these levels, some of these farm before they actually go for a skirmish. And for Myanmar, it's kind of tough for them to pull off that turtle fight. But it seems for Cambodia, they're going to utilize Juno being up top to go for a fight instantly.
Yeah, Lord already half health here. Dragon form going to be used. The rest of the team making their way. There's the rough waves of the rough wave combination, and they find Lucas penalty zone into the back as well, forcing him back. And now it's Myanmar looking to punish even further, as Sarium Felix will drop in the exchange. So it looked like Cambodia was confident in taking the Lord, but look what happened. It was a disaster. Myanmar swings down, gets the Lord, and gets some kills, all just for their roams. It is.
And that was why I was kind of confused, right? I was saying that both teams really didn't want that turtle, wanted the Lord to spawn in so that it would delay the game to a certain point. For Cambodia, I was definitely thinking that they would actually want to utilize that to go and farm up a bit more, because even Lucas was behind of Ken by a whole level. And again, for Myanmar, they're very, very happy to utilize that small lead to go for these bursts, because with their composition, if they get a good initiation, they get the win, and that's exactly what they got in the last team fight. Luckily for Cambodia, though, they got a carry and a Navaria. Very, very good clear. The Navaria dealing AoE damage, and obviously for the carry, dealing with the Lord. So defense should still be okay, but Juno, 9th minute this time. A whole minute behind, you know, the game 1 timer of how he got the Holy Crystal. And now Myanmar can actually start dictating the pace, can start going for these big team fights to force some neutral objectives, or to force some structures even. They'll be able to take a tier 2 up top as well, 2 of the side lane tier 2s. So still some good stuff from Myanmar, as that's also Ken completing the endless battle. For the carry, as expected, this is why I really thought for the burst!
Oh, the burst is just too much boxing. Juno, as you were just talking about it, now they'll find a triple from Sariam Felix. Breath of the Ocean knocks up Lucas. Lucas will get a kill before he goes down. A maniac for Juno. Online for this Natan, and already 10 minutes in, Myanmar just comes out with a decisive team fight. Man, were you just talking about Juno and landing that Holy Crystal, and then he goes and gets a maniac, Mirko.
9th minute Natan Holy Crystal should be kind of illegal, right? The normal timer is 11 to 12, but you can see the damage there. Run the King got ran down by Juno on the Natan. And then next is Felix, the guy who should be tanky. He picks up a Radiant Armor right as he dies as well. So he was already on that. He already had some magical defense, and yet you were still shredded down. That's the power of the Holy Crystal at the 9th minute of the game, man. That's why I was so surprised with it being completed so early, because you usually get that at the 11th minute, at the 12th minute. That's usually the time that you get it. That's usually when the enemy team also has, you know, a bit more magical defense to counter that. But the fact that you got it so early means that for Cambodia, at least, they didn't have those items ready, and that's why you saw Felix only get it after he died to the Natan damage. And now he has the Divine Glaive at the 11th minute.
Add salt to the wound.
This is a 14-minute item for the Natan. That triple kill, that maniac definitely got him here way faster. And oh man, if we were already talking about, you know, Cambodia finally getting those items like the Radiant Armor, it might not even matter. Juno has a Divine Glaive. He's basically going to do true damage. Maybe up until Cambodia get another, like, magical defense item on top of the Radiant Armor. If they get Athena on top of the Radiant, maybe they can withstand some of that damage. But even then, Ken will just shred through them with the Sky Piercer.
He's got the Sky Piercer,
execute. And now Lucas, how is he going to get in here?
Oh, Ken, actually, you can see how much the Lord hurts. With that change now, they're going to be in trouble. Zidiz goes down in the exchange, and Sariam Felix will be the one to follow. Ken also battling it out. Penalty zone going to be used. It's a double for Ken. Juno still alive, quite healthy. Rough waves from Justin used. The trade, the 1 for 2 now. Ken is still up, but I don't even think Myanmar wants to commit to this. They're still respecting the fact that the Lord does hurt Ken quite a bit, and they could lose this possibly, as Lucas on this Fredrin will be fine to tank most of it better than Ken can. But they go ahead and get ready for the reset. Zidiz will be up in a couple seconds, and meanwhile for Cambodia as well, and they'll go ahead and converge back to this Lord fight as they get situated in.
Again, another amazing skirmish from Myanmar. The fact that they were able to get both Felix and Boxy there, the punishment was just real. And yeah, we definitely see the change on the Lord, right? You're going to struggle to actually go for the Lord dances on these carry junglers. So it definitely has to be Ruby DD or Zide who tanks up this Lord. Because earlier, Ken was actually very, very low. If if Cambodia were able to actually initiate on Ken, that would have been pretty bad. But even then, if they use all their resources on Ken, there's that secondary carry that we were talking about, that crazy Natan, Juno. This man, it seems like on the Natan, he's just so much more comfortable, right? Because we got to see him on a different pick in game number 2, and it was different. His Claude is just not as Natan. His Natan is something special, really, man. From his farming, from the way that he enters these team fights, to the way he kites as well. And even in the mid lane, oh my goodness, almost bursting down the frontliner. No Felix. Myanmar might just look to go for this.
He forces Sariam Felix back to the base, so they know that he has to get some more time. He actually goes in with the Dragon Form instead. Look at the unleashed damage from Run the King. Ken will get the Lord though, but can they win the fight? Juno is shut down from Saryam Felix to fall for Myanmar, and now Ruby DD is next. Tries to stay alive the longest he can, but eventually will get chased down by Run the King and Boxing. But Myanmar, man, did that fight not go in their favor as Cambodia comes back into the 14 minutes of the game, but they still have the Lord to deal with. Myanmar, the game could be slipping in slowly out of their hands. You saw the team fight. You saw how much damage Run the King now has on this carry pick. They'll quickly work through the Lord and probably get some more turrets in their favor.
And it seems the combo is still a bit too deadly, right? Despite Myanmar being at a massive, like, with holding a massive gold lead, they still were actually punished heavily by the Astral Echo and the Black Dragon form that we were talking about in the drafts. The fact that the hitbox enlarges by quite a bit, the Felix can actually just jump in, and we actually get to see the damage dealt in that skirmish. And it was both, yeah, Felix and Run the King doing a significant amount of damage, but mainly it was Ra. Very deceiving. You don't get to see the Novaria damage, and once you realize it, you already get bursted down by the Astral Meteor and even those Astral Spheres and the ranged attack. I think Juno got hit by a big Astral Sphere right as Felix ran him down with a Black Dragon form, because he was able to get the execute down onto Juno. He was able to assassinate him, but the damage was placed down by Ra. So Ra is becoming a big threat now towards Myanmar as we get into later stages of the game. And that's why we're seeing the Rose Gold Meteor. That's why we're now seeing the Blood Wings as well. They need the additional sustain, all the additional sustain that they can get. And technically, even for Ruby DD, he's very, very vulnerable to the magic damage coming in. I think they kind of tunnel vision on going for the physical defense and even the Queen's Wings that they completely forget for Ra at least. He can actually start shredding people down. Only Zide and Ken at this point have magical defense to really handle the Novaria, and even then it might still not be enough, right? Because the Divine Glaive is already built up by Ra, and I think he's on the way to a last item, Holy Crystal. If he does get that last item, Holy Crystal, that's gonna be some crazy burst that he gets to play with. And for Myanmar, they got to start to cycle through very disciplinedly. They need to start to look for angles to take him down in the back, because if he continues to shoot these spheres and Myanmar go in a fight with low HP or even half HP, it'll just give the rest of the team, Run the King, Felix, Lucas, Boxing, so many more ways to enter in these team fights and to punish Myanmar.
Yeah, this is where you start to also see at this point of the game as we approach, that late game and everything, and we're here. And the positioning is crucial for both of the teams here, actually, for this. And like you said, I think one of the big components for Cambodia to work around is just the amount of damage that comes from Ra, like on this Novaria, and the vision that it provides that we talked about so much in the draft. So with that, Myanmar is actually just going to go ahead and start blazing on this Lord. And look at the damage from Boxing. Will get less than half health here. He's still going to be fine, though. Has the immortality to work around with, too. But this, again, positioning is crucial. Saryam Felix looking for his own position and flank to come through with Dragon Form like we saw previously. Meanwhile, Ra is just assaulting, sieging from the back line. And that's why Myanmar has to be so careful with this lineup that they're facing against. And they have to plant pretty much Ruby DD here to keep the Lord at bay. Lucas doesn't really have to do anything, as it's Myanmar that wants to put the pressure around this Lord. So they find themselves half health now. It's all up to Saryam Felix to probably start this fight. They look like they get ready to go ahead and initiate, but hold on, it's a fourth of the health. It's really low. Who's gonna be Ken able to get the Lord? And there's the knockup from Zidez, but the fight's gonna break out once again, and Run the King is just unleashing the Appraiser's Wrath. Will fall down. A wild charge to find multiple members. Immortality gonna be popped. Run the King looking to follow up on Ruby DD, but won't be able to find the kill, and now forces Ken back on top of it. The 1-for-2 trade, but again, the Lord is secured by Ken in the exchange.
That combo is still so disgusting, man. The fact that, again, the Minotaur was able to pop in the Minion's Fury, and there's another penalty zone that comes through. So many layers of CC for Lucas to go through, and Ken just gets the free retry again. Here we get to see the replay, and you can see Zidez, look at that, right? Into the penalty zone. So you can see it. Lucas tried to dash in forward and try to juke in that penalty zone, but in the end, still got knocked up, and Ken was able to go for the last hit. Meanwhile, Juno, great entropy to the back, so they actually can, blink back forwards. And I think for Ruby DD, I gotta give him props too, because he was able to actually just stand in the front line, body block a few of these shots, and now they're actually going to go for the siege, maybe the end game siege. Not enough, though.
Yeah, not enough to get that last turret. So it's just showing here, Mirko, that Cambodia's lineup is still a huge threat. I mean, look at this. Ken is quite low, and at this point, Ra can continue to fire off and kind of keep them from really putting the pressure moving forward. So yeah, Cambodia lost that one base turret in the mid lane. They luckily hold on to the top one. They shouldn't lose that even with some of these waves pushing in unless Myanmar forces that to happen. But so far, so good for Cambodia on the defensive. And it could just be them really doing this, farming up, continuing to lock in some of the last couple items that they needed, and then getting set up for the next Lord, unless they just decide, hey, we want to fight this out. We want to end this game number 3 before the objective dance even happens. You can see both teams, there's nothing for them to really want to take right now. So they're just going to zone up here into that Lord, because really for Cambodia and the lineup they have, they can't send someone to farm and push on one of these side lanes. They need everyone here for this team fight as much as possible, and they know that. So for Myanmar, they can kind of bunch up, wait around for that. There's no quick way for them to just force a fight. And real quick, we see some of the items, still the last ones being to lock in.
Yeah, still I'm just hovering over the items here. Immortality, actually. So we're getting to a point where, these marksmen will start to sell their boots to get their 6th item, and for Juno it's the Wind of Nature as well. A lot of respect put into Felix because he knows, Winter Crown as well there for Zidis. Interesting. So I believe he wants to go for the Minions Fury, Flicker, and maybe
Crown,
the Winter Crown.
Yep.
Because I believe now some of the changes that have been made to how you utilize that, it used to be suppression. Now you can actually use abilities on top of the Winter Crown and it'll still proc. It'll still be used up there. Ruby DD gets an angle.
Actually able to go in. Penalty zone already used. Run the King. Has the immortality. So they might just have to back off, but they used the dragon form to chase down Myanmar. They might be forced to fight this one out. Sarion Felix goes in, can't find the connection. There's a Minoan Fury. The knockup is there, and now they're going to unleash. Look at Juno's damage on top of Ken. They're going to force Cambodia even back further, and they find Run the King, and they'll run down Cambodia. Appraiser's Wrath to keep them at bay, but Myanmar might just go ahead. And a shot from Ra, able to get Zinez down. So it looks like Myanmar wants to make the play, push the top in, get that turret down, and possibly rotate for this Lord, unless Cambodia with 2 members can keep them from ending the series here. Lucas holding down the front side, Juno there using that entropy. There's the immortality. It's already going to be popped. They have the waves pushing in. Now it's up to Ra, left alone. There's not enough time, and it looks like Myanmar will be able to take this series in game number 3.
Well played to Myanmar. Even though there were a few of those fights that went to the side of Cambodia again, they were able to finally get it done through their leads, through their advantages, playing and adjusting back to their winning conditions. That Minotaur and the Terizla, the combination of the Minions Fury and the penalty zone still was too much to handle for the side of Cambodia. Even towards the end, when the penalty zone flicker combo was already used up to initiate over, when it was already baited out, the Minions Fury was still there, and as long as, for Myanmar, as long as they were able to get that front to back working, it would just automatically be a win, right? And in the end, Cambodia, they weren't able to find those creative angles anymore, even with the Astral Echo, and they actually fell, or they kind of fell to that flank as well from Justin, dude. Yeah. Justin, ever since, they lost out in the full initiating battle, he's always been adjusting to that moment to actually go for the flanks. He's been rotating across the different paths in the jungle to find a flank on towards Ra, and in that particular skirmish, he was able to find a great flank. Unfortunately, not catching Ra, but getting Run the King, getting in the back line. The fact that he was able to, kind of like split that front to back composition of Cambodia was already very, very good for them. But it all started here with the first 2 kills being given over to Ken and to Justin. It set the stage for Myanmar to get this massive snowball running. Luckily, though, for Cambodia, they were able to punch back. They were able to hit back here with a turtle take, a good steal, because Ra was able to pop in that Astral Echo to give the vision over, to give those hitboxes over so that Felix and Boxy could go for a big play. But in the end, some of these skirmishes that go back and forth ultimately just goes to the side of Myanmar a bit too often in the early game, and that's what really created this big snowball for them into the next turtle as well. They adjusted very, very well, because in the first turtle, Lucas was still able to enter the team fight, getting the last hit, and then they were able to outplay. But the adjustments made by Myanmar is that, if Lucas wants to jump in, why not Why don't we actually just go for the team fight first before we go to the turtle? Why don't we use Zidis to actually tank up some of the damage from the turtle to take the aggro so that Ken can still jump into the team fight with full HP? And then we continue with that 1v1 in the bottom lane and then the Lord here as well. Some of these skirmishes were just so clean by Myanmar in the early stage of the game, especially this first Lord take, because this was the Lord take that was kind of confusing, right? We were expecting both teams to not go for the turtle because they wanted to wait for the Lord so that they can actually delay even further and wait for their carries to get to power spikes. But then they decided, for Cambodia, they decided to go for a very desperate Lord at the mid-game, and that's what gave Juno so much power here in towards the 12th minute of the game. He already had a Divine Glaive, if I'm not mistaken, at that 11th minute, on top of a Holy Crystal. But somehow, again, Cambodia, even though they were under so much, like they were behind by so much gold, they were behind by so much XP, they were behind in terms of structures and neutral objectives, they can always pull off a fight win. But Myanmar, again, playing through the neutral objectives. Like we said before this game, as draft even started, that adjustment needed to be made from Myanmar, and they did. They were able to make those adjustments happen. They played around the neutral objectives. They just baited in some of these resources, and again, that Ruby DD body block saved Juno, I think, for sure. With the Lord in their hands, they were able to push in, get in the base turn in the mid lane, and then the final fight was a desperate call by Cambodia. It's always got to be those desperate calls that, you know, win you the game or lose you the game. And in this case for Cambodia, it definitely lost them the game. There was a penalty zone in the flicker already used up. They could have just reset again, cleared up the waves, and maybe gone for they could have gone for the Lord, right? With the penalty zone and the flicker not being there, it does give them a lot more openings to actually enter the team fight or to actually evade from the penalty zone. But they decided to fight, didn't end up going their way, and Myanmar was able to take full capitalization, were able to punish Cambodia all the way to a game end in game number 3. So at least we got a climactic end to the series, right? We didn't get a stomp in game number 3. We still saw Cambodia punch back a few times, almost getting a comeback, almost finding a way to go for, you know, a longer game than game number 1. Fortunately, that didn't happen, but yeah, good stuff for both Cambodia and Myanmar. Well played to Myanmar, though, for, again, just taking those calls and making the right decisions.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the 3 games, man. And I feel like we expected this from these two teams. So like we expected if there was going to be a game 3, it was going to be these two, and it was a show. And I feel like even at the end there, still looking at the highlights, like I wonder what if the game would have ended if they, again, you were able to survive on the carry, but then you forced the fight with the dragon form. Like what if they didn't end up forcing a fight here? So, you know, again, congratulations though to Myanmar. They really held it together with this lineup that they had, and it's just looking at the. I did take a quick look at the results because we'll get a chance to talk to Myanmar here in just a second. But so I think Myanmar they got the 3 points from winning the series. And it looks like Thailand from Group A was also the other team to get the points they were looking for. And then for Group 2, it looked like it's Malaysia and Indonesia that got those 3 points from their games. Again, guys, just a quick reminder for you guys watching here, there are games happening simultaneously other than the ones just being streamed. And if you really want to keep an eye on what's going on as a whole, check out IESF.gg and head over to the MLBB section, and you guys can check up all the up-to-date rankings and standings happening right now, and for this portion of the pretty much the group stages, right? Because I think, the Southeast Asian group or the category has the most teams. I think it's like 9 countries that will be competing in this round robin to eventually go off to the next stage, which is their playoff stage. And then, reminder, all this is leading to Riyadh for them. It's the road to the WEC to battle it out once they get to the WEC in Riyadh.
Yeah, so just as an update, you already said it, right? I mean, Indonesia were able to win in the match that was not streamed earlier, and also now with Myanmar. So both Indonesia and Myanmar are actually topping their group. Alongside for Group A, it's Myanmar and Thailand. For Group B, it's Indonesia and Malaysia. So it's literally the battle for first place now as we get to our second match. But we will get an interview first with the winners of match number 1. I wonder who's going to take this interview, right? If it's going to be Ken or Justin, because definitely have a few questions to ask them after that performance, after game 2 especially. What happened there? It looked like they completely lost the vision of what they wanted to do. Definitely want to get those answers, you know. And you were asking about maybe some of the comms that was happening in the draft. I'd love to see that answered as well by some of the members here from Team Myanmar, because yeah, that game too, all the way from the draft towards the game, it just definitely seemed like, you know, either they were tunnel visioning the draft and the game, or there was some miscommunication, some big ones in the draft and in the game, or maybe they just made mistakes, right? Maybe it was planned. Maybe they have practiced this composition before. Maybe in game number 2 they just made too many blunders that ultimately did not end up with a good game for them. It was a stomp by Cambodia. But I like the fact that for game 1, game 3, when Myanmar won, it is a close game, right? It's really back and forth. But when game 2 happened, it was just Cambodia stomping. So is that just a Myanmar thing at this point, right? Is that what we have to expect from Myanmar?
That's them cooking, bro. Like, maybe that's like let them get there, you know. But I think either way, when you look at it, like that is a question that I would really love to hear about. Game number 2's draft, and I'll go back to saying though, like, I could still see it working in theory and everything that they had. And I think this is also just to say, like, we're in a refreshing position for the meta. And so for all the games that we're going to see here for the next couple of days, and then of course the other tournaments happening, it's a refreshing thing to see this shakeup where you're talking about, you know, Charizla possibly going mid. We saw this in the African qualifiers, you know, that was even before the patch though, where it was a Yin Roam and a Hellcurt mid. So we're in this area, man, where I feel like it's a nice, refreshing thing from a viewer perspective, even a caster perspective, to see these changes, of course, with our meta. Yeah. We got confirmation, by the way, for everybody back at home who are wondering who we're going to be interviewing. It seems we will be interviewing the star boy from Myanmar. The star boy. Justin Johnson was a nickname we gave him back in MSC 2022. And we'll finally get to, you know, ask him some questions. Mr. Justin, I still think he has the long hair, right? You know, the signature Justin long hair. Yeah, man, this guy has been here for such a long time now that we think about it, right? It's so unfortunate they didn't qualify to some other events. I would love to, you know, meet him again, but maybe we get the chance to meet them later on in the main stage, because again, for you guys, Southeast Asia, we'll have 2 slots for Southeast Asia for the main stage, and maybe Myanmar can get it done as well. It seems the interview is ready, so we're just gonna bring Justin up. Hello, Justin. How you doing, man? Are you there? Yo, he's got it. What's up, Justin? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty fine. Yeah.
All right, man. I got a question for you, right, Justin? You've been here for a long time, but I want to talk to you first about that game. That was a crazy game, crazy performance, crazy series. What happened in game number 2? Because game number 2, you guys were playing so differently. The draft was also very different. Did you make a mistake in the draft, and did you make mistakes in the game, or was that already all planned and you just, you know, weren't able to get it done?
Firstly, we have a strategy like that, and in the gameplay, we make many mistakes, so they snowball us. If you ask, if they win the game easily, that's all.
Okay, so just mistakes, nice. So you just made mistakes.
Yeah, it's mistakes, but it's part of the game plan too. You know, Justin, again, congratulations to you guys. That was a great best of 3 series to open it up. Real quick, I'm going to ask you, what team do you want to face off? What team are you looking to face off against the most throughout IESF?
I think SRG, Red Giant. Because I heard about them. They are so strong in scrims in tournaments. Yeah, that's why. I wanted.
There you go. We're already setting some expectations.
There you go.
Yeah, for Malaysia, right? So we'll see if they can. We'll see if they can actually manage to go to the next stage. Because I want to ask you another question here, Justin. Based on the groups, you know your groups, right? You're grouped in together with Thailand, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, and Brunei. What do you think of the groups? Do you think you got a good group? Do you think it's an easy group? What do you think?
Oh man, it's not an easy group. but it's a big chance to go to the playoff stage compared to like Indonesia, Malaysia, like that. But it's a hard group, by the way. Yeah.
Right. So
awesome,
definitely a bit.
Yeah.
So it is a bit diff. Mm-hmm. Got another question, nice?
Yeah. No, that's gonna. Justin, it's great to see you again, and great to see you guys competing here. You have a many games ahead of you, and I hope to see you guys in the playoffs. And then, we unfortunately we won't see you in Riyadh coming up, but maybe we see you in Riyadh later this year for IESF. Congratulations again.
You better make
you
it,
guys,
Justin.
and best of luck. You gotta make it, Justin.
Yeah, I hope so. I will try. We'll try our best. This is the only chance we have left.
All right. Tell the rest of Team Myanmar good luck from Mirko and Naisu, and we'll see you later, man. Good luck on the next matches. Goodbye, Justin.
Nice. Bye-bye.
All right. Always a great guy, man. Justin, always answering these questions with class. I was trying to bait him, man, by saying maybe the group is easy for him, just add some spice, but he's PR trade, man. He's been in the game for so long. He knows not to say that. He knows just to say, it's not an easy group. It's very hard, but we're looking forward to go up against Malaysia. SRG, they've been on a roll. And yeah, that's their next matchup, actually, funnily enough. So for those of you guys who are watching, if you guys want to watch Indonesia versus Malaysia, it's going to be technically based on the teams, right? Fnatic Onyx, but with Albert going up against SRG, but with Gojes and I believe Loliols in the gold lane. So it's a mix of SRG plus a little bit of RSG in the gold lane.
It's I guess you could say it's almost like a half preview, I guess, of like future future tournaments, what's going to happen. But there's also some key things missing for both teams, but still nonetheless I'm sure it's going to be a hell of a match between them for our next best of 3. But I would say overall, like even just looking at both the groups, I think there's a lot of interesting things that can happen, especially to see what happens between Malaysia and Indonesia as they're leading this right now. But even for Group 1, like I do agree with Justin's answer. I think we could actually still have some surprises though too. I can't wait to see eventually. I don't know if we will. It looks like tomorrow we get a glimpse at Thailand, because that's really what I want to see too. I want to see Thailand play, and I think that's tomorrow that we see them on the live stream. So we'll see how the rest of the lineups follow in, the points follow in for the group standings. But so far we've opened up with a banger, man, for day number 2 here, and number 2 I don't expect anything less, so can't wait to see it.
Yeah, and for you guys, don't worry, you guys will just have to wait for a bit. We'll get some confirmation as to how long the break's going to be, because we will have that match in very, very, very soon. I think it'll be a very short break though, because the match should be starting very, very soon. But don't worry, we'll get that confirmation for you guys in a bit. All right. I just want to ask Naisu at least, right? Because Naisu, unfortunately, you won't be casting the next match. I gotta ask you a fire question. You know what's coming up, man. I can see your reaction.
You can ask me who's gonna win.
Indonesia versus Malaysia. Who's gonna lose? Now I gotta turn it around, right? Who's gonna lose?
That's that's the curveball. Who's gonna lose?
Yeah.
Oh man,
who's gonna lose? I'm not gonna ask you who's gonna win.
Okay. I've heard the whispers about Malaysia as well.
Yes.
SRG. I've heard the whispers and everything about them, but they're missing some key components to that. I feel like success.
Yeah.
That they had in their region, especially the whole undefeated thing. So and when I look at Indonesia, they're also missing some keys to the success that they have, but they are filled in also with very solid, legendary players in their own right. So I think part of this, I'm gonna say Malaysia, to answer your question, Malaysia's gonna lose that match in the best of 3. Sorry Malaysia, but I don't have a curse or a blessing, so you guys are at least safe that way. I don't know if I want to ask you for your answer, Mirko.
Oh man, I don't know if I want to answer your question, right? Even if you ask the question, I don't know if I want to answer. I just want to play it safe, right? Because these two teams, they've actually met in the groups of both. So IESF right now for the Asian qualifiers, and they're also going to meet up later in the group stage of the Esports World Cup MSC coming up very, very soon as well. So very interesting stuff. It almost seems like they were just made to meet each other, right?
It's bound to happen, man.
I'm really excited for this match.
Here's my question. Okay, I won't ask you that. I'll ask you this.
Okay.
Is their play style so far from what you've seen? I know we both have watched even Malaysia play quite a bit in their recent league. And so I'm going to ask you, like, do you think they have a very distinctive play style difference, or are they more so, similar with each other?
In a way, they're kind of similar, right? Because both of them want to utilize assassins in the jungle. Both of them have very, very good assassin junglers. But I think for the most part, the main difference has got to be I don't know, they play really similarly to each other, really. Like, it's just like a different region. It almost seems like the same team, but a different region. So I want to see how they actually face off against one another. That's why I guess we'll get to see the difference in level in this game. Hopefully we get to see if, if Malaysia will be able to carry on that hype later on, or if Indonesia will get the job done. But it seems we will be heading to a very short break, only 15 minutes to get into Indonesia versus Malaysia. It's been Mirko and Naisu. We'll see you in a bit.
We have made it to the final game of ISF Asian Championships, the road to Riyadh 2024, that the WEC for ISF. Once again, for the final time, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko, and we're here to bring you the grand final. Now, you guys might be wondering, whoa, grand final, what? It's a best of one? Yes, it's a best of one, because again, these two teams in Malaysia and Indonesia have already secured their slot going forward to WEC. They'll fly out to Riyadh and compete, but this is for seeding, right? So this secures them a better seeding, I should say, for once we get to the WEC and we see how all the brackets and everything fall into place. So that's what's at stake here. Not only that, but I would say there's a little bit of a grudge match here too, Mirko. I don't know. What do you think for this best of one?
Of course, we've been seeing all the fans as well, the Malaysian fans, the Indonesian fans attack each other's teams, say, all right, you got lucky there. And the Malaysian fans are like, nah, bro, it's just a new era. It's Malaysia time, right? Malaysia boleh. So I love to see that competitive spirit for both of the fans in the chat as well, as long as it doesn't get too toxic. But for Indonesia and Malaysia, I think it's the same way, right? These two nations, very, very competitive. Malaysia has really risen and improved so much. Even Albert said, like, Malaysia, they just improved. They're just really, really good in the interview. So even for the players, man, there's no real like drama behind the scenes. There's no real like, oh yeah, we hate these Malaysian players. It's just, man, they're good. We want to try to beat them because they are good. And the same goes for Malaysia. I think for the longest time, they're looking at Indonesia as the nation closest to them, right? Like in terms of skill. Because Philippines is number one there, up ahead. Malaysia's got to reach the Indonesian level first and then go towards Philippines. And right now the hype is already around Malaysia after beating Indonesia 2-0. They maybe have already, gone to the same level as Indonesia.
We'll see. We're going to take a look at the lineups here once again for Indonesia. We have Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Keyboy. And again, Boots, we know now, after the interview earlier, he's coaching them, right? He's coaching them. CEO Boots. And so it's Ben Lutby, of course, playing and doing a fantastic job, if I might say, for Lutby. Really a key part of this success that they've been having. And I think you mentioned, right, he is a rookie. Was it his rookie season, this past one for the MPL?
Yeah, this is his rookie season. This is his first time ever playing professionally. Before this, he was playing in the second league, right, in MDL. So he does have experience playing there. But against, the top tier players, all that, and especially internationally, this is his first international event, even before MSC, right? So they haven't flown out to Riyadh just yet for MSC. They're still here to qualify and to fight for the seeding. They've already technically qualified. But for the rest of the team, we've seen them many, many times before, bro. It's Albert, CW, Sans, and Keyboy. Definitely not a stranger to these names, especially in the international scene.
Yeah.
We have seen them, I think, all the way from season 7 for Albert. No, wait, it's 8. Season 8, it was Onyx RQ. So it was Albert, CW, Sans, Keyboy, Vin, all those names that you guys probably know to this day. But for Malaysia, that's what's really crazy about them, right? This is a team who don't have as much experience, maybe aside from Yums, when it comes to the international scene. And the fact that they're able to perform at this level already, it's crazy.
Yeah. Impressive. Even if you look at some of these names, they're very familiar for a lot of people that have been following maybe just the international scene in general, but also specifically the Malaysian scene. You have Yums, Stormy, Skies, Gojes, and Lolil. And, this was the team that I feel like just a couple days ago made waves online. Like for a lot of people, they were like, saying a lot of stuff about the matchup from Malaysia and Indonesia the first time they met in the group stage. And, we're all for it. Be a fan. yeah, just don't be toxic, right, guys? I mean, come on, keep it civil out there, because at the end of the day, there's no bad blood, of course, between these players, these teams, and they just really love to play competitively against each other time and time again, whichever world stage they're going to find themselves on. And at the end of the day, remember, these two teams are both winners. They're both going out. They're both flying to Riyadh later this year, and they're going to be in Riyadh a lot this year. Let's just say that. So I think for Malaysia specifically, they're the team that can match up and maybe, like you said, maybe even go above what we've seen from Indonesia before. I mean, already they've proved that. That's number one, at least through the group stages. Now, I'm just wondering if Malaysia is actually able to maintain that standard that they already set early on, because to be able to do that, and I think as Malaysia as a region for the longest time they've always been around, like, in these international competitions. But even our dear friends from Malaysia, we know what they say about, the competitiveness on the international stage. They're usually happy with, getting certain places. Maybe it's not first through 3, but they're happy to be there. Maybe it is third. But I think the main point that I'm trying to get to is, for Malaysia, these players have improved so much on even some of their respective teams that they've come from, and now they're forming this national team. Their improvement has come through, and the synergy that they're able to play with against a team that has a lot of synergy. I mean, Indonesian team is no joke. Obviously, they're one of the best in the world here. But Malaysia, from what we've seen, is getting there, and I think it's getting more apparent that you really have to respect this play style from Malaysia. A lot of the time, a lot of people already respect the play style of Philippines, Indonesia. They're usually the two countries that pop in your head. But Malaysia, what they did already in the group stage, if they can do it again in this best of one, I know it's only for seeding, but if they can do it again here, then they even further that theory of, man, Malaysia has gotten so much better over the years, over the time. And remember, here in IESF, guys, there's no imports, so we can't go and argue all that stuff, right? This is national players, national teams duking it out. And the thing I love about Malaysia so far is, like we just heard from the interview, the amount of uniqueness to their drafting. Their play style typically stays the same, but they love to experiment. And if it's not meta, it doesn't matter. If they can make that hero work in the current way of the meta, they'll do it, and that's what I love to see.
I think that's what everybody loves to see. Finally, a breath of fresh air when it comes to the meta, right? From the Southeast Asian region. Because technically from the African regional qualifiers, or the first few days of Asian regional qualifiers, we've been seeing a whole lot of different picks, unique picks, which is cool to see. But now for the Southeast Asian teams, especially Malaysia, part of the big 3 when it comes to the major regions, going for risky moves in the draft makes it just so much more engaging as a viewer, as a caster especially, right? Whenever they go for the Aurora, the Kagura as well, there's always a little bit of a smile there, a little bit of happiness for us. And I think it's safe to say for both of us, right? As an Indonesian, as a Filipino, the Philippines and Indonesia, and for Indonesia as well, they've been top 2 for so long. It's about time we see a new nation, a new region take control. maybe, we never know here, but maybe
I'm just shaking my head.
Yeah, but
I might not be agreeing with you, but I'm just shaking my head up and down.
But especially considering, Naiso, World Champions will also be in Malaysia. We're going to have a World Championship later on in Malaysia. So if Malaysia can continue this upwards trend towards the next season as well, it's going to be really, really cool to see the Malaysian support and all of that. But obviously, I agree, but I also have to disagree sometimes because I'm an Indonesian. It's cool to have these new regions come up, but I don't need to explain that, right? There's that national pride, obviously, that you want to, support your country every single time. That's why we're seeing so many of those fans as well in the live chat, right? So shout out to all the fans who are actually just supporting your team, supporting your nation here in the competition. Don't be toxic, guys. I see a lot of toxic comments as well, but okay, it's cool to see. For the most part, at least most of the viewers, they're kind of chill. They're just watching the game, and looking at the game in a very competitive and sportive way.
I would say that out of all the viewers, it's probably a small percentage that are actually like, you know, in the chat and stuff, because so many viewers, like, I mean, think about it. The sports or the esports that you watch, the titles, are you really sitting there like typing away on the chat, or are you watching the game? Like, I don't know, maybe this is because I'm older, but I don't even open the chat when I'm watching sports or esports. I close it, I full screen, and I sit back and watch. So, you know, some people like to also just come and talk in the chat. That's your thing, great. But at the end of the day, like I said, both these teams have already secured their slots, representing their countries and looking to bring further pride to them. I think that's the main point here, especially for IESF. And knowing that, once again, you know, some of those slots are being locked in. We saw a lot of this throughout the past. This is day 4. I feel like, you know, now that we've gone from Africa and then we did Asia here, Mirko, like, I feel like I can't keep up sometimes with the days that are going on right now for IESF, you know? And of course, like, even after we close out today for Asia, we still have Europe, and then we have Americas. Like, we have those for MLBB. And then eventually we get to Riyadh, you know? So for the most part, like I said, there is so much happening here with the lineups. We've seen so much from these two teams as well as we jump into the draft for game number 1, and the only game, I should say, as it's a best of 1. So if you have everything to leave on the line here, you might as well do it for game number 1, as it's the only one. And also for Malaysia, interestingly enough, I'm not sure if we're going to get to see that again, but it looks like they banned out the Fanny to start out. I think this is going to be the battle of obviously these two junglers again that we got to see, and I think it's very exciting to see unfold depending on what Albert also brings to the table in terms of his hero choice. Because we've so far, when these teams have played against other teams and on the live stream, we've seen the teams they face ban out like all the assassins that they can. You know, so I think we did get word they're going to fix a couple things here on this overlay, of course, because they had some typos they had to get there, but still, here we go. There you go. All right. So Malaysia, but the bans were the same. So it was that Fanny ban. You can see this too, Nolan. So I think. Oh wait. Okay, they're flipping it around too. Indonesian's actually going to be on the blue side. We have Malaysia on the red. And so interesting that they're going this route too. I'm wondering what this leaves open for priority for Indonesia.
Well, the Harith is number 1 still, right? I think for Indonesia especially, well, actually for both Indonesia and Malaysia, whenever the Harith is left open, they even prioritize the Harith still over the Roger. So I'm expecting the Harith and the Roger still to be left open. They're probably going to go for the Chip and the Loyi as the final bans here. But even if they don't, maybe the Angela ban will come through. I think for Malaysia, they've got to, you know, think about that, whether they want to ban the Angela or they want to try to threaten the Angela Ling on the second phase. Because technically for the Ling, it's still up for grabs. And for Indonesia, I think they're pretty confident now to utilize the Ling. I don't know if the Ling and the Angela get left open. I don't know if they actually want to go for Angela first, Ling first, Harith first, or Roger. But I think it has to be either Angela or Ling if the Ling does get left open, or if the Angela does get left open, right? Because if you don't pick up either the Angela or the Ling, Malaysia will have a chance to go for the straight up Angela-Ling combo. But they stopped that before it even happens. They stopped that in the banning phase here. In the first phase,
get it out of here.
The Ling, Harith, and the Roger. 3 big picks. And now it gets kind of tough for Indonesia to try to decide, but it doesn't seem like it was tough at all. They actually just lock in the Ling, confident with Albert on the Ling. We did see a 13-0 game just yesterday. Johnson Kadita, he's back. They're back.
The Johnson Kadita combination. I mean, if it's anything, it's their play style. I almost feel like this is also in a way for them to just, you know, Malaysia's probably like, you know what, let's have some fun with this. But these are still actually quality picks because, like we said, you will not see many teams pick up Johnson. You'll see teams pick up Kadita, sure, but Johnson right now, there's not that many teams out there. Malaysia will do it though. Now, how does Indonesia respond to that? I think, you know, Albert already gets his Ling. He's not going to get the Angela to be there to support him. Interesting. All right, Zask is going to come out for this game, and the Masha locked in. Okay, for a Lupi here. All right, interesting. I think we're gonna have a fun game on our hands here, Mirko.
We get it. You know, it's a best of 1. It's not a best of 5. You don't really need to go for the reads. You might just go for the pocket picks. But we were talking to Ozorovecki earlier about how, you know, all right, they do like their own metas. They like to be creative in the drafts, but this is borderline crazy. It's not just off meta, right? Same goes for the Zask as well. When was the last time we saw Zask in a professional match? I don't remember at all, actually. Maybe season 7. Yeah, season 7 MPLID was the last time at least I saw it domestically, the Zask. And the Aldous pick as well. Malaysia want to double down on this composition with the Kadita Johnson and now the Aldous. It makes sense technically on paper, right? You have that global presence with the Aldous. That's something that a lot of teams have been able to utilize with the Loyi, with the Chip, with the Moskov as well. But I think now as we get towards the second phase, Indonesia will start banning out that Moskov, the marksman as well, from Malaysia. Because Lolios, when he got his hands on the Moskov yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? When they beat Indonesia, that was when Lolios got the Moskov, yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Whoa.
I am a daughter of Northern Vale.
Aldous? So Freya's gonna ban. Honestly, I think this is like the idea for this is almost just like, you know what? We both locked in our slots. Let's go out with a bang for our seeding. I think that's what it is. You know, like as much as possible. Just or maybe this is going back to the question that I asked during the interview for Malaysia, was like, do you guys let the players pick their picks for the draft, or is there like a communication between you guys, the coach, and everything else? Maybe this was just like, you know what? Hey, to the Malaysia players, you guys can just go ahead and pick what you want, roll with it, have some fun. And maybe this shakes things up enough too, where it actually throws Indonesia off, you know? But even this Zask pick, I feel like I've seen now a couple streams even pop up where you have like these Zask mains playing this quite a bit in the new system, ranking it up. Yin is banned out. Man, we missed the Yin Roam, by the way. Bring that back, you know, bring it back to the table. But interesting last couple bans from Indonesia. I don't even know what to guess, man. At this point, with these first picks, first phase for both these teams, I don't even know what for us to guess here. So let's just sit back and see what both teams round this out with for their last 2 picks. Because Aldous, like, is this also going to just be like, okay, where do you put Aldous? Where do you want him in your rank games? If you have an Aldous player, where do you want him?
Oh man, I don't want him in my rank game. That's number 1, right? If you tell me to choose, I don't. All right, I guess now
he's insta locked.
It's insta locked, and it's gonna be a Joy as well. So Joy goes to the jungle, I think. I think the gold or the XP should be okay. You know what? Maybe even the mid lane. Honestly, have you ever seen the Aldous mid lane? Because you get more minions in the mid lane early on, so you can get more stacks.
More stacks.
That was Bellaric as well. Oh my god, yeah, both Indonesia and Malaysia, they're just gonna utilize this to try to like read and test the waters. These are some crazy picks, man, and that's Selena to end things off. That's Keyboy on the Selena. All right, let's take a look at Malaysia. What's their last pick gonna be? We're not gonna see a marksman, I think, especially now looking at the composition from Indonesia. And it's Saber! No, man! Okay, I'll take the Aldous, I'll take this composition, I'll take anything oh, wait. It's also Zakuti who's going to be playing, by the way. So, a swap in jungle? Yeah, no skies. It's Zakuti.
Okay, so it's jungle Saber. Gold lane Joy, is that right? Or unless they're doing a lane swap too. Lolio's going on the Joy.
Keyboy on Zask? Sans on Ling? Wait.
Is this real? We got to wait till we get in the game. This is almost like fun match territory, right?
Yeah.
Go out with a bang for the seeding.
Are they aware that this match is, for the seeding? Or do they think it's just like, formality? Because based on the draft, I don't think this is something we can say is normal. We don't see a lot of these picks. Maybe the Kadita. Yeah, we see the Kadita, but that's it. And Ling.
Well, it looks like it was the swap, as I see Sans on the Ling. So let's jump into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have some fun here. You guys can let us know which composition in the chat you're feeling more. Is it for Indonesia or is it for Malaysia? Let us know with the hashtags, hashtag Indonesia, hashtag Malaysia. Who is going to win this best of 1, the grand final? And hopefully the players know as well, this is for seeding, because that's what they're battling out for. Let's jump into the land of Dawn here. Both teams, once again, have secured their slots to the WEC. So at this point, they're in it for the last match as we round up the Asian Championship for MLBB. And this is interesting. I mean, how often do you get to see these juggled around? I mean, even Keyboy running the Temporal Rain. on the Zask this time. It'll be fun to see if this actually ends up working out pretty well. But I will say, man, with the Saber over here, actually, he's already making his way up top. Okay.
Sans do the same thing. Will be stunned up. Now triple sweep, not ready
No
just
level
yet. And
4?
ZocQT goes in for the dash. And Sans will be able to escape right now. Temple Blade's going to be used up as a triple sweep. Not there. A good knock-up to get Sans out of there, but it's going to be traded down by Lolio, who gets the or not just the rhythms, just the dashes to get him down.
Okay, well, already it's a 1-for-1. Pretty even across the board, of course. Gojes, Albert on the hunt. Come on, Albert.
He wants to be stacking up on this Aldous. He wants to be taking a lot of things. So the fact that they were able to zone him away, even though obviously, he had to spend the flicker there and technically didn't get anything, no resources back. It's still not that bad because Gojes does lose quite a bit there in the bottom lane as they are going to go for the turtle. It's Sans who starts things first. ZocQT on the purple buff, trying to go for the purple buff first as Sans keeps on going at it. Doesn't have the purple buff just yet as Sans jumps in Retribution and we'll be able to find it. ZocQT, does he go for the triple sweep? He doesn't even have it. Sans has it to his ways and we'll be able to use it under the turret. That's going to be the tank in coming in from Keyboy. One last hit. Sans picks it up. A good abyssal arrow as well to stop Humes. But look at the chase fade. Gojes picks up the kill. That's a trade back in favor of, I don't know.
I don't know. It's pretty much, man. Oh,
another abyssal arrow right into the thunderclap, and that's a Sky Piercer built for CW. Calvin Winata on the Masha.
alrighty. Well, at the same time, it looks like both teams have just ignored the turtle. They just want to battle it out further. Top side, they're gonna get a kill.
Good abyssal arrow once again as the Dominator's Ascent gets used up. Keyboy now going to Stormy, who's forced back with the oddity as Albert again just tries to go for another abyssal arrow. That's Lolio who's jumping in, has electrifying beats, gets stunned up with the abyssal arrow, does some damage. Keyboy flickering forward. What was that? Albert getting the kill again. The Breath of the Ocean sidestep. Now ZocQT with a few shots should be able to take Albert down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Lutfi and Sans will be going onto the turtle. With ZocQT up top, it should be free. Wrath of the Dryad used up as well here by Lutfi. Gojes, does he go for the steal? Does he flicker in? Do it! No! Sans will just take this away.
All right, turtle finally secured into this game. Driving
Vroom, vroom.
around, Johnson going around. Oh,
It's gonna land on the Keyboy right into the rough waves and the Breath of the Ocean. An abyssal arrow though connecting onto the back line where the Tempest Blade is gonna be used up. ZocQT will not be able to utilize the triple sweep all the way. Stormy gets a good petrify but gets stunned up by the abyssal arrow. Still with the immune, able to escape. Albert diving deep under the tier 1 as Sans looks for the kill, but will be able to do so. Goes in, chase fade onto Albert. Now an oddity against Stormy, able to outplay Sans with the Defiant Blade, chasing him under the tier 1, getting the kill, and now getting chased down by Yums. With Gojes just focusing on the farm in the mid lane, it seems to be another trade. That axe is not going to land. Yums will recall.
okay. A whole lot is happening here.
My God.
My goodness. And, heroes that you're not even used to casting over, but it's fun to see. And with that, I wouldn't even say, when you look at this lead, hold on, Johnson's making his way down mid lane.
Oh no, it's Keyboy again who gets caught, but Lutfi, the Wrath of the Dryad was used up earlier. Keyboy is able to outplay with the Dominator's Descent. Wow, what a play on that Temporal Rain too. Gets a whole lot of value. Meanwhile, Gojes in bottom lane will try his best to pick up some of the gold from that turret, but Sans is here. Now Gojes deals some damage back with the Sans. Ooh, it's gonna be a lot of damage placed down, but now it'll be 3v1. Lutfi picks up the kill. Yums trying to go for the conceal to help him out in the bottom lane, but it will not work. Indonesia leading in kills in the mid lane. ZocQT gonna be stunned up into the abyssal arrow, but he sidesteps it just in time. Triple sweep as Albert does some damage back. That's a Sky Piercer, and Sans picks up a killing spree in the mid lane as he jumps in with the pinch poise.
Man, so I guess you could say that Indonesia's at least got a lead right now. It's very minor, but still both teams just kind of trying to find pickoffs where they can, get kills where they can, and just with this interesting lineup, I should say, able to pull through. For Malaysia though, on their end, this is the way they could win this is just Gojes gets 900 stacks, dude. Like that might be the answer. 900 stacks. Oh.
Johnson with the rapid touchdown, able to crash onto Albert. Look at him. Look at this tree man walking all the way towards the front, trying to chase Stormy. Keyboy, Dominator's Descent. And he'll just stay there. That was unfortunate, Keyboy. And a nice try, man.
Nice try. I don't
what
hold
happened
on.
here? Still steal by Sansa. He dodges away from the triple sweep. Now picking out the blade. ZaQT going to be slain by the Finch Poise. The chase fade connects with the Breath of the Ocean. And it's going to be the shutdown for Stormy.
Tree man.
Getting the rough waves. Another chase fate now used up on the Limpy. Oh, flicker out of the missile arrow right into the oddity. But CW is here to go in. That's a thunderclap to take him off. But look at the Johnson. Oh, the flicker forward by Albert to cancel the rapid touchdown. Forcing Yums in the skirmish. And CW gets that last thunderclap as it'll be a trade for Loliel. He gets a turret up top. But look at the mid lane as well. Keyboy staying busy.
Man, that was tough. Yums is like, come on, I got you, Stormy. And he ends up getting taken down instead. Stormy's out of there now.
Triple sweep. Albert will lose his life. Dominator's descent though as he moves forward. That's a stun down, and ZaQT will be taken down by the little Johnny boy there. Dominator's descent. That's what I call him, by the way, man.
Little
That's
Johnny boy?
Johnny. Little Johnny boy. Whoa. A little bit of another skirmish happening there. It seems for Lupi is trying to go for the top. Oh no, Keyboy flickers out of the rapid touchdown. We just make a detour though. Loliel going for the chase as well. This should be Keyboy falling to the electrifying beast. 2-man into the petrify and the rough waves as well. Sans and Lupi taken out.
I gotta say, Yums, he's got a license, man. He's actually a pretty good driver aside from earlier when he ran in.
What?
CW's gonna get the kill on Stormy. They might have a revenge here.
Okay, CW dealing damage back. Thunderclap gets caught, but the chase fade Gorgeous with the shutdown. And in the 7th minute, we've already got rapid touchdown again onto the back. Gorgeous dealing damage, and he might not need the 900 stacks. Maybe he's healed enough.
He's there already. He's got it already, and he's 5-2-3. Aldous, though, I mean, the burst damage with Gojes and ZaQT already should be an automatic kill. That's not even with Stormy. Stormy at some point, like, there's so many just 1 kills that they could get. Once again, Yums is going to drive it with Stormy. So it's up to the rest of the team. Where are they going to spot this out? Turtle's up, though. It's already going to be started there with Keyboy. Might just make their way down to the turtle pit. They might be a little bit too late for this drive, though. Here they come.
Yeah, Sans picks it up, gets caught by the petrify. That's Wrath of the Dryad to taunt them back in towards them, but that's not going to be enough damage right now, as that's going to be the electrifying beast with the triple sweep used up, and that's a chase fade again to dive Albert to the backside with a flicker as well. Keyboy deals some damage now, doesn't have Dominator's descent just yet as Loliel gets rid of Luffy on the other side of the map. It's still going to be Keyboy trying to look for the kite down, but the Breath of the Ocean puts him down to the ground. And take a look at the shutdown picked up by Albert as well, able to outplay in that chase, but now Loliel has the dashes. Rapid touchdown! Oh, he crashes in and he gets shot down by the turret. Albert looking to go for a play, puts in the trap. Stormy gonna be caught in the abyssal arrow, connects again. Albert getting the kill on the Stormy. Loliel now looking for electrifying beats, has 2 stacks on him. Albert trying to juke here, electrifying beat chasing. The slowly but surely able to take Albert down as Sans goes in for the chase. He did get that purple buff, and honestly, nice. Who's winning?
That's a good question. I was gonna ask you that too. At this point, man, like, hey, I'm glad you're doing the play-by-play, Mirko, because this with these lineups, it's all you, buddy. Like, you got it.
It's all fights, bro.
It's all plays. It's all fights. It's all drive-bys from Yums. And, you know, honestly, this whole time, I feel like Lutpi has just been the tree man. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. They run into, what do you call it again?
The Johnny boys, man.
Johnny boys. Ran into a Johnny boy there. That's the least alien name I could think of, man. I don't know how you got to Johnny boy.
It's just like an Indonesian meme, man. They just call the Dominators the center, all of it. Yeah, oh, look, P, going for the chase.
Threat, dude. Look at the threat from this Belric.
Oh no, look at the threat of the 3 members jumping in with Thunderclap as well. ZaQT, where did he go? CW forced to flicker back. Look at Gorgeous though on the other side of the map, forcing CW to recall, but he actually cancels out on the recalls. Loliel goes in for the chase, the rapid touchdown and the chase fade. Look at the global presence connecting on the Albert in the back line with the Wrath of the Dryad connecting as well. That's gonna be Keyboy versus 2 members. Able to flicker out for now. That's a petrify on the Sans as he gets some damage back on the Yobs. It's a kill now picked up by Loliel. It's a good Breath of the Ocean as Loliel goes ham. Wild in the skirmish. 4-4-2 in favor of Malaysia. Only Albert now looking to go for a steal, but technically there's no retribution on their side. He could pull it off. Loliel zoning him very, very well. Albert walking forward, trying to go for the stun flickers as well. Goodbye, Albert. Good night. Gorgeous will chase him down. Trap plays down Albert, delaying the inevitable. Look at this man trying to run away. Albert, you're gonna get chased down anyways, man. Oh, he dodges from 1. Loliel with a dash. The abyssal arrow connects. But Loliel can just go through it all.
I was wondering if Gojes would be able to catch up to him, but good thing Loliel was there. Man, if you ask me still, who's winning? I don't know. It is going to be a Lord, though, up top side. And once again, Yu's driving around. Expert driving skills here. Still, Sands is around the corner, but they'll go ahead and just take a trip. And, you know, this is the thing for Indonesia. If they actually want to stay in this game here, they're going to have to deal with this Lord the best way they can. They don't... I think defense-wise is okay, defense-wise, because they even have a Zask. But with the force of this Yumes driving around in this threat just like this...
Oh, Breath of the Ocean into the rough waves. The combo CW disappearing from Atlanta Dawn around that orange buff. Now they continue this chase. That Sans getting knocked up. Triple street from Zakuti, and the Sky Piercer will be enough to take Sans down. Now with the Lord up top as well. They might be looking for a full-on fight. Look, be getting a taunt, massive taunt onto 4 members. Keyboy with dominates percent, now forced to flicker back. The chase straight into the back. Oh, he gets close to Keyboy, and he'll take him out. Now next it's going to be a double kill as it goes on to Lippy. Rapid touchdown onto Albert, and Malaysia are looking to end the game in the 11th minute, making it 12. That's GG to Malaysia.
Man, oh man. Congratulations, Malaysia, for winning the grand final in the best of 1. Oh, against Indonesia. Again, guys, just so everybody knows, because I know some people probably jumped into that game and are like, what is going on? Both the teams, Indonesia and Malaysia, have already secured their slots to Riyadh at the WEC. And, you know, it came down to a best of 1 for the grand final just for seeding. So that's, you know, for placements once they finally get to the WEC. And they went out with a bang. They went out with style, went out with finesse. They went out with a whole lot of stacks and a whole lot of questions of who was winning that game during that time. But clearly, in due time, Malaysia comes out swinging with a lineup that Johnson, I mean, already off the bat, when Johnson and Kadita were picked up, I was like, you know what? This could work out. And then we saw the rest kind of come to play here. And then with Indonesia switching roles, hey, you know, I'm sure it was fun to be able to do that, you know, once in a while. They probably don't get to do that on a competitive stage too often.
No, I don't think they get a chance to do that at all, right? And we get to see the highlights. It does seem like the entire game was just a highlight reel, so nice to always start. First blood, Sans, traded by Loliel, and then this flicker by Albert, right? And he gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, it started like you said, throughout this game, it was actually a fun back and forth. I don't know. I'd almost feel like, you know, this is one of the games that I've played before, especially with the lineups that I see here. But, you know,
there's no Gord. There's no way you play it here.
No, you know, sometimes the Gord is banned, man. You know, but usually when I have those games and I see that the Aldous locked in, like immediately locked in and then picked up and put in the gold lane, yeah, I say locked in. Like, I'm not even right now, I should say I'm not even high enough rank to have bans. Oh, CW, by the way,
that's such a funny one. Oh my lord, we didn't get to see that. That was actually really fun.
Yeah, yep, he was able to dodge that. But yeah, I guess, you know, for both these players, it's funny because when we built up to this, it was like we were asking them, you know, who would you like to face off in the playoffs and the grand finals and everything else, and then, hey, we didn't know they wanted to do it in this way, but
no, I don't think anyone knew.
Yeah, I think one thing you guys can count on, though, is once we do get to the WEC in Riyadh, and if these players, you know, get to match off against each other, expect a highly competitive match, just like this one. I mean, it was competitive in its own right, you know, but at the WEC, I know these two teams are definitely going to want to go ahead and settle, I feel like, a score in a sense. So for me, this is a really good way to settle a score with you know, with some fun to it.
For sure, and we get to see it here. Oh my god, man. I mean, just fights after fights after fights. At this point, there's no analyzing. It's more just reacting, right? And every single skirmish, you're like, all right, let's duel it out. Gojes definitely felt betrayed here. He thought, okay, Sans, you're going to try to 1v1 me, nerd? All right, come face me. And then 3 members show up, right? It's like, it's a bit, it's not honorable, but it's the way you actually want to go for these fights, right? You never want to actually go make it fair. You got to use these advantages, man. And then Malaysia, they definitely used that after that. After Gojes didn't get the fair 1v1, they were like, all right, none of you will get a fair 1v1. Everyone's just going to go in with the rapid touchdown and the chase fade. It's always going to be a man advantage for us.
Man, you know, we're still looking at the highlights here too with this, and I think I was actually happy to see the Belric, but you know, when we were going through the IESF, even in Africa for the qualifiers here, I feel like that was something we were looking for. Like Belric, did we see it pop up once? I think we did, right?
We did, yeah. It was, Belric Flicker, remember?
It was Barrick. Yeah, it was XP lane, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
That's
MLBB
right.
Women's for Africa Regional Qualifier.
That's right. We saw Belric XP lane this time around. You know, I'm actually wondering as I look at this too, like how useful would a Belric roam be, like in our current state of things? Like if it would actually be beneficial for teams or not. But you know, anytime you're playing against a Johnson Kadita combination, I don't think there's much you can do, man. You know, to be honest, like every single time that rapid touchdown is available, yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with. And even for the Zask, like the old Zask mains out there, I'm sure they've been happy with some of the new changes, of course, coming up. And I feel like he could actually be pretty competitive in even your ranked games out there. Maybe even Johnson could be. Maybe Johnson could be at that point where he is. But, you know, when you look at this and you look at the highlights here, you just got to appreciate the fact that they played their last game with some fun. And I don't know, man. Maybe, you know, as different as the meta is coming to head here, that we see some of these heroes even pop up. Who knows by the time we get to the WEC, you know, and it was all part of the plan of actually just getting the dust off and trying it out.
This final fight, man, this final skirmish. Keyboy getting isolated by two beefy boys and Loliel as well with that damage. The Joy, dude, the Joy was nerfed, right? But if you take a look at his damage, it didn't feel like he was nerfed at all. He's still doing crazy amounts. Maybe it's just because this is like a weird composition for Indonesia. Maybe that's why the Joy looks like he's doing so much damage. But yeah, man, you know, they're gonna go out with a bang. They're both already in Riyadh. Technically, they both already qualified to IESF, the main event. So I guess none of them really want to go and reveal the strategies. Not even for the seeding, apparently. I see.
Pocket strat.
Maybe
It's a
this is the
pocket
pocket strat. Maybe Malaysia's
Yeah.
pocket strat is just stronger, man.
I don't know, dude. Like, some of these picks I could actually see working currently. Now that we've seen some pretty crazy stuff throughout the qualifiers, like
The Saber
past
could
4 days.
work.
Saber could work, yeah, definitely. Saber could work. And I think it's like threat enough, like you know, especially with the Sky Piercer. Like Saber's pretty devastating, I would think. Like even in some of these games that we would see eventually through the WC. It's a 12-minute game that we had here. Match one of one. It was only a best of one. Again, I know some people were probably confused from that, but I can't wait to hear what Malaysia eventually has to say for winning this, because for the longest time, I was wondering who was pulling through that game and who was going to win there. I will say too, Sans was actually, did Sans jungle before? He was pretty good.
Yeah, Sans used to be a jungler before he was a mid laner. He was a jungler for Onyx as well.
Wow. Okay. No wonder. I was gonna say, man. Like, I mean, I haven't watched the previous years of Sans. I've seen him now, but I actually look pretty good on the Ling. And you know, even when the Masha popped up, the fact that CW had it here, Albert looks like he's played the Selena timer too.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's an OG pick. Yeah. I don't know who to give MVP here though for Malaysia.
There's no
it
MVP.
Yums?
You know, it's just the MVP is the country. You know, just Malaysia. Malaysia's the MVP for this game, for this performance as well. But yeah, I mean, who would I give the MVP to? I don't know. Well, Loliel seems to be the one that will get the MVP. There's a solid KD there that, you know, definitely pushes that MVP towards him. 10, 2, and 11, 68,000 damage dealt with the Holy Crystal as well. Yeah, I really don't know how to analyze this game. It's you know, there's not much. It seems like they're having fun.
Yeah, this is the one you kind of just like log in with the boys, you know, and you just say, let's get one more game in. It's like 2 a.m. You've played constantly all throughout the day, and then you're just like, one more game, and you have that friend that starts it off with picking Johnson.
Yeah. I don't know when they're actually going to be flying out to Riyadh, by the way. Some of these members are actually also qualified to MSC, right? So maybe they're just getting that game quick in so that they're, all right, let's prepare for the flight. So maybe it is tonight. I don't know.
Hey,
but
that
it
might
seems
be
like
us
we're
too.
going to get our... That's true. That's us tomorrow, bro.
That's us tomorrow. You know what? Let's go ahead and get... I think we are going to hear from Gojez from... Review with us. Ring, Gojez. Hello.
Yo.
Can you hear us?
Hello. Yeah, can hear you.
Hey, congratulations. The grand final, what a game. Best of one. What a lineup you guys had. Can I just ask, you can let us know, because I know some of the viewers might have been wondering as well when they jumped in. What was this lineup? What was it? What was the IQ behind this lineup? Why did you guys bring this lineup to this best of one?
Because this lineup is like one of the most strongest lineup in rank game, which is people call meta chiki, which you bring like Johnson, Kadita, all those, and as you can see, we want to bring Freya and Yin, but they banned. So yeah, and then we replace the Yin with the Saber because we got inspired from Mobile Zane because he's our idol. That's why.
Great stuff, man.
It worked.
Oh, it really worked, and coming into this best of one now. All right, I just want to know your thoughts, Gorgeous. You've qualified to the main stage, right? Even before this game, this was just like proceeding, but you've qualified to the main stage. Which team are you most excited to go up against later on in the main stage?
Maybe I would like to have a rematch with Indo and maybe Philippines.
Okay.
No, in Philippines.
So I got another question to add on to that, right? You want to go up against Indo, you want to go up against Philippines, Gorgeous. I've been watching you in MPL Malaysia. You're quite the talker. So I want to know if you have any words for them here, especially after beating Indonesia, technically with this 3-0, yeah? 2-0 in the groups and then another best of one. Do you want to trash talk, or is it respect mode, Gorgeous, for when you're representing Malaysia?
Yeah, maybe I will be in respect mode.
He's saving it for the in-person, man.
For MSC maybe, right? For SRG, when later on SRG plays, maybe you can use that later for MSC.
Yeah. Maybe on the stage, not in this interview.
Okay.
Gojes, is there anything you want to say to everybody supporting Malaysia for IESF? I know you guys have so much practice going on for different tournaments, but for everyone that is going to be following you guys for IESF and seeing that you guys did beat Indonesia even before in the group stage, any words you guys want to say over to your fans out there as you guys get ready to move on?
For everyone that believes us, thank you for all the supports. And yeah, maybe at first you guys didn't believe us that this lineup can maybe fight strong country, but yeah, we prove it at you all, and yeah, keep supporting us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Gojes. Congratulations again. We can't wait to see you guys at WEC in Riyadh. And hopefully you get that rematch you guys are looking for as well. So thank you and good luck to everything ahead of you guys.
Okay.
Good luck, man. See ya. Oof.
There we go, man.
Gojes.
That's respect, Gojes.
Respect Gojes. I didn't know that creature existed, respect Gojes. I thought he was just gonna, start like talking after that, man. I thought he was just gonna, start talking about Philippines, Indo, saying like, yeah, we're gonna beat you next time we meet you or something like that. But hey, it's good. I'm glad to see, that, Gojes has that respect side of him. When he's representing his country, a different side of Gojes comes in. He becomes a wise man because those answers were all quite wise, man. He's like, usually on stage, I don't know if you've seen the interviews for SRG and MPL Malaysia, but he's always on the mic yelling and saying like, "Yo, what's up, bro?" And you see a calm Gorgeous. When I saw him in an interview, when like his screen popped up, I thought for sure, all right, this man's already smiling. He wants to go for the trash talk. I'm gonna just throw it at him, I'm just bait it out. But then he says, "No, I'm just gonna stay chill, bro." That was like me a few months ago. I'm a different man now. Like, please, bro, respect. 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 That's all. That's what it's about. Respect.
Hey, because at the end of the day, they're both going to Riyadh anyway. The WEC.
And he still wants the rematch.
That's true. So if they want to bring some of that fire, they bring it to WEC later this year, right? They have other things you got to focus on too. But I think Mirko, that's wrapping it up for us, man. It's been 4 days of jam-packed action, and I think some surprises as well. A great preview also of the meta right now, I would say, you know, for the most part. And I know some things can change ahead of us, but there's a whole lot of MLBB that you guys get to watch coming up. And we thank you guys for joining us for the Asian Championships here. And we can't wait to see all of these teams battling out in WC. Mirko, any last thing you want to go ahead and say before we close out?
No, just that's it for the MLBB Open Match broadcast. You know, it's been a pleasure for me, for Naisu, for even Arashi and Eternal who've joined us in the past few days. See you guys at the offline qualifiers for later on for the African qualifiers, and then later on for the Americas qualifiers. Because again, if you guys think it's over, it's not. It's so far from over. We still have all the other qualifiers that will happen later on in the month, and also the main event. So get ready for that. Me, Naisu, all of us, we're ready. We're absolutely ready.
We're ready. We are. We're so back. We're ready. And we can't wait to see what unfolds. But that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you guys all for joining us, for checking out the stream. We're closing it out here again. I'm Naisu. That's Mirko. And we'll see you on the next IESF qualifier. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Welcome back to the Asian Regional Qualifier for IESF 2024 Riyadh, where we have just witnessed the longest game so far. Post 30 minutes, man. Insane stuff. Mirko was on duty on that game. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great personally, right? I mean, we got to see so many of those crazy plays happen. And in the end, we also saw Takiza go for so many steals. I think there's a positive to be taken from a long game like that. It definitely shows you that they are very, very disciplined, right? Because the fact that you were able to play it so slow, play it so well in the later stage of the game when all the pressure is coming onto you, it's really impressive to see Bahrain just take the dub like that.
I mean, it was a long fought out battle, but in the end, they got it done. Despite the fact that there were some moments where, you know, they're probably getting you in the edge of your seats, just trying to yell at the screen, come on, bro, it's so close, get it done. But that's why we're just having such a good time, man. And to think that there's just one more match left here, so there's still even more fun to be had.
There's much more fun to be had. I mean, again, for you guys who maybe missed out on Naisu's statement before the break, it's going to be Indonesia taking on Laos for MLBB Women. So we're going to be shifting back to MLBB Women's after seeing 4 incredible matches for MLBB Men's and even one team that qualified already to the main stage. Shout out again to Guam for that amazing performance up against New Zealand. But here it is. Up next, Indonesia taking on Laos. The heavy favorites, Indonesia. This is the team that hasn't lost a single tournament in 30, it's about to be 40 soon. I don't know.
It's just way too long of a reign for in this Indonesian rep. So I think a lot of the audience are very confident that Indonesia has this. But hey, that is the moment where you need to be careful, man. That is where the mistakes happen. That is where the upsets begin. So especially after crazy stuff like the previous match, we have our fingers crossed, man. We never know what's gonna happen.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully for Indonesia, though, I mean, looking at how they were able to play yesterday, maybe for Laos, I don't know how they're actually going to be how are they going to perform up against Indonesia. Indonesia is such a big force in the women's scene, especially when it comes down to how they can actually move around the map. I think that's the biggest advantage, right? Because obviously, mechanically, they have an advantage, but how they can take control of the game and end it before even the 10th minute, before even the first Lord, has got to be with their lineup, understanding the crazy macro advantages that they can use in the game.
Well, for Indonesia, this is their lineup. It's going to be Sini, Vivian, Shell, Fumi, Echo, and Vival. Vival? I mean, depends on how you want to pronounce it, but what is for sure is that they have been just on a crazy run, non-stop, unstoppable, despite everyone's efforts to try and stop this hype train almost, and they've been reigning supreme. So this is where the real challenge begins, right? When you're set up against other regions, because domestically, I think they're done. They've won almost everything.
They've won literally everything. They haven't just maybe except for IESF, because this is the first time ever that we are going to get to the MLBB women's division. But if they win this later on as well, but firstly they have to qualify, then yes, they will have won every single possible title in the MLBB women's scene. And that's ridiculous, considering that for some of these members as well, for Vivian, I think she's the longest standing member on this team. Like, there was a point in this lineup where it was just Vivian and everybody else left. So then Cine joined in, Chell and Vival, and then I think just recently, it depends on how you think recent is. For Naisu, a minute ago is like a year ago. So a year ago, a minute and a half ago, Fumieko actually joined in this lineup, and it has given them even more strength. Like with Fumieko, it just definitely seems like they actually kind of leveled up, and now they have a new analyst as well. They got a new coach. It seems like Indonesia are just looking real strong now.
But of course, with changes, there must be, time to get used to, right? Like how will they synergize together, the coaching staff and the players? Up against them today, though, from Laos, it's BB, Mint, Cindy, Nu, and Tuk. Going to try and go up against overwhelming odds right here, with everyone, almost everyone at least, feeling like, man, the Indonesian ladies roster is just so strong. They are the ones right now attempting to take on the mantle of like giant slayers, to take down the undefeated.
That's everybody up against Indonesia, right? And we'll see if Laos can actually get the title here up against Indonesia by beating them, or at least taking a game off of them, because it definitely seems like, as I look through the stats of IESF.gg, which you guys can do too very easily by just typing it in your browser, man. www.isf.gg. If you're already watching, might as well open it up, go and take a look at what matches you guys want to see, the standings as well, because there are some of these matches that are being played just without it being streamed. So if you guys want to catch up, go ahead and check it out. And I'm actually going to be checking it out as well to see the standings as of right now. June 23rd, it seems like, based on the standings, Arashi, for Indonesia, they haven't lost a single match, but they haven't lost a single game as well. In Group B, it's 1-0, 2-0, all right? So they've only just played one, and they've beaten Brunei Darussalam. Now, next up against Laos, who also took a loss up against Cambodia, just, I think, earlier today, or no, I think it was yesterday.
Well, that's dominance, right? The fact that, there was a time where they were winning tournaments without dropping a single game, right? That was the kind of run that we're talking about here. For those of you who are not aware, that is just how dominant they are, which is why, if today Laos can do the impossible, it will be that much more impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight into the drafting phase for game number 1. And already, Indonesia starting off with the Arlet band here, and it's matched by a Roger. This Roger has been a great option for flexibility, and we've seen it, and I think Mirko was talking about it earlier, how it's now great in the early game, mid game, but in the late game, actually not too shabby either. So a lot of teams really like having it on their side.
Roger is so good as a flex, and it's not just good as a flex, but again, like you said, it's super strong in the jungle. It's super strong in the gold lane. It can play early, mid, late, does good in the snowball, does good in the comeback composition as well, does good in the team fight, does good in the poke. It's a bit too good, and finally we do get to see that respect over towards Indonesia here by Laos. But on the red side, you're kind of limited to only going for these prio bans, right? On the blue side, you can actually go for respect bans all the way and force out those prio bans from the red side team, so that you can actually leave some of these open, some of these big prio picks open, like the Lo Yi, the Chip as well. But so far, Arashi, based on the Asian regional qualifiers, we haven't seen Chip at all. We've only seen one, I think it was from New Zealand, and that didn't end up too well for the Chip. The Chip didn't have the best time. So my question is, right now, is Chip just out of the meta? Is he gone?
I think it's very situational at this point. A lot of teams have learned to try and at least deal with the basics of how to deal with a chip. When you're adding some mind games to it, when you're adding like curveballs into the game plan, that's where I think the chips and the Lo Yis definitely still have a lot to offer, especially in the hands of a team that's usually flexible and they know how to switch it up again and again. But for now, we're seeing that a lot more assassins are being respected, but the first picture for Indonesia, it's going to be an Angela, and this leads to a lot of possibilities, man. And if you look at their bans, they're banning away a lot of these heroes that can give a second chance at life. So they are attempting at aggression, man.
Okay, but right off the bat now, Laos are basically forced to go for the lane, right? Because if they don't go for the lane, that's going to be an Angeline combination. That is an absolutely broken combination, especially considering now the Sky Piercer is... an item in the game. I don't even need to say how broken it is. You guys understand how broken it is already. And with an Angela to support the Ling, the only problem for the Ling has got to be maybe his sustainability, right? His vulnerability. Very, very vulnerable up against a lot of different picks, and they decide not to go for the Ling. So this has to be the go side instantly for Indonesia to go for that Ling pick. It's a no-brainer when you already have the Angela, and it seems it'll just be the 2 purple combination, the Moscow for some global presence and the Yu Zhong. Now what, Terizla? Do they want to just pick up Terizla for the side, get some strong laners to help the Ling?
That is a possibility they can go for, but I think they want to go with something a bit more aggressive here. If you're going to say anything, Indonesia is all about the aggression. Hang on a minute. What is going on? Whoa. That's the first. Well, I was about to say, Indonesia likes being aggressive, right? This Indonesian roster loves the aggression, wants to be in control. So I was saying that the Yu Zhong was taken, so that's kind of value for Laos. And it's also a combination that's great with the Angela. But this this is different, Mirko.
This is certainly different, man. I mean, it's a Yu Zhong into a Yu Zhong. I guess I'll have to wait for confirmation from production here as to what the blue side Yu Zhong is and what the red side Yu Zhong is, right? Because they can't both be Yu Zhong. This is a tournament room. That's just literally impossible. Okay, I was about to make a joke about it being a Valentina. You know, I am you a bit too early, but the Valentina got picked up by Laos, so I can't even make that joke anymore. And it's going to be the Ruby ban for Laos this time around. They saw what Indonesia were able to do in the mid lane together with the Angela used as roam and the Ruby used as a mid laner. Arashi, that was what Indonesia went for. Ruby mid, Angela roam. It won the game, so I can't really say anything about it, right? It's interesting, but they won. The Baxia gets banned out as well now, so it leaves me to believe that even though maybe it's not a Yu Zhong, but it is a hero that can sustain really well. You only have the Angela, the Ling, and then another sustainable XP lane perhaps, but that's going to be Beatrix, man. Respecting Chell.
Well, I'm thinking of some kind of EXP laner that can still go toe-to-toe against Yu Zhong, wants to go for the dual potential. Because you have an Angela, right? Why not get something that has some sort of synergy with it? So we'll have to wait and see for now. But they ban away the Baxia, good choice, denying that regeneration, the 50% healing reduction that the Baxia has by default. But consider that Laos also banned away the Beatrix here. You have to wonder if Indonesia, I was about to say, are thinking about denying any kind of intelligence gathering potential. Banning away the Grok means that whoever is picked as a replacement for that Grok will definitely be a bit more vulnerable to getting picked off.
Okay. And now, slowly but surely, we're gonna start to see that red side pick first. For Laos, technically, they still need a roamer and also a jungler. At this point, up against the Ling, what do you even go for, right? No Baxia, but I guess the Fredrin, if you really want to go for a little bit more of the lockdown, some CC, and that's exactly what they go for, some sustainability as well. So far, they got 3 picks that can actually utilize the sustain in their composition, but I'm still, waiting to see what that Yu Zhong is. I'm trying to guess right now, Arashi. What do you think it is? But, whoa, Claude and Guinevere. So it's going to be Guinevere Rome. Guinevere Rome. Yeah.
Right.
Unless they pull another crazy stunt and it'll be a Guinevere mid, but I highly doubt that.
Could it be Guinevere EXP? I mean, with Indonesia, you never know, man. It depends. But for Laos, they recognize the dive potential from Indonesia. They go for that Minotaur. Great choices to really punish these agile, mobile heroes from the side of Indonesia. All things considered, Laos and their draft doesn't look too shabby, right? They have damage, they have good crowd control too, and if they do get rolling in the early game, there's a chance they can start snowballing. So, considering their position, it's a great showing for now.
These are some good drafts, honestly, from Laos. I think they have what it takes to actually try to go and beat out the Indonesian composition. I like the Guinevere pick because up against this Minotaur, up against a lot of the CC that could be layered upon Indonesia, they can just pop in the Violet Requiem to actually get out of it. It's an anti-regen ultimate. There's a Tempest of Blades as well. They have the help of the Hard Guard to help the healing out as well. So now my main concern is for Indonesia, how are they going to hide that Angela ult or some of these other big ultimates from the Valentina? Because the IMU could still be used to go and steal it, and it turns out it's the CC pickup, not the Yu Zhong.
CC in the XP lane. In long trades against the Yu Zhong, it should probably still be even. It's almost like a skill matchup. And if you're looking at some of the emblems right here, Catawap on the Fredrin going for not the we saw earlier the new emblem set, but for now it's going to be a concussive blast. So farming is definitely in the minds of both junglers. Although Vival will be going with the Warcry as well. As Naisu was saying, this combo here is quite deadly, quite lethal. Focusing Mark with the Warcry.
That Warcry together with the focusing mark, right? The 8% plus the 6%. It does stack up. It does do a really good job at doing extra damage. And it does seem like, by the way, Sydney will be on the Guinevere. That's going to be a spatial migration to knock Bumblebee up and all the way to a dive under the tier 1 before the first minute of the game. 1-0 to Indonesia with a Guinevere mid and an Angela roam.
I mean, it's a fighter with an Angela in the roaming position. Can't say we haven't seen it, but not quite this combination. With that early game pressure though, you can see that the Ling is just all over the place, trying to farm as much as possible. Indonesia already just getting a lot more dominance when it comes to the information, the control around the map, the control over these bushes. For now, it's still pretty okay, but later on, Bumblebee being one of the bigger main tanks on the team will have to walk into some of these bushes against her own safety.
In the mid lane again, it does seem like Bumblebee is going to be bullied. Vivian actually taking 2 turret shots there in the mid lane too, just to establish some dominance. As Vival gets level 4, a little bit ahead when it comes down to the jungle matchup against Cat or WAP. When she also does have the concussive blast, so she is trying to match at least Vival's clear speed. But with the Warcry, it does seem like she has been able to actually farm up quite well. Vival rotating up top now with the Finch Poise and the Tempest of Blades, able to knock one up now with the Divine Blades as well, going for the last shot, but it's not going to be enough just yet. It's going to be Fumi Echo with the yo-yos to go and get that kill. Another kill in for Indonesia in the 2nd minute of the game as they rotate back towards this turtle.
A great play by Indonesia there to just go for aggression before the turtle. Now, Sydney going in again.
Good spatial migration into Violet Requiem, forcing that flicker from Nu. And now, with the purple buff still being taken away by Vival, they've actually done it. They've successfully zoned Catawap and Bumblebee away from the turtle. That should have been free, with the purple buff still being taken away by Vival, but now Vival already has the purple buff, goes back into the turtle, and Bumblebee wants to walk back up. Sydney doing some damage now, so that's gonna be the curtain call, locking him down with the spatial migration too. No Violet Requiem, but it's enough damage to take her out of the game. Fumi Echo still able to dash out as Catawap goes in again, but the retreat battle will not even be a retreat battle. Vival just takes it away, and now it's gonna be Sydney who jumps in forward again. That's gonna be Sydney doing some damage, but again, it's gonna be the Tempest of Blaze to lock them down, knock them up, and take them out of this Land of Dawn game. Spatial migration, another knock up into the Violet Requiem for Fumi Echo to take the kill. Dominant Indonesia, 3 minutes in, 6 kills and 1 turtle.
An absolutely stellar performance as expected, but man, despite the best efforts from Laos to really try and stop it, to try and get at least a winning combo for the neutral objective, level 4, Indonesia says no problem. We don't want to go for a team fight, so we're going to pick off your members one by one. We're going to take over the bushes, and afterwards keep soloing, keep one-shotting the main front line, the first person again and again. And look at how they're able to split the focus of the team from Laos. They're trying to go for a big combo, but with the turtle being taken, with their members being chased around, they just kept moving in and out of these fights. And when you think that it's over, they go in and go for more. Laos, you're completely overwhelmed. Now, most likely, very clearly on the back foot, is concerned on what to do. With Vival 1 kill ahead, 2 levels ahead as well when it comes to the neutral objective situation. It's looking quite difficult for Laos to try and maintain the early game dominance.
You can see there, it's a Fury Hammer straight into Legion Sword. What is Vival actually building there? No boots for Vival on the Ling. He's going to go straight for some of these item components, and up top, there is some damage placed down on the Fumi Echo on the Spirit of Destruction as well. They decide to go and take it, and the Hard Guard goes in onto Vival. It's a good shutdown onto Platwu, but look at the damage coming down. Platwu very, very low. Vival should still be able to catch Platwu here as he jumps in with the Divine Blades one again, and the Tempest of Blades to knock her up, and Catawap is next in the chopping block as he picks up the blades from the ground. Vivian able to flick her out of the taunt there, and that's going to be another spatial migration to lock Bumblebee up. Nu on the Hard Guard, but the turtle spawns in the bottom lane, and Vival will just utilize this time to go and rotate to take that turtle from Laos.
They managed to actually push Laos back. They had the winning fight technique, the winning skirmish, and now just full control. And they have enough damage to sneak this right out from under the nose of Laos, and that seems to be what's gonna happen. Laos, despite having this combo, they are failing to really get the kind of fights they require. A full-on 5v5. Look at this, one more.
A full-on dive again, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Cat OWAP, and you've got to feel for her at this point of the game. 8-1, Vival. This should have been usually the Ling on that side getting invaded, but she's on the Ling. She's invading the Fredgen with the rest of the team. So much prio all around the map. Up top, a lot of damage from Nu over to Chell, but she is able to escape with a battle mirror image.
That's what's making it quite difficult for Laos as well. If they want to try and go for a force 5v5 fight, they have to try and pull Indonesia to try and match their playstyle. With Indonesia just splitting, just pushing with the lane dominance on multiple lanes here, if they can try and go for a dive maybe, they can force a response from Indonesia, but they don't have the tools to do so. And once again, Indonesia,
Spatial migration right into Valid Requiem, and now the Tempest Ablaze again. Flatwool cannot even survive. Not even a second in the Tempest Ablaze, and Catawap is next. Chell picks up the kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, another fish poised. Vival is ruthless. 6 minutes in, and they are not giving any member of Laos time to play in the land of Don. This is not the land of Don, this is the land of Indonesia, it seems.
usually we see winning teams with the Ling go for the pushes, go for the macro play. They aren't even going for macro plays. They're using this mobility to more efficiently hunt down like structural objectives and players from the side of Laos. They're literally not going for any kind of long drawn out macro play. They just keep going for fights again and again. Replay here from what happened earlier in the mid lane, but I think a fight was breaking out in real time as well.
Doesn't seem like, Laos want to take that fight. They'll just concede some of these turrets, Arashi. But the fact that they've gone all tier 2s before, not even before the Lord, before the third turtle spawns in the game, and they're looking for a fight under the turrets, it does seem like turrets just don't apply to them. As the Venus Fury gets used up with a flicker too, but Cindy's able to pop in the Valor Requiem just in time, and now the full dive commences in the back with Chell, doing a lot of damage, trying to gun down the dragon. It seems for Vival, Nu and Bumblebee get shredded down without any of these resources being committed. Vival just poked them out down. Vival didn't even use the Tempest Ablaze, Arashi. That's why I was so confused. I was looking at that great. Oh, Chell sidesteps the Spear of Destruction there in the bottom lane as well, denying any sort of full engage. And it seems for Sydney, she'll have to use the Furious Dive defensively. Chell on the Claude, 8 minutes in, is snowballing to a point where she can actually fight the Yuzong 1v1. Another spatial migration up top of the Violet Requiem. Catawap trying to survive, and maybe now we get to see Vival use the Tempest Ablaze, and it does get used up. Trying to go for all the blades, but actually she's able to get out of the knockup coming in from Bumblebee. And Lord has spawned in the game. That's a fleeting time in the 8th minute of the game, Arashi. It seems Vivian, she didn't go for it as the first item. That's why she picked it up so late into the game. Maybe she just went for damage.
I thought for damage or maybe the flash of the Oasis, but look at the Lord immediately shredded down. Let's take a look at the items. It is indeed the flash of the Oasis, but man, the 3-item power spike for the Shell as well. Oh, they're going again.
Another spatial migration into the stab of that blade from Vival. Now with the Malefic Roar at the 8th minute mark. She already has a Sky Piercer, a Malefic Roar, a Berserker's Fury. At this point, she might as well get a Blade of Despair to get through everyone with one Defiant Blade. And now the Hard Guard is already placed, hovering over Vival. The Lord is marching down in the mid lane, and they've already dealt with the Turret Splash earlier. Catawap trying to frontline here, but at this point, no one's the frontline. No one can even withstand the damage. Another Defiant Blade into the front, onto the Flying Dragon. But even with the Blade, she's able to dish out so much damage. Has good Petrify onto her, and she will be shut down. Finally, in this game, some punishment to Chell. Pops in the Blaze into Wet. That's a good appraiser's wrath by Catawap to survive and also to get some damage back onto Indonesia. But now with Chell jumping in with the Battle Mirror Image, that's a spatial migration from Sene with the Violet Requiem to lock them down. And the base is wide open in the 9th minute of the game. Chell doesn't want to go for the base just yet. Wants to go for some of these kills. Dashes forward again to pick up the Maniac before they end game number 1 in 9 minutes.
Yikes, man. That is a statement from this Indonesian roster. What was that? This completely just ran through the team from Laos, not allowing them to even get back into their own jungle. I mean, the defense didn't even look that bad because the death timers were still so short, so early that they were coming back just after getting taken out for that base defense. Man, this Indonesian roster, man, it's unreal. I mean, we keep saying it, but you're seeing what we're seeing. Like this is just brutal.
Absolutely brutal. It is. I don't know what word to use. It's fatal. It's brutal. Lethal. Whatever word you decide to use, you know what it is, right? It was a complete stomp in game number 1. What was the scoreline at the end of the game? Was it 21-2?
Something like that, I believe. I'm sure about the 2. I don't know about the 21. Man, the only 2 kills picked up. One was there on the Ling, right? So there's that. But the other one was just so early on. And it's not that they were snowballing so hard that they were able to play so aggressively. This was pre-level 4, by the way. This is the moment where usually the team with the Yu Zhong, with the Fredrin, has a bit of an edge. But it doesn't even matter, man. They went all in for it so early on, knowing that they have what it takes. They have the mechanical skill. They have the composition. They can pull apart the so-called combo from Laos and just deny it completely. You're not seeing a single spell being used by Laos that can actually get into like a combo. And even under the turret, man, no one is safe just because like the tanking from Indonesia here is so clean, so neat and disciplined.
I think discipline is a bit of an understatement, right? At this point, the fact that they were able to just completely dominate, it was the proper amount of risk as well, because I don't know, if you play just purely with discipline, I don't think you would be able to actually go for all these crazy plays. They were playing with just instincts, I feel, Arashi. Not even just discipline, right? They were just thinking about, they weren't even thinking, I think. They were playing the game just how they always play the game, with this in a dominant fashion as well. I don't even know how to really describe some of these plays, because even this tier 2 dive, this is a tier 2 turret we're talking about in the 7th minute of the game. This is the turtle, the third turtle just spawned in, and Vival was able to shred all of them without the Tempest of Blades. Make it make sense, Arashi.
I don't know how to make sense of it, man. They were just that good, and they know what they have. They know that this draft allows them to do risky plays, the hard guard, the healing, the fact that the Oasis rushed on early. And even here, when you thought that, okay, Laos has evaded from the main big play from Indonesia, out of nowhere, Cine comes in and gets a 2-man knockup. This is that EXP lane Guinevere. Out of nowhere, we were just confused on where things are going, and just like that, they're just showing again why it all makes sense, how it all ties in together. Even though at first glance it looks confusing, in the end it just worked so well, especially in their hands. So it's definitely something that they have tried out before. The player of the match is going to be Cine with a 3-0 and 14 KDA. I mean, it's a all-out tank build, but at that point, when you have such a reliable damage dealer that is so mobile that she can be anywhere on the map, anywhere in the Line of Dawn, who needs more damage? All you need is more utility to enable the snowball even more.
Cine only had that. She was building tank. Looking at her damage, it doesn't really look like she was building tank. She was just relying on the base damage. And that's how much damage she was able to do with just the base damage. Imagine if she had gone for magic. I think anyone or everyone who got hit by the spatial migration, especially the Violet Requiem, would just disappear at that point of the game. It was such a massive snowball. At this point, we're waiting for game number 2, and again, Arashi, when you're up against Indonesia, you get the chance to be the Giant Slayer, the King Slayer, the Queen Slayer. I don't know what names you want to come up with, but oh my god, 21-2. So it was 21-2. 21-2.
Well, you're seeing again why we've been hyping it up so much, why we're saying that it will be such an achievement for Laos if they can take even a game. It's not us disrespecting Laos. This is just us saying it as it is, man. If you can take a game from this Indonesian ladies roster, that in itself, so far in Indonesia, is an achievement. That is just how good it's been. And you're seeing it yourself in the Line of Dawn, in the macro play, in the mechanics, the instincts. And I said discipline earlier, but I don't even mean like, the slow pace, slow tempo.
Yeah.
I meant discipline when it comes to how they orchestrated those dives, man. Because those were clean. Not a single time did we even feel like, even though the health bars did get low, for some reason you're seeing them pull it off, and you don't even feel like, oh, someone's gonna miscalculate and take an extra target shot. No, you just felt like, all right, everything is going as calculated. They make it seem that good.
At this point, Arashi, I'm confused as to what hero Cini can't use, right? She's already gone with the Terizla pick in the mid lane, the Ruby pick in the mid lane just yesterday, and now she shows up with the CC. Or sorry, not the CC. See, I'm getting so many heroes mixed up. She goes in with the Guinevere, but I would actually love to see her play the Tigreal and the Gwyn and the CC as well, right? Some of these new picks, maybe pull it off in the mid lane. At this point, Cini, it feels like she can play any hero in the mid lane and make it work. It feels like that statement could be said about any one of these members, because even yesterday Chell played Lunox in the gold lane, made it work. Everything went to plan with their playstyle, I guess, their game plan as well. Oh my god, Arashi, I don't know.
Again, even from the drafting phase, right, you're seeing why it makes sense. Like we're talking again about the composition from Laos. It's not bad, man. For the longest time, by the way, at least in our own region, the Yuzong and the Minotaur were prio picks. It was always first picked for a lot of situations, especially if you want to play for the neutral objective. But we already highlighted this. It doesn't matter when you're against a team that understands the strengths and weaknesses of themselves, but also their opponents. They know that the last thing they want to do is give a proper fight, a full-on 5-man fight to the side of Laos. So if you look at the whole game, I don't think there was a single fight where it was an actual 5v5. Even the final sequence, it was a 2v4 and then another 2v4 afterwards. So they were just completely pulling apart Laos at the seams, man.
They really were. It was just really, really tough to watch. And the Sky Piercer build, what were her items at the last portion of the game, right? At that point, I really wanted to see, for the Ling at least, what items did she have in her inventory? Because last time we saw it was the Malefic Roar, and usually Malefic Roar is like the cherry on top. It's usually the last item you actually go for in your inventory there. So if she actually did have already the Berserker's Fury with the Sky Piercer and maybe a BOD before that Malefic Roar in 10 minutes, that's absolutely ridiculous. Chell as well, already with the 3 items and the Malefic Roar. I think she might have even had a Windtalker at that point. So almost full items on a gold laner that is supposed to be the weak side, especially up against the Moskov, right? You try to jump in with the Battle Mirror Image, you go with the Blazing Duet, you can get cancelled out by the Spear of Misery. So many outplay maneuvers from the opposing team. They even got a Fredrin in towards the later phase of the draft to counter the Ling, maybe try to invade the Ling, and it did not work out. No invades were made. And Arashi, I understand that, invades are kind of tough to have to make happen now in this current patch, after the last patch even, right? Because you take more damage when you invade early on. But tell me how the Ling invaded early. Tell me how they were able to make that work. How they were the ones to go up against a utility jungle, win out in the enemy jungle, and get the trades, not even trades, to get the wins all across. W's everywhere on the map, every single lane, even the weak side lane.
Well, see, the honest answer is like, I don't know. But if you're trying to figure it out somehow, some way, right? I guess it's the Angela Ling combo is just so good. It gives you the sustain. So even if you take a bit of extra damage, you have more recovery available to you. And the way they were playing it, they weren't tanking damage, right? They were avoiding it. They were moving in and out, dealing damage. They were hitting, but then avoiding getting hit themselves. And that way, even if they're supposedly supposed to take more damage, technically it can still come out on top if the damage doesn't quite land. So maybe that's it. But honestly, if it was said after a different game, not this game, you would have said like, no way, what is that? That's baloney. But I feel like that's the only way to really kind of theorize what happened there in game number 1.
I guess that is really the only way to really try to understand what happened in that game, right? And I guess for now we are going to be getting ready for the next match, for the next game actually. And Arashi, what are we expecting in game number 2? Do we expect the Ling to be banned out at this point? If it's not banned, they kind of walked into that too, by the way, right? It was the Angela picked up. If you don't go for the Ling there, you're done. Even against, we're not even talking just about Indonesia, right? Like normal compositions as well. When you see an Angela, you do not want to give the Ling over, because if you give the Ling over, it'll be such a tough road up ahead.
And that's exactly what we saw. And that's why the first pick just works so well, right? You're allowed, or you have the chance to really play those mind games, kind of force your opponents into certain strategies. Because maybe Laos really weren't really feeling the whole assassin. But again, with the way Indonesia was drafting, they were kind of forced to do so, right? And if they don't, they pay the price. The kind of tough decisions that you can throw onto your opponents are definitely something that is a great weapon if you do know your own players and their specialties and what they can pull off. And to a degree, if you know your opponents also, that could be a very good strategy. But on that topic, Mirko, about Laos here, what can they do? What will they do? I feel like they will respect the link somehow, but the issue is if this repeats, right, and the Angela comes out first and they're supposedly supposed to pick or deny the link, I think that would lead still to something else being open for Indonesia. That's the difficult part. It's not just the pure mechanical skill, the macro, the game plan. It's also the flexibility, like you were talking about earlier. Most of these players here from the side of Indonesia, they are able to just play so many different heroes, so many different styles of heroes as well at a high level too. It's not just decent. They actually can use a lot of different heroes to make crazy outplays. They make it seem like that's part of their arsenal in the first place. It's like their main hero.
We'll just have to see what they actually go and decide to play, right? At this point, I don't think it'll be crazy even to go for a CC in the mid lane, to go for any of the other fighters. But you know what will be crazy? If she actually goes back to the mage in the mid lane. That would be wild, right? I mean,
wow.
That's how wild it is. If Cindy actually goes for a standard pick, it's actually more wild than a wild pick because she has been playing all the other heroes except for mage. She's been playing everything except mage. It almost seems like she has a personal vendetta up against the mage mid laner. She wants to prove to the world that no, you don't need to play mage in the mid lane. You can do anything you want in the mid lane. As long as you're creative enough, as long as you understand the fundamentals of how to play that draft, you should be able to make it work. And let's see in game number 2, I guess, later on. Oh, we get into drafts right now. Laos, blue side, they ban out the Harith, Arashi.
That's peculiar because usually you would kind of force that ban onto the side of your opposition. But for Laos, it's a whole different story, man. So they banned the Harith and the Ling. And Indonesia, as a response, banned away the Angela, so they don't want to deal with the same issue, the mobility, the healing, the sustain, banning it away. And since they banned the chip, I wonder if they're actually concerned about the global presence, whether they're going to go for the Loyi ban as well. It's a bit of the same situation. Usually, the first pick team will ban one, and then immediately, automatically, the other team, the second pick team, will be forced to ban the other one. But for now, it seems like both teams just have a composition in mind. They don't care about this forcing nonsense.
No, they don't. And that's going to be the Hayabusa ban as well now, coming down from Laos. So, 2 assassins and 1 Harith banned out. Meanwhile, for Indonesia, it's going to be the Chip and the Angela. They might as well just leave out the Loyi open, right? Because the Loyi really wasn't even hovered over by Laos. They're going to go for the Arlet instead. So it does seem that Arlet maybe is a hero that has been giving them problems, maybe in scrims, right? Because we've seen the Arlet ban both on blue side and on red side now. And now for Laos, the first pick's going to be that Roger. The Roger that was banned by them on the red side. Now first pick, as usual, like we said, super flex, gold and jungle. Very, very good in both roles.
Strong early game power in the jungle or the gold lane. Can't go wrong with that. But not for Indonesia. Go with the Terizla quite early on here. Usually we see it hidden a bit more, but I guess knowing that there's already aggression shown by Laos, they want to have some kind of solid foundation, some kind of hero that can really be the main wall to try and maintain control over the formations, just in case, something crazy comes out of Laos. Along with that, they go for the Moskov as well. And we talked about the mobility from the Ling in game number 1. Moskov technically can do the same thing. If the Ling was to start the show for game 1, in game 2, it could be this Moskov. Because, earlier it was a Claude that should be countered. And yet, we saw that Shell was still able to perform really, really effectively. Same thing can be said here for this Moskov.
Yeah, with the Moskov ban, Moskov pick and the Terizla pick, they're already setting up for some neutral objective control. Because like at this point with the Terizla, you're almost automatically getting so much more prio compared to any other XP lane when it comes down to the first turtle. On top of that, you already have a Moskov, so you technically have global presence as well, so you'll be more active compared to the enemy gold lane. And now, I guess, it'll really depend on what they want to go for. They could go for a mid laner, they could also just go for a jungler. I think the safe choice would be to go for a jungler first here, up against the Faramis and the Yu Zhong. I really like this composition so far for Laos, by the way. And I even liked their composition in the previous game, but the Lo Yi has been left open, and finally we get to see Cindy on a mage, on a normal pick in the mid lane. Something strange to say after seeing, you know, all the crazy picks she's gone for, but she's back. She's back on the Lo Yi.
Who would have thought, man? That's crazy, bro. But now with the Terizla, I mean, earlier there was a Yu Zhong, but the matchup was that's set up by Indonesia was the CC, right? To try and match that aggression. Now it's going to be Terizla, so in a way, at least on paper, this Yu Zhong will have a bit more prio in the early game, more aggression to maybe try and go for those early kills. So we'll have to see. With that being said, I'm thinking the Roman reps is someone a bit tankier to maybe try and capitalize on the strong early game and maybe go for some dives. A Yu Zhong and a Roger can serve very well for those big dive situations. But Indonesia is the one banning away the Minotaur and the Grok, so they're denying all these combo picks that can be maybe used to force them into a fight where when Laos do have this Netherrealm at their disposal. But if they clump up too much, penalty zone, Moscow with the splash damage on the basic attack, and the Lo Yi with all the AoE, the passive as well. If you're going for team fights, I feel like Laos will be forced to try and go for some more tools here to just guarantee the fight goes their way.
All right, so it's going to be the Nolan ban as well. So even here in the second phase, respecting Vival's prowess on the assassins, and it does seem like for Indonesia here, red side pick, first pick, it is going to be the Mathilda that has been left open, man. Oh, so much more utility. You already have the Lo Yi, you already have a diversion. Now also, to add on to the diversion, plus the Spear of Destruction, some crazy global presence already, you add in the Mathilda with a lot more mobility. And at this point, they might even just go for something like a Barat in the jungle, right? You already have a Mathilda, so you can go for someone that can clear super fast. They can actually chomp on someone, even the Faramis later on in the skirmish to deny the Netherrealm maybe. And for Laos, what are they going to pick? No Grok, no Minotaur, no Tigreal as well. None of these big picks that can actually really punish down on the Moscow. They decided to go for a healer, the Estes there, together with the Faramis, so trying to out-sustain Indonesia. And now the last pick coming in from Indo. What is it going to be? What is going to go into the jungle? Will we still see an assassin? Will we still see something like maybe a Lancelot come up? Or are they going to go for the standard? Oh, I think Mardis would be pretty good, by the way. No?
Mardis? Potentially. Just bursting down before the healing can come through. But with the S still around, it might be a bit too risky. I'm thinking some kind of assassin won't be the worst of ideas, with the guiding wind to assist you with the diversion to put you into the right situations. Well, they go for the Baksha for the healing, sustain reduction. There is an Estes and a Faramis, and the Yu Zhong and Ruby, technically everyone requiring that regeneration. But for the side of Laos, this is very early game heavy here. They want to go with fighters. They want to just barrel through towards Indonesia, and they want to make sure that they win out when they fight together. And now without an assassin, Indonesia might be forced to take a more straightforward approach here. Before, they can just go for split pushes, go for multiple things at the same time and pull them apart. But now, I guess technically, they have the same option with the Moscow. So we have to see. Indonesia can oblige them for a proper fight if they feel like they have the winning conditions, or we're going to see, yet again, some macro play here to deny this very solid teamfight composition coming in from Laos.
All right, we'll just have to see how they play this game, how they can actually utilize this composition, or actually take us to the Land of Dawn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Potentially the final game of today if Indonesia gets a clean sweep. But Laos has brought out the artillery, the sustain machine, all the supplies to try and take down the dominant robots. We'll have to see if they can do so, but let's take a look immediately at the jungle here. The clear speed has always been a very important factor, especially talking about the early game. And this Baksha already is getting a bit more faster clear speed, being assisted as well.
Already invading very early on. Vival going to be able to get that green camp away and might actually be taking everything in the bottom side jungle. Yes,
Wow.
Vivian getting Vival the additional maneuvers there with the guiding wind as well, and they will be able to actually create some space for the invades to happen very early on. And for Catawap, it's already a very interesting start to the game, actually opting to go after the purple buff up top instead of the bottom lane. The shield unity almost used up by Vival to catch Nu. And it seems for Catawap, she's just going to be so behind. She didn't even go for the lethal Wanderer, Rashi. That was up top on her side as well. So Viva already getting a massive advantage here. Should be able to get level 4 while also denying that level 4 for Catawap as the turtle spawns in the game.
That's a fresh look coming in from Vivian. Usually we see the Baxia just take over purely by the movement speed, by the shield unity just rolling around the map. But we're seeing now Vival on the Baxia, assisted by Vivian in maneuvering in order to get to those camps a bit earlier. And looking at this already, threatening the mid lane. For the side of Laos though, we'll have to see. Team fighting is definitely their priority right here, so they want to play it a bit safer. Later on, Bumblebee on the Estes is running the Temporal Rain though, so there'll be more healings and slows technically, but look at the damage, man.
Vivian wants to go for the last few hits and finds it. First blood over to Vivian with just the blooms, and it should be Vival who takes this for free because the Roger Catawap is in the bottom lane actually, trying to go for the turret, but with Chell there with the Inspire as well, I don't think there's really any threat into that Moscow, but they give away the entire top side, not just the turtle, over to Indonesia. Vival, who's already holding an overwhelming lead, will be even further ahead now as she won't even bother to get any more of the green camp. She'll just go straight to her own purple buff, play it safe. It's a 1-0 start on the shield unity, again into the mid lane, straight into the dispersion and the rotation. Bumblebee completely obliterated, even faster than Nu's reaction. Diversion in the bottom lane, say goodbye to Platwu, who's trying to survive, has the flicker too, and will be able to escape into the dispersion, and the rotation catches her again. Cindy playing with the space over the turret, the guiding wind to bring her over towards a different angle to attack Platwu. And for Laos, Platwu will have to recall Chell, gonna be able to shove this wave all the way back into the turret. Maybe she might even get a few shots with the Inspire. I don't know if she wants to go for the Inspire here, but no. Alright, she just goes for the few shots into the bottom lane with the guiding wind, bringing the low Yi back. I don't know if Platwu can even rotate back into this turret. There's Vival as well. The shield needing to lock her down into the dispersion. My goodness. She just recalled. She just got back into the lane, and now she's back in the base again. Indonesia, absolutely ruthless again. 3-0 start.
And they just are so active around the map. Every single time you lead them to their own devices, they're always up to something, always scheming for the next interaction. Look at this. Diversion again.
And now it's going to be on to Bumblebee, who's already died 2 times, making 3 now on the board. Again, another round coming in a bit too late as the Tortoise Poisons is going to be used up. And now Cindy will be able to get the Furious Die, but no Petrify to combo it together. Vivian gets out, and take a look at Chell as the penalty zone to lock them down. And now all the damage placed onto him. Fumieko swinging the hammer, picking up a double kill as Chell just keeps on munching on that turret goal in the mid lane. Platwu cannot even threaten her back, cannot even deny those few hits onto the turret. And to make it even worse, to put salt in the wound, they're already giving Cindy a purple buff in the 4th minute of the game, Arashi.
They have full control over the jungle too, man. The diversions, we've talked about how right now the diversions are just not as impressive as they used to be because teams are used to it. Teams know to control the map and deny any opportunity for the diversion plays. But against Indonesia right now, wow. Once again, Nu, without any mobility, just gets caught out, gets deleted, and they're still going for it.
I don't think there's much they can do right now. Catawap, you're 2 levels down. I don't think you can even threaten Vival at this point of the game. She still has the Poissons too, so even if they do, Vival will be very, very tanky. I don't think you can actually take her down at all. So Indonesia now playing again with the diversion, now going towards the top side of the map. Will be able to catch Catawap in her rotation up top. Vival's just gonna go for the dive straight in. Cindy able to go for the Furious Dive, but look at the damage coming down. Vival, can she survive? The answer is gonna be no, but they still get Catawap without even throwing a shutdown in. It's another free turret over to Chell, and they should be looking to siege down the turret in tier 2 up top, man. Cindy already zoning Bumblebee. She's already died 3 times. If she walks back up, it's gonna be the 4th time. Nu as well, zoned away. They can't even go and defend their own turrets in the 5th minute of the game. Indonesia are taking complete control of the enemy jungle.
Just zoning away using a single low yi. Usually there's gonna be some backup involved, but that was just Cine walking up and saying, walk up at your own risk, and they're going for it again.
Spear of Misery to pin him down onto the wall. The guiding wind to knock her up right into the spears of Chell. 10-1. Let's take a look at the items. Diversion again, though. Where is it going to go? Into the bottom lane. Maybe a possible dive attempt now, as that's going to be Vivo, who's looking for a play as well. Catawap completely sandwiched. Vivian just between the turrets, taking a like in pounds, and now guiding winning away. Oh, Indonesia. Again, just utilizing the diversion. That's a dispersion, rotation, penalty zone, everything to force out the nether realm in the bottom lane. Chell gets taken out as good like in pounds, and it's going to force Vivian to actually utilize the flicker. And Platwoo is actually really, really low. Catawap trying to go for the kill, but the circling eagle will just bait her in. So Vival's damage. Can she actually escape? The answer is going to be yeah. She actually will be able to walk out of that engage coming in from Vival, but Vival will just use the space to go onto that orange buff. Might as well also just go for the retribution, but it actually baits Catawap's retri so that Vival can go for the turtle for free. No retri contest. Laos will have to concede.
But off that sequence though, beginning with Shell losing in the aggressive play using the Inspire, that's gonna be Laos picking up a turret on the top side as well. So all things considered, still pretty good, pretty okay, but Platwoo gets jumped on.
They really tried to go for that, and now they're going to be caught, all of them, in the nether realm that's been placed down. New still able to escape with the Shadow Stampede. Fumi Echo with no penalty zone, but with a few swings of the hammer. Vivian with the glues. Gonna be caught in that bush. Now ran down by Vival. Fumi Echo gets the kill. Oh, that was unfortunate. She was so close to recalling. And it seems for Chell, she'll just be able to take this purple buff away from Laos. Vivian going in, you can see the piercing damage from Chell, almost taking Cindy to half HP. They'll be able to take the tier 2 again, just like in game number 1, without the Lord.
I don't think I've seen anyone use the Loi in quite this fashion, man. They're not using it to outwit Laos. They're using it to just completely all out, just out-rotate Laos. They play on the bottom side and they diverge to the other side, but penalty zone.
Inside of the base turret now, they should respect this still, but it's gonna be Vivo who dives in deeper to Torres of Poissons. Blessed the Moon Goddess still getting double HP, but even then, Cine just bursts through the healing with her damage. The glowing one that gets you the NOD effect at this point of the game now. And that's gonna be the turret splash baited out without the Lord. In the bottom lane, they've already done that, so maybe they can actually go for the siege, and you can see the rotations by Cine. Used up disgusting Chell, finally getting that item power spike, but she might not even need it. No, it's gonna be bursted down by the roamer of all people. Chell's walking forward with the Abyss Walker, trying to deal some damage. Platwoo now caught in the dispersion and the rotation. Chell still using the Inspire, trying to cut away, now gets caught by the I'm Offended, but will just use that as gap closer to finish Platwoo off. Vivo's still alive, she still has the immortality, and now they go for the tier 2 in the mid lane, all without a Lord. In the 8th minute of the game, they might actually be threatening the end right now. Fumi Echo has the penalty zone. Chell jumps in with the Mistwalker again as Vivo gets pulled back, but only loses the immortality. It's gonna be a lot of damage placed down again. Chell is dealing all the damage onto every single member. None of them will survive. Now the Spirit of Destruction to the back. Catawap will fall, and it is a complete wipeout. Platwoo will finally spawn in back into the game, but it's gonna be sidestepped away that I'm Offended. 7 seconds on the death timers. Platwoo with no I'm Offended getting taken down again. 2 wipeouts in a row as Indonesia will end it quick. 9-21, quicker than game 1.
An absolute brute force approach. We've used that word again and again today, but that is quite literally it, man. They just went straight at it. They know they have all the advantages. And for a second there, it seemed like at least they were able to slow down the members of Indonesia. They were able to kind of trade back some objectives. But towards the end, man, Indonesia just completely ramped up the aggression. And that was it. Immediately operating like a meat grinder and just demolishing the members of Laos one by one. And like we said, they were the favorites for a reason. And man, did they make, again, another statement. After all the weird picks, they go with the normal looking roster and they just demolish even harder, man.
A complete stomp. Game 1, game 2, doesn't matter. With normal picks, with cheesy picks, with fighters in the mid lane, with mages in the mid lane, with the Loyi or the Terizla or the Ruby, or even in the previous game, the Guinevere Roam. The Guinevere with the Dominance Ice. It was a tank build for him, or for her actually. And let's move on to the highlights here, Rashi. Let's go through the highlights once again, all the way from the early game to the later stage of the game. What later stage? I mean, the late stage is the 10th minute, right? I mean, not even.
I mean, you did
my
say
God.
the
What is even
later
late
stage.
game?
You did say the later stages, not like the late game. But yes,
Yeah, but
all
what
the way
is even
from-
the later stages, right?
Well, the later stage is 9 minutes. It's still not late at all. But that's because of this early game play, man. They went for the Estes. They thought they could maybe sustain and win out the fights that way. But with Cataweb immediately shut down, who is the main damage dealer? They don't really have the same kind of damage output. Maybe Cindy can help out with that, but even then, she's taking too much attention, too much aggression. And for the most part, the jungle was just completely controlled by Indonesia here. They, like I said, they go on the bottom side, they diverge to the top side. If they rotate to the top side, they'll diverge to the bottom side. And when they know that there are objectives at play here, they won't hesitate to just go in for these aggressive plays. Even at the cost of 1 or 2 kills, it doesn't matter, right? It's still within their calculations. And slowly but surely, the map just got smaller and smaller. And at some point, I guess there was a thought of maybe Laos can defend long enough if they have the Netherrealm, they have the blessing of the Moon Goddess, especially in their own base. Outside of the base, you can see that the damage output, credit to Shell for outputting it, is what allows Indonesia to just keep snowballing, keep melting through all the healing, all the second HP bars coming out of Laos. But afterwards, they make the play for the base. We thought it's going to be dragged out a bit longer, but penalty zone into everything, fighting under the base, under the turret, into the blessing of the Moon Goddess and the Netherrealm. And still, Indonesia was the one to pick up 1 kill there, which is insane. That doesn't really quite make sense when you think about it. But even with the damage reduction right there, Indonesia just kept going at it. They have the Mathilda that does provide some form of healing as well. But everyone, Sini has that shielding. Fumi Echo has that healing as well from her own spells. And you can say the same thing about Shell, especially with the Inspire. And with that power, with that damage, it's a more than a 10k, what is it, like a 12k gold lead, and just completely smash Laos down. Just destroying any hopes of just sending them, even delaying the game into a full 3-game series. The player of the match though will be Vivian on that Mathilda. She was the one who initially started the aggression with the first bit of action. But afterwards, when the fights go like that, and when you're that far ahead, she just did everything right, you have to say. In the early game, helping with the rotations so that the box shed can just invade a lot more efficiently. In the mid game, enabling, and even in the late game, just spamming out the heals again and again. But the Flash of the Oasis with the Enchanted Talisman, I think that's a guiding win on like a 4 or 5 second cooldown, man. It doesn't take long at all. And that just adds again. We talked about how on the Terizla, maybe then Indonesia will be forced to go and commit even more to all of these big fights. But that's not even the case. They go in and they have this guiding wind as an extra bit of utility tool so they can still do the same back and forth movement even though they have a Baksha, even though they have a Terizla. And again, the flexibility of finding different ways to play the game, even though you have like a big change in your roster. I feel like that is something that Indonesia shows that they can do very, very well. And that's a testament to just how well they understand the game.
I don't know, Raji. You know, we're definitely gonna have to ask Vival some solid questions here. At this point, you know, we've asked her. Me and Nice have already asked her questions. So this is, I think, the first time ever that we're going to get an interview with the same team twice in the same regional qualifier. So have your questions prepared. If we get to see them again like some other day, then we're gonna have to think of new questions, because at this point we might be running out of questions to ask them because of how frequent they show up in these, you know, in these interview in these interview segments.
Yeah, when you're that dominant, I guess slowly but surely they're just making sure that everyone knows their story, man. Everyone has seen the interviews again and again. So let's go straight into it, man. Let's get an interview here with one of the members for the
Vival
Indonesian roster. It's gonna be Vival. Hello.
Hello.
All right, how you doing? Firstly, Vival, after that win, it almost seems like, you know, every single time we get you in the interview, it's such a smooth road for you guys.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Just how are you feeling after that win, after that stomp?
Well, it's the same like yesterday, but today we played differently, right? Y'all saw Baxia in play.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw utility jungler, I guess, from you back again. Is that you guys want to continue to play the utility junglers, or personally for you, Vival, is it better if you just always get the assassins?
I think we obviously draft depending on the enemies. Baxia, we played Baxia because they have an Estes. So Baxia is the most suitable pick back then, depending on assassins. But for me, it's better to play assassins because it's fun.
All right. Well, fun is definitely a big factor, but here's a big question. You are the fan favorites, and the only trophy missing from your collection is the WEC trophy. So, do you see yourselves winning WEC 24 this year?
Well, in theory, yes, but we still have to watch out to not to still respect all countries and still play at our best. Who knows, can happen, right? The unstoppable ones may be stopped like anytime if we don't be careful. So, yeah.
Great mentality to have, right? The fact that they're already at the top, they've won almost everything. Now they could win everything with this final trophy, maybe with WEC 24, but they're still keeping it level, Arashi.
I mean, that's a great mindset. So, honestly, do you think that how do you see what's your feeling about the new changes here to the items and with the new patch, right? It brings the assassins back into the meta, kind of. Do you think it's a great addition, or do you feel like some things maybe could have been better?
No, I don't think so. There is anything needs to be changed because we are very, very, especially me as a jungler myself. Before, tank junglers has been the meta, but now because of this new packs, this new items, assassins can be played. So yeah, especially me, I'm very happy for this patch.
Great stuff. Even with this, I mean, the Sky Piercer, we saw that built up by so many teams, a lot of different, links here and there. But I want to ask you got your reactions. This is the final question, I think. Your reactions to game number 1 when you got the Angela, right? Usually, when you first pick the Angela, it's almost guaranteed that the enemy team will deny that Ling over. But you guys got the Ling. So, what was Vival's reaction to that? Because you said you love the assassins. We definitely saw how good you are on the Ling. On top of that, you got the help with the Angela. Whenever you get the Angela Ling combo, what's the Vival reaction?
My reaction will be like, oh, if they don't pick the Ling, then we will pick the Ling right here.
Is it a sure win though? When you get the Angela and Ling, do you automatically think, all right, GG?
We think that because that's a composition that we practice like every day, but still that compositions, to be honest, still can be countered. So we still are in a look for that. Yeah, we still have to be careful.
See, if you said that it was a done deal, Miracle would quote you on that. So good job dodging away from that possibility. But quite honestly, do you feel like these interviews are starting to get repetitive just because you've been winning so often and you've been asked a lot of the similar questions again and again? Are you feeling like it's time to switch it up a bit?
Well, yesterday we didn't get to finish the interview, right?
Yeah, true. That's true.
Oh, yeah. It's not repetitive. I think next time we win, another person will be interviewed. Y'all get to interview another person and not me again.
All right. The next time you win and you get interviewed, can you promise that the whole team will be there, right? Even Susugaja and Dewa. We would love to see them.
Okay. We'll have to drag all of us. Yeah.
All right. Well, that being said, Mirko, you have any more questions here? I feel like you have a curious look in your eye.
No, that's it, man. I'm just curious to see how they'll perform tomorrow and how Susugaja and Dewa will actually appear on cam. That's it.
Right. I mean, that's definitely something we're all looking forward to. So, as always, Vival, is there a message you want to send out here to your supporters, as well as the Indonesians here who are definitely rooting for your success, just cheering on for you to just immediately secure the ultimate, most complete collection of championships.
Well, my message is, yeah, same as always, the championship is not over. This is just the starting. This is just the first qualifiers. So yeah, keep on supporting us. We will continue to do our best until we continue our win streak again, hopefully.
Okay. Just like that. All right, Vival, thank you very much for your time. I guess that's the time we have for the interview. Thank you for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Vival.
And as we mentioned, we're looking forward to the appearance.
Okay, thank you.
And at this point, right, Arashi, it does feel like, you know, when we're talking about them winning again, like, you gotta make a promise, right? The whole team needs to be there. If she just says yes, it means all right. The winning part, I think, is the easy part. The interview part for them, I guess it's a bit harder.
I mean, technically, we have access to the coach in the back there. We can kind of, you know, force them to actually enter the camera for tomorrow's interview potentially. So we'll have to see. But ladies and gentlemen, the winner will be Indonesia, as we saw earlier. A dominant performance, man, showing again that the hype is real. It's not overblown. It's not just, you know, biased casters always talking very highly about this team, about this roster. They are really quite literally that good.
Yeah, if you watch the same game, you know, you probably have the same reaction to us right now, kind of speechless about their performance. Is absolutely dominating in every single way possible. But it does seem like we are entering, you know, the end of the day. We are at the end of the day already. We've casted 5 matches. Well, me and you, we've casted 4. You know, nice, you casted 3 as well. But in total, in the stream, we have 5. We've had crazy matches, and all those 5 matches have been played all the way. Starting things off with finally a game that didn't go to a clean sweep. Everything else was a clean sweep, though.
All right. Yeah, that was a bit more exciting. And then there was that game where you got all the back and forth, the aggression, the fighting, the longest game so far as well. So it's been a very eventful day, and it's great to just see all these different regions again. We saw some unique strategies come out of New Zealand and Guam as well. So it's always great to see that these regions as well, that we don't see too often, they're developing their own style, they have their own understanding of the game. And I look forward to the continuation here to the next stage, where we can see those strategies, those thought processes get kind of contested by the more common, the more accepted standard here in the bigger regions.
Yeah, I guess we'll get a look at tomorrow's matches before we end the day, just to give you guys a little bit of a glimpse of what we have tomorrow in store for you guys, because I believe we have 4 best of 3s ready for everybody watching back at home who are waiting for tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have that graphic pop up for tomorrow's matches, or we're just gonna tell you guys to watch later on tomorrow, Arashi.
Yeah, I have to wait and see, but definitely don't miss out, because the matches, man, some of these matches on paper at least feel like, oh, they're not really worth watching. Some people would say like, oh, it's a region nobody knows about, we haven't seen too often, they're not like world champions, why would you watch them? But you're seeing again that there is a lot of entertainment value, and there's a lot of interesting things, like a lot of different approaches to the same result, the same kind of victory. But these different approaches can be valuable. And who's to say that one of these teams won't show up out of nowhere and use a strategy and create a meta that is so good that it will be picked up by the bigger regions. So I think that's the main thing that I'm looking forward to for sure.
All right, then. I guess at this point, we are going to have to end the stream right now. I mean, after all these 5 matches, some crazy matches, it's been a fun time. I'd love to see, you know, even more action tomorrow, but I think for today, that's it, right, Arashi?
And then it is the end of the day, so it's been me, Arashi, and Mirko accompanying you for that final match, but fortunately, we'll have to part ways for today. But make sure you tune in for tomorrow, because the matches will still keep going on. The Asian Regional Qualifier will just keep continuing for IESF WEC 24 in Riyadh. So see you guys next time.
All right, guys, welcome back from the shorter break. It was actually shorter than 7 minutes. So we're happy to hear. I think things got situated and everybody is ready to go. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko. And like you mentioned earlier, he also dealt with what the team from Indonesia is dealing with.
Yeah.
But we're happy to have you here once again. And we can't wait to get this match started. It is, if you guys missed it, it's between Myanmar and Indonesia. This is a battle for the first slot to the WEC in Riyadh later this year. So that's to catch you guys up. If you also want to keep an eye on what's going on here or what has happened in the past throughout the group stage and everything else, you can go to IESF.gg. Check out the brackets if you want and all the statistics we got to see. Because again, Myanmar, undefeated in their matches. They had one loss to Cambodia in a game anyway. They went 8-1 basically in the group stage. And Indonesia had one loss to Malaysia on their way through here. So for Myanmar's lineup, we're going to look at it once again. It's Ken, Justin, Ruby DD, Juno, and Zide. And these guys are very, a lot of us are very familiar with them by now. And I could say, Mirko, they have been like performing out of their minds so far for this entire tournament.
They've definitely practiced their minds out, right? And technically, when we're taking a look at, this roster, it's a roster full of veterans. Well, at least for Ken, Justin, and Ruby DD, especially Ruby DD. This guy's been, at the forefront for Myanmar esports, for MLBB in Myanmar for the longest time. I think M2 was really when he shined, right? That Ruby DD combo as well. That's what we call it now. The Lunox combo, when you go in with the Chaos Flicker into the Brilliance, that's a Ruby DD combo. He's kind of immortalized his name in MLBB, and it's great to see that he's still here playing at the highest level of MLBB. Now going up against Indonesia, I would say for the lineup of Indonesia, compared to Ruby DD at least, right? They're actually inexperienced compared to Ruby DD. Ruby DD's been through so many different international tournaments, has been playing the game for so long. Meanwhile, for this team, we've seen them a lot. Like for Indonesia, later on we'll get to see the roster to see exactly who's playing. But again, Ruby DD, what we've seen from the previous matches as well, he just understands the timing. He has that like kind of crazy old player instinct, Naisu? It's something with the old players, it's something with the veterans that we have in MLBB, where they just see the game a bit differently to everybody else. I think in Indonesia, it's got to be Lemon, he goes for like some wild engages, he has that vision for himself, but we're going to take a look at Indonesia's roster as well.
Yep, Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Kibo. And I know this Boots has been popping up here, but it has been Ludwig playing for the lineup, and either way, honestly, if it was Boots, I'm sure, they would find some of the successes they've already had through this. And even taking it back yesterday, man, Indonesia had very strong games, very dominant games. And again, when we looked at it, it was Albert. I forgot what KDA he had. It was like 30 and something. I don't think he died, if I remember right. He didn't die. He played the Nolan. And then what did he play the first game?
13 kills on Ling, 16 kills on Nolan, right?
Yeah, it was just insane. It was nasty. So I'm wondering if this happens here. We are jumping into the draft here, and if I could hit the clapping button, I would. I'm not streaming my own stream. So we're finally in the draft, game number 1. And this is once again a match to qualify for WEC. You can see this. Myanmar is going to go ahead and take out the Ling. And I'm sure either they kind of build the composition around possibly picking up a Nolan, or at least one of the assassins we've seen pop up time and time again. But just taking out the Ling is good enough. Because, man, have we seen Ken do pretty much the same, I would say almost the same performance that we saw with Albert yesterday.
I think especially for Myanmar, right, it's about trying to force Indonesia into those utility picks for Albert, because it does feel like, even though Albert does pretty well as well on the utility, it's not as good as his assassins. And we got to see those assassins pulled off by Albert just yesterday. You mentioned it, the Ling and also the Nolan. Well played to him. So now with the chip and the Ling ban, that's actually an interesting first phase ban for blue side. Usually we see the chip banned out by red side, but for Indonesia, they're already really adjusting to the meta. They let the Roger go against Malaysia, and I think that will be the first and the last time Indonesia will let the Roger go if they're not on blue side. They can pick it up for themselves. Obviously, Albert plays a mean Roger. Same goes for CW, but leaving it open, I don't know about that. The Sky Piercer is still a bit too crazy. I've been spamming Roger as well. If you take a look at my rank games, my match history, it's just been Roger Brody, Roger Brody. I'm an SPA, certified
You
SPA.
played him in the gold lane?
Yeah. I still play him in the gold lane. I just wanted to see, right?
Yeah.
Because personally, I still think he is stronger in the jungle. But in the gold lane, he's actually still pretty strong. He's an absolute lane bully. You go for the Master Assassin emblem setup as well. And it's still very, very good to dominate in lane. It's going to be the Fairness man, though. So Lo Yi is up for grabs. Nolan as well, like you said earlier. Myanmar have the chance to take it away from Indonesia.
If they take this away, Lo Yi being open, but I feel like so far throughout the entirety of IESF, we've seen the struggle. We've seen teams make it work, and we see Divergent still be pretty good, but so far I feel like Lo Yi is in a weird position where she was so dominant for so long, and then now it really seems like it takes a lot of effort for it to work in some of the teams' lineups that have been drafting it. So with a lot of these, I'm just wondering, Myanmar, they have a lot of opportunity to pick up a valuable first pick here, but trading it over to Indonesia as well, you know, some of the XP lane comes to mind, like the Terizlas, the Yuzhongs, but this is going to be a Fredrin first pick from Myanmar. So this, to me now, Fredrin is more so of like, he's still a safe option. It's just I'm wondering too, like, how do you build this up? Because we have seen now Fredrin even struggle against these lord dances, and even early on. So response right now from Indonesia is going to be the Claude and the Farsa. What do you think Myanmar needs?
Oh, I think right now they can go for something like a Yuzhong or a Terizla, right? The Terizla would be a good pickup to deny that strong side for Indonesia to play with, because technically with that Claude pick, they're already setting up for the weak side for Claude. They're setting up to go for the trio mid setup into the neutral objective battles, as usual, from what we've seen from most teams to take control of the early game. But another way to deal with this Farsa and the Claude could be the Yuzhong, right? You can go for Terizla to deny it and maybe set yourself up for an even better neutral objective take, or you can take the Yuzhong to bully the Farsa. But the thing is, it almost seems like Indonesia wants that to happen. With the Farsa first pick, super easy to counter it, super easy for you to go for the Yuzhong. And for Myanmar, they won't take that bait. They won't actually, you know, play into what Indonesia are trying to force them or force out from Myanmar. It's going to be the Lo Yi, like we mentioned earlier, still, even though it's not as prio as it used to be. It's not as crazy as it used to be. Teams and players who understand how to utilize the diversion will still be able to get a whole lot of value with it. We've seen it multiple times, even from Sans himself. 1 loss, 1 win. For Justin, have we seen a Lo Yi game for Justin?
For Justin, I don't think so. I'm not sure if we have. I was going to pull it up while you were,
this might be his first.
Talking about that. Might be his first that they bring it to play. I'm going to look here. It looks like no. I mean, he's mostly playing like the Kaditas, the Farsas, the games they've swept. Okay, he did play Lo Yi once. So he did play it once. They played it against an off-stream game that we didn't have on the live stream. It was against Timor-Leste, that nation. So they went 2-0 with that. So they used the when they used the Lo Yi, it was with a Harith and a Ruby, and their jungler was a Baksha instead of the Fredrin. And then they had the Dyroth in the XP lane. So I'm not sure if they're kind of going with that same kind of game plan, but they also ended that game in under 12 minutes. So now, you know, this is Indonesia that they're going against here. So obviously some of this coordination that they need with this Lo Yi have to be on point, I think, but this is kind of the same concept already. And we wait for these, you know, second phases of the bans to go through here. I think too, because of the fact that they're going against the Claude, like the option is, do you actually go with a traditional marksman? Because the Harith is taken out, we have seen some testing, I say experimentation, I should say, for the gold laners to bring something new to there. But I think if you're going against the Claude, you could just pick something a little more safe if you really wanted to.
The Natan would be the safe option to go for, right? You can go for the Purify, you can go for the Flicker. I think any hero in the gold lane that can have that flexibility option to go for, you know, a lot of different spells would be great in this current meta, with so much dive being placed onto you, with so much damage already as well from Poke coming in from that Farsa too. But they will actually ban out the Arlet last. So again, maybe setting up for I think, what do you think about that Arlet ban? Because me personally, looking at the Arlet, he's kind of a hero that isn't really that strong in lane, right? Like up against the Yuzhong, up against the Terizla, it's a Terizla's lane to win. It's a Yuzhong's lane to win as well. But when you pair in the Arlet together with this kind of composition, it makes sense. So it's more of a synergy ban, synergy deny ban, more than, you know, setting Lutpi up for success in that lane. Because if the Arlet gets to be picked up by Myanmar, with the CC coming in from the Ruby, with the angles created by the diversion as well, and obviously the CC from the Loyi and the Fredrin, yeah, you're gonna get quite a bit of vengeances there, man. You know, almost
already a lot.
Infinity amount of vengeances. But it is going to be the Edith pickup. Still a very, very big comfort pick here coming in for Keyboy. And what's great about this, the fact that they picked it up in the first phase, or in the first pick of the second phase, is because it's a good flex pick over to Lutpi. Keyboy can play it, Lutpi can play it, both of them do really well on it, and it sets up for now them to get a counter matchup when they get to see what Myanmar go for.
And also, just as a note, I think this Yuzhong ban is still the portrait. This new portrait is for CC. I'm assuming. Okay, interesting, because as I was saying and looking at their old lineup from one of the games that they swept here, the Dairoth was a part of this lineup. You know, the Dairoth they played last time was picked up there with the Ruby and the Loyi. The difference, of course, this time is they have a Mozkov. Like I was saying, what is going to be that good matchup for the Claude in lane? At least with the Mozkov, you should be relatively okay to farm up pretty well, and you know that Claude overall presence in the game farms lanes really quickly, like later on using the Blazing Duet, and can join fights. So why not pick Mozkov? So at least you have the Spear of Destruction. You can hang out in the lane a little bit longer if you want to, and hopefully you'll land the Spear of Destruction. You can follow up with it. I think part of that too is, if they follow up with the Mozkov, they set up really well with the armor penetration from a Dairoth. But look at this. The Masha comes through, and we've seen teams, I think even Malaysia banned the Masha
twice
against Indonesia, because they know that it is devastating here in the hands of Lutpi.
Especially with the Sky Piercer. We were talking about abusing the Sky Piercer on the Roger, on the Brody, but I think if you think Sky Piercer, right? Thunder Pierce definitely comes to mind. You know, there's already a Sky built there. You know, they are the Sky Kings. That's what we call them in Indonesia. And, you know, you get the Thunderclap with your ultimate. Masha fits to that, you know, Sky Piercer category so well. And I'm really interested to see how Lutpi plays this Masha, because it's so weird for Lutpi. We didn't get to see it for the most part in the regular season of MPL Indonesia, and we didn't even get to see it for the most part in the playoffs. He started picking it up after losing to Luke, you know, an opponent of his who plays the Masha a whole lot. So the fact that Lutpi, now he's added a hero that he wasn't comfortable on to his arsenal and making it a prio pick for himself, making it a power pick, it's really impressive.
Well, we're going to find out here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the match. It's a best of 3 between Myanmar and Indonesia to secure a slot, the first one to the grand final, of course, later on, but more so for the WEC in RERUN for 2024. It starts here in this best of 3. We saw both lineups. We talked about it quite extensively, and once we get a look also at the emblems, I'm not sure if anything stuck out just yet. It is Ken rolling with the Impure Rage. I like the fact that Fredrin is still versatile enough to pick like 3 different emblem sets, maybe 4, you know, and kind of play around with that. Also, there's a whole lot of lethal ignitions here. Zidez is also using the Brave Smite. We've seen this plenty of times with the Ruby, and even on the other side, nothing too crazy from this. Lutpi does have the lethal ignition himself, so we'll see how this kind of new signature pick, I guess you could say, it's like a new pick in his repertoire to make work, because he's dealt with it so many times over in Indonesia against his other opponents. So it makes me really wonder too how this is going to work in the grander scheme of things, these later team fights, when we're talking about especially the Sky Piercer being built and online. And so for now, neither teams are really going to be pushing the momentum just yet. I think with these lineups for both of them, you just want to wait for the turtle. But it looks like Albert already going to go in, but just visiting, you know. I mean, really, you can't get this kill that you're looking for, but everybody needs to get these level 4s before this fight does become, before it does break out for that first turtle. So right now, we're still waiting for this last Endominion to go ahead, and just look at the attention here. They might try to go for something, you know, try to pull like a cheeky move up top, but turtle's up. And with that, Ruby DD doesn't have the level 4 just yet, so they'll wait. Sans also waiting, so it's up to Ken. Go ahead and stall out that turtle, start it up. But look at Indonesia also getting in position here.
for Myanmar so far. Ken holding on to that turtle. Albert pops in a shield unity. Keyboy looking for an angle now of that onward. You can see that Albert will go for the shield unity onto Zide. Let's give me the feather airstrike as well as the onward to get a claim for his blood. Albert winning on the retreat battle, but in the back it's gonna be Ruby DD who claims a kill on the Sans. But Lupi flickers forward now and just goes in for the last 2 scratches to get the trade in favor of Indonesia. Keyboy continuing with the onward and the Earth Shatter, knocking Ken up, doing some damage, and he does have the Primal Wrath, so he can try to go for a little bit more damage here. It is going to be the Appraiser's Wrath forcing him out. He will be able to onward backwards again, just buying some time. Finally gets that Primal Wrath off. But yeah, early on, a win for Indo.
Yep, Keyboy knew. You know, he's like, I can stay here and just be annoying for a while because I have Primal Wrath. And yeah, they came out on top of that whole exchange. Oh, mid lane.
Great pickup on the Sans by Zide with the flicker into the I'm Offended, straight into the follow-up coming in from Myanmar. Well played to equalize the kills. On the board, diversion into the bottom lane.
Oh.
Doesn't have the I'm Offended though, so really no threat of taking CW down, not just yet.
Yeah, it was a good idea, like send the package, you know, type thing. Here we go. I was going to talk about the items because that whole exchange, how it happened. We might not get a chance though.
Earth Shatter. Onward not connecting earlier. Shielding need to lock her down. Dozide gonna be able to pop into I'm Offended, but will fall to the Poissons as Juno in the bottom lane will still be able to use the Abyss Walker and the Spear of Destruction as well to try to defend and clear out these minion waves from pushing into that turret.
Okay. You know, I wanted to get a chance to talk about the items, but it looks like Indonesia just wants to keep fighting.
Another feather airstrike, no thunderclap just yet. Litpi decides to use it to try to go for that execute, and Sans will still be able to claim that kill up top.
All right, so Indonesia finding picks where they can. They might just go for another. Juno gonna be fine. Gets out of there with a walker. But so this is the thing, man. Like with the lead that Indonesia has gotten themselves. Oh no, Albert, is he gonna be in trouble?
Taking a whole lot of damage. A chain CC as well, but a good Earth Shatter from Keyboy now to go for the re-engage. Sans follows up as well. That's going to be a blazing duet from CW as he pops in a Purify to get out of the Dispersion CC and now goes back to the Battle Mirror image onto the turtle. Second turtle of the game, Albert on a diversion. Trying to give Ken a little bit of an angle. Spear of Destruction, but Albert just secures it with a Retribution. CW, no Purify, going to be caught on the flanks, and Myanmar will be able to get a trade off for that turtle. It's a kill onto the gold lane.
Okay, maybe we get a chance now. Let's look at it real quick before Ken starts a fight. But first items kind of falling into place already. You got a Corrosion Scythe here for Juno. He's going to need a little more time to build up because the same thing is there for CW, and he's on to his second item. With that too, Sky Piercer already being locked in for Lupi. That first item, that rush, is exactly what we were thinking about for the Masha, and that can be quite devastating. You got the wings already picked up by Sans, helps with that little bit of shielding and a little bit more mobility that already Farsa has a ton of. So with this, you know, this early game kind of advantage that Indonesia was able to get themselves gives them this upper hand, plus the defensive items they've already locked in, still looking to get some of these first ones locked in. Oh, Albert, this is what I'm saying. He's quite tanky, even with the Baksha. So the classic matchup between the Fredrin.
What?
Oh, wow, Lupi. That's the Thunderclap Pierce.
We were talking about the Sky Piercer, the Thunder Pierce, we might as well call it now, with how he's able to utilize the Masha. But remember, during the rosters, you know, when we're talking, looking at the lineups, we were talking about how Ruby DD has so much more experience compared to some of the members from Indonesia, and especially his lane opponent. Lutpi's a rookie in MPL ID in Indonesia, and he just got a solo kill against a legend.
Man, right now, they're just playing with these timings that they have on you know, especially the different lanes, but Lupi especially with that Sky Piercer like we were talking about, you know, and we know, hold on, Keyboy diversion?
Okay, it's gonna be Keyboy caught in, and that's gonna be everything in the kitchen sink. Keyboy still able to flicker out to safety, but the Spirit of Destruction and the follow-up from Ruby DD as he flickers in will be able to catch Keyboy and take him down in the 6th minute of the game. Straight for the turtle, the final one of this game to spawn back into the Land of Dawn. Straight onto it though, it's gonna be Ken and Ruby DD. Albert is looking for an angle to perhaps go for it. Pops into Poissons, hovers over the turtle, goes in for the Retribution, but it's still gonna be Ken who wins it out in the end. And that's the first Turtle on the board for Myanmar, technically. Shield Unity, Feather Airstrike, catching Zide as he flickers out with the Don't Run Wolf King. CW jumps in with the lazy into Wake, gets caught by Ammo Fender, but will be able to take him down as he goes back towards that battle mirror image. Looking with the flicker only onto the wall, though, loses that 1 HP bar and gets to reset on the Thunderclap, but is not in range to go for that Thunderclap. Now another diversion. Lutpi gonna be caught by the taunt again. Lutpi taunted up and locked down by the Spear of Misery as Justin gets rid of him. That's gonna be a good dodge by Keyboy, sidestepping away from the Appraiser's Rattles. Now it's gonna be the re-engage coming down onto Myanmar. Ken looking for the damage, but Keyboy will out-sustain the Fredrin, and the Feather Airstrike gets popped in. The last one doesn't connect, but the flicker does! Gila Sans continuing on the Farsa.
Oh my goodness. I think that's all it's going to be is just clash after clash and team fights, because so far that's what both these teams have wanted to do. And actually, when you watch them through the group stage, and we talked about exactly how this new patch, these new items, has changed the course of the game, this is the highlight. Like, these are the ways, the play styles that these teams have. They've been known for before, and now it's even more so. And Albert gonna battle out with Ken, and it looks like they're gonna go for it.
Yeah, Albert did actually steal that away. Another Feather Airstrike as well. Ruby DD gonna be knocked up by Keyboy, and just with those shields thrown out, Albert will be able to take him down. In the mid lane, Team Lutpi wanted to go for that turret. CW will be able to get the tier 2 up top for free. However, no, not for free. Juno, good maneuvers to look for trades on the map.
Wow. Okay. So again, Indonesia will still hold on to the lead that they've got themselves up to this point. They are furthering it a little bit more. And even with Myanmar, they've been making actually pretty good positioning plays with Justin utilizing that diversion. It's just unfortunate because they're kind of, the item disparity or the economy lack here is really what's showing in some of these skirmishes and team fights. And so as they get ready for this Lord here, I think it's still a little tough for Myanmar to actually approach this fight because they're outgunned and out-itemed. Even with a good diversion play, if they can catch out a key target, which could be Sans, could be CW, then they might have the upper hand. Then they have to deal with Lutpi, especially on this Masha, like we said, with the Skypiercer already and other items locked in. So with that, Myanmar will actually go ahead and try to dance this off, it looks like. But even with Keyboy, early immortality picked up. He has the Primal Wrath still available as well. The placement and positioning here for Indonesia is really what's going to kind of set this apart. And that with the lead they have, look how front forward they can be. They can actually dominate this side of this Lord, zoning out the members of Myanmar. You have to wait, because Ruby DD, where is he going to enter from? But 4th of the health.
Ken's all alone. Chain CC'd. Albert going to be able to pick up the Lord for free. Ken be melted down. Lutpi walking forward. CW with a battle mirror image aggressively as well to the fronts. But Indonesia will just be happy with that trade. No contest for Myanmar.
Okay, no contest for that one. Again, this is what I was saying. I think it'd be difficult for them to really contest that first Lord or even fight that fight. But the way that they come back into this game, even given the fact that 4,000 lead for Indonesia, is really utilizing diversion like they have. They've had some pretty good plays, but also Juno. Great thing, Juno hasn't died yet. He hasn't gone down. He's been able to farm up pretty well. He's got the 3 items. He's got the DHS, the Corrosive Scythe. He's got the Golden Staff. So he should be able to pump out pretty good damage. Might work on that Wind of Nature next for a little defense. And he's going to be a key component in winning some of these fights. Not only that, but if Ruby DD can get the setup that he's looking for with this Dyroth pick, penetrate that armor and set things up here, what do you see?
Wait, did Albert just accidentally get 2 Sky Guardian helmets? I think he did, and he just sold the Sky Guardian helmet to buy another Ares belt. I think that might have been a mistake, man, and that's actually quite a costly one. I don't know if it's a visual bug or if it actually is true that he sold the Sky Guardian helmet, because I saw him pick it up, and there was 2 in the inventory. Juno doing a good job of clearing up top lane now. CW gets rid of the tier 2 in the mid lane as Lutpi as well tries to do the same thing, but towards the tier 2 in the bottom lane. CW with a battle mirror image towards the fronts, trying to go for some damage onto Ken, but he will still be able to utilize that turret splash to clear out the waves. And it seems for Indonesia, they want to get rid of all the turrets, all the base turret splashes with the First Lord.
Yeah, that's probably the best that they can do for now. Even with the lead that they have, they still have to respect the fact that, like I said, setup potential from Myanmar is actually pretty good, and Juno hasn't died, and because he has the 3 items that he really needs to lock in, he doesn't have to worry so much about having the Wind of Nature just yet, as long as they're on the defense. Once they start kind of pressing forward a little bit, obviously Juno's going to want some of that defensive, but right now hold on, Ken should be fine, gets thrown up into the air. This is all the battle for the orange, though.
Okay, that's a shield unit as well. Now into the Earth Shatter as he gets the stun down. Ken will be knocked back again with the Onward. They go for a flying on the sound, but he's still able to survive right now. The Feather Airstrike popped in, but gets caught by the Petrify as they look for Justin now, who's going to be completely isolated. Lippy with another Thunderclap, and you might as well call it the Thunder Piercer, because that's what it is on the Masha. Your HP bar just disappears whenever he goes for that Thunderclap. Albert and Keyboy zoning Zide and Ruby DD. None of the backliners alive for Myanmar. Indonesia can go for the end right now. Battle Mirror Image, that's gonna be the onward to cancel out any sort of re-engage from Zide. Ruby DD all alone. They're gonna go straight for it. Lupi again with the Thunderclap and the Sky Piercer to assassinate Ruby DD to claim game number 1 for Indonesia.
Man, oh man. I jokingly called it the Thunder Pierce in the draft.
Turns out you're right.
That was exactly what it was, bro. Like, my goodness, does that combination work out so well? This was great to see. It was very enjoying to see that on the Masha. I just don't know how long we're going to be able to enjoy this. Like, I feel like there's some changes coming up with the Sky Piercer.
I feel there's going to be a hot fix.
I feel like there's going to be a hot fix too. There has to be, because so
maybe
far,
even just tomorrow.
Maybe, because my goodness. And at the same time, when this was locked in, I think even you for yourself, like, you know this very well. You know, you knew that this was going to be a good game here for Lutby on this Masha pick, and it proved it. And it was very difficult for Ruby DD to do anything on the Dairoth. You know, we're going to look at the highlights here in just a second, but you'll see what I'm talking about. Indonesia also did a really good job at just starting a little bit slow in the early game, but once they got to the objectives and they controlled this portion of the game, they never let go. I mean, even with this exchange, you're already seeing Loopy start this road to domination on the Masha. And you know, it was good attempts, good plays from Myanmar in the early game, trying to utilize the diversion, utilize the fact that they have a ton of CC with Zidez on this Ruby pick. But I think overall, just the amount of plays that Indonesia was able to make quickly across the map and not have a Lui on their side was a really telling tell for them. I mean, even this, like I said, burst damage, whenever you have the Farsa locked in, is crazy already early game, because you don't really have the defensive magic items that you need to deal with the Feathered Airstrike. You throw in the Masha on top of it, and it gets super tough to deal with in terms of surviving that. This was a great diversion, by the way. I like to see that use, but then again, even with it, they do get CW, but still the fight, that's it. That's all they could do. They get one body. Look at this. Look at the damage. This is what we're talking about. Ruby DD gets chased down. Here's Loopy. Boom. 9999. Sky Piercer Thunderclap, right? So with that, like I said, diversions were pretty good for Myanmar, but once that's gone, then what is your next play if you're Myanmar? Are you able to go toe-to-toe with the lead that Indonesia was having? Because even at this point in the game, 7 minutes in, it was nothing crazy. The lead wasn't anything out of control just yet, but with punishing plays like this and good just timing from, you know, ultimates like the Blazing Duet, the Feathered Airstrike, and even just the setup potential from Indonesia's lineup really helped them out. Myanmar was in this game, I would say, even at this point in the game, but slowly but surely it slipped out of their hands. And when we get to eventually that first Lord, that's really where it got just kind of snowballed in favor of Indonesia. Great flicker play from Sans, very, you know, key style of him to do on this Farsa. Like I said, he's picked it up a couple times to the group stages and has had phenomenal performances so far. And even Albert on this Baksha almost played like an assassin. He was everywhere. Whether he got 2 Guardian helmets or not, he was everywhere he needed to be on the Baksha, played it very well. And this is what you want to do when you see a Fredrin across from you. The Fredrin was first pick for Myanmar, and they played into it really well by just picking up a Baksha. Nothing too fancy. Honestly, when you look at this game, Indonesia didn't do anything too fancy. It was very foundational skills. The Masha was probably the most fancy thing about it, just because it's such a glass cannon, you know, with the Sky Piercer Rush. But everything was very fundamental here from Indonesia, and it got them that win in a very quick fashion. 12-30 on this, and with a pretty big lead too. And things kind of, like I said, with the draft they had, it just fell into place for them really well here. The damage that you got to see just pumped out from Lutby, an XP laner on a Masha, is what makes it so scary. Like, Lutby out-damaged the gold lane and the mid lane. that's probably why, some people are like, hey, take out this Masha, especially when you're facing against Indonesia. Very, very strong performance here from Lupi, and just overall from Indonesia as a team. Myanmar is really going to have to kind of get things situated and figure it out for the next draft, as, we're most likely going to see them get those 2 picks they're looking for based off the priority pick for Indonesia when they flip sides and everything. And they can really start from there, because I don't know, the Dairoth just ended up not working, I feel like, the way they wanted to, or Masha was just the perfect answer to kind of deal with it. The rest of the lineup for Myanmar I actually really liked. It's just, by the time the game got to this point, 12 minutes in, Juno couldn't shine the way he has before, like we've seen on a Nathan. That's why I think the Nathan ban was also very good and it was on point.
Yeah, respect, right? I think the Natan was just, it makes a whole lot of sense, the fact that, at least for Myanmar, they've been able to get all of their wins with the Natan, even up against Cambodia. If it wasn't a Natan in game number 1, game number 3, when they actually went for a Claude in game number 2 against Cambodia, that was the game that they actually lost. So maybe that is a bit of maybe for the side of Myanmar that Indonesia were able to exploit. They forced the marksman to be picked up in the second phase, and then they banned out in the ton, batting out that signature pick. And like you said, Albert, he's a tank. He's a Baksha. But the Baksha can deal a whole lot of damage. We've already been talking about this all the way from the African regional qualifiers, how broken this hero is. And even, some pro players deciding, even though he's the only magic damage dealer on the opposing team, sometimes they would even still go for the Radiant armor, for the Athena shield as well. Some of these just to try to take in and soak in the damage that comes in from the Poisons, from his constant skill 2s, and even from the shield unity. The base damage alone, with the help of the concussive blast, it lets you become a fighter and a tank at the same time. And I again wanna see if he actually did go for the 2 Sky Guardian helmets, if that was actually a mistake that he made, because it looked like, for a dominating game for Indonesia, it looked like he shouldn't have just 3 items. He should have way more, or at least 1 more item. So I think that might have been like a real mistake that he did.
I was trying to actually go back in the stream and see like what it was that he did, but I think the fact that, it was a 12.5-minute game. Yeah, because he only had like a couple items there on the Baksha and they were like pretty massively ahead. I think it was a mistake because then once you buy it and then you have to sell it, you lose quite a bit of gold, in that exchange. So, but either way, like I said, for Albert specifically here, what we've seen from the group stage is just, again, a very dynamic player. Not only is he dynamic in game, but he spoke pure English yesterday in the interview, which still I was like, man, that's dynamics right there. So, he's played these assassin picks where he's gone like 16-0. And now he plays the Baksha like this too. And I think it was the perfect fit for this lineup because you're just letting the other lanes really shine with this. Like, they're the ones to do the damage. You're not the assassin anymore. And that showed because Lutby shining on the damage department, in terms of like even against a Claude and a Claude, okay, because Claude takes a little more time to build up and get the Blazing Duet off. But like even to out damage a Farsa, like that was a surprise to me. And I think it just shows how dominant Lutby was on the Masha pick. So I'm almost expecting, as we wait for the draft for game 2, Myanmar will ban out the Masha. They don't want to deal with it. Maybe this is the time too, and they'll probably respect ban Ling still. But I could also just see Indonesia putting an assassin this time if they want to on Albert. Let him have his game now that he's had this Baksha, this Baksha game in the game number 1, and then kind of build from that because I feel like too, depending on how the bans go, priority-wise could still be up in the air. So far, man. And it's like, even when I watch the Lo Yi, she's struggling. And I don't know why. The diversions were good. But why is Lo Yi not winning games? Not just here for Myanmar, but like multiple teams. I feel like she's really struggling. And so I don't know if it's just the diversion alone. There's something has happened here, America. I'm not sure what it is. But I think she's still good and teams will still pick her up. There's definitely something happening with the Lo Yi.
She's definitely been capped. I think she's definitely just been limited down, right? Because the fact that her ultimate now, the diversion, has been increased, I think it's to like it's quite long actually, especially for stage 1, right? When you've just leveled it up level 1, it just, oh man, that duration for the cooldown is a bit too long. And you can see that for Lo Yi at least, what made her really strong, on top of obviously having crazy base damage like you mentioned, that is still why she can actually still be picked in the first phase.
That's the only reason. Because if it's purely just for the diversion, if let's say she's a late game pick, she's not going to be picked up at all right? She already has that snowballing potential, and even with the diversion getting nerfed, you can still deal a lot of damage. But when the opposing team is able to just weather the storm of that early game damage and also read out the diversions, that's when you have a big problem. For most of the teams that have been, even trying out the Luo Yis, it's still been coming back to hurt them. Indonesia tried to play that against Malaysia, and again, Malaysia were able to weather out the storm in the early game up against that Luo Yi, and also they were able to catch all of the diversions. The diversions won't be as creative as they used to be because now you can't take those crazy risks anymore. I think we saw I think in that game as well, Justin used the diversion in towards like the bush right in front of the purple buff. You remember that? And right as they saw that, they were like, all right, let's go for the Lord. They knew that there was no way for the diversion to be up again within the time span of them taking the Lord. So that in itself is already a big weakness that a lot of teams can exploit for the Luo Yi. You can't even feint anymore. You can't do that anymore because it's just so readable now. And back to your point where you actually were talking about the Masha, I would love to see the Masha banned out too, especially against Lutpi. But the thing is, they're going to have to ban it out in the second phase, I feel. Because in the first phase, it's Ling, Chip, and Angela. Those are the three bans that Myanmar went for. And now, especially considering Indonesia will most likely be on blue. Not sure, again, if this is actually going to be the case, right? But even if they stay red, I think it'll still be the same bans. It'll still be Ling, it'll still be Chip, and Angela. Those three heroes are just so good for Indonesia, and you really, really can't afford to take or to give it away to them. One way I see it, like the Masha fit in the first phase is through Ken picking up the Ling or through them going for the Chip. They need to pick what they banned out in the first game if they want to go and, let go of one slot to go and replace it for a Masha ban. But the safe choice would be, hey, Lutpi picked it up in the second phase. He's never picked it up in the first phase, at least not yet. You can play that gamble, hope that it doesn't get picked in the first phase, and maybe ban it out in the second phase. But then if it does get picked up in the first phase, we got to start thinking about counters here. The Dairoth was not it. The Dairoth was not a lane that does well against the Masha. At least not there. I don't know if it was the execution or if it just fundamentally loses up in the matchup.
I was trying to think because after you mentioned it, I was like, I think there was a point when Masha was, for some teams, like in different professional leagues, like it was picked up first pick. Like there was a time when it did happen when she started to rise again through the ranks, and it was either she was flexed as even a roam or she was put in the XP lane. This time around, though, it is going to be Indonesia on this blue side, and then you'll have Myanmar on the red side. And I know, for Indonesia, like you said, these bans are quite similar. Angela is actually going to be taken out by them, the Fairness as well. There's the Ling, the Respect. So, I think it's really up to Myanmar. Like, how do they want to go about that first phase for themselves, depending on what's given up here? And Indonesia, they can really go a couple different ways. Like, they could go in priority an assassin pick early off the bat. They don't have to. They could also, something that's happened with a lot of the games for Indonesia, and I think is a big part of the drafting phase, is the fact that you have quite a bit of flexibility with Keyboy. Keyboy, if you look at the heroes that he's played so far, even through the group stage, like he's phenomenal on the Edith. Like we've already seen that. But yesterday he even picked up the Guinevere roam. And how many massive plays did he make on the Guinevere roam? So, when you have roamers like this on certain teams, it's difficult to go through the draft and really, you kind of just have to pick your poison when it comes to, these bans and what you're willing to give up, because you can only have so many bans. And that's the R lot that is going to be taken out here for the last ban for the first phase from Indonesia. Myanmar, we'll see what they answer with. Again, there's a whole lot on the table. I think even lately, we've seen so many contests for the Edith pickup from men's and women's. And Edith alone as a hero is probably one of the more successful roams right now, setting up for team. I would say, for Indonesia at least, the Grok. We saw this ban out before, but it's the Luo Yi. So Myanmar took the task of banning out the Chip and the Luo Yi, and so the response is Harith over here.
They let the Harith go, and technically they also leave the Roger go. So I honestly, with the Luo Yi ban, it makes sense. I was about to say, before they actually banned the Luo Yi, that the Harith and Roger will definitely be something in their minds. But letting go of both will be great for them, because then they can actually just decide to react to the pick, whichever Indonesia go for. If they go for the Roger first, Myanmar will react with the Harith. If Harith gets picked up, they'll go with the Roger. So vice versa. We'll see now. Myanmar, I think one slot will definitely be used for the Roger. But now that the Fredrin gets picked up, if they do go for the Roger, but now technically it already kind of deletes that flex potential from the game. Roger won't be going into the jungle unless the Fredrin goes XP. And I gotta be honest with you, Naisu, I am a Fredrin XP hater. I am the #1 Fredrin XP hater, right?
Why?
I just hate how, how like, in the XP you want to go for brawls. The Fredrin's like, nah, I don't want to. Nah. Yeah, he just wants us the same.
Nah, I'd
Good
win.
Nolan pick though. Nah, I'd win, but he eventually he never wins, but he never loses. He's just a non-lane.
It's a
the
dead
Turizla gets
lane.
picked as well. And the Nolan's going to be a great pick here. If the Fredrin does go for the towards the jungle, this is what Indonesia have been able to utilize, I think, yesterday as well. The multiple layers of damage and the versatility that you get with the Nolan and the Harith. You can go back and forth. You can also still kite, but obviously the #1 way to win with this composition is go for the initial burst, lock them down, and burst them down on the spot.
Man, I'm glad you pointed that out too, because I'm also wondering, like, if Myanmar picked up the Fredrin like a little bit early here, but because you already know where things are going into place. Okay, Tigreal is what they grab up. I would like to see them ban out Guinevere. I don't know if it's actually worth a ban for Myanmar, but this lineup, when we saw at least the Harith and Nolan, the Guinevere was for Keyboy. And that was what helped, like, the setups with just having a Guinevere for those two heroes alone. And now you have a penalty zone. It was nasty, man. So I feel like for Myanmar, I might think about banning out the Guinevere, letting that be one of the bans here. But, at least they answer it. Hey, they have a Tigreal, pretty good implosion setups that can happen with this lineup, especially when you're fighting into a possible penalty zone, being the initiation. That happens a lot of times so far from when we see Turizla's locked in. It's just, you want to be able to fight into that, because that's going to be a Zaman Force also being dropped down. So they do go with a Roam ban, but it's going to be a Grok instead. And so far, like I was saying before, I think, Keyboy's versatility as a player and his hero pool is kind of what makes this lineup so strong, or just Keyboy so strong in general, is the fact that you can ban out some of the key heroes he picks, but then he kind of just like curveballs and picks a Guinevere, who there are not many roams that are actually confident enough to pick a Guinevere and then play it to the way that he did, like especially yesterday. So now for Indonesia, on the other hand, what do they want to ban out here? Some more mages maybe they could take out, for the mid lane being an option. Wow, a Paquito. Not expecting that, because, man, we have not seen much Paquito throughout this entire IESF run.
Not at all. I don't think we've seen a single Paquito game in the entire ISF for African regional qualifiers combined with the Asian regional qualifiers. So
he popped up in women's today. I remember watching a tournament of Rashi. He just popped up once. So that's like, I think, the first time, man.
Yeah, the fact that it's only popped out once, right, means that I don't know about the Paquito. Maybe in these matchups up against the Yuzong, the Turizlas, the two super prio heroes, it just doesn't do too well. Or maybe it's just because now you're kind of forced to commit into these team fights, not so much play the Lord Dance anymore, right? But for Myanmar, like you said, I completely agree with you, by the way. The Guinevere makes perfect sense for Indonesia. There's so much value here. #1, you get the Vital Requiem. That in itself is already an anti-CC that you can utilize to get out of these engages coming in from the Tigreal. They actually go for the Masha ban as well. So 2 XP bans towards Ruby DD. A lot of respect placed down, as they've already revealed their own XP lane with the Turizla. But another reason why the other 2 reasons why it's great is because, #1, or #2 actually, the #1 we already got earlier, is it is a great lockdown hero, a good setter to set up for the Nolan and the Harith damage to come through, and to even set up for the penalty zone to just find a more reliable hit.
Yeah.
But then the final reason has got to be the Fredrin. I think back then when Fredrin was ultra meta, the way that you would actually try to counter it in the jungle would be the Guinevere. The Guinevere will be a solid answer to go for the retreat battles, because you could actually just go away with the spatial migration, get the stun, and it kind of works in a way similar to the Akai. You CC your opponent to get 100-0 retreat, to win out in the retreat battle. And because of the range changes, now the Guinevere we don't see too much in the jungle, but I think for Keyboy, you can still make it work. It's a good Novaria pick though. I think that will kind of stop and give the Guinevere a hurdle if they do still decide to go for the Guinevere. Because on the Guinevere, you're very reliant on these ambushing attacks. You need to play outside of the vision, right? You have to play within the pockets there, back and forth. Because if you get read out, it's pretty easy to predict, a spatial migration coming in from the Guinevere. You can see it in their eyes almost.
You can see it in their eyes if you were in the first-person view in the Land of Dawn, There it is. I was saying, we saw this iteration already, these combination of heroes with some minor changes. Instead of the Terizla yesterday, it was an Arlott. And instead of the Valentina, yes, it was a Loi Yi. Loi Yi was actually picked up. So, the core three there, though, that made it so deadly was the Guinevere, the Nolan, for the most part. Like, early game snowball potential is really there. So I think for Myanmar, as they go in for their last pick, they really need to have a kind of a plan in mind. It's going to be the XP lane, unless this is a crazy flex with the Fredrin. Not sure if that's going to happen, though. But the Yuzhong is open. Not sure if they actually want to do that, or maybe possibly go with something we haven't seen yet. I'm just assuming, they go Yuzhong because that's Yuzhong and Terizla matchup we've seen so many times throughout the IESF groups, and they go Cho. Okay, so they go the Cho pick, which you're gonna put in the XP lane. What do you think? You think that's good? Do you think this is a good choice?
We did see the Cho yesterday, right? I believe Myanmar versus Thailand, Ruby DD actually did play the Cho in the XP.
Yeah.
So technically, we've already seen that before. He was also able to win, but that was against Thailand. And now against this composition, there's so much anti-CC, so many dashes. I guess the one member you can go for the pickoffs on would be the Nolan. Right now, with the Fracture also, no more, CC immunity, no more kind of built-in Purify with the Fracture. So technically, I see the idea. And especially now that the Cho has been buffed in a way where in the lane, he actually does a lot more damage. That passive has the physical defense shreds. It'll work towards the Roger as well later on in the game. And if you go for these pickoffs, and with Ji Kundo, it allows you to go for the trades a bit more reliably now compared to before when it was a bit shorter. But I'm not a big fan of the Cho in the XP. I think you all know why.
Well, let's find out here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 2. Match point for Indonesia to move forward and advance to qualifying for the WEC in RERUN. All they need is this one win to move forward. Myanmar, can they extend the series to get to the 3-game? We're going to have to take a look at this exactly because, yeah, like we said, there's a whole lot of Purifies here to deal with a lot of the CC that Myanmar has available to them. And look at this, already early rotations happening here for Juno. But, one thing too, I'm not sure if anyone's going to get a kill with this early on with this lineup, but with Ruby DD running, like you said, this kind of new Cho, having that passive, I think it's like 180% is what you get with that bonus attack. But then you have a concussive blast. So I'm wondering how the lineup or how the matchup with even going against a Terizla performs in terms of like the numbers and being able to stay, or is it just purely I'm going to go and try to get some pickoffs, because right now they're just duking it out. And you can see Lutby also went up with the Brave Smite. So once he goes with War Axe, most likely he'll be able to just kind of stay in the lane as long as he wants to. So on mid lane, still Albert trying to find early pickoffs, but I just don't think it's going to happen here until these level 4s, especially that Turtle still 30 seconds away. But look at this, Ken fighting for his own XP, and Albert will go ahead and just continue on with this.
I think, with Brave Smite, hold on. Down below, Lycan Pounce, Juno going to be caught in the spatial migration as well. Does have the Purify to get out, but the damage is certainly there. Juno will have to respect it by backing away. But back to the Brave Smite. So most Terizlas that we've seen, especially with the War Axe change, they go for the Impure Rage to get more mana, and then they just go and rely on the sustainability of the War Axe. So the fact that he's doubling down means he's ready for Myanmar's full-on team fight and the longer team fights. As Albert starts his turtle, Keyboy's hovering over, doesn't have that level 4 just yet, but has already been able to shove in that bottom lane, or that mid lane actually. Good Astral Echo, and that's giving the spatial migration. Albert with the Fracture, not even, actually, will be able to go for it. Now penalty zone locking him down with the Violent Requiem. Albert picking up the first blood, as Zide will be forced to run away, but even then, the Retribution slows him down, gives Albert the movement speed to catch back up and to take him out. A 2-0 start for Indonesia.
Man, this is what I was saying even yesterday, Mirko. Like, once Albert gets snowballing on any of the assassins that he picks up, he's going to continue to just be very aggressive. So you got to be, if you're Myanmar, you got to be able to answer this. And that might just be also protecting Ken a little bit more, because that pressure could get a little overwhelming. You're seeing nothing locked in first item-wise yet for both teams, but Indonesia getting themselves already 2K ahead against Myanmar with all those exchanges is where they usually start their games. It starts a little bit slower, they get the advantage going, and then it snowballs out of control. We saw this the last time, like I said, continuously with this lineup, these three heroes, the Keyboy on that Guinevere, you have Albert on the Nolan, and of course a CW on the Harith. There's a ton of damage potential that can happen here early on. And for Myanmar, they have tanky enough heroes. But, you know, that's kind of what they're hoping for, that we're just tanky and durable enough to deal with the burst damage that can come through. I mean, even look at this. Ken.
Facial migration again with a Violent Requiem straight into the Fracture, and Zide will be able to get the implosion down. Sans, an implosion as well, not connecting to anyone, but Zide will still be melted down slowly but surely for Albert to pick up a killing spree in the first 3 minutes of the game. Deja vu to game 1 yesterday, or game 2.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying, though? Like Myanmar, they drafted this because they're like, I hope we're tanky enough to go and deal with this burst, but it's just showing that they're not. And a lot of that has to do with the way Indonesia is cycling through their CC. And that's whether, and we talked about this extensively in the draft, that Keyboy was probably going to pick up the Guinevere, and I'm surprised that it actually wasn't banned out for the last ban from Myanmar, because it works wonders with this lineup. So now that this turtle's up here, Myanmar, despite them being down already, you know, 3,000-4,000 gold, they do still want to fight for this objective. And as long as they at least, you know, watch out for Keyboy setting up just like that, that's good. They don't get set up, so at least, you know, they avoid it for now, but still they have to win this battle. Echo going to be dropped down too. They get the vision, but still both teams are ready to go for it. It's going to be a full-on fight.
The penalty zone onto Ken now with the implosion as well, locking him down. Loopy dealing a lot of damage. Ken will be taken out with just with the hammer swings as CW jumps with the synchro vision, and Albert gets rid of the frontliners. Juno completely zoned away. They're being overwhelmed by damage. Another spatial migration into the Violent Requiem. Keyboy finding an angle to attack again, and Justin doesn't have mana to play with. Oh no, Astral Recall means that Albert can just walk up Fracture, and now the Lethal Ignition ticking down slowly but surely. Albert fadeaway kill under the tier 2 as he now goes for the steal. I don't think he'll be able to do so. Ken has the retribution, but man, Albert's already 3 levels ahead.
Oh, awesome. We're going to take a look at this replay here on how this kind of unfolded. And like I was saying, you know, Myanmar, I'm surprised they really do want to go and fight for this, because, wow, that's all in reverse, by the way. So it's all in reverse, I think. But
Dynamics, bro.
The dynamics. But, you know, as we saw that unfold, it was Myanmar just choosing to fight for that. And honestly, it didn't work out for them the way they wanted it to. And Albert also, with that whole exchange, now picks up the Sky Piercer. And look at Keyboy. Like, this is just how confident Keyboy is with this Guinevere. Given the information, he's the walking ward.
Facial migration only onto the orange buff. Albert decides to just take it away from Ken. Being 4 levels ahead, it does, you know, look quite easy to go for these steals. But man, the fact that he was... What is up with Albert on the Assassins? It just... Do you remember last game? You know, he played the Baksha. It looked like, okay, he's good. But on the Assassins, it's a different level entirely. Ruby DD. Vijay Kundo, I don't think you can really even go for this. Loopy going to be able to out-damage Ruby DD. And that's right, Keyboy! Again with a Violent Requiem, locking Justin up as Loopy goes in for the hammer swing. And Keyboy gets out. Albert with Fracture now. CW goes over to the spot for Sans again with the implosion steal to corral them together for that collapse. 11-0. Cool. And now it's going to be Ruby DD who gets slain by CW.
My goodness, just like yesterday. The same thing is happening with this lineup that just has a few changes, but what the heck? Indonesia just pulling forward again. Myanmar, you guys have to understand, Myanmar was basically undefeated in the group stage. They just dominated time and time again, and now Indonesia, even though they lost in the group stage, at this point it looks like they are playing perfectly with this lineup, with this composition of heroes even. And Albert, yet to be killed, yet to be stopped, picks up a Malefic Roar. I don't even know what Myanmar can do at this point. They have to somehow, some way allow Juno to get online, and this is exactly why I say man, I don't like Roger in the gold lane. I'd rather have him in the jungle because it's just so difficult for him to farm up at this point to get the space that he needs to work with. And I mean, you're looking at the disparity in terms of the gold. He's also just very far behind CW right now. He hasn't died, which is great, but look at all the setup potential you have with these heroes, and you have no follow-up. If he enters, if Juno tries to go in, even Lycan pounce in, he's probably going to get blown up before he gets a chance to get a hit off. You know, that's the troubling part about having this Roger in the gold lane. And so now you're forced, hold on.
We're going to be locked down. By the way, the Dragon as well, and Keyboy will be locked down by everything in the kitchen sink to get Myanmar.
Oh, no.
Their first kill in the game. CW going for the chase, though. Opposite Zaman Force will not be able to fully go for that kill onto Juno, who still has the Purify, but Indonesia want to utilize this resource advantage now. As Ruby DD walks up again with the Shun Pu, it's going to be Albert walking up, dealing some damage back onto Ken, forcing him to half HP. as Sans deals with them in the back as well, isolating and zoning them away from this tier 2 in the mid lane.
Oh, Sans also picks up the implosion, so we might have to keep an eye on a possible play. Doesn't have a flicker, it went with the Purify instead, but can still possibly use that in a quite a surprising way. You'll have to see it unfold. Taking a look at the items real quick too, you can see them coming into place already. CW has those 3 items working on the next here. Could be a Holy Crystal next, or just going into even some more penetration, because right now there's just too much damage overloading Myanmar. When they get a pick off with Ruby DD, it's great, but he has to do so much work to get it through. So as they try to defend this tier 2 turret, look at this. Albert's just going to go ahead and start up the Lord. He doesn't need the rest of the team to come here. They can just keep this, Myanmar at bay from even entering their jungle. Ruby DD, like, just trying to make something happen will just get poked down, and that's just Sans. Sans is 0-0 and 10. It's nearly impossible to get the kill on this Valentina. So with that, Myanmar is going to find themselves once again on the defensive, trying to hold on the best they can. For Indonesia, with the tools they have and the fact that Sans has an implosion, they could possibly force this situation in here. Wow. And shields are going to be popped already before that Lord even gets there. Holy Crystal just picked up by CW, so the damage is now even further ahead for Indonesia in terms of potential. Myanmar on the defense.
A lot of battle spells already back up. It's going to be just almost decimated there by the fracture penalty zone on the 3 Lepay. Again with the engage, and now he's going to put Zaman Force onto the back, doing all the damage. Ruby DD will lose his life, and Side as well just gets melted down, completely obliterated under the base turret as Indonesia continue the siege. Now into the top lane. That's going to be base turret number 2 taken down as Lippy zones them again with some damage on that hammer, swinging it back. Ken going to take a little bit of that. Sans again also goes for the splash. Albert looking for the play. Keyboy again with the spatial migration into the winter crown as he pops into Violet Requiem, and look at Justin, who can't even defend. Juno forced back all the way to the fountain, and Ruby DD spawns back in. But Indonesia, 16-1, have just dominated Myanmar in a clean sweep.
Oh man, a clean sweep. My goodness, the ending there, like, I knew that they were very far ahead, Mirko. I knew that, it was highly likely that Indonesia was going to punch it in there, but usually we see teams being able to clear out the first Lord possibly, and, at least buy a little more time. But Keyboy again on this Guinevere. He did it in the same fashion that they did yesterday in the game too. Exactly, the Winter Crown. And not only that, but he did the same thing yesterday with hitting 3 targets. But this time it was key because as they got more members off the list, they could punch it in and end the game here. And they get the sweep. And, we don't know exactly what's going to set up for the grand final, but maybe Indonesia is on their route to deal with some revenge towards Malaysia. If Malaysia moves forward, we don't know that just yet because that's the match later on. But right now, they have secured their spot to the WEC in Riyadh later this year. But we'll take a look at the highlights here once again for Indonesia. Very much a highlight reel for them. And it just looked like, straight from the draft, we already knew kind of the game plan from Indonesia because we saw this yesterday and how dominant it was. And you're thinking, Myanmar being undefeated and a great team themselves, they would be able to handle it. And I think when you look at the draft, that was the idea. Let's try to be tanky enough to survive the burst possibility that could happen like we saw from Albert yesterday on this Nolan pick plus the Guinevere. But I think it's just too much. You're CC'd for so long with the spatial migration, with the Violent Requiem, and then, you know, you have that burst potential, and that's just the two that we're talking about. Even with this fight here in the mid lane, you can just see how overloaded things were for Myanmar so early in the game. I mean, you know, in a similar fashion, Indonesia, they knew their power spikes. They knew how to get control in the early part. They knew how to punish. And that's tough. You see that from Ruby DD. This is a good pickoff. But earlier, the amount of effort that has to happen here for Ruby DD, to get close to a target, to pick them off, is so difficult. Great penalty zone into the base, under the Zaman Force once again. And that's what makes this so devastating of a combination. Penalty zone, Zaman Force, you're forced to fight in it. There's Keyboy getting that set up to get Ken out, and then they just end the game here. And even CW there on the back just getting those extra kills, of course. And it was too late. I mean, 16-1, under 11 minutes from Indonesia. Like, I don't know if this is actually their fastest game in account to some of the off-stream games that they have, but this is dominant.
Fastest stream game for sure.
Fastest stream game for sure, you know. And my goodness, Indonesia just had this game plan in mind from the draft. They executed it perfectly, and they got them the snowball that they needed here. Myanmar really didn't have room to breathe, because again, when you look at a Roger in the gold lane, it's difficult. You know, it's really difficult to farm up the way that you need to. You can see the huge gold difference between Juno and CW. The Roger just didn't work out the way that they wanted it, and it couldn't get online fast enough. And even if it did, I feel like even if Juno had more gold, more items that he needed, the team fighting would have been very difficult. Even with a good implosion and everything, you know, maybe you could have turned that around and made something happen. But I just think with a Roger gold lane against this Harith, it was not going to work out in the end. So unfortunately for the lineup, even though it was tanky, it had good vision with the, you know, having the Novaria there. But it was difficult. It was difficult to watch because of just how strong Indonesia played this lineup. And it was very reminiscent of yesterday.
It really is. It definitely feels like deja vu. It's almost like they replayed the exact same game they played against Thailand. It also happened in game number 2. My question, right, is what is Myanmar? What happened to Myanmar? Myanmar were also so good. You were mentioning it already. In their groups, undefeated. They didn't even drop a single. No, they dropped one game against Cambodia, and then after that, they just steamrolled through everyone else in their groups. To see them go out in this way is kind of sad, you know, especially, you know, after that interview with Justin, he kind of promised us that he would meet us later on in Riyadh for IESF for the main stage. It's unfortunate for Myanmar. I really hope they come back stronger with this performance, because definitely there were a lot of things to dissect, to go back and review again, to come back stronger. But got to give it over to the player of the match, man. The man that has been getting the most hate out of every single member. Maybe most hate in Indonesia for the last 2 days, especially after the loss against Malaysia. After the 2-0, everybody was just, you know, trying to find a scapegoat. And who better than Albert, the guy who is replacing the main jungler usually for Fnatic Onyx. And he just comes in yesterday as well, on these assassins and shuts everybody up. He shuts everybody up real good with another 0 death performance on the assassin. So for Albert, this I think is his stat right now, his record right now. In all of the assassin games that were at least streamed, he hasn't died a single time.
Poof! What is his KDA is my question. Right? Like,
10-0 today. KDA? Yesterday it was 16-0 on the Nolan, and it was 13-0 with the Ling. So someone calculate that, right? I'm not that good at maths. Quick maths. But for you guys out there, go ahead and calculate it, man.
We're just wannabe analysts.
Insane number, bro. I think, all right, 13 plus 16, that's 29, right? And plus 10, so it's 39-0. KD. The A, I'm not going to count the A, all right?
I get it. Like, I think Albert really stepped up because we know how like the fan base can be. We know how, you know, fervorous they can be. We know how dedicated this fan base can be. And I feel like anytime you are, let's say any team that you are the jungler for, you have the most eyes on you. Because, like, for the longest time,
especially on assassins.
Yeah, especially on assassins, but also even before we had this kind of shift happen where it was so much of this, how good is this jungler for retributions? How fast can they retribution? Because it was all about the retribution dance. And then now it's kind of shifted where it's like, okay, you have these assassins once again shining, and you still have the eyes on you. You know, you still have them on you because of the fact that they want to see you make the plays. But again, I think a big part of Albert's success and any of the junglers out there is obviously the team, but also Keyboy, a key component, whether it's Albert, you know, whether it's whoever it may be. The point is this lineup works really well with what they draft, whether it's a utility jungler, whether it's an assassin jungler, and they make it work. And just the teamwork that you see kind of unfold here from the Indonesian team is something that I think a lot of teams will look up to, and they probably have for a long time. I know the fan base, like I said, can be very heated on what they want to say or what they feel, but at the end of the day, this Indonesian team right here has proven that even when they go and face adversity, which was the loss that they faced, they can step back up. And we heard too, you know, like, you have to think all these teams are preparing for multiple events, and they get only so many hours in a day for scrimmage.
That's true.
And you know, so for them, this is part of it. Like the adjustments that they made just from, you know, that one loss that they had, and then they came out swinging yesterday and today to the point where is the weak point for them? You know, like this is just a very strong showing from Indonesia's ability to rise up against adversity.
All right.
And that's what we saw from them. So
you know what the weak point is usually?
What is the weak point?
For this Indonesian team, particularly for this roster?
What is it?
Usually their interviews. They give very basic answers usually. So we'll test them with the interview.
Let's test them. All right, let's call up. Let's go ahead and call up everybody. I'm going to make sure my VMix is ready. And we're going to call up the entire Indonesian team, by the way. So let's go ahead and welcome up the Indonesian team. Call them up here for the interview with me and Mirko, of course.
Hello.
Let's see. Hello.
See, man. Hello.
Hello, guys. Congratulations. Very strong win. Wait, they just got the blanket. I thought it was something else, man. Again, congratulations, guys. You have locked in your slot to WEC 2024, and also you still have a grand final match later on, which is just it's a best of one. Who are you looking to see? Are you guys looking to see some revenge? Are you looking forward to Malaysia winning their next match to go face off in the grand final?
Benar nggak Malaysia?
Di final lawan Malaysia. Jawab. Gilang. Kalau dari aku sebenarnya siapa aja?
Siapa
Nggak
aja?
ada.
Pakai bahasa Sunda.
Enggak, bahasa Indonesia.
I need a translator, Mirko. I need a translator.
Don't worry, I got you.
Ya kita
Alright.
tinggal tunggu sampai jadi yang itu kita lawan.
All right, so according to Sans, he really, it doesn't matter as long as he gets to face off against the best team, I guess. You know, like whoever qualifies, he's fine with it. No problem for him. All right, so I got a question as well.
Gotcha.
You know, I think I have to throw this at Albert, you know, the guy who's been getting all the hate after that loss against Malaysia. How are you feeling right now, Albert, after having a solid performance? Solid is an understatement. You were performing like a madman on these assassins. 0 deaths on the assassins. The stream matches at least, right? So yesterday, Albert, you had a great performance on the Nolan. You said that, you know, the opponents aren't that strong. Thailand weren't that strong. Today you faced off against number 1 in Group A, and you did the same thing. What was the idea behind that? How are you so good on the Nolan, bro?
Kenapa Nolannya keren banget?
Jago sih.
All good.
English.
Biasa aja.
That's the phrase, nice. We just answered with biasa aja. It's like it's normal. It's normal. Yeah, it's a classic
It's
one.
normal?
This is why it's the weakness point of them, you know, for the interviews. You have any other questions?
The
Nice?
interviews. I was gonna say, I think Albert spoke more in his solo interview yesterday, you know, with the English. But so I guess last question for you guys, for me anyway. Are you enjoying the patch? Is this a refreshing change to the meta game? Are you guys enjoying it? Do you like this change from, you know, everything being utility junglers?
Kiboy.
Kiboy
want to answer. Enjoy nggak patch barunya, boy? Let's go, guys. In English.
Go, Kiboy.
In English, boy. I'm not translating. English.
Okay, we try. For me, yeah, to get so good. Like we enjoy to learn something new, and we can try so many hero, gameplay, and Coach Yep very like the best.
Coach Yep's happy.
Coach Yep's very happy.
Thank you, Keyboy. Thank you, guys. Mirko, you good?
I got one last question. Yeah, I got one last
Go for it.
question here, and it has to be to the CEO. So, question to CEO, Captain Boots, Mr. Boots, CEO Boots. When will you play?
I'm coach right now.
All right, so he's the boss right now. That's it, okay? Do you want to tease us, Coach Boots? What do you want to pick for your team next time? Anything in the drafts?
Gua nggak bisa kasih tahu sekarang sih.
English.
English. I'm not
English.
translating, Boots.
Coach Boots.
I'm not translating, bro. You gotta do it.
Jaketnya udah keren banget tuh.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Let's see. Okay,
Guys,
let's
thank
see.
you. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations again. And we'll see you guys in the grand finals.
Okay.
See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Congrats.
Thank you.
There you go, man. CEO Boots.
There we go, bro. Yeah. Coach Boots. We got Keyboy speaking English. It's all a bunch of new things happening here. I'm actually
They're
surprised.
evolving,
I
man.
don't know.
They're no longer
They're
boring in
evolving.
interviews, man.
Hey, what's up with Albert though? He's way in the back, and he spoke more English to us yesterday. Today he was shy.
All right. Note to self, right? For every caster that wants to interview, for any caster who wants to interview this roster, get them one by one to do interviews, especially Albert. If Albert is with his friends, he just becomes a shy boy. I don't know why that happens, but we gotta get him alone. He was actually answering with some really good answers yesterday to our questions.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, actually, he really did. But again, it was great to have the whole team there, and after this big victory for them, because again, they secured their spot going to WEC, and that was the main thing for them. And now you heard it there. They don't, for Sans and the rest of the team, I'm sure, they don't mind who they go up against. Either it's Malaysia, they get to go for a revenge match, or they go against Cambodia, another team they know very well from the international stages. They just want to go against the best team. And so this next matchup that you guys get to watch, is it going to be Malaysia? Is it going to be Cambodia? Which team will be the second team to secure their spot for the WEC in Riyadh later this year? Where then everybody gets to battle it out, So I don't know, man. When I look at this matchup right here, Malaysia is the team that beat Indonesia in the group stage, right? But Cambodia has looked pretty darn good too. I'm gonna say though, Malaysia, I feel like they've been cooking. They've got something going on here, and I think they could possibly end up taking the series. But I would love to see this, Mirko, because we only have a best of one later for a grand final. Because at that point, both those teams that are there, they've already locked their slots in, right? It's just almost for bragging rights. I want to see this go 3 games. How about you?
I really hope so, man, because Cambodia, even though they haven't been able to beat Myanmar, they haven't been able to beat at least the top dogs that we're expecting coming into this tournament, they've been able to pull off some big shockers too, and you can never, write off Cambodia. They're always able to pull off some shockers. I think even in IESF 2022, when I got to cast them, a lot of teams, a lot of countries were actually, thinking, okay, Cambodia, they're not really going to be this strong, and they came out swinging. They came out with a crazy meta, with a crazy performance, and they were able to, I think they got top 3 in 2022. Top 4. Yeah.
They did. Yeah. Both the teams
series.
have a lot of good history. Yeah, 3-game series. That's what we're hoping for. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking a short break, about a 10-minute break for you guys watching with us online. And we're going to go ahead and get our refreshments. Hope you guys get yours as well. We'll be back after this. I'm Naisu. That's Mirko. We'll be back after the 10-minute break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Asian Regional Qualifiers for our second match of the day. We got We finished off day number 4 earlier with a crazy match, number 1, 2-0 to Indonesia against Myanmar. I think a lot of people, especially the Indonesians, they definitely expected it. But me, myself, and Naisu, I think we were quite shocked by the result, especially the result of game number 2, Naisu. Game 1, it was still a bit back and forth. We did see, Myanmar go and fight for these objectives and almost taking back the lead towards them with some of these crazy flanks for the Lo Yi. But in game 2, complete domination. Will we see the same thing from Malaysia up against Cambodia, or will we finally get to see? Please. It's been a whole day since we got to see a full game series. But yeah, this match, Malaysia versus Cambodia, has a big chance to go for all 3 games. I think Naisu already mentioned earlier that for Malaysia, for Cambodia, Malaysia definitely looked like the better team on paper. Theoretically, they're the better team. They have clean macro. They were able to 2-0 Indonesia, and logically, Indonesia 2-0'd Myanmar, and Myanmar beat Cambodia, right? So Cambodia, they're a bit more scrappy. They like to go for these team fights. They like to go for skirmishes. And if they don't get these skirmishes, and if they get denied of these skirmishes, it usually is a bad thing for them. We spoke to them, me and Eterna, yesterday to Paragon. Yep. And they weren't happy with their performances in the group stages. So I'm expecting Cambodia to level up by quite a bit. Even though it's only been a whole day, I think, these teams have showed that they can do that. They can improve that fast.
I think part of this, as we look at the lineup here for Malaysia, Yum, Stormy, Skies, Gojes, and Lalil for them. And by the way, I think isn't it Skies that is the only one with the pentakill? Pentakill. Savage. Yeah. Savage, isn't he the only one with the Savage here? And with that, I think even with the fact that you're picking up these assassins and everything else, it's interesting because so far we've seen the rise once again of these assassin jungler players, and then at the same time, really the compositions change here. And I think I said this even before we saw them beat before they even beat Indonesia. I was like, Malaysia, they're known for that Longar strategy. That play style of theirs has been apparent for many years. And so I think they're one of the teams that has really profited on the changes that are happening. And I'm sure as we get closer to some of the major tournaments coming up soon, there's still going to be changes happening, hot fixes happening, of course, out there. But I would say this team from Malaysia shines really well with the current changes. Indonesia does too, we just saw it. And yeah, I'm still surprised, man, that was actually a sweep, because against Myanmar, who was, undefeated technically and very, very strong, I was thinking we would see them go the distance in the 3 games. But, I think playstyle wise, everyone right now in Asia is rejoicing because of just some of the changes that have happened, where it's not so much that slower pace gameplay. Don't get me wrong, objectives are still important, and we see this from time to time. But so far, it's been refreshing to see a lot of these teams bring that playstyle back that was kind of on the back burner for a little bit. Not that they couldn't play it before, but they had to have a certain instance for it. So for Cambodia here, take us through that lineup.
It's going to be Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run. But honestly, looking at the lineup coming in from Cambodia, we've seen that for them especially, they've been able to utilize a whole lot of their substitutes. By a whole lot, I mean just one. Because compared to all the other teams, all the other teams have just been sticking to one lineup. Cambodia is one of the rare cases where we actually do get to see the jungler swap, some of these players swap as well. I think they also have a substitute roamer, which is Paragon, someone I got to talk to even yesterday with the interview with Eterna with Paragon after Cambodia's win over Thailand 2-0. I asked them if Lucas is the main jungler or if it's Tuzu, because we got to see Tuzu yesterday, and it was a bit different. Lucas, he plays the assassins real well as well, but maybe from the games against Myanmar, from what we've seen at least, it does seem like Lucas is a bit more comfortable on the utility junglers compared to Tuzu. Meanwhile, for Tuzu, he's an absolute beast on these assassins. On the Hayabusa.
Did he play Hayabusa?
Yeah, exactly, right. Getting a 2-0 on the Hayabusa, clean sweeping Thailand, performing so well. And having that layer where you can actually keep on swapping. If the assassins don't work, maybe you go to Lucas back again if you want to go for the utility, if you want to go for the slow build-up. But I think for Cambodia, the biggest concern has got to be how they're able to almost win out in every single early game that they play. They won against Myanmar, they won against Thailand, but for some reason, when they get the gold lead, it actually works against them.
they get overconfident, overextend a whole lot. They go for the skirmishes that they're not supposed to. And even Paragon said this in the interview. He's like, yeah, this is why we're not really happy with our performances in the group stages. We're not happy with our performance even against Thailand yesterday, despite them getting a 2-0. Because even though it was a 2-0, it wasn't a clean game. It wasn't a disciplined
Took
game.
a little longer, if I remember right.
It took way too long. Even he said, like, dude, that game should have ended like in 13, 14 minutes. But, you know, we made
24
some big mistakes, that led up to it going all the way. Almost, a 30-minute game, almost. Because technically, in that game, Thailand almost got the final Lord. And if they did get that, who knows what the timers would be. Up against Malaysia, though, you cannot do that. Indonesia, they fumbled quite a bit in the mid game and they were punished instantly. And we saw how good Indonesia is up against Myanmar. So for Cambodia, they need to force that Langgar style out as well. That's like technically for Cambodia, that's also kind of the same style they have, right? They want to go for these brawls, they want to go for the aggression, but they need to know when to stop. Someone in the team needs to know when to pull the brakes for the rest of the team, because they're great in these skirmishes. But yeah, they have that tendency. That's very, very bad for a competition, especially now that you're playing to qualify to the main event. You cannot make those mistakes. You cannot. Oh man, you can't risk it. That crazy overextension is not worth it.
I don't know if this is going to happen, if we're going to see this, Mirko. But I was looking at the games that Malaysia played. I think it was back yesterday, day two for them that were off stream, and something that picked up for me was they played a Bane jungle off stream. And this was actually because we were talking about it earlier, like what was the Indonesian on stream, the live stream game was the fastest. Well, they had a 9:32 game with the Bane jungle.
Who were they up against?
They were up against Laos. So there's something to be said about that, but I'm wondering exactly how many heroes we could possibly see in the jungle with this, because like you said, there could of course be some adaptability going on here as we jump into the draft for game number 1.
All right, so still going to the Angela ban for Malaysia. Now that they have a new hero in their arsenal, in their inventory, they could definitely try to utilize it here by banning out the core heroes like the Lings, the Rogers as well, and maybe first picking that Bane. I don't know how where the Bane actually fits in the prio levels, if it's first pick prio, first phase prio, or do you want to pick it up as kind of a trade later on in the second phase? So that's something that we are also going to have to try to read out, because it did happen in an off-stream match. With an Angela ban and the Herald ban so far, it's pretty normal. Cambodia want to take all these, first pick prios as much as they can away from Malaysia. We know that Malaysia, especially if they get their hands on these initial burst heroes like the Harith, even at this point the Lings, it's not really initial burst for the Ling, but it can be because of the Sky Piercer. That's how broken the Sky Piercer is. You go over to the Defiant Blade, that one combo can get people assassinated instantly, even tanks in the later stage of the game. But it's going to be the fairness. So yeah, Malaysia, like we said, playing into that instant burst, they want to get rid of any sort of delaying abilities that could actually delay the fights. And as predicted as well, it's going to be a Ling ban from Cambodia towards Malaysia. Gotta respect it. Indonesia didn't respect it, and they saw exactly why they should.
I think both these teams, man, like priority, just knowing how they played through the group stage might be a Roger. I think that's number one. Maybe even we see, which could be flexed. But so far, we want to see that, I would say for both of us, we want to see that in the jungle instead. So I think I like how they're taking their time, of course, through this draft, because we know what's on the line. They are going to ban out the Yuzhong, though. Again, a hero that is picked up by both these teams quite a bit. And I think another hero of contention between both of them might even be some of the roamers like the Minotaur or the Edith. For either of them. And then, as we go through that, because like I said, roamers for all these teams that have competed, even now, all the teams that you can think of, they're pretty much a key component for teams starting early on and getting the momentum. Right now, everything we've seen, I don't know what the average game time would be, but if I had to guess, probably around 15 minutes, 13 to 15 minutes. They're rather quick. So if you have a really good roamer that allows you to set things up early on, like an Edith, like a Grok, a Minotaur, then great. But, this is interesting, man. A Chip first pick? When was the last time we saw Chip first pick? Maybe day one? It's been a minute. Maybe in Africa qualifiers, but Chip has either been banned out or just has been slept on.
completely slept on. We haven't seen Chip at all. In the banning phase, we did see Chip, banned by both Indonesia and Myanmar, but actually it was Myanmar for both sides, on blue side and on red side. But it does seem like for Malaysia, at least, for Yoms, he has that vibe around him that he can actually make the Chip work, right? Because he's a very, very aggressive. Even saying that Yoms is a very aggressive roamer sounds wrong, because it feels like it's an understatement. Because if there's a word over aggressive, that's even over and over aggressive, then that would be the word that I would use to describe Yoms. A super duper like crazy aggression level would be how you can describe Yoms. And yeah, with the Chip, it makes sense for Malaysia as well. If they want to go for the instant burst, like we mentioned earlier, it would be really good to have someone with the global presence, and that's why it actually worked so well for them against Indonesia. Not with the Chip though, it was with a Moskov. They had the global presence, right as I say it on cue, they go for the Moskov as well. So double the global presence, double the activeness all around the map. And my question now is for Malaysia, maybe we haven't been seeing a whole lot of these global presence heroes work too well. Is it because of the commitments onto the neutral objectives, right? Because technically for the Moskov, it's great. You can participate in a lot of these fights, you can stay active, but you need to land your ability. If you don't land your ability, you're kind of forced into the bottom lane, you're kind of forced into the split push, you're giving a massive advantage to the opposing team. And in this particular case as well, it's not really a good matchup for the Moskov up against the Roger. Where will the Chip fit in? How will the Chip fit in? Because for Cambodia, it feels like, at least for the Asian regional qualifiers, Chip hasn't been super prio, and whenever it has been picked up, we haven't really seen a convincing Chip play. I trust Yoms, but also I don't trust Chip.
Yeah, I don't know, man. And even with all that, like I'm glad you really talked about the Chip here, because that's something we just haven't seen. It's almost like the Louis, like you said, in the same position where it's like it's just fallen off for some reason, and teams have been struggling to make it work. And part of that also could be just we're not getting to the natural like late game stages of games that we're used to seeing, where those big ultimates really do cause a lot of issues later in the portion of the game. So it was Cambodia, by the way, that picked up the heroes that I was really talking about too. The Edith is locked in. They got themselves the Roger. Now they have the Terizla, which again, it was Malaysia that banned out the Yuzhong. So, they have a solid choice already for the first phase for Cambodia, and they actually have a lot of room to move around with this. Still in their mid lane option, Navaria was banned out, but I think Cambodia, they could even take up a Farsa if they wanted to, or one of these higher damage, options for the mid lane. Even Valentina Valentina's taken, so they have to kind of have a response to that. I think the gamble with Farsa anytime you have a Valentina across from you is like, do you want to give up do you also want to give up the feathered airstrike? Because then you're fighting, fire with fire, basically. So that's something that Cambodia has to deal with in terms of like, what do they want to round this lineup out? It's a good, solid choice to ban out multiple assassins, because they don't want to deal with the amount of snowball potential that can happen here, like we saw, throughout their performance for Malaysia. And there you go. Last ban is actually interesting. It's Kadita here.
Respecting a lot of the initial bursts that could actually be utilized by Cambodia as well, because with their composition, it already does one thing really well, which is locking you down. They have a penalty zone, they have the onward Earth Shatter, and obviously the Primal Rat that can pop in the immobility field. So for Cambodia, it really looks like they want to be the ones utilizing what Malaysia did to Indonesia. They want to force these fights to go in one way, which is straight into that dive, straight into that skirmish, locking them down and letting the backline just deal damage. But now my question is, with the Navaria and the Kadita banned out, what's going to be the choice for Ra in the mid lane? Because we did see a Yve from Ra yesterday. We have seen Ra pick up some of these heroes, but like you mentioned, it's a Valentina already in the hands of Malaysia. They're going to have crazy levels of power if they go for the real world inflation steal, and we do get to see the Bane, by the way. We were expecting it from Malaysia because they have utilized it. But I guess it's a good deny ban. It's a good deny, deny pick. And it's also a great pick for them, because we were mentioning earlier how they need extra damage now to capitalize on the lockdown power that they already have with the Edith and the Terizla. And yeah, Bane does that, with the Sky Piercer especially. You're shooting out execute bullets with that skill 1, and you're passive. Demolishing an entire team sometimes. Skies will be on the Fanny. That's a glue pick too. Interesting stuff for Malaysia.
Okay. I wasn't expecting even the Fanny pick, but hey, when you ban all the nearly all the assassins that most of the junglers have been picking. Why not pick up the Fanny? I'm not sure if we've actually seen on stream a Fanny game. One that I can recall, I can't really think of.
Not yet.
Maybe off streams they've happened, off the stream. So this will be interesting to see how Malaysia goes with this, because I do think maybe they were leaning towards the Bane pick. So, but this is still going to put the Roger in the gold lane, now that you have this Bane, unless something crazy, some kind of crazy flex happens, and then they get a Xavier. This kind of slipped my mind, the Xavier pick, because I feel like every time that we have seen it pop up, it's still good, don't get me wrong, but it takes a little bit of time to really show its effectiveness. Exactly. And that's something that's natural about Xavier. All you Xavier mains know this out there too. You need to get to the late game, and so far, like what I'm saying, like Malaysia's games especially are not usually getting to that point. Like they're ending pre 15 minutes. And I feel like Xavier really hits that power spike and shines 15 minutes onward, or maybe even 18 minutes onward, when, it's just a snappy cooldown, dawning light everywhere you go. And so this is an interesting lineup for Cambodia. And even with the Bane, because we didn't get to see it on stream, I can't wait to see this kind of unfold for game one.
The Bane with the Sky Piercer, with the burst build, it should be, right? We saw this for a couple of teams already, but yeah, Malaysia off stream, this is the first time that we are going to be seeing it streamed. So ladies and gentlemen, are you team Bane, or are you team, Run the King on the Warcry Roger? Very, very interesting stuff as we get into the land of Dawn for game number 1 of match number 2. Who will be the second team to qualify to IESF 2024 WEC Riyadh? Will it be Cambodia or will it be Malaysia? Leave your predictions in the live chat right now. First blood, what?
What happened? Sorry, Felix is not sorry about that. It's the first blood and he's going to force Gojas back too. Boxing just staying here. Now Gojas is actually in a very bad situation. He's going to have to go back unless they just trap him under the turret. It looks like they're going to do just that. So interesting. First blood already. Here we go. We're going to take a look. This one's not a replay now, but yeah, just look at this. Like, what happened?
That's the Cambodian aggression that we were expecting all the way from the start of the game. I guess just the understanding that they would actually have more pressure when it comes to the early fight. Stormy?
Oh, again, in the mid lane, Stormy. Boxing is... did I not say that the Edith has been just performing like crazy? But look at the Fanny damage is going to be there under the turret. And Skies will go and get this kill, putting Malaysia on the board now. At least finding an answer to what I was saying. Boxing is being a threat here on this Edith.
Well played, right? Because it's already very uncharacteristic for Malaysia, or maybe it is characteristic. Very aggression at the start. It's just Cambodia know how to go up against an aggressive team because they themselves are an aggressive team. Maybe for Cambodia, it's about them just looking in the mirror and seeing, oh, Malaysia plays the same way. It's just us, but in a different flag, with a different composition here. And this lead that Felix has, by the way, in the bottom lane, when there's another skirmish, Edith.
Another skirmish, all for the resources. As you were saying, the lead that he has.
Yeah, it's a big lead that Terizla has in the bottom lane. He will be able to get level 4 first. So Lucas on this Bane will actually have a very, very good time. Yums is still level 2.
Yeah, again, Deadliest Catch. Look at the damage coming out from it. It is going to be Boxing that gets the kill, but man, Deadliest Catch. Deadly damage, and that's going to get them the turtle as well as Lucas swoops in. Now they're going to find it out. Oh, the lockdown is on point from Sorry I'm Felix as he uses the penalty zone to even catch Skies. Huge win for Cambodia.
You can have Sorry in your name, but it didn't look like he was sorry at all. For the 2-3 kills that he gets all the way from the start of the game, Cambodia starting things off really, really strong, and now utilizing the strength in the top side again.
Again, the top side, Lolil gonna be in trouble. Couple hits away, but won't be able to get the kill, and now Yums joins the fight. Darling Light gonna find Lolil. Couldn't escape that one, but now Skies punishes. Will pick up the Sky Piercer on top of it, but Malaysia still dragging behind a little bit here. Man, Cambodia, this is the pace we were talking about.
We were expecting Cambodia to be the aggressors, and we do see that here. We get to see the replay again as to what happened. Yums, we were talking about how he's super duper crazy aggressive. That was a term I think that we, agreed upon in the drafts. And we do see that, but now it's just wrong in terms of the timing there. He went in when he was level 2, and for the rest of the team as well, knowing that Gojas is at level 4, your roamer just died, there was no reason for them to really go for that skirmish. Sky is losing out on a whole lot of momentum, and here, not even able to deal a lot of damage on Lucas.
Time and time again, the combination into the deadly catch. Penalty zone going to be used as well. Spirit of Destruction was there, so they're going to fight it out. Cambodia losing Lucas in the exchange, and now still going. Dawning Light going to find Skies. They find another target. The shortcut was already used as they come back through. Boxing will fall in Malaysia, firing back. Could possibly still be looking for more. Sorry, I'm Felix holding down the front side, has the body of Smith and the healing. And he's going to be just fine again. This Terizla is going to be troublesome, and now the top side looks like they ran a little bit further. Run the King trying to run away here, going to get locked down under the turret, but will take one with him as Humes falls as well. Turtle's now up here. Cambodia ready to fight it out against Malaysia for it, but it looks like they control this side unless Skies can go in. He can't get the Turtle. Was trying to get the retribution off, but won't be there in time.
It did make him panic though, right? Because it did seem like, for Boxy at least, he was able to be the one to get the Turtle. And that will be at least some resources given to the wrong member. So Lucas won't be able to fully snowball. But still, with 2 Turtles at the start of the game, with this kind of composition, you expect Cambodia to be able to utilize this with just invading, I would say, up against the Fanny. You want to try to threaten to the purple buff takes a few of these times, especially considering the Fanny's behind, not at the optimal state, but still he's doing okay. It's not horrible for the Fanny. He was able to pick 3 kills up. Dying twice is still quite okay at this stage of the game. He already has a Sky Piercer, and for Cambodia now they have to try to lock Skies down in his own jungle. If they can go for the purple buff steal, that would give them such an easy road in the mid game, and the mid game is definitely the stage of the game that they want to utilize most with this kind of composition. And personally, for me, if I take a look at Cambodia here, I have to, again, talk about the pattern. Run the King. Whoa!
Run the King. Oh, he jumps back with the Lycan Pounce. He could have lived. But he ends up getting killed anyway. That's a tough situation to be in now on the bottom side. Once again, in the jungle, Lucas using the deadliest catch to try to escape. Looks like it's going to be enough. The shortcut goes down. Skies trying to possibly enter from the backside there. Sorry on Felix, luckily there. Look at Skies on the map. I don't think he's going to be able to actually find his entry point he was looking for, because they're ready to play defensively on this, but he's still going to be planted. There he goes down into the mid lane and will escape. But Malaysia, I'd say they're still doing pretty good at keeping things even, but now the revenge. Cambodia will go on the top side. Lolio could be in trouble. The flicker from Boxing, but he flickers out. Lolio can't escape the last fish there from the deadliest catch, and Humes will go ahead and flicker out of the Dawning Light, surviving a little bit longer. Turtle now up though. Malaysia, just as I was saying, doing pretty good, staying together. We'll lose a couple key battles here, and once again, Primal Wrath going to be used into the Dawning Line on Stormy, forcing him back, and Run the King, making him run for his life. Will get the flicker out, so Cambodia will now secure themselves the 3rd Turtle of the game.
3 neutral objectives, but if you take a look at the gold lead, it's only just about 1,000. It's creeping up at that 2,000 mark for the gold lead, but this is not really going to be that good for Cambodia, at least at this stage of the game. They would want to have a bigger lead, especially considering they started the game off with an amazing snowball. Maybe getting that... Oh, onward again!
Again, going to be utilized. Just trying to hold down this bottom side, but they also get the split out, so... Cambodia, and you're starting to see things kind of really fall into place for Ra, your big daddy, on this pick, this Xavier pick, like we said, scaling up pretty good this early on in the game with the kind of lead that they've managed to get.
Okay, so again, if we take a look at the lead, on paper, if you just take a look at Cambodia's composition, it's not really that good. They want to be a little bit safer with a bigger lead at this point of the game. But then you take a look at the Xavier, right? And you can think to yourself, hey, yeah, no problem. They have a Bane, they have a Xavier. Even if it goes to the late game, the Bane's going to be a big problem. The Xavier is going to be an even bigger problem. And the fact that Lucas is already so tanky means that they want to go for these skirmishes. This is a timer to go for it. And they got a turret.
Just run it down. Just run it down mid, get the turrets, get the resources, just pushing everybody out. Shortcut going to be used. They might be forced to fight here. Onward goes in. Earthshatter not going to find the connection they're looking for, but in the backside, once again, Lolio going to be in trouble. Lucas will get the kill. Split already used with 3 members down for Malaysia. Dawning Light already committed as well from Cambodia. Run. Is he actually going to force this in? Stormy has the penalty zone, and Hume's now going to be the target, but they won't follow up through. They want to get that tier 2 in the mid, but Cambodia just coming out swinging in game number 1.
That was just so forced by Malaysia, man. The fact that Yums already went in, popped in the shortcut, was able to get some members to rotate back into the teleport. They were already able to force out Ra to flicker out just based on just with the shortcut alone. So they already got a little bit of a W there. But the fact that they tried to push even further with the Spear of Destruction at the 9th minute of the game from Loliel, who was already 1 and 2 before that team fight even started, and the fact that he took it, that Spear of Destruction landed in the midst of the Cambodian mid-game power spike that they have. And he took it. That was an interesting play from Loliel. One that I'm not a fan of. And you can definitely see now Cambodia with a 4,000 gold lead. They're going to go and force the issue.
Once again, Lord here for the taking, and it's going to be Lucas that secures it. They might be forced to fight. The shortcut already dropped down. Hume's going to be in trouble as Run the King will get another notch on the kill list. Meanwhile, Loliel does get that push on the bottom side, but at what cost as Cambodia furthers their lead, and now the Lord in the mid lane.
It's well played to Cambodia, obviously, right? They're doing so many of the correct things. They're able to punish every single mistake, even the minor mistakes coming in from Malaysia. But also for Malaysia, this is a completely different team. The number 1 of each group, Group A and Group B. Myanmar in Group A in that match number 1. We were talking about how it was just weird to see Myanmar play in a different way. And now it's happening to Malaysia as Cambodia continue the siege.
Oh, the siege, the penalty zone already dropped under the turret. They're going to be forced to fight once again. And look at Sorry on Felix jumping to the backside, just decimating Malaysia. Only Sky's left alone and also Gojes, but I don't think it's going to be enough as the Lord makes its way to the base and they focus it down. And Cambodia will take first blood in the best of 3 series against Malaysia.
10 minutes and 30 seconds. We saw in Game 2, Indonesia, Myanmar, we were already surprised with a 10-minute and 50-second game. Cambodia, the overwhelming underdogs coming into this match, with Malaysia beating Indonesia in the group stages, not dropping in a single game in their groups, and making it here with all the hype in the world. We expected that kind of performance from Malaysia.
Yeah.
We did say that Cambodia definitely could make the adjustments, the necessary adjustments from their performances in the group stages against Myanmar and also against Thailand, because again, technically for the mistakes that they made in the group stages, it is very, very easy to adjust from that. It was just the discipline. They were already winning in the early game. They already had an amazing plan in every single game and every single early game, because they were always able to at least get the first few neutral objectives, or even if they don't, get the team fights. And all the way from the start, Malaysia were just playing with too much aggression. You love to see Malaysian aggression, but at this point, right, like with their composition, they have to respect that Cambodia actually have a lot of early game power themselves. The fact that they invaded up against a Terizla, we already know that the Terizla is a really, really good level 1 pick. You technically have 3 abilities at level 1. You have 3 swings of that skill too. And yet they still tried to go for that. They thought that their base damage would be enough. But even then, if you made those mistakes in the early game, usually we would see teams adjust and plan for the next skirmish. What Malaysia did was, nah, you know what? Let's try to do that again. They went in. Yums, level 2. Gojes was level 3. They had no chance to commit and to even contest that the first turtle of the game. But yet they did. They forced it out. It did not work out for them, and the snowball just kept on growing for Cambodia. But luckily for Malaysia, they were able to go in for some of these big fights to actually turn the game around once again. They were able, I wouldn't say it's like a full turnaround, but it's almost like a half turn, right? Because they were able to lower the goal lead from a 2,000, 3,000 goal lead, as you can see from the 4th minute of the game, down to just a 2,000 goal lead, to 1,000 goal lead at this point of the game here. You can see that Malaysia goal just climbing back up as they get a lot of these skirmishes. But again, they decide to go for these skirmishes in a very unique way. There were some mistakes also, by the way, for Run the King, that like and pounce that actually... he could have escaped, like you mentioned, Nisu, during the play-by-play of this moment. But this was the biggest mistake that Malaysia made. And it was literally just mistakes over mistakes, and just both of them reacting to these mistakes. Because, I'm sorry, but an 8-minute 1 and 2 Moskov will never be able to win in that team fight. There is no way that would have worked out. I'm trying to find a reason as to why he did that, and it's just a pure mistake. That was just a big blunder because again, it just made no sense to go in like that. And in the end, they again just tried to 50-50 it for some reason. Technically with their composition, okay, never mind. Not for some reason. This is a very, very logical reason. They have a composition that doesn't do too well, especially when it comes to wave clear. At this point, they're kind of forced to fight. But hey, Cambodia, they took the game. Very, very good stuff from them. As we will have to just see the adjustment from Malaysia in game number 2. Cambodia also stayed very, very disciplined, by the way, utilizing all of their leads, all of their advantages early on. And you can see from the damage from the XPM, GPM, or just the goal here, the total healing as well, the Cambodia took everything. Skies was doing pretty well. And we were talking about how, for Cambodia, maybe the next thing that they need to look out for is how to shut down Skies. But even then, they didn't do it. And Skies just always try to go into the back. Gets canceled by a lot of these abilities. And I have to say, the Deadly Catch is a very, very good tool to counter the Fanny. You jump in, and now it's not the old Fanny, where you can actually use the cables and go through even CC. Now if you get CC, that cable gets canceled. And that's where we saw the big weakness from Malaysia. Always just going in, never really respecting any of these disengage tools coming in from Cambodia.
Yeah, I think the idea for it, even the Fanny, when we saw it in the draft, it was kind of like, well, they went and Cambodia banned out all of these assassin heroes, and maybe it was just something where like they wanted to take the risk by picking up the Fanny. I think Fanny is still, even though this is like the rise again of assassins in the jungle and everything, I think Fanny is still very difficult to pull off, and only certain players can really pull off a good Fanny game. I think that's a big part of it, and something that a lot of teams are going to have to kind of consider if they want to go that assassin route. You can already see it here too. Ra, your big daddy, gets player of the match here again. Just a great performance from him, and something that I was saying, like you need time to build up, right? You need time to scale up here on this Xavier pick. But this game, he doesn't even have that many like crazy items or anything. He's just got the enchanted talisman and the lightning tranche. He's got one glove, right? He's got some adaptive attack and a little magic damage there too, and some cooldown reduction. But that's all he needed, man.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the times he was just laying down the Mystic Fields, landing the Dawning Lights. It was on point every single time. And I think obviously if you got to a lot later portion of the game, then it would have been way more devastating. But like with this and the way things were kind of unfolding, and the way that Sariam Felix started the game for Cambodia was a very key component for them winning this game as fast as they did against a team like we were saying with Malaysia. Like we know Malaysia defeated Indonesia earlier in the group stages. Like what happened here for them? Because for me, Cambodia just completely demolished them here in game 1.
That's why I was saying, at least before the drafts, when we got to the match card, I was already saying that, okay, so on paper, theoretically, Malaysia are just the heavy favorites coming into this matchup. And I think that should be the case. They were able to top their group, beating Indonesia 2-0, having a stellar performance in their group stage, and coming into this with all the momentum in the world. Because again, for this lineup at least, even in their own, domestic league, they haven't lost a single match. But then Cambodia decided to deny the big pick away that we were already talking about for Malaysia. That bane's going to be massive. The chip that we were already doubting all throughout the African regional qualifiers, and even now, especially now, I feel, with the patch coming out. We haven't seen Chip do well at all. We've seen it once, and it was from New Zealand up against Guam. That didn't do too well, and now we get another sample, another example of the Chip just falling flat, not able to really go for any of these aggressive maneuvers. Well, I mean, he did go for the aggressive maneuvers. He just wasn't able to make it work. Always from the early game as well, trying to go for these fights, but maybe miscalculating the damage. Maybe it's because Chip has been banned out so many times, maybe even in scrims, that we don't get to see a whole lot of Chip. And maybe for Yums, it becomes a little bit inexperienced when it comes to that hero again. Meanwhile, for Cambodia, it just feels like even their swap to Lucas, by the way. Shout outs to them. We were talking in the rosters as well that if they do decide to go for Lucas, they'll probably go for a more utility build, a more utility jungler. Bane technically fits there. He's a damage dealer, but he's kind of utility, right? He's a fighter, not really that assassin that we expect from Tuzu. So the fact that they decided to pull in Lucas, try to go for the objectives, try to go for disciplined gameplay, and they were able to beat Malaysia, the favorites of the Asian regional qualifiers, that easily 10 minutes and 30 seconds. That's not a tough game at all for Cambodia. They steamrolled through, and obviously that also came through with a lot of mistakes from the Malaysian players. Mainly the fight in the mid lane, shortcut used up, still trying to force it. Spear of Destruction, 8th minute 1-2 Moskov that probably didn't even have DHS yet. Is probably just Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff jumping into 4. 4 snowbally beefy boys. Nice.
I think that's when you're like, oops.
Oops. That's a big oof, not an
Big
oops,
oof.
right? And for Ra, you mentioned it in the player of the match. Ra didn't even have any like impressive items here. He was still at the phase of the game where he's chilling. He's still farming. He's still waiting for the power spike, yet he dealt that much damage. 36,000 damage. He dealt more damage than anyone else. And we probably expected Bane or even the Edith maybe or the Roger to deal the most damage, but no. It's actually Xavier. It's actually Ra who dealt the most damage. 36,000 just with the Mystic Fields alone. You get so much utility. And I have to say, man, with the Xavier, especially up against the Glue, that last pick was just really good for them. There's so the range, at least for Malaysia, was just so low. They couldn't play with any of their range, and that's why their wave clear was horrible. Coming into that final lord, they just had to fight. They just had to go for that skirmish. If they didn't, probably would have ended the same way. I'm not sure if they would have been able to end in the 10th minute and the 30th second, but hey, the main problem has got to be maybe for the composition, it was a bit too overloaded. The chip is great. Then you add the Moskov, 2 heroes that can go and have a global presence. Okay, that's where you should stop. Then you go with the Fanny. How's the Fanny going to, utilize the shortcuts? You dash towards the shortcuts, I guess, but then later on you get teleported, and it's kind of hard to, predict where the walls are going to be, where the cables, where you need to shoot those cables.
Yeah.
And when I saw the Fanny pick, that's when I got confused because it almost seems like they were playing chess. They were thinking so far ahead that they forget the next few steps.
Yeah.
Forget the fundamentals.
That's why I was wondering, from the draft, I felt the same way, man. Because I was looking at some of the stats and stuff here too. It's like the chip. If you're gonna pick a first pick, I don't think you want to be sending your Fanny through the shortcut. Unless the idea was we want to snowball as hard as we can. Where then it maybe it makes sense because
then don't invade level 1, right?
Yeah. Then don't invade level 1 because then it's like if you were able to get a snowball for your Fanny, and then you go through the shortcut, then it's like, whoa, where's all this damage come from? But still, it is a little difficult to figure out, where the walls are going to be. How are you going to go through that portal and everything? And so I almost would have liked to see if they did want to go with the chip play here, which they wanted to as first pick, it was priority for them, then maybe don't pick what I would say is the most difficult jungle to work right now as an assassin hero, because there were so many other options that were banned out, obviously. And then I feel like you could have just gone even utility. You could have possibly just went with utility and made that work. I can't recall, but I don't think the Bakshas were banned out. We haven't seen Barretts in forever, but maybe that could have been something they pulled through. Even if it wasn't the Barretts, I think part of the game plan too could have just been they wanted the Bane. Maybe that was part of it. We wanted the Bane and they got stolen, like you said, in the draft, where it was like, nah, fam, you're not getting we're getting the Bane and we're working with that. So I think even maybe part of the game plan initially started away for Malaysia, and then it just took a curveball because the Fanny was a big scratch to my head. Obviously the damage was great early on. You saw it in those early fights and those early skirmishes, but it just wasn't enough to deal with and this could also just be the fact that because of the first blood and the fact that the snowball already happened for Sarium Felix, that could have just thrown the game plan completely out. Been one of those mistakes where it's just that's such a big detriment to the idea that we came to this game with, that now we're just hoping to find pickoffs where we can. And I think, mistakes were made, obviously, from Malaysia in that game, number 1.
It definitely felt like the Fanny was forced, because you were mentioning, the Baksha could have been an option to go for. Some of these utility junglers could be an option. And yeah, it really could have, because Cambodia, they didn't ban any of the utility junglers. They actually went a different route. They went the opposite route. In the second phase of the bans, they took away the Nolan and the Hayabusa. And they got rid of the Ling already. They picked up the Roger. So they have first pick in the second phase, and they were able to pick the Bane. So they literally shut down Skies in the draft, forcing him to play either a utility jungler
or force out a Fanny. And we saw how the Fanny turned out in game number 1. We'll see in game number 2 if Malaysia want to try to utilize the same thing here, if they want to leave the chip open and maybe pick it up again. Because for Cambodia, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to go for the exact same bans they did in game number 1. Just only different here in terms of the sides, because Cambodia will be on the blue side this time around. Malaysia will be on red side. And for Malaysia, it is the Harith ban actually for them. So they're the ones to respect that. Cambodia were the ones to ban it out on the red side previously with the Ling and the Loyi. And now we'll see a different ban for Cambodia. I wonder what it's gonna be. It might be the Faramis, honestly, but they might also ban out the Valentina. Because if they ban out the Valentina, it gives them proper setup to pick up something like the Faramis first pick. And we know that Cambodia have been, getting a whole lot of wins with Ra and the Faramis. A lot of success.
Yeah, I was gonna say Faramis is interesting because most notably the player that I can think about that really shined on the Faramis was Justin from Myanmar, and it was unfortunate, that they lost the last match here. But when Faramis is open, it's a possibility to get great poke damage, and then obviously Netherrealm the way that works. But I think either way, both these teams are still going to try to prioritize the Roger pick. Maybe they go that route. They want to lock that in, because even if you pick it up first on the blue side, it's still technically it's flexible. Terizla being this last ban for Cambodia in the first phase is interesting. It might also allow them to, if they want to, pick up the Yu Zhang early on, or even the X-Borg has been a hero that has done wonders for a lot of teams that are able to draft it early on in the first phase. But again, for Malaysia, they still have some choices. They could also, because of the fact that we only have the Ling banned out, this could open things up for a possible game for Hayabusa this time around. So the last ban is Chip. They actually still going to ban Chip out, despite how we talked about the first game going. So a lot left on the table here. It is, like I said, it's going to be the Roger first pick. You can actually still flex it in, like we said, in the gold lane, but probably better in the jungle. So Malaysia's answer here, with a lot being open and a lot priority, they could lock in their XP lane. They could lock in, an early gold lane. We've seen a lot of Claudes now recently. Claudes popping back up. The Mozgov, like you said, it didn't work too well for Lolil. It was a little bit of an oops there, an oof. So we'll see what the game planning here this time around for Malaysia to hopefully get them to another game, to a game 3.
And again, for everybody watching this live right now, I gotta tell you that this is an elimination match. It's a playoff match and an elimination match. If you lose here, you don't get a shot to play in the main stage. So topping your groups, all the crazy hype that we've been seeing, if they lose here, it's done. And for Cambodia, they're playing around that. It seems like they just love playing as the underdogs. They're going to go for the Roger pick there, and that's going to be the Valentina and the Nolan to respond it over, anticipating the Faramis pick. Like we mentioned earlier, I think if Cambodia really wanted to go for the Faramis, they should have gone for the Valentina ban. So the fact that they went for the Terizla means that maybe they might want to go for something different. What is that going to be, though? With the Terizla banned out, do they want to go for something like a Yu Zhang? Just a little bit more aggression, some XP threat as well, because we have been seeing Yu Zhang and Terizla being the two main picks in the XP lane. Yep. It's been kind of one-dimensional in a way, but they go for the Xavier and the Edith, this time so early on, a Xavier in the first phase. Is it that prio, is my question, right? We have seen it rising in popularity in ranked games and some of the games as well that we've been casting here in the Asian regional qualifiers, but I think aside from the game that we saw earlier, we haven't really seen Xavier pop off that hard. Like, it's just that previous game. And that was also with the whole team enabling the Xavier, also getting the early game snowball for the Xavier. But technically, they have the same tools. They have the Xavier, but they also have the Edith and the Roger. So technically, it's almost pick by pick the same exact draft, except for the Terizla, obviously. They're already banned down, so they'll have to look for a change there. Before Malaysia, they still go for the Moscow, which is cool. I understand you want to use this, the global presence. We did see how the Moscow was good for them, at least against Indonesia. As long as Lolios, stays back, understands when he can actually go for these fights, understands that power spike, it'll be as good as the match against Indonesia. But if he does the same thing that he did in Game 1, Nice-2, I'm just going to call it. I'm just going to say it's over if he does that again.
if he does it again, I agree with you, man, because I think part of this, too, it's almost the same game plan. Like, because you have a Nolan there, like, you want to get the early advantage. You want to snowball as hard as you can and start doing what we saw from Indonesia in the previous game with Albert even. And so part of that is like you hopefully they don't go in and invade and give up the first blood. I think that's step number one. And depending on how they draft the second phase of this as we get through the bans, it's really what is that roam going to be for you? Because man, time and time again, Edith, I feel like Edith's stock is going up. If you love Edith,
Really
you're
is.
Edith main, she's getting just unreal playtime right now in all over competitive play. And there's a reason for it. Like, a lot of the times it's her ability to just make fights happen, force fights. You can even use it to disengage or peel, but a lot of the times we just see Edith being so aggressive. Even in MLBB Women's yesterday, we saw this happen and be a key component to teams winning. So you kind of have to, if you're Malaysia, what are you going to pick up for a roam? The Gronk is already banned out. You don't have that as an option. You know, you took out the Angela. The Bane is actually just coming out for a ban too. They don't want to deal with that, but I would almost like to see them pick up a Minotaur with this lineup because, you know, and I almost would have liked to see the Minotaur be a priority with the Vexana that it's open, because that combination of CC has been so good for teams that have picked it up. That's such a good duo of heroes that, you know, half the time the enemy team's in the air with the knockups. So instead, the Matilda is going to be banned out. So I think for Malaysia, I'd almost consider picking up a Minotaur here, get a little more tankiness to you. As long as the Minotaur doesn't get shut down, then it does become a menace, because you're just trying to find setups and then follow up with the Nolan, but they go the Cho instead. Now, we don't know just yet, is it going to be roam? Is it going to be parked in the XP lane like we saw Ruby DD do? I don't know. For Malaysia, I think it's better if it is roam though. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be better for Rome, especially considering, you know, Yums has played the Cho a lot in, you know, the domestic league in MPL Malaysia. We haven't seen Gojas play a whole lot of Cho, especially in the XP. So, I was about to say, you know, you said the Minotaur. I was about to say, not a big fan of the Minotaur pick, especially for Yums. He's an aggressive guy, especially in this meta. You want him on a proactive pick. You don't want him to be reacting on a lot of these engages, a lot of the poke as well. But then they go for the Cho. Even though that does fall in the criteria that I just mentioned, you know, proactive, initiation, I'm not a big fan of the Cho. And now, oh man, I was about to say I'm not a big fan of the Cho because against the Xavier, against the Roger, these two guys can just go for Purify, and then you're technically going to lose a lot of value. And then now there's a Masha that can dive in. There's going to be an Exborg here to answer through this damage output that Cambodia have. But again, if any of these carries, by the way, again, same thing that we saw from last game. If any of these short-range carries walk up, they're gonna get caught by an Onward, an Earthshatter, some of these taunts as well, some claws coming from the Roger, a Xavier immobility field, and last but definitely not least, the Thunder Pierce. You heard that right. Thunderclap plus Sky Piercer. That's what we saw from Lutpi in game number 1 of match number 1 on the Masha. And in game number 2 was banned out. So Cambodia taking a page out of that book, trying to utilize the same thing. And I love it. For Cambodia, they have the tools to actually take control of the game all the way from the start that snowball, and maybe get a clean sweep here, Naisu.
Like, not only do I see good potential for snowball, but even late game value is here for Cambodia. So Malaysia is going to have to do something.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, will Malaysia be able to equalize here and to take us to game number 3? Or will Cambodia eliminate Malaysia with a clean sweep, putting themselves onto the main stage for IESF WEC 24 Riyadh? It's Skies on the Nolan, a signature pick of his. But same goes for Lucas on the utility jungler for Cambodia. He was able to make it work in game number 1. Let's see on the Fredrin if anything changes. Lucas, Concussive Blast, wants to try to hold and, you know, at least equal the crazy clear speed of the Nolan here, but you can already see that Skies is level 3, a level ahead. Yum's already very aggressively invading the enemy jungle.
This is a good invade. They're most likely just going to get the retribution out from, you know, Lucas here, and it looks like that's all they want to do. But also, Sario and Felix going to help bring the backup, and that's what we're talking about. One of the things that Malaysia, they
Lucas?
They get the full reset, so he doesn't want to use the retribution, I guess. They get the information that he didn't either, and that he doesn't have orange buff. Lucas in trouble trying to get the turret, and that's not going to be enough. That was definitely a mistake. coming out from Lucas. What happened there? And it's going to happen more. More punishes under the turret. Sorry, Felix might be next here in Malaysia. Talk about a strong start, a snowballing start. Exactly what they needed with this lineup.
What was that? Lucas. I'm actually kind of speechless there after watching that play. He had the angle already. The rest of the team had already bought him enough time, bought him enough space to actually go for it. And he decides to go for the other camp instead of utilizing Boxy's hold onto the orange buff. And now he's going to be behind quite a bit. And because of everybody rotating to help him, the whole team's going to be behind. Lucas kind of, gave Cambodia a hard time in the early game now. And now they're going to have to go and fight an uphill battle. There's 3,000 gold almost below, and Skies, he has no interest in going for the turtle. He wants to continue this deny. He wants to continue this punish from Lucas, and he'll do so. Lucas finally now using the retribution, but it's a bit too late, buddy. That window has closed, and now it's the Malaysian snowball that we all know and love.
He's level 3, Mirko, to, the level 6 of Skies right now. That is, concussive blast or not, like we were talking about, trying to keep up with Skies. At this point, you're just stuck trying to farm, trying to be in the jungle. And look at that way Dragon already going to be used on Boxing, able to survive with the flicker, but a flicker from Stormy. And now here comes Yums, goes in. The assertive guy goes in forward. Yums will pick up the next kill now, sitting on 4 kills for Malaysia in total. You're going to get this turtle as well. Lucas, not sure if he can really do anything with that, so he's just going to have to watch the turtle secured. Now Malaysia furthering the lead, and now they want to punish Lucas even more. Back for the orange buff. They're going to force him back. He's going to rely on Boxing. Boxing now gets to level 4 available for this Edith. It looks like now top side Run the King going to be in trouble as he falls under the turret to Loliel. Meanwhile, Cambodia will just lose the buff here. It's just looking very grim already for Cambodia. 3.5 minutes in as Malaysia full snowball mode already.
3 minutes and it already seems like it's going to go to a game 3 again, Yums!
Yums goes in with Way of the Dragon. Nice pickup, Ra. You're not his big daddy this time, but they will punish Yums. Sorry, Felix comes in, but on the top side, Run the King can't run away from Stormy as he falls under the turret. And this is once again Malaysia just dominating on all sides of the map. Even the jungle, Lucas will not see a buff here as Skies furthers his lead. Level 8, almost level 9 against Lucas, level 5.
What a stomp this is, right? For Malaysia, they have a 5,000 gold lead at the 4th minute of the game. They're beating the clock at this point. I don't think I've seen a gold lead this massive this early on in the game. Usually it's still 2 to 3, and now it's so weird. Lucas wants to fight now.
Lucas again? I mean, we talked about the pick-off potential with a Cho pick, and it's happening time and time again in the hands of Yums. Even questionably, like, what is Lucas doing there at that point? I think he's just he's probably a little tilted with the way the early game went. I mean, he's not getting any buffs, any farm, and now Sariam Felix going to be dealing with the last insanity under the turret. Will flicker out, but it's still Stormy and Gojes here. Dawning Light going to try to help the fight, but it's not going to be enough. We'll go ahead and get some of these health bars back up, but look at this, Lucas. You want a buff, you're not going to get it because Yums, even zoning him out. Lucas has to rely on the rest of the team to get here to help him. Just secure it, but look at the damage already coming out from Skies. They're going to fight under the tier 2. All for the orange buff, but they might punish him back as Skies does fall, but now Sariam Felix on the run. Won't be able to get away, but another kill gets picked up for Lucas, and it could be more. Run the King on the run for Stormy. Stormy 1 hit away, and he will get shut down. A turnaround for Cambodia. Some way, somehow, Malaysia overstays.
How do they do that? They won against a 5,000 gold lead, snowballing composition of Team Malaysia with a Nolan, a Valentina, an Export. This whole team was built to secure the early to mid game, and the fact that they had a 5,000 gold lead, man, Malaysia overstaying so much. The turtle was up top. They could have gone for the orange, but they decided to actually chase a bit too far, and that could prove to be costly for them, man. Stormy, that big shutdown, 4-0, given to the hands of Run the King. They're able to get the turtle, as we can see here from the live screen. But, man, they've lost so much momentum based on that play. All right, if we take a look at the gold lead, it's still not too bad. It's still a 4,000 gold lead for Team Malaysia. So they're still able to hold it down. It's not the worst. But Malaysia, remember, with this kind of composition, you're good even in the late game with the Moskov technically, but Cambodia are not just good in the late game. They're going to be excellent in the late game with that Xavier. The Xavier is going to be the key to victory here. If Malaysia don't end this within, 14 minutes? If Cambodia can actually just equalize the goal lead here as well, it's going to be great. Oh!
Once again, they're going to find a lot of CC on Humes, but also firing back to the backside, forcing Sarium Felix back. Gojez now just cooking him, but he won't actually pull the trigger on the last Insanity, so still Cambodia withstands some of the fight. I think as you were saying, Mirko, hold on now once again. Sky's trying to find Boxing, will be able to execute him with the Sky Piercer. So that's a kill down, a body down for Cambodia. Sarium Felix going to possibly jump in, doesn't want to commit because meanwhile the top lane's going to be pushed in. Malaysia still playing around the lead that they have, even with Cambodia finding some wins across the map. They still have a massive goal deficit to work towards.
Okay, so still very, very good. Yums again.
Yums again. Look at this. Lucas in trouble. Sarium Felix trying to turn the tide onward into the Air Shatter, but they have no follow-up available. There they go. Jumps in, run the king. They really want to fight this out. Once again, they still need time to get the items they need to match up against the firepower of Malaysia.
And now we're going to take a look at Loliel, who's already snowballing on this Moskov. The DHS already built up 3-item power spike for him. So at the 8th minute now, this is the proper 8th minute to go for the play that he went for in game number 1. Now he can actually go for the Spirit of Destruction. Now he can actually pop in onto 4 members, and maybe he'll be able to survive, actually. Still going to be tough, though, up against this composition. They have a lot of CC, a lot of damage from Felix, too. So you really can't count Cambodia out, despite them losing out so hard in the early game. They still have a lot of damage output to actually turn the tides for a lot of these skirmishes. But at least for the Turtle, Malaysia is going to be safe. Cambodia will be forced to just go down below. That's all they can do. They can't go for any of these skirmishes. Not now. It's a desperate dawning light to maybe go for a steal. But it's not going to happen here. Malaysia secure the first lord of the game. 8 minutes in and 30 seconds. Still with an 8,000 gold lead too, man. An absolute stomp for now. Even despite that, kind of like a small throw. It's a Wishing Lantern, by the way, for the Valentina. It's a new item coming in handy. Have to seize into the Sky Piercer for the Masha as well. These core items are still quite far away from being built, Naisu. Especially for Ra. He's not the big daddy this game. Not yet, right? He's got to wait for those items to be finished up. They're getting a little bit of damage onto Gojes, which is great before the Lord actually comes in. And Ra gets the Lightning Truncheon, but I think he'll need 1 more item to at least be online. 2 if maybe they want to turn the tides of this game. But Malaysia, they're building the waves in such a good way. Cambodia have a good, have good wave clear technically with the Xavier. But Malaysia could actually just go for the stomp, could go for the dive all the way. They have Yums, they have even the last Insanity as well, that anti-CC.
Yep.
It seems they're going to do it.
They're going to get the shields off here. Lord now, part of the fight in the backside, gets the kickoff once again. Yums might get caught out himself, though. It's going to get locked down a little bit before now the turret goes down. Last Insanity going to be used. Dawning Light already committed. Boxy goes down, but look on the backside again. Sarium Felix will be chasing Loliel, and he can't get the kill. A couple hits away only. And meanwhile, Cambodia trying to hold on to this mid lane turret. They still have to deal with these minion waves pushing in. For Malaysia, happy with the assault so far, looking for more. Loliel will pick up the Wind of Nature. He might jump in. There's the Spear of Destruction as they take out Run the King, and Malaysia looks to take it, possibly for a game 3 if they can punch this one in. Still working on the bottom turret. Humes for the pressure on the Crystal, trying to get the attention, going for Ra. He does find him with the Way of the Dragon, buying enough time. The Immortality is going to pop. Malaysia still looking to possibly end it here, but they need more kills. They don't have enough waves pushing in for Cambodia. They'll actually defend and stay in the game.
Incredible value, though, still for Malaysia. The fact that they were able to take 3 base turrets with just the first Lord. And Loliel, we did see him go for that Spear of Destruction like we expected, right? Spear of Destruction in towards the back. Didn't find the kill onto Ra, but still, that was really, really good. They were able to pressure the back line a lot. Cambodia had to really respect that, but still, they were able to defend. With that big of a goal lead, you would expect Malaysia to be able to end the game, but that's why the wave clear coming in from the Xavier is just so valuable. It's still going to be really tough, though, for Cambodia to look for a full comeback here. 18 seconds for the Enhanced Lord.
And with that Lord, it should be an end straight up for Malaysia. If they keep this lead in the 12th minute of the game, as they get that enhanced Lord, I really don't see a way where Cambodia can actually go for the defense unless Malaysia make a big throw happen. If they make a big mistake, right, around the dive for the end, but I can't see that happening here. I really can't, Naisu. It just feels like with this gold lead, with the advantage that you have in the macro as well because of the base turrets taken down. Oh, okay, that could have been an answer as well, by the way. If somehow Ra gets the dawning light to steal the Lord, yeah, that could have been an angle where they can actually try to look for a comeback, but that didn't happen, obviously. Malaysia didn't even let it go to become enhanced. Okay, so that actually makes it defendable.
It does. I think it does, but it makes it defendable in that sense, but still, Malaysia's so far ahead, man. I mean, look at their items. They could actually just, even with having Gojes just going with Last Insanity, it's going to disperse Cambodia so much that I think they might have a troubling time defending their base here, but let's find out if they can do it.
Lolville already has it with the nature as well. He picked it up in the previous fight, so it's going to be very easy for him to actually deny some of this damage coming in from Felix. I think he'll have to go for Stormy, and Yum's already concealed in the back.
Yep, Yum's trying to find Ra, possibly going to be able to flick around and avoid it. They do drag the Lord bottom side. They might be able to buy themselves enough time. They have to deal with it, but Lucas is already down, and the Lord is still up, and they'll just focus on the crystal, and Malaysia will take it to a game number 3 against Cambodia.
GG, well played to Team Malaysia for being able to come back after being down 1-0. There you go. That was the Malaysia we were expecting in game number 2, right? In game number 1, it felt kind of different. I don't know what it was. Maybe they were just tunnel vision on that one plan, which is go for the team fight. But in game number 2, they came back swinging. They got an amazing draft to play around. The Cho, we kind of doubted as well. I didn't really like it, but they were able to make it work, all because they invaded so early on. So the Cho was used in a different way. We expected the Cho every single time when, the Cho gets picked. We expected to just go for pickoffs, to look for the weighted dragons constantly, the Jikundo flickers, those flashy plays. But what we completely forgot is the instant mid control that you get with the Cho, especially with the Valentina here compared to the Xavier. And this is why I'm going to be talking about that Cho. All the way from the start of the game, being so good for the team, helping Stormy to clear out the waves and then rotating over. You can definitely see for Boxy as well, but mainly Lucas, he was zoned completely out. And I wish we got to see the Lucas reset, because I think that was what lost them the game. After that, there was no coming back from this unless Malaysia threw. Even they did throw, and it didn't even matter. They kind of lost in the bottom lane, gave a few shutdowns, gave a few bounties to Cambodia. But again, it did not matter. That's how powerful, I guess, this lead at the start is for Team Malaysia for this composition especially. The fact that Run the King, the winning lane, also was just getting bullied. And for some reason, Lucas still thought that it would be a good idea to contest the Turtles while being 3 levels down, contest his own jungle, being 3 levels down, Run the King overstepping, all of them really making some core mistakes here. This is the one where I think we were all kind of confused, right? Like, Lucas, you didn't want to fight for the orange buff when it was 50-50, but now that it's impossible, you want to somehow be Ethan Hunt, Interesting stuff there from Lucas, but they have to make some adjustments, man. I think you mentioned as well, at that point maybe he's tilted, but you're fighting for your nation here. You're trying to qualify for your nation. You're representing your nation. Tilt shouldn't be a dictionary that you can, a word in the dictionary that you can use in this match or in this competition at all. You have to go all out. In Malaysia, they definitely had the stronger mental after getting stomped in game number 1. They kept it clean into game number 2. Meanwhile, for Cambodia, overthinking, that mental definitely dropping as well, as we keep on seeing them making mistakes back and forth. And only Ra is really making some good plays happen. I think with Boxy too, there was some good engages. But for the most part, maybe even Felix actually. Run and Lucas were making some questionable maneuvers here and there, and was always punished by Malaysia. You don't make these mistakes against Malaysia. They're just too good.
It's, I think when you look at this game could have gone way better for Cambodia if they didn't have as rough of a start. And it was almost the same situation for Malaysia in game 1. It came down to just kind of some blunders in the early game, pre-first turtle, and especially with Lucas here. So I was kind of surprised with how that went, and like you said, even even the second death that he had. And, you know, it was just tough because when your jungler is so far gapped, I mean, we're talking about like a 3-level gap at one point against Sky's hero on the Nolan. And Nolan is not, you know, not a hero you want to be working from behind from. Like, you don't want to be gapped by a Nolan, and especially as a Fredrin, because then you just don't get to do really anything, and you have to rely then on your team to support you just to get, you know, your buffs, which is weird because Fredrin for the longest time was just the guy. He was the jungler that could do it all nearly, and now it looks like, you know, he really struggled. Like, even if you look at just the way that they rotated on the map and everything else, and when you look at those highlights, Cambodia, I feel like, just couldn't play the lineup that they drafted because of how rough of a start they had. And Malaysia, on the other hand, you have a Nolan, man, you could just punish and punish and punish. And even if Sky's died on Nolan, like, you still have plenty of ways to kind of find your own wins. And I think the Cho here for Yumes, you know, there was a couple times where he was like, obviously really trying to get the pick off he was looking for, but for the most part, man, he was able to punish the right targets and help the snowball.
And the thing is, right, I don't know, man, for Cambodia, said for Lucas, he had to rely on his teammates if he didn't get the early going. He already went for concussive blast as well, so he tried to really level at least the Nolan when it comes to clear speed. But let's talk about the player of the match first before we get into that point. Stormy, shout outs to him. Very, very crucial member in this team on the Valentina, able to produce some of these crazy plays, and I think it just is him playing the safe way. I think he was able to just go for some of these executes as well towards some of the members in the early game. I believe it was Boxy in the bottom side of the map where he was able to execute under the tier 1. These few kills that he got, you know, just made him such a force to be reckoned with here in game number 2. Getting Divine Glaive so early into the game. This is a 12-minute 4-item power spike for Stormy. The Wishing Lantern as well. You don't see the Wishing Lantern a bit, we don't see it a lot. I'm glad to see Stormy go for that item as he snowballs though in the game though. So shout out to Stormy for this amazing game. But back to the point of Cambodia, Lucas utilizing the Fredrin. The big mistake was the fact that he didn't commit, right? That's obviously mistake number 1. Yeah. But the fact that the team tried to help him, everybody rotated over to the jungle to help him. So when he made a mistake, that mistake kind of tripled, doubled, quadrupled, because everyone felt that impact, even Run the King. Because with Boxy being taken down in the bottom lane, with him wasting so much of his time, with Ra sacrificing some mini waves in the mid lane, with Felix also sacrificing some minions in the XP lane, all of them were automatically behind, and that's why we saw a 3,000 gold lead right after that play, right after that invade. It was too much for Cambodia to handle. They tried their best. After that, they tried, scaling up Ra mainly with Run the King and Felix, able to get a few shutdowns as well here and there, but definitely not enough. When you have a 3,000 gold lead at the start, I think it'll be harder to lose than to win at that point. And for Cambodia, I don't know. It does feel like if the Bane is that strong, why don't they pick it up in the first phase? It feels like maybe they went too crazy in the first phase with their late game picks, or not late game, but with the Xavier pick. Xavier in the second phase makes sense. We were giving it a lot of praise in game number 1 because it was picked up right after you see all these heroes that have low range, so you can punish them. Immobility fields all over, and Mystic fields as well, and you already have a snowballing composition yourself. But here, the first phase is a bit different. I don't think it really fits in the first phase. That was our concern. That was our doubts those were our doubts coming into the draft of game number 2. And it was also exposed, for sure. The mid control was not present at all, even with the help of an Edith. It was just Cho and Valentina getting so much more prio all around the map, utilizing that prio as well to bully Lucas, to put him in a spot where he made the mistake that eventually became the mistake that made them lose the game. I think it's safe to say that was the one.
I think in like part of that, before we wait for game 3 draft, it was actually really smart that Yumes did pick up the Cho. Like, I know we were both kind of talking about it in the draft, but it was really smart because of the pressure at level 1 he has. Level 1 pressure from Cho is actually can be quite devastating, and I think this was a perfect example of that. And then not only that, but that Fredrin's going to be a little bit slower, even with the concussive blast emblem. You saw Skies finish that buff way faster, and then he was able to rotate in and go towards the jungle and start putting the pressure because of the fact that he had this information from Humes. So like that alone was really difficult for Lucas, I feel like, to respond to, and maybe they just didn't respond to it enough. And then really that misplay, man, of like your team put all this effort for that first buff for you to secure the orange, and you lose it, like it resets. That was really where things already started falling apart. So I think for Cambodia, yeah, I think you could, man. If it's you talked about this before, you saw some swaps happen in their previous games. I'm not sure if this is going to happen throughout this. Again, it comes down to a literal best of one now. You know, it's just one single game that either of these teams have to win to move forward and be that next team for the WEC 2024. So you kind of have to just go out and play your best composition. And even on paper, when you look at Cambodia's lineup from the previous game, you know, the Fredrin, Edith, Xavier, Roger, Masha, it's not your, like, I don't even know if there is a standard composition right now, but it's not your normal composition of heroes, but it could work. It could have worked. I just think they just started off way too rough in the beginning, and they didn't get a chance for the entire team to farm up the way they should, because they had to pay so much attention on dealing with the Fredrin, which is weird because normally when you see that from compositions, it's usually like it's like an assassin, most notably a Fanny. Like when you have to go and give so much attention for your Fanny to get the purple buff, that's almost what it felt like. But it was weird because we're watching it for a Fredrin. Like that's not normal, right? So I think for Cambodia, if they really wanted to adjust whatever happened here in game 2 for them, number one is Lucas has to, if it is going to be Lucas, he has to personally maybe just have a way more solid pick for him to shine on, like we saw even from game 1. That could be part of it. And I think the lineup that they had, it wasn't bad or anything, but my weak point is still the fact that Roger did get flexed basically into the gold lane when we thought it could possibly go in the jungle. And so, you know, when you already take a Roger gold lane who has a little bit of a difficult time farming up as much, and then he has to even rotate down like you mentioned earlier, you just lose so much momentum. Like, you already start off at a deficit because of some key losing points in the early game, and then you're scaling heroes that are supposed to scale up, even the Xavier, like you mentioned, just don't get that opportunity. So your whole firepower, even if you had setups, are just gone. You know, so I'd love to see Cambodia adjust that by having some, even if it's just magic damage, you just have a hero there that has a way more burst damage in the early game. You know, I'm thinking of the Farsas, mentioned before, the Eves. You could go, you know, Louis is usually banned. Valentina, you could prioritize the Valentina, because remember the days when Valentina was priority pick, like she was picked up first pick. Not sure if you would want to do that in the current state of things, but you know, it's something that they could think about, at least for the first phase, I feel like.
For sure. I think they definitely need to start, you know, looking at different options here, because going for the Xavier, tunnel visioning on a Xavier definitely ain't good, especially the fact that you already have such a good mid laner who can play so many different heroes in the mid lane. Ra is known for all of his different heroes, you know, having a very, very deep hero pool. So
even a Lilia, maybe.
The Lilia was up technically, you know, the Feramis was up. If they really, by the way, I didn't get to see the value of the Terizla ban at all. Like,
yeah,
there was no, I thought it was going to be set up for something. That's why we expected the Valentina ban, because they wanted to go for the Feramis first pick, perhaps. But yeah, no, the Terizla ban for the first phase, it was just more of a prio ban over, you know, any respect. And I think that definitely hurt them. But now that they are back on the red side, maybe they can change a few things and go for the exact same bans they went for in game number 1 to go for an amazing draft. But some things will already be different. You're not going to be getting the Bane in the second phase if it does not get through the first phase. I think that is for sure. For Malaysia, they already read into that. Maybe Malaysia might actually pick it up themselves as well. So a lot of different things to think about now that you are on the red side for Cambodia. Feramis and the Angela, both heroes that Malaysia have been banning out the entire series, will continue to be banned out by them here on blue side again. And for Cambodia, well, they have, I think that the Ling has to go. They're going to respect the Nolan first.
Okay.
So Harith and Ling usually are the bans together with the Lo Yi, but now they actually ban out the Nolan. So maybe trying to trade the Harith with the Ling with the Harith. So 1 pick with 2 picks, maybe?
Yeah.
That's so far what it looks like, right? Let's see what Malaysia go for. Do they want to ban the Harris? Do they want to try to limit some of these picks so that they can only get 1 or 2? So it'll be beneficial for them.
I think you could. I want to see what these last bans are going to be, but I think Harith Prio for either of the teams. Again, Roger is still going to be highly contested between both of them. Edith now, we've been seeing just in nearly every composition really work well. So there's, even regardless of what these next 2 bans are, I feel like even for Malaysia, they could do what we saw similarly last game. Pick up a Roger, flex it in. They took out the chip this time, so both teams taking out the Lui Yi and the chip respectively. Last ban for Cambodia. I think part of this too is securing, like I said, securing themselves for Lucas. And that's why I think whichever of these teams don't pick up the Roger, at least pick up the Roger and then flex it if you need to. Just don't flex it. I don't know. I don't want to flex it. I don't want either of the teams to really flex it into the gold lane, but that seems to be the play. Harith is open. Faramis is banned out here. Okay, so the Assassins are open that we've seen before banned out, which is a Hayabusa. The Bane is open. So this being the first phase and a lot of these options available for both the teams, I don't know what you start, man, from Malaysia, the way they played from game 1 to game 2, because they both had very similar starts and similar mistakes. Like the reason why both these teams lost their initial games was mainly off of a mistake from the beginning. So Malaysia is going to go ahead and just take this by taking up the Harith. I think that's good. We already mentioned this being a priority, possibly. Now for Cambodia, I don't know. What are you thinking they could pick up?
I think the Roger for sure. They've got to pick it up here because technically for Malaysia they could also use it in the jungle, and that's what we have seen from them before. I think against Indonesia, game number 1, they picked up the Roger first pick, and then they went for the Moskov. So straight into the jungle he goes. I think it'll be the same here, kind of similar. If you leave the Roger open when you already have a Harith, the Roger will still be picked up, but in the jungle. But for Cambodia, it's a bit too risky. It's a bit too. It's a bit way too risky to actually leave the Roger open here. So they go for it, and maybe Terizla. I would say, or Edith. Maybe they might have to prio Edith here, because if they don't get the Edith pick, Yums, we know, against Indonesia, that was one of the big picks that was able to give them such a good time against Indonesia. The Edith, so that they can force them to go for the fights. They end up going for the penalty zone, the Terizla, over the Primal Wrath, the Edith. And with the Roger Terizla, it should be the Edith that comes up for Yums. It's like the proper mix of proactiveness and also reactiveness on that hero.
I think so far, it looks like from looking at Cambodia's group stage matches, most of the wins that they got, which were sweeps, the Terizla gave them the most success. And so I think going back to it, being the fact that this is down to just this one game, you might as well go with what worked the best for you. This is a huge gamble. I'm actually surprised this is locked in. The Fanny again, plus the Cho this time around from Malaysia. So I don't know. Did they have to pick up the Fanny now? So this almost makes me wonder, is this the right choice for Malaysia? Because they pick up a Fanny, and what we saw earlier too was the fact that they were even cut off with the penalty zone earlier. So they were caught in the penalty zone alone. So this is, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on this yet from Malaysia for the first phase. They did get a great pick with the Harith. Cho's been doing decently. But man, the Fanny in the first phase, I think, I wouldn't even seen Cambodia go for the ban for this. So I feel like they could have just waited on this and picked it up later on.
I think they go for the Bane, would be a great option to go for the jungle now. That you don't need to utilize the flex, but they go for the Valentina instead. No big ultimates thus far. So a very interesting Valentina pick here for Cambodia. But I would say actually in this game, I actually kind of like the Fanny pick. You already have a Harith, right? So you have a lot of magic damage in your gold lane. You need a bit of that physical presence. And with the Ling and the Nolan banned out so early by Cambodia in the first phase, it does limit the amount of heroes that you can go for the assassins that deal physical damage in the jungle. So now with the Fanny, I would say it's okay, especially considering, Skies in game number 1, despite them losing on the Fanny, he was playing really, really well. The only problem I had with the Fanny pick was because they already had a chip and a Moskov, and then to add in the Fanny together with the chip, I just don't see how that combo would be, would work, would be used. But now we do see that Aurora. Respect for Stormy. Good job by Cambodia reading that out, because that is what Malaysia really want to do, usually, especially when they already have the physical force of a Fanny in the jungle. They want to go for even more magic damage around the mid lane. But they're kind of also lacking some beefiness in their composition. They need some HP. They need someone to actually stand in the front line. Or maybe they don't. Maybe they want to go for the full glass cannon, full damage output build. That could also work up against this composition, especially against the Roger. And I think, I guess, when we're talking about the Roger, it's so prio, it's so good on flex as well. But if we take a look at the weaknesses for the Roger, it's got to be one of it, at least. It's got to be the fact that he can't go for Wind of Nature. Or you can, but you don't get as much value as, you know, the usual marksman, because it's the duration isn't as long for melee heroes, right? So by that metric of just the duration, you can already think that, you know, for the Fannies, for the Assassins, and even technically here with the Harith, it's going to be really, really good. If you have layers of damage to go up against the Roger, it kind of forces the Roger to only go for one defensive item. You'll have to choose Wind of Nature, but then you get bursted by the Harith, Rose Gold Meteor, but then you get bursted by the Fanny. It puts you in a tough spot. I think it's a good Bane ban as well, by the way, from Malaysia. They noticed. I thought the Bane would have come through last pick in the first phase. It was a bit weird to see the Valentina here, especially after the Theramis and the Angela have been banned out, right? Now, especially now that the Aurora has been banned out. So I'm really wondering what the plan is to utilize this Valentina. Is it to steal ultimates, or is it purely just to get the Terrify, get the utility, and get a little bit more damage on top of it? Maybe it's just the comfort pick for Ra.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think at this point, like I said earlier, I think you just go for comfort the best you can. You hope that you are able to survive the damage that you were talking about, because like you said, there's a lot of burst damage potential just with the physical damage from Malaysia and even the magic damage from this Harith. But it could also just be, we talked about the play styles leading into the series, man. Malaysia just being like, you know what, it's full send, the Lungar strategy, that chaotic style, that go fast, go hard, get it, because most of their games have been pretty quick. I mean, even the previous one was around 1250 or something like that, 1250. So a pretty quick game, and you know, heroes like this can shine at that portion of the game, can do really well, especially if you can follow up on some of the pickoffs. So with this Cho pick already locked in, so I'm wondering how they round this lineup out. They need a mid lane option here, of course the XP lane as well. They're going against a Trizla. I see the X-Borg is open. They could possibly pick that up for Malaysia. Causes a little more of that chaos to the mix when they fight in these team fights. And you know, with the carry being picked up from Cambodia, I feel like this is an okay pick, because now you have the Roger going in the jungle. But this is troublesome because Edith is locked in for the roam now, for the is this an XP?
We'll find out if it's an XP Cho or an XP Edith, right? And Kagura.
Kagura. All right, this is just this is Malaysia just being like, you know what, big damn, we're going for the big early game, we're going for it. Okay, so this makes sense, and I feel like for Cambodia, they have to be able to respond to this kind of damage, because even this carry range is pretty low. You have to really find your positioning, and you know, all you have right now is this Trizla, man. So like, what is their roam going to be here? Because quite honestly, there's so much displacement, or at least an ability for Malaysia to come in from different angles, even with a Kagura, a hero we don't typically see, but we know she has a lot of burst damage potential, you know, and she can actually do quite a bit with her umbrella mechanics, the way that she works. So this, and which part of it could also just be an interaction with the Harith. So Cambodia goes a little more tanky. They lock in a Kufra. So this is like pure damage pickoff versus durability. I see here, you know, durability. There's some magic damage, of course, there too, but this is huge.
DPS.
And Lucas has to have a good time with this Roger jungle.
He really does. He needs to be set up for success here. And I think, okay, so earlier when he picked up the carry, I was instantly thinking, why? Why would you go for the carry? Are you trying to go for the Kaja later for the last pick? Because the Edith just seems like so value. It just seems so value. It's maybe a top tier roamer in this meta, right? It definitely comes down as like an S or maybe A tier. Definitely in the upper echelon of the prio picks when it comes down to roam. So then they pick up the Kufra.
completely understand now. You know, the carry pick is trying to see what other picks they go for, Malaysia, and then reacting to it with the Kufra. Now, a lot of those dashes will be stopped by the Kufra, and technically for Cambodia, they have ways to go and enable Lucas on this pick. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. Cambodia takes on Malaysia. It was 1-0 for Cambodia, but Malaysia were able to equalize the odds 1-1. And from a best of 3, we're back to technically just a best of 1 to decide which of these nations will go and represent their country in the main stage of IESF WEC 24 in Riyadh. Will it be Cambodia? Will it be Malaysia? Go and spam in the live chat what you guys think this game is going to show us. Will it be even a stomp, or maybe perhaps our first ever mid to late game battle? Because in the early game, Ra is getting bullied. Deja vu!
Oh no, deja vu. Yums! Oh, Ra is gonna go down. This might be once again a response here coming through. Yums trying to get out of there. Sky's there to back him up, and now possibly another kill. Malaysia, 2 on the board early in. Boxing not gonna be able to really do much either, and Skies will go ahead, delay the jungle even.
I was about to say, man, that was really close. The fact that he wanted to just, you know, risk that gorgeous up top.
Ooh. Revenge strike, not enough to get the kill, but Sarium Felix, he has that minion there to tank up the tower, and he's just going to chase down Gojes. Gojes has nowhere to go, and he gets swung into the air, and now Boxing once again going to be the target for Malaysia as Lolil will pick up the kill. At least Cambodia able to get 1 on the board earlier on the top side. Malaysia really controlling so far this portion of the game. Nothing too crazy. Ra, is he going to force this on Stormy? Goes in, but not enough damage just yet.
Not enough just yet, but still for Malaysia, it's such a good lead at the start of the game. If you take a look at the gold, though, not too big. It's only just, what, around 500 gold that they picked up with those 3 kills. I think it's because of the solo kill as well, up top, that they weren't really able to fully capitalize on this, and it's actually going to be Cambodia on the turtle.
Okay, yeah, actually, Cambodia will be able to take this just fine. Really easily, actually. They knew that Skies was trying to get the purple buff, and they might look to punish now. Stormy could be in trouble in the mid lane. Lucas jumps in, won't be able to get the kill with the Lycan Pounce, and now forcing Yums back a little bit further. Skies might try to just swoop in and retrieve this purple buff. He's going to have to time it perfectly. Penalty zone already going to be used. Gojes trying to join the fight from the backside, but Skies is in trouble. Will be able to survive, though, barely. But meanwhile, will lose that buff, and they keep it together. But right now, Cambodia really fighting back, given how the beginning of the game went, at least able to keep things even and take some even from Malaysia.
Game number 1, Cambodia, the way that they were able to go up against the Fanny was, all right, you know what? We are already snowballing at the start of the game. We'll just use our composition with a lot of the displacements that we have in our composition to go up against the Fanny. We won't even go for the purple buff steals, purple buff invades. But game number 3 is a bit different. You do have, you know, tools to utilize to cancel out those dashes coming in from the Fanny, but it's still kind of a brawl composition that you've built for yourself in the early phase of the game, especially considering that, you know, this is a strong side of the XP lane for Cambodia. They're going to be able to force the issue a lot in around that purple buff side that will be spawning up towards the top side of the map. So for Cambodia, it's already a very different angle of attack now. It'll be more of the threats towards the purple buff. And when you do that, Skies is going to be having a bad time. I was talking about how this Fanny pick could work. You know, this Fanny pick is still really good on the hands of Skies. But if you don't have a purple buff, I'm sorry to say, but it doesn't matter how good you really are around the early game, at least, right? If you don't have the purple buff and you play within your base, sure, Boxy.
Oh, Box. Okay, he's gonna be fine. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, if Skies doesn't have the purple buff, it's gonna be tough. And every time it's up, you look at the rotations from Cambodia. They want to find now in the mid lane once again. Look at the burst damage from Stormy from the Yin Yang overturn. But a huge setup, and into the penalty zone they go. Still looking. Stormy's the one to fall, and they might be looking for Gojes. Tries to get something with a Primal Wrath. What a flicker, though. Will be able to pick up a kill himself and survive the fight. And now they just chase him down, but Gojes should be fine. It looked so good for Cambodia, but then fell apart quickly.
Wow. Back and forth, but a win for Malaysia. Good flicker out by Gojes. And honestly, for me, it feels like Ra was saving that flicker a bit too long. I think it's really good, though, if we take a look at the long term of that flicker not being used, because they do have a lot of pressure here, and Skies is waiting in the bush, gets spotted out. So they're going to reset and look to go for the neutral objective again. 1,000 gold behind this time.
Oh, he's trying to get in there. He's going to be able to get there in time, though. Yin Yang overturn already used, and Skies is somehow able to get the turtle in the exchange. No one will fall, but the turtle is at least secured for Malaysia. Cambodia tried their best to keep him at bay, but they struggled a little bit dealing with this. Purple buff's going to be up for Lucas, though. And again, Cambodia still trying to work through this lead now. Yums takes some damage, and Stormy, but they get the turret now for Malaysia. Bottom side turret. Looks like they're going to put more pressure here on the resources. Cambodia, though, go ahead and make sure Lucas gets this buff, because Malaysia, man, they're starting to further the gold lead. We talked about it. They kept it relatively even, but now they're pulling further ahead, 2,000 ahead in this gold, almost 6 minutes into the game. But relatively, I'd say it's still a pretty back and forth between both.
The Malaysian snowball is online in the 5th minute of the game. A signature playstyle, which theoretically is kind of weird. It doesn't snow in Malaysia, but hey, we'll go with it, right? Sky Piercer for the Fanny. Oh, Yums!
Yums gonna go in. Way the Dragon gonna be used. Purify already there. And now fighting in the mid lane. Look at the damage coming out. Yums in trouble. Zaman Force already dropped down as well. They're gonna fight it out. Lucas could be in trouble. Ying Yang Overturn has too much damage, but it's a double kill for Lolil. And they force boxing back as well. They're not done yet. Sorry, Felix has to flicker defensively. Man, Malaysia, what an overlay of ultimates and abilities to win that fight.
They wanted to, double down on the early game to mid. We saw it with the Kagura pick as well, and we are seeing it now. Used Lolio with a dive. Oh, clean by Lolio. The synchro fissioning. That final shot, Felix definitely overstaying in the mid lane, not respecting that damage from a 3-0 Lolio on the Harith. 6 minutes in, Naisu, and it's looking very, very similar to game number 2 and how Malaysia was able to control the map. But this time, I think it's a bit more impressive, because it's not like they shut down Cambodia from the start. They're just able to outfight them, outclass them in these skirmishes, and even outset up a lot of these skirmishes. Yums, we got to give a lot of credit to him, because in that second turtle, it would have been free. Go, Jess.
Goja's gonna go in, onward into the air, shatter boxing, try to get out of there with that formation, but even with the setup, it's not gonna happen. There's just too much damage once again, and Skies joins the fight to clean things up, and all Rock can do is watch his teammates fall apart as Malaysia will get the kills, get the fights, and the turtle now ready to just further the lead. Full snowball effect at this point. Lolil gonna find Ra, pushes him out. So even with the Zaman Force, but they'll get this tier 2 early, this early on, and a purple buff gonna be lost for Lucas.
Slowly but surely, again, just utilizing their lead. They don't want to, to throw the game. This is still such a massive lead to utilize. So many advantages to choose from. I mean, at this point, I'm really just trying to look at that damage as well. The fact that the Cho dealt 10,000 damage more than the Fanny, only dealing 8,000 damage. It kind of made me kind of speechless there. Okay, so even for Cambodia, it's not like they're not doing damage at all. For the Terizla, the Valentina, and even the Roger, they're actually doing quite a bit of damage, but Run the King on this carry, pick that I was also kind of doubting in the drafts. I have to say, man, you don't really have a good time on the carry up against this kind of composition. You want to pick up the carry usually up against tankier members. The fact that they picked it up against composition with a lot of damage dealers, that's why I was already doubting it. But then I saw the Kufra pick, and I was like, all right, I get what they're trying to do. They want to go for a safe pick. Gorgeous. Flickers forward. Earth Shatter. Yums conceal.
Oh, Yums using the conceal again. Gonna knock up 3 members, but can't find the way the Dragon he was looking for. They'll force the fight anyway. Cambodia gonna force Malaysia back a little bit further. Everybody's still alive. Yums had an idea. It didn't work out that time. So Cambodia buying themselves some more time to farm up here.
It's great though, right? The fact that you can still just utilize Yums with his aggressive damage, with his aggressive positioning and decision making, it's still okay for Malaysia. You don't really have to go for the full discipline route sometimes, especially if you have a player like Yums. He's on a roam anyways, so even if he goes for those crazy, risky plays, if he dies, it's fine. It's just a roam. You just wait for him to respawn, especially in the 9th minute of the game where the death timers are still so low. So now Yums is actually going to look for the angle of attack, and he'll have a very, very good angle to go for a flank from the bottom side of the map. The purple buff actually going to be stolen away by Skies early here before the Lord even gets contested. So that's an advantage already by Skies. 2 levels ahead now of Lucas. When it comes to the retry battle, Lucas is going to have a tough time, especially now the Heptaseas also. Man, so many of these power spikes coming in at the right time.
Yep, Tyrant's Revenge gonna be using the rage. They find the target. Yum's gonna be taken out. Zalman Force on boxing. Look at the damage once again. Skies will join the fight. Blade turning everywhere. Looking for a possible maniac, but doesn't get it. As Lolio will pick up the kill, but it's a wipeout for Malaysia. They have the waves already pushing in. Timers are too long, but they could possibly just get these base turrets down. Hold on, base turret, look at the live. We have to keep an eye on the live. Zalman Force already churned, and it looks like Malaysia might possibly end the game with the live here as we go back, and they'll do it. Malaysia will take down Cambodia and move forward to the WEC in Riyadh.
2-1. You were able to come back from the 1-0 start from Cambodia, and it looked really good for Cambodia. I think we just got to give it to their mental fortitude. The fact that they were able to come back in such a way in game number 2, stomping their opponents. Game number 3, doing the same thing, just adjusting the small things that they were making, small errors they were making in the game and even in the draft as well. But I believe we're going to be taking a look at the highlights as well. I would love to see the highlights again to see exactly how Malaysia were able to get it done. Because it was already very different to game number 2. Game number 2, I think it was more of a mistake for Cambodia, right? The fact that, Lucas, we all know, we don't need to talk about it again. It's getting old now. But game number 3, it's a bit different. Still, they were able to punish Ra. They were able to punish Lucas too. So it's the same 2 members that get punished in the early game, with Boxy too technically. So everybody got punished there. It's very similar, but it's in a different way that they punish them. They punish them through clearing the mid lane. It's as simple as that. Having the Cho in your kit, it just gives you so much value. And sometimes when you think of the Cho, especially now that it's not really, the best pick in the role, we completely forget that he has so much wave clear potential with the concussive blast. So anyone you pair him up with, it's almost a certain better mid-prio, combo that you will have compared to the enemy team, unless, Cambodia pick up something like a Grok. And then all throughout, we definitely saw that the impact of that early skirmish was seen, with Skies getting such an early lead, with Loliel as well winning out, and Stormy getting that kill very early on assist. It just elevated their game so much in the mid-game and all these skirmishes as well. Because with the Snowball, with the Kagura and the Harith, these damage dealers, combos like this become possible. Combos where you go for the burst, but you layer it in a way where it kind of feels like you just out-damage them and out-sustain them as well in these skirmishes. This is another mistake by Felix, walking up way too far, man. With him being so low, you should respect that 3-0 Harith. And Yums constantly looking for these angles, very good targeting as well, bringing the carry of all people back to the team. And Skies, I was coming in last. Very, very good timing for him as well. And it already looked kind of good, to be fair, for Cambodia. They were able to go for the purple buff steal so early on because of the brawl composition that they have. They were able to force the issue, and because they had a winning lane in the XP, that was what I thought was going to be used a bit more. But unfortunately, after getting that first purple buff steal, I think they got overconfident. Lucas was starting to open up the map again, making some real big fundamental mistakes where he just gets caught up by Gojes. I think we have to talk about that play, right? Like when Lucas just walked in that mid bush towards the top side, wanted to go for the invade. It's such a naive, opening for him. But yeah, it ultimately became a game that Malaysia was able to control towards the mid, towards the late especially. We didn't even get to the late game. It was 10 minutes. It was even faster than game number 1. Able to take revenge for that 10-minute, 31-second game of game number 1. Now they do it. They beat Cambodia. Oh, wait. Why is it? Okay, Malaysia versus Indonesia, it says. All right, I was getting confused there, but this is the same stats, right? Yeah, a bit thrown off there. It's okay, though.
Yeah, I think it's the same.
Is it 10 minutes, 27 seconds, though?
Was it 10 minutes?
I really didn't pay attention to timers, but it is. It's 10:27 against Cambodia, so yeah.
I was going to say, it was before the First Lord, yeah, right?
It was before the First Lord. It was right as the First Lord spawned in the game, I think, right? Because they were already playing around the turtle, the neutral objective Lord at that time. And they were just able to get it done with that skirmish. The fact that Cambodia tried to fight that was, was kind of weird. Yeah. But hey, you get punished for it.
You get punished, and I think Malaysia, their play style and everything else, that's what they do. And really when you looked at the game, everything that they were doing there, and I think that's the same thing. Like Yums played that show so perfectly for this lineup because it didn't matter if he ended up going down or getting picked off or anything, because throughout the entirety of the game, he was able to find the right pickoffs that he was looking for, maybe except one, but he still, it was just an attempt, the one that he missed. So for this, here we go. It does look like, there it is, 10:27 was the game time here for game number 3. Malaysia, though, I mean, like I was saying, if you look at this lineup, like we said from the draft, this was like, I want to end this game early. And so I think, you know what, that was the plan, and they executed it just like that. It was a big damn lineup, dude. Like, even with the combination, like, you don't see Kagura pop up much, but man, this Kagura popping up here and then having, you saw them when they forced the fights, like in those Zaman forces, and had the yin yang overturns and everything else. Like, it was so good. Like, the amount of damage that was just there. And then at the same time, you have an Edith to kind of complement the whole, Yums on this Cho pick. So I think everything really worked out for the game plan. Like, if they didn't end this game, though, early, I feel like they definitely could have struggled against the lineup from Cambodia. And they had to specifically go with this game plan of, this needs to be an early game, end it before the 15 to 18 minute range, and then we're good. But, and they did exactly that. So Cambodia, again, really struggling here with this kind of lineup facing against this kind of aggression, I'd say.
That's why the carry pick just seemed very, very odd to me. The fact that the Edith was up for grabs, some of these prio picks were up for grabs, like the Edith, it just made sense for them to go for the Edith before the carry. So they can go for the Edith and then later on get a good pick as well for that gold lane. But thinking that, the opposing team will go for frontliners, trying to expect that and, trying to predict that by going for the carry, it ended up with Malaysia adapting to the carry. They saw the carry and they were like, all right, you know what? If they want to try to go and deal damage to our frontliners, if they want to try to out-sustain us and out-DPS us, we're just outburst them. We're not even going to need to out-sustain them in these team fights. Yeah. Lolio was definitely a core member with this playstyle, though. 7-0-5 for Lolio on the Harith. Game 1 was questionable, but I guess we could just say it's a Lolio thing to do. This is game 2, game 3 onwards. He played it phenomenally. Getting the power spike on the Moskov game number 2 so early on. It was the 8th minute as well. Game 3, the Harith, we didn't even see when he got the item power spike, when he got the Holy Crystal, but I'm guessing it's very, very early in the game because the game ended in 10 minutes. Oh, man. Some really interesting stuff here being utilized by Team Malaysia. Some interesting metas, and I love to see it. I really do. For Malaysia, it seems like they're definitely the most creative team when it comes to the draft so far, I think, in the Asian regional qualifiers for the Asia region, right? We haven't seen a whole lot of the Kaguras, the Auroras, and we see that from Stormy. That is his signature, going for those kind of picks, and it just fits Malaysia's style so well. And in a bit, we will be going to an interview with Ozoraveki, the analyst for Team Malaysia. And I think we're definitely going to get some answers as to why, game 1 was so tough for them, what happened in the draft, and how do they come back from that performance.
One thing, like I was saying before we even started the series, I think, teams like Malaysia, and there's many other teams like this, they profit a lot on the current state of the game. The patch that we had, the ability to go, I mean, they were already very unique in their playstyle before the patch, and so I think this allows them to do that even more so here, like the Banes, like this just the changes that we see so far. I mean, the Arlots they pick up, nothing too crazy with Arlot, but still they get to pick it sometimes. The Aurora we saw targeted banned out earlier, and some of the, I mean, even to an extent, like they make glue work, they've done a lot of different things, and I think no matter what they draft, hell, even the Kagura, man, like the game plan seems to really match their identity. And they win the games in that way, in a very identity way. And I love to watch it. I love to see it unfold. They love to fight.
Well, speaking of their identity, we're definitely going to get to ask those questions over to Ozoraveki. So let's just get into the interview with Ozoraveki. So, hello, Ozoraveki, can you hear us? What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hello, I'm Ozoraveki, the analyst of Team Malaysia. Yeah, nice to see you guys.
All right, man. Ozora, I got a few questions for you, but I'll start with a simple one, right? What happened in game number 1? And that was very uncharacteristic for Team Malaysia after seeing your run through the group stages as well, not dropping a single game. This is the first game that you've dropped in the Asian regional qualifiers, and I just want to know, shed some light into that loss. What happened? Was it the draft? Was it errors in the game?
I think generally we have a really strong early game draft, but we made a very big mistake when it comes to like the first minute of the game. Like you see everybody dying in the bush, like you see our EXP later get completely zone off two-way.
Yeah.
So I think there's just too much when you are playing an early game comp and then you make a mistake and then they just take away it. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were on board with that too. When we saw the composition, it was good. Then we saw the early, dive in the bush, and it was tough to deal with. Going on that, I want to ask, because you guys have one of the most interesting picks so far throughout the tournament. I mean, even just in general, Malaysia is known for very great picks, unique picks, and everything like that. So I gotta ask: do the players have input towards some of the picks with this, or is it more so like you as the analyst and even the coach? Like, do you guys give them the flexibility of these players to pick what they want sometimes? Because for example, we're not used to seeing a Kagura, we're not used to seeing Bane as much. So how do these heroes come into the draft for you guys?
I think it's just really the system that me and Arcadia decided to bring to this team, because we really trust, especially the mechanic of our players, and then especially when it comes to pick like something unique or something that's our meta, as long as the player can play well in the meta, and then we can like study up the why is good and stuff, it always makes sense, right? Mobile Legends has so many heroes, doesn't mean that you have to always play the same hero. As long as it's good in the meta, you can fight the meta, even though it's like odd, it's fine. Yeah.
I love
All right,
it.
then.
As
So
a non-meta hero fan, I love it.
yeah. He's a fan of Gord, by the way. He's like the number one Gord at one point, top global. But speaking of these unique picks, you've been going off meta with some of these picks, and I just want to know if this meta allows you to do that more than the previous ones, or if it's just the same across the board, right? Because we know that with the current changes, especially the Kagura Aurora may be able to benefit if they snowball in the early game with some of these new items.
I think definitely there's a lot of good balancing coming out from Muntun, because especially it comes to the jungle changes. So you see that it opens up a lot more heroes to be played. It doesn't have to be tank jungler all the time, so you can survive the early game. So with those changes, and I think Muntun is just making a very good small changes here and there that don't break the hero, but instead make the hero have their own identity. Like Moscow, for example, he used to be weak, right? They just changed his ulti, now he can fly over the map. Now he's good. So I think the balancing changes are doing good, and then it's just up to the coaches and players to like find out whatever heroes that you like to play and then just apply.
All right. It's awesome, right? Nice. Do you have any last, questions, or you want to say anything before we end this interview?
All I want to say is congratulations for booking your slot to WEC. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I'm really proud of my players, even though we don't have much time to practice, but they managed to gel and make really good run in this tournament. So see you guys in Riyadh. Thanks for the support, guys.
See you, Zoroveki. Congratulations on the win. We heard that from Arcadia as well. They had little time to train for this, but congratulations. You guys deserve it, and we will see you later for the grand final, best of one, for the seeding of how they will, play later on. But thank you so much, Zoroveki. See ya.
Thank you, guys. See you.
There you go, Naisu. Now we're going to be ready for the next match, because with Malaysia winning here and Indonesia winning previously, that means we are set for a revenge match to what happened in Group B, and also technically have Group B supremacy here for Asian regional qualifiers.
Yeah.
Both of the teams who made it to Riyadh, to WEC, to the main stage, both came from the same group. But if you guys remember, Malaysia were number one. They didn't drop a single game in their group. Indonesia, they dropped a match and a game against Malaysia, but that's it. Anyone else they were able to beat. So for you guys waiting, you guys know what's up next. It's the revenge match, or perhaps the repeat match, depending on how you see it. Malaysia could get it done, get that snowballing all the way from start, stop the Indonesian snowballing from happening. And if you guys are wondering what this best of one is going to achieve, right? Because obviously both of the teams have already qualified. Technically, it's unnecessary if there's no impact here, but there will be impact later on. It'll be for the seeding of these teams as a Southeast Asia representative for WEC 24 in Riyadh. So we'll get to see them in the group stages as well. We'll see maybe them go to different pools if they win here. So it's a very important match, nice.
It is, and it is great that Group B was able to pull this through, and we know that another Asian team is out there waiting for them in Riyadh. You know, the former champions, I should say. So I can't wait to see what happens with the best of one, at least to round it out for us.
Well, with that, we're going to head to break, a very short one at that, 10 minutes only to get to our final match of the day. The grand finals, best of one, Indonesia versus Malaysia. It's been Mirko and Naisu, and we'll be back later for the final match. Thank you.